was fired towards a Navy destroyer from Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen when it was shot down by a U.S. fighter jet before hitting its target. And then yesterday, Houthi rebels hitting a U.S.-owned ship off the coast of Yemen. The vessel was struck by the projectile on the port side, causing limited damage to the cargo hold. The U.S. Central Command saying the Gibraltar Eagle had no reported injuries or significant damage and was able to continue on its journey. But this just shows these continued attacks on ships in the Red Sea, particularly following these airstrikes by U.S. and U.K. Forces at the end of last week, and then U.S. strikes continuing into the weekend. A Houthi spokesperson saying that they will continue to prevent Israeli ships or those heading to occupied Palestinian ports until the aggression and siege on Gaza stops, saying that all other ships in the Red Sea are safe, though that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case. Senator Chris Coons at the World Economic Forum in Davos saying that the U.S. needs to take further steps to stop these attacks and to stop interrupting commerce flowing through the Red Sea. Also, the search continues for these U.S. Sailors who went missing in the area, though the search continues. Francis?
Okay, Chapman, thank you. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is out of the hospital this morning after undergoing treatment for complications that followed prostate cancer surgery. The incident was kept secret from even the White House for days, drawing widespread criticism. The Pentagon said Austin will continue to recuperate and perform his duties from home. Another high-profile swatting attempt, this time at the White House. A person called police and falsely claimed there was a fire at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Multiple fire and EMS agencies responded, but quickly determined it was a false alarm. President Biden was not at the residence at the time of the call. More turbulence for Boeing after another sky-high scare. Al Nippon Airlines says a crack was found in the cockpit window of a Boeing 737-800 during a flight over Japan. The airline says cabin pressure was normal and the plane safely returned to the airport. It comes just over a week after the door plug blew off a Boeing 737 MAX 9 plane over Oregon. Boeing said yesterday it will add further quality inspections for those planes in the wake of that incident. And now to the deadly cold snap that's continuing to plague much of the U.S. Below zero temperatures, wind chills and heavy snow are making travel dangerous. Texans are once again being asked to conserve energy as the frigid temps tax the power grid. NBC's Jesse Kirsch has the details.
An Arctic blast still marching across the country, fueling storms that are believed to be responsible for at least 10 deaths nationwide. Almost 80% of the U.S. below freezing, making it treacherous for many to be outside. Vehicles stranded and flipped over. Hundreds of flights canceled. 90 million people are under wind chill alerts, with some areas feeling like 50 degrees below zero. The bitter freeze stretching across much of Texas, where officials are asking residents to conserve electricity if it's safe, amid record-breaking demand. Meanwhile, the typically snowless South pelted as the Great Lakes keep getting hit with feet of accumulation.
The wind chill, when it hits you, it gets to your bones.
Snow falling in Grand Rapids, Michigan for a week straight.
Over the last 7 days, how many times have you had to do this to the car?
Oh, man, probably 6.
You've been out here 6 times in the last week.
Yeah, in the last couple of days, actually.
With so much snow piled up and temperatures this cold, drivers don't just need to wipe off their vehicle. Some of them also need to navigate getting out past several inches of ice.
And near Buffalo, New York, even after fans helped dig out the Bills Stadium, the playoff game against the Steelers kicking off with some seats still buried in snow.
Jesse, thank you. Well, that storm also breaking snow drought across much of the Northeast. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's tracking those freezing temperatures for us. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, Francis and Burr. It is cold out there for sure. 107 million people under these wind chill alerts. You can see it expands across much of the country, and we're dealing with these minimum wind chills as low as 31 below in Des Moines as we get through the day today. Denver, 35 below, it'll feel like. Wichita, -19, -17 as far south as Amarillo. We'll start to see some kinds of improvements, but still into the single digits for a lot of these places as the week goes on. And yes, we do have some snow falling across portions of the Northeast. This likely breaking the snow drought in a lot of spots. We'll have to see later today where those snow totals actually come in. But we've got the winter alerts to prove that it's going to be a little slick out there. Notice they extend from New England all the way down to the south. And here's the system that we're watching. It's going to exit. It'll still be dealing us some of those gusty winds. We'll still be seeing the lake effect snow happening immediately east of the lake. So places across western New York will still pick up more snow as we get into tomorrow. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures into the low 30s for Philadelphia, mid 30s for Washington, D.C. Single digits across much of the Midwest. Minneapolis hits a high of just 6 degrees, while Des Moines also sees plenty of sunshine, but just 6 degrees. Chicago tops out at 1 degree this afternoon. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Astrobotic Technologies spacecraft has failed to land on the moon. The Peregrine lunar lander launched last week from Florida but faced a critical propellant leak after reaching lunar distance, forcing Astrobotic to abandon the mission. The lander is expected to make a fiery re-entry into Earth and later burn up in the atmosphere. The Peregrine Mission 1 would have been the first U.S. lunar landing in more than 50 years. Early today is Back in the Minute with the stars who shined the brightest at the Emmys. And the Bucks bring the Eagles crashing back to earth in another wild card shocker. We'll have the highlights.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Our stellar cast, I must make special mention to my on-screen wife, Sarah Snook, and my other on-screen wife, Nicholas Braun.
Love that whole crew. The stars and creators of Succession took a final victory lap at Monday night's Primetime Emmy Awards. The beloved satirical drama cleaned up at the strike-delayed ceremony, winning 6 awards, including its 3rd Emmy for Best Drama. Actors Kieran Culkin, Sarah Snook, and Matthew McFadden all took home trophies in their respective categories for their closing runs on the show. And the Television Academy also said yes, Chef, honoring FX's The Bear with 6 awards on Monday, including Best Comedy. Stars Jeremy Allen White and Ayo Edebiri and also Ebon Moss-Bachrach also took home acting prizes in their respective categories. Netflix's Beef repeated its Golden Globes success with 5 major wins, including Best Limited Series. Well, Ali Wong became the first Asian woman to win the Emmy for actress in a limited series. Last week tonight continued its domination in the variety category, taking home its 8th consecutive Emmy. And Trevor Noah officially closed out his time on The Daily Show with a win for Outstanding Talk Series. And the Emmy ceremony, hosted by Anthony Anderson, paid tribute to a number of beloved TV series stars from shows ranging from The Sopranos to Ally McBeal and All in the Family. They were all on hand to present awards and honor television history. And even Amy Poehler and Tina Fey took the stage for a special Emmys-themed edition of Weekend Update, where they just happened to present an honor that transcended TV. The duo awarded the Emmy for Outstanding Variety Special to Elton John Live, Farewell from Dodger Stadium. It is a win that at long last secured the coveted EGOT status for the legendary performer. Still to come, he may not be the GOAT, but he gets the job done. Baker and the Bucks forced the Eagles to walk the plank in the final game of the wild card weekend. That's coming up after this.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's 3rd down and 7. Mayfield wide open. There's Moore again. His second catch. Still working through this secondary. And a touchdown, Tampa Bay. No flags. 6.
The Eagles won't be making a return trip to the big game this year, the final matchup of the Super Wildcard weekend. The defending NFC champs had their wings clipped in Tampa by the Buccaneers. Philly found the end zone just once, while Baker Mayfield threw for over 330 yards and 3 touchdowns in a dominant playoff performance. Earlier Monday, fans in Buffalo braved the weather and a postponement to watch the Bills take on the Steelers. Even in frigid upstate New York, the hometown Bills came out hot, with Josh Allen accounting for 3 touchdowns in just the first half. While the 7th-seeded Steelers shrunk the deficit late in the game, Allen pulled out some playoff magic, icing the contest with his touchdown pass to receiver Khalil Shakir. The Bills get the honor of hosting the Chiefs in next weekend's divisional round, which will be the first road playoff game of Patrick Mahomes' career. The Bucs will travel to Detroit to face the Lions while the Packers take on the top-seeded 49ers, while the Texans attempt to upset the league-leading Ravens in Baltimore. It's going to be fun to watch. This is the one that I'm excited about, the Bills and the Chiefs coming over there, because it's the first time also that Kansas City is going to be playing away, not at home. So.
I know. And for me, of course, I'm excited about the Lions versus the Bucs. I'm happy it's not the Eagles, to be honest. All right, and those ousted teams are now looking toward April's NFL draft, where a top prospect formally revealed his intentions to go pro. On Monday, USC quarterback Caleb Williams announced he was officially declaring for the 2024 draft. Williams won the Heisman Trophy in 2022 and has been touted as a generational QB prospect. He's widely expected to be the top player in this year's draft class, where the Chicago Bears currently hold the #1 overall pick. They had a bumpy season. They, of course, have Justin Fields, so we'll see what they do with that top pick, whether they go with this generational QB prospect or not.
And we're in that life-changing moment when they call their names out. Always so great to see. When we come back, why some features may be changing on your Apple Watch, and how does a cookie compare to a churro? Costco and their customers are about to find out.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We are back with what you need to know early today. Washington State's Attorney General Bob Ferguson is suing to stop the merger between Kroger and Albertsons. Kroger claims the merger will bring lower prices. According to reports from Bloomberg and 9 to 5 Mac, Apple is planning to drop its blood oxygen feature from its Series 9 and Watch Ultra 2 devices. This would allow the watches to continue to be sold in the U.S. after a patent dispute with medical device maker Masimo temporarily halted sales in late December. SpaceX just completed its 300th successful mission. The Falcon 9 carrying 23 Starlink satellites launched Sunday from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. And Costco just made a big change to its food court menu, replacing the classic churro with a giant chocolate chunk cookie. They're supposed to serve it warm. It's arriving at all locations at the end of the month. I don't know if my kids are going to be in it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey,
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A rare pygmy hippo named Nicholas is making his debut at a Czech zoo. You can see him out and about exploring his enclosure with his mom nearby. It is estimated that there are only around 2,500 pygmy hippos left in the wild, so little Nicholas is considered a valuable addition to their conservation efforts. A South Carolina man risked his own life to save his little pup from a coyote attack, picking up the coyote by the tail even after it bit him. Sophia Raidbaugh with our Charleston affiliate brings us the story of this unbreakable bond between a man and his dog.
Timothy Snipe was taking his dog Roxy out when he noticed her walking towards the woods.
She started barking, and I was like, what she's barking at? And I couldn't figure it out.
And in the woods, Roxy could see what Snipe couldn't at the time, a coyote ready to snack on the small pup.
The coyote ran out. Instead of her coming towards me, she ran towards the coyote.
But it didn't take long before Snipe jumped into action, and his heroic efforts all caught on camera.
Coyote jumped on me and put me on my leg, and I wrestled him down. I choked him out.
Snipe got control of the coyote, picked him up by the tail, and put him in the dumpster until he could get help. He tells me he knows Roxy wouldn't have made it if he wasn't there.
I know I would have been all right. Even if I had got bit and got rabies or something, I know I could get treated for him. But if she had got bit, it was over.
Snipe went to the doctor and got 9 rabies shots. He says he feels good and will now keep this coyote-proof vest on Roxy when she goes outside. Snipe says if he had to, he would do it all over again to keep Roxy safe.
Once you get a pet, you know, they automatically are part of the family, and that's my girl. That's our girl. So, hey, Roxy. Hey, Roxy.
Our thanks to Sophia Raidbaugh for that report. Now to another close animal encounter, this time in California, where a homeowner found a bear bunking down in her basement. She spotted the animal on her Ring camera before she discovered its hideout. She tried to get the bear to leave by banging on pots and pans, even running a leaf blower, but ultimately it was the stench of mothballs that she threw toward the bear that made it scurry away. Right here on Early Today, we've got a preview of the Today Show. Hybrid work arrangements aren't going anywhere. According to one poll, just 20% of workers were fully on site in 2023. We'll look at why the mix of remote and in-office work is proving to be a combination for both employees and their higher-ups. And here's Dylan Dreyer with a look at the third hour of Today.
This morning on the third hour of Today, actors Lucy Hale and Nat Wolff live in Studio 1A. Then we're catching up with NASCAR legend Jimmy Johnson to celebrate a huge honor. And we're making healthy breakfast smoothies in Today Food. That's all this morning on the third hour of Today.
All right, thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
I want to congratulate Ron and Nikki for having
a good time together. We're all having a good time together. I also want to congratulate Vivek because he did a hell of a job.
Donald Trump calls out the competition after a dominant win in Iowa, but a resurgence showing for Governor Ron DeSantis might just breathe new life into his candidacy. We're live in Des Moines with how the caucus is setting the stage in the race for the White House. A federal and state showdown at the border. The battle in Texas after a migrant woman and 2 children drowned in the Rio Grande. Millions in the path of winter's grasp. The Arctic blast bringing heavy snow and ice across the deep south to the northeast. Our Angie Lastman is tracking the dangerous conditions. And about face for Apple, how the tech titan is turning the clock back to dodge a ban on its wildly popular watches. And goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Hello EGOT. Elton John completes one of the most coveted awards in entertainment. Plus all the big moments from the Emmys. It's Tuesday, January 16th. Early Today starts right now. Hi there, and good morning. I'm Frances Rivera. We kick off our coverage in Iowa, where the first election results of 2024 are in. NBC News projects that Donald Trump has easily won the Iowa caucuses, completing the first step on a path to a rematch with President Joe Biden. But his Republican rivals are holding on. NBC's Alice Barr joins us now from Iowa to break down those results. Good morning, Alice.
Francis, election season is officially underway, and NBC News is projecting this first contest as an historic win for former President Trump. He's expected to carry Iowa with more than 50% of the vote. There is no clear second place winner, no clear alternative to former President Trump emerging from Iowa. The person that did come in second is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, but he's not pulled away from Nikki Haley, the former UN ambassador and South Carolina governor, and she's not pulled away from him. There were some questions about really how close they would wind up being, and they're a distant second and pretty close together. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis had bet big on Iowa. He put in a lot of time, money, and resources here. He did really still claim victory for having come out with that second place finish. That's outperforming the most recent polls that we saw for him. But there's no question that tonight belongs to former President Trump. Let's let you hear from both of them. First with the former president who really struck a message of unity tonight, talking about compliments rarely heard for his Republican rivals and clearly looking ahead to the general election.
I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together. Whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative, it would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world and straighten out the problems and straighten out all of the death and destruction that we're witnessing.
People want to have hope for this country's future, and that's what we represent. We represent a chance to reverse the madness that we've seen in this country.
Nikki Haley has been polling closer to former President Trump in New Hampshire, so she's going to have an advantage heading in there. And she said tonight that her campaign represents what she called the last best hope of stopping the Trump-Biden nightmare, that rematch. The other thing to note from tonight is that entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, he dropped out of the race overnight and actually on stage endorsed former President Trump. So it'll be interesting to see where his supporters could go in the next contest. Francis, back to you.
Alice Barr for us. Alice, thank you. A court in Washington will consider whether to remove former President Trump from the presidential ballot in this state. The Supreme Court has already agreed to take up the Colorado case after that state threw Mr. Trump off their ballot for fomenting an insurrection on January 6, 2021. And today, the former president is expected to attend the first day of the new E. Jean Carroll civil damages trial here in New York City. Carroll sued Mr. Trump again over public comments he made after a jury back in May found him liable for sexually abusing and defaming her. Let's turn now to the southern border, and the tragic death of a migrant woman and her 2 children has intensified a feud between the Biden administration and Texas officials. NBC's Morgan Chesky is following the story.
Tragedy on the Rio Grande escalating a border battle between the Biden administration and Texas, centered around federal authorities' access to the border. The Department of Homeland Security issuing a letter to the state's attorney general demanding Texas immediately cease and desist any actions that block Border Patrol's full access to the U.S.-Mexico border in and around the Shelby Park area. That Eagle Pass Park, near where a migrant woman and 2 children drowned late Friday. The rescue response highly disputed. The White House stating Texas officials blocked U.S. Border Patrol from attempting to save the migrants. Texas authorities calling that wholly inaccurate, sharing by the time Border Patrol requested access, Mexican authorities were already recovering the bodies.
It's devastating to imagine that state officials would know that people were drowning in the river, particularly children, and block Border Patrol from going and saving them.
Just hours before the drownings, the state's governor defending its border presence.
Texas has the legal authority to control ingress and egress into any geographic location in the state of Texas.
Back in Eagle Pass, 700 white crosses, marking the estimated migrant deaths over the last year. DHS is giving Texas a deadline of this Wednesday to stop blocking Border Patrol, or they'll refer the matter to the Department of Justice and pursue all options available to restore access. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Dallas.
Just a few days after U.S. airstrikes on their bases in Yemen, Houthi rebels have resumed attacks on ships near the Red Sea. A missile struck on American-owned ship Monday. The Gibraltar Eagle, seen here, did not suffer significant damage. The attack came a day after U.S. fighter jets shot down an anti-ship cruise missile that was fired toward an American destroyer. For the latest, let's go live to Chapman Bell. And Chapman, good morning. What more can you tell us about these latest attacks?
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, that first attack, an anti-ship cruise missile fired towards a Navy destroyer in the area. It was shot down by a U.S. fighter jet. However, Houthi rebels were able to hit a U.S.-owned ship off the coast of Yemen. The vessel struck by a projectile on the port side. Now, U.S. Central Command saying the Gibraltar Eagle had no reported injuries and no significant damage and was able to continue on its journey, though both attacks following the airstrikes by the U.S. and the U.K. At the end of last week and over the weekend, following multiple warnings to the Houthis to stop targeting ships in the Red Sea. Now, the Houthis releasing a statement saying that they will consider all American and British ships and warships participating in aggression against their country as hostile targets, in addition to targeting Israeli ships and those bound for ports in Israel. Now, these attacks continue to worry many that this conflict could grow in the region. Now, also, the search continues for 2 U.S. Navy SEALs who went missing several days ago while boarding a ship off the coast of Somalia with weapons bound for Yemen. One of the sailors went overboard, and following protocol, the other went in after them. Now, like I said, missing for several days. However, the search continues for these 2 U.S. Navy SEALs. As many continue to worry about this conflict growing in the region, there seems to be a lot of action and a lot of uncertainty. Francis?
Okay, Chapman Bell for us. Chapman, thank you. More turbulence for Boeing after another sky-high scare. All Nippon Airlines says a crack was found in the cockpit window of a Boeing 737-800 during a flight over Japan. The airline says cabin pressure was normal and the plane safely returned to the airport. It comes just over a week after the door plug blew off a Boeing 737 MAX 9 plane over Oregon. The deadly deep freeze continues to plague much of the country, fueling storms that are believed to be responsible for at least 10 deaths. Huge swaths of the country are below freezing, making it treacherous for many to be outside. On Monday, Montana recorded the coldest temperature nationwide at minus 42 degrees. More than 9,000 flights were delayed and over 3,000 were canceled. Today, there are already more than 1,000 flights grounded. Residents in Texas are being asked to conserve power for a second day in a row as frigid temperatures continue there. For more on this, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. You are exactly right. We've got the chilly temperatures. We've also got some snow happening, and we've got kind of a wintry mix across portions of the south because we've, of course, got the cold air in place. Here's the deal right now. Still snow falling across portions of the northeast, so the slick roads are likely going to be out there. You can see how expansive these winter alerts are from basically the New England area all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Plus, we've got another storm system that we're watching out west to impact folks in Washington and Oregon. precipitation over the next day or so. Here's how this system across portions of the east works out. We're going to see that early snow kind of taper off, but again, slick travel Maryland to Maine for sure. And we'll still be dealing with the lake effect snow on the backside of this system as those winds remain gusty across portions of the northeast. That means that more snow and good amounts of it, maybe 1 to 3 feet just east of those lakes. Meanwhile, there's the wind chill alerts. 107 million people right now. These temperatures bottoming out with a feels like of -20 later today. We'll see -30 in Des Moines, 31 below for Denver, but we'll see minor improvements as the week goes on. As we look at the weather across the country, let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Just 10 degrees today in Detroit, into the teens from Cleveland to Pittsburgh, dealing with the snow across portions of the Northeast. And single digits it is from Minneapolis to Des Moines. Chicago tops out at just 1 degree. Green Bay hits 3 by this afternoon. And that's Look at Your Forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. The Eagles won't be making a return trip to the big game this year in the final matchup of the wild card weekend. The defending NFC champs had their wings clipped in Tampa by the Buccaneers. Philly found the end zone just once while Baker Mayfield threw for over 330 yards and 3 touchdowns in a dominant playoff performance. Earlier Monday, fans in Buffalo braved the weather and a postponement to watch the Bills take on the Steelers. Even in frigid upstate New York, the hometown Bills came out hot, with Josh Allen accounting for 3 touchdowns in just the first half versus the 7th-seeded Steelers. The Bills get the honor of hosting the Chiefs in next weekend's divisional round, which will be the first road playoff game of Patrick Mahomes' career. The Bucs will travel to Detroit to face the Lions, while the Packers take on the top-seeded 49ers, while the Texans attempt to upset the league-leading Ravens in Baltimore. Coming up, more success for Succession, the big winners at the 75th and the awards. But first, CNBC's Arabella Gamede is here to tell us how Apple is keeping watch sales ticking amid its patent fight.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner with everything.
All right, it just me too.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Microsoft's artificial intelligence Copilot is taking flight, but first, Apple Watches are returning to store shelves, but with a new caveat. CNBC's Arabella Gamede joins us with those details. Hi, Arabella. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Francis. Look, certainly, let's start off with that Apple story, right? It was really just that patent that Apple had been, unfortunately, infringing on, that Massimo patent, right? It was the medical device maker that had obviously put in that appeal. And obviously, Apple tried to fight the appeal, indeed, and unfortunately not successful with regards to that. Then it does seem, according to Bloomberg and 9to5 Mac, then, that they're reporting that the most important feature then, which is that blood oxygen feature, is about to disappear then from their newest watches then. That's the Apple Watch Series 9 and Watch Ultra devices then. So that unfortunately going away, but Apple will continue to then sell those devices without that feature in place. On the other side of the spectrum, you spoke about Microsoft and their AI tool Copilot. Well, just 2 months ago, they had launched it for business. Now they're launching it for consumers, saying that for $20 monthly subscription, you could get Copilot to ultimately answer a lot more of your emails, even have an Excel document then pretty much made for you then. So the average consumer, you and I, can pretty much use Copilot very, very soon, but it will cost you.
Of course it will. Okay, Arabella, thank you. Still to come, putting the success in succession. We break down the biggest moments from Monday's Emmy Awards, including the final victory lap for HBO's beloved drama. Coming up right after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our stellar cast, I must make special mention to my on-screen wife, Sarah Snook, and my other on-screen wife, Nicholas Braun.
Oh, I miss seeing them and hearing them with American accents. The stars and creators of Succession took a final victory lap at Monday night's Primetime Emmy Awards. The beloved satirical drama cleaned up at the strike-delayed ceremony, winning 6 awards, including its 3rd Emmy for Best Drama. Actors Kieran Culkin, Sarah Snook, and Matthew McFadden all took home trophies in their respective categories for their closing runs on the show. It makes me all want to watch it just again. You know,
Should we start
so
over?
mixed, right? And make us appreciate it even more this time around, I guess.
I don't think it would ever get old, that show. The Television Academy also said, yes, chef, honoring FX's The Bear with 6 awards on Monday, including Best Comedy. Stars Jeremy Allen White, Io Adebri, and Ebon Moss-Bacharach also took home acting prizes in their respective categories. And Netflix's Beef repeated its Golden Globe success with 5 major wins, including Best Limited Series, while Ali Wong became the first Asian woman to win the Emmy for Actress in a Limited Series. Last Last week tonight continued its domination in the variety category, taking home its 8th consecutive Emmy. And Trevor Noah officially closed out his time on The Daily Show with a win for Outstanding Talk Series. If you were here behind the scenes of early today, you would know that Francis and I, that's how we bond over watching these shows. So it's so fun to see these shows that we love so much go home and win all of these great awards.
It's
amazing.
The checklist, right, of everything that we need to watch and what we still need to see. And the Emmy ceremony hosted by Anthony Anderson paid tribute to a number of beloved TV series. Stars from shows ranging from The Sopranos to Ally McBeal and All in the Family were all on hand to present awards and honor television history. Even Amy Poehler and Tina Fey took the stage for a special Emmys-themed edition of Weekend Update. That's where they just happened to present an honor that transcended TV. The duo awarded the Emmy for Outstanding Variety Special to Elton John live farewell from Dodger Stadium. It's a win that at long last secured the coveted EGOT for the legendary performer. So we take a deep breath. It's still like back-to-back-to-back awards. You just had the Golden Globes, and then there was Critics' Choice, and then now this is full-on Emmy season. But again, this because of the strike, it kind of messed up the schedule with it.
And so cool to see. I mean, I don't think it'll ever get old to see Tina Fey and Amy Poehler together again and to honor Elton John. It was just all around a really good night.
Yeah, TV magic when they are on like that. All right, when we come back, a spacecraft had to abort mission after a fuel mishap. And later, happy hours come to an end for Drizzly app users.
Oh, no.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today. Help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with what you need to know early today. The Peregrine spacecraft has failed to land on the moon after a critical propellant leak forced Astrobotic Technologies to abandon the mission. The lander is expected to make a fiery re-entry into Earth and later burn up its atmosphere. Anti-poverty group Oxfam is predicting that the world may have its first trillionaire within the next decade. The organization says the world's 5 richest people have more than doubled their fortunes since 2020, and 5 billion people have become poorer in the same period. Oxfam says it will take 230 years to end poverty. Uber will be shutting down its alcohol delivery app, Drizzly. The rideshare company will consolidate Drizzly and Uber Eats to offer continued alcohol delivery services. The app will officially shut down in March. And nacho average milestone. A new study by Pew Research Center found 99% of Americans live near a Mexican food restaurant, with 1 in 85% of countries across the country having one as well. Early today, we'll be right back after this.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail-in delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Denmark has a new head of state after the Danish queen shocked the country by abdicating during her yearly TV address. The crown was passed to her son, who is now King Frederick X. Our Megan Fitzgerald has this look at the new king and his wife from down under.
For the very last time, a procession fit for a queen who dedicated 52 years of her life to service. Thousands of people lining the streets of Copenhagen to witness a historic transfer of power, a grateful nation braving the cold on Sunday to say thank you to Denmark's Queen Margrethe, Europe's longest reigning monarch after the death of her good friend, the late Queen Elizabeth. It comes 2 weeks after Queen Margrethe shocked the nation with her New Year's address,
har jeg været Danmarks dronning i 52 år.
announcing she's stepping down from the throne due to health reasons, the first time a Danish royal has retired in centuries. But after more than half a century of service, Margrethe, with a stroke of a pen, is leaving behind a lasting legacy of modernizing the throne to her son. In keeping with Danish tradition, Margrethe's son, Frederick X, joining the Danish Prime Minister on the royal balcony, declaring Frederick as king. At 55, King Frederick, now tasked with pushing his mother's legacy forward. Telling a cheering crowd he hopes to be a unifying king, though he's already known for his relatability amongst his people and his popularity just as high as his mother's. But it's his wife, Mary Donaldson, proudly standing next to the king, who's making history as the world's first Australian-born queen.
She's just amazing. Like, what an honor for me, being an Australian woman, to have her representing us over in Denmark.
A country with allegiance to the British monarchy, but so many now claiming King Frederick and Queen Mary as their own.
It allows some hope, I suppose, to some Australians that, yeah, we've got royalty in Australia, really.
A sweet love story that started in Sydney at the Olympic Games in 2000. Frederick and Mary meeting at a pub. A long-distance relationship leading to marriage 4 years later. And now, a royal abdication, bringing two countries on opposite sides of the world together as Denmark's monarchy enters a new era. Megan Fitzgerald, NBC News, London.
It's like a fairy tale story. Thanks so much for watching early today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Tuesday. Hope you're back here joining us Wednesday morning.
Right now on Morning News Now, the votes are in this morning. Donald Trump celebrating a dominant win in the Iowa caucuses, with Ron DeSantis a distant second and Nikki Haley not far behind.
This is the first, because the big night is going to be in November when we take back our country, and truly we do make our country great again.
Plus, an announcement and an endorsement for the former president from Vivek Ramaswamy as he drops out of the race. We have team coverage with results and reaction from Iowa as the 2024 election season gets underway. Also this morning, much of the East Coast blanketed in snow from another winter storm. Now, tens of millions of Americans waking up to weather alerts as temperatures plummet. We are tracking it all. Plus, real concerns about artificial intelligence and its impact on jobs. The alarming report highlighting the risks and what it could mean for your role in the workplace. And a big comeback for television's biggest night after a months-long delay from two major strikes. Last night's Emmy Awards celebrating some of your favorite shows and Hollywood's hottest names. We'll have the most memorable moments, including several historic wins, plus the inspiring speech that got a standing ovation. We both stayed up to watch some of that.
It was one of those interesting nights where we were flipping back and forth between the Emmys and the Iowa caucuses, which I never thought I would say that.
Yes,
so perhaps you were doing the same. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started this morning in Iowa, where the first presidential nominating contest of 2024 is now in the books.
NBC News projects former President Donald Trump has won the Iowa caucuses. This cements his status as the frontrunner to win the Republican nomination later this summer, which would set up a likely rematch in the general election against President Biden. NBC News also projects Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has come in second place ahead of former Ambassador Nikki Haley. For the past several weeks, it was a closely watched battle to see who would be the runner-up between those two candidates. Businessman Vivek Ramaswamy came in fourth, promptly suspending his campaign last night, then endorsing former President Trump in the process.
As for Trump, his campaign held a watch party where he addressed supporters after he was projected as the winner.
I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together, whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative. It would be so nice if we could come together. It's just so important, and I want to make that a very big part of our message. We're going to come together. It's going to happen soon, too.
Breaking it all down for us, we are joined by NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard in Des Moines and NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen, I believe also in Des Moines. Good morning to the both of you.
Okay, guys. So, Von, let's begin with you. The outcome of the caucuses, it was no surprise with the former president coming out on top. It was this closely watched race for second between DeSantis and Haley. Just what are your takeaways from the results last night?
Donald Trump dominated this. He has dominated the Republican field over the last years. Guys, and last night, it was evidence that the polls met reality. For Donald Trump here, a clear message was sent that a close majority of the Republican Party, at least here in Iowa, stands by his side. And Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, there were questions whether there was potential quiet support between the two in communities, especially here in the suburban areas around Des Moines, that would come and surge and at least narrow this into a race in which one of them would be able to claim this as a clear-cut two-man race and be that Trump alternative. I want to let you listen to Ron DeSantis, who NBC News does project to finish here in second place, in which he declared that that individual, that Trump alternative, should be him.
But I can tell you, because of your support, in spite of all of that they threw at us, everyone against us, we've got our ticket punched out of Iowa. We represent a chance to reverse the madness that we've seen in this country. to reverse the decline of this country and to give this country a new birth of freedom.
And while Donald Trump talked about unity, almost suggesting that Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis should get out of the race and support him, just a couple hours after that speech from Donald Trump here in Des Moines, his own spokesman for the campaign said in response to Ron DeSantis, quote, "You have no idea what's about to happen and the pain your campaign candidate will experience." The New Hampshire primary is just 1 week from today, guys.
Bon, thank you so much, John. Let's bring you in here. What stands out to you about Nikki Haley's finish in Iowa?
Savannah, she had an opportunity, I think, to knock out Ron DeSantis and didn't do it. So we saw the last Iowa poll before the caucuses from NBC and the Des Moines Register had her ahead of Ron DeSantis by 4 points. So it was a disappointing night for her. There was low turnout that did not help her because a large part of her coalition is independents and Democrats who are more loosely affiliated with the Republican caucuses and less likely to show up. And this is, basically these are the seeds of Nikki Haley's eventual destruction in this primary, unless she figures out a way in which to appeal to more of the Republicans who are currently for Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis, because she can't win the nomination with a coalition that is so heavily reliant upon non-Republicans, with so many closed primaries where only Republicans can vote coming up on the calendar.
John, let's look ahead to New Hampshire. That state's primary set for 1 week from today. Polls do show Trump with a significant lead over Nikki Haley, but not as big as in Iowa. DeSantis not really a factor there. So what can we expect then over the next week?
You can expect a lot of campaigning, a crisscrossing of New Hampshire. Ron DeSantis is headed to South Carolina to sort of plant a flag and say that he's going to stay in the race until South Carolina, which has its primary in late February. I'm actually here in Manchester, New Hampshire. I arrived at about 4 o'clock in the morning. Last time I talked to you guys, it was from Des Moines. And what we see here in New Hampshire every primary season is this just incredible sort of lollapalooza of politics with candidates crisscrossing the state with events. I think Nikki Haley's going to try to find a way to build that anti-Trump coalition that she's got and maybe find some Republicans that want to vote for her. But Trump maintains, as you see in that poll, still maintains a lead over her even after several of the other candidates have dropped out.
All right, John Allen, stealthily moving across the country in the middle of the night.
Very similar looking hotel room.
John, thanks so much. Appreciate you.
We love you, John. Thanks. All right, well, now let's get to that Arctic blast that's gripping the country this morning. More than 80 million people are waking up under a winter alert.
Overnight, almost 80% of the U.S. experienced below freezing temperatures, with at least 7 deaths being attributed to the frigid weather. The bitter freeze is stretching across much of Texas, where officials asked residents to conserve electricity amid what they call record-breaking demand. And in the typically snowless South, snow did reach as far as Mississippi and Alabama, blanketing the city of Oxford, Mississippi, causing officials to advise against travel. Farther north, the storm dumped about 18 inches of snow in parts of the Midwest, with lake-effect snow and freezing temperatures making some roads unpassable. And in Buffalo, snow removal crews were busy clearing the area outside of Highmark Stadium ahead of yesterday's playoff game between the Bills and Pittsburgh Steelers. By the way, the Bills won. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Angie Lastman tracking those freezing temperatures for us.
Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning to you. Nothing was going to stop Bills fans from getting out there. They are used to that cold, a Hardy bunch, and it was cold indeed. We saw plenty of snow for folks there. We've seen bitter cold temperatures, not just in parts of New York, but well west, where you look basically from the high plains all the way down to portions of the Gulf Coast. We've got these winter or wind chill alerts, I should say, for more than 100 million people. And look at these temperatures. It is no joke. Feels like 25 below in Denver this morning. Feels like 33 below in parts of the northern plains. We've got 16 below for what it feels like in KC. And even down through portions of Texas, Fort Worth feels like 3 below this morning. So we've got those whipping winds and we've got really cold temperatures that are going to stay with us at least for another couple of days. These are minimum wind chills. So this is where we'll kind of bottom out over the next couple of days. And you can see even in Minneapolis, course, we're feeling 16 below, 14 below, 19 below through the end of the week. And this is kind of a trend that continues well into the end of the week for a lot of folks. We'll see some minor improvements. I say only minor because we're still going to be into the single digits for a lot of folks across those regions. And on top of that, of course, we're waking up to a little snow and some icy conditions, potentially slick conditions across multiple parts of the country. We do have, of course, that winter system that we've been watching stretching from New England down to the Gulf Coast, that leaving us with, again, those slick spots and some snow in places that haven't received a whole lot of snow so far this year. I'll show you that in a moment. But we also have our next winter storm that's going to work into the west here over the next day or so. And we've got the winter alerts up, impacting folks from Oregon to Washington through the day today. But here's the deal for folks across the east. We've got the snow still falling in some spots across the northeast and stretching into New England. We've got some rain and a kind of wintry mix, those pesky, like that rain, snow kind of thing that really makes it difficult to drive. That's what we're going to see still be lasting across portions of that region here through the next couple of hours. When it comes to the drought-ending snow, I know this is the question on everybody's mind in places like Philadelphia, Baltimore. We did receive over an inch of snow, so that snow drought has ended. As far as New York is concerned, because we went over to midnight, it's still a little iffy. We're going to have to wait until later today to see if we can fully complete an inch of snow in one calendar day. I know it's a little confusing, but even still, we did pick up a good amount of snow in some spots. Baltimore was running over 700 days since their last inch of snow. You can see the last time we had it in New York, February 13th of 2022. We'll see if we can end that later today. If not, the drought will continue. The longest running drought, actually. Here's the deal with that system. It moves out of the picture, but still, I mentioned the slick travel. That's going to stay from Maryland to Maine through the day today. And check out these lake effect snow bands that kind of set up right east of the lake. And we've got really strong winds, and you know it's cold out there, and we don't have a whole lot of ice on the lake. So that means that the lake effect snow machine continues. It'll be maybe another foot to 3 feet in some of those spots. So more snow for folks in western New York. And again, east of those lakes. It'll remain blustery. It'll remain frigid. It's going to be a kind of bitter cold couple of days here as we get through the rest of our week. And meanwhile, there's that next storm system that we're going to watch. You can see the snow, the rain, all developing and pushing east. This is going to leave us with some icy conditions, especially for western Oregon. Again, travel will be difficult for folks there, and we get more rain and more snow as it continues to work its way to the east. So, guys, I think the middle of the country is where you want to go if you don't want the slick conditions, but it is just brutally cold there, too. So no one really escaping. I mean, we could go to Miami.
You were just there.
I was there, but it was rainy all weekend.
Exactly. Yeah,
So,
but listen, pick your battles.
We have snow now, though, here in New York.
I
We have
know.
snow. It's very exciting.
So nice to wake up to, I got to be honest.
And it is sticking. So
and we'll
maybe
see if we can hit that inch mark today.
Yeah, make a snow
I'll
angel
report back.
or no, probably not.
Show us, Joe.
All right, in my suit. Yeah, all right. Thanks, Angie. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin now out of the hospital following a 2-week stay. Austin was released Monday and will continue his recovery at home after being admitted because of complications following prostate cancer treatment. The secretary is facing criticism for not telling the White House and other top national security officials about his medical condition. In a statement, 2 doctors from Walter Reed said Austin, quote, progressed well and that his strength is rebounding.
Well, the UN is warning that not enough aid is getting into Gaza as Israeli forces continue to bomb the Palestinian enclave this morning.
They are calling for more entry routes into Gaza and criticize the speed at which the aid is being cleared through the borders. The UN's World Food Program says the humanitarian situation is so bad that Gaza now on the brink of famine. It is a warning that's being echoed by the UN Secretary General.
Nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is beyond words. Nowhere and no one is safe. The long shadow of starvation is stalking the people of Gaza, along with disease, malnutrition, and other health threats. And I'm deeply troubled by the clear violation of international humanitarian law that we are witnessing.
The threat of a broader Middle East conflict is growing after Iran fired missiles at northern Iraq on Monday, targeting what it says was an Israeli spy base.
NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from Jerusalem. Hi, Richard. Good morning. So let's start with what we are hearing about Iran's attack and what's been the reaction from Iraq and from the U.S.
So this was a surprising incident. It happened last night. It was first announced by the Iranian Rev Guard, which is a division of the Iranian military. It's been sanctioned by the U.S. It's been called a terrorist organization, but it is an elite force of the Iranian military. And according to the Rev Guard, they fired a ballistic missile into Kurdistan, which is an autonomous region in northern Iraq. And when the first news broke last night after midnight here, I and other journalists were shocked. We thought, what is going on here? The Iranians are firing ballistic missiles into Kurdistan. It exploded very near the U.S. consulate in an area in a wealthy area right in Erbil, which is the largest city in Kurdistan. And it turns out that, according to U.S. officials, according to Kurdish officials, that the U.S. compound was not the target. The target was a private compound owned by a wealthy Kurdish businessman. And according to the Iranians, the reason he and his compound were targeted is that he was allegedly cooperating with the Mossad. And Iran believes that he cooperated with the Mossad to carry out an attack on the funeral or a funeral commemoration for Qasem Soleimani. If you remember, just after Christmas, there was a devastating attack in Iran that killed dozens of people when they had gathered to honor and memorialize Qasem Soleimani, a former Revolutionary Guard commander. And the Iranians have blamed the United States. They've blamed the Mossad. They have blamed many people for that attack. And the U.S. called this strike carried out by Iran as gravely irresponsible. But so far, we're not hearing many specific condemnations from the U.S. It seems like in this case, the United States is trying to stay out of it and not escalate things even further.
Richard, let's talk about the situation in Gaza this morning. Why isn't enough aid getting in, as the UN is saying?
Well, it's very simple. The Gaza Strip is sealed off. You have 2.3 million people in Gaza who are not only under attack, most of them have been forced to live in a tiny area in the southern Gaza Strip. Many of them are living in and around the city of Rafah. Rafah is a small city. It only had a few 100,000 people living in it before the war started just 100 days ago. And now there are many hundreds of thousands living there. It's hard to know how many people are living in Rafah. Some people say it could be close to 1 million at this stage. And the infrastructure, which has been damaged because of attacks, simply cannot support that many people. And the infrastructure has been attacked by Israeli strikes, and supplies are not getting in. So there are a multitude of factors that have made life unlivable for the people of Gaza. And now we're hearing from a variety of UN officials, including the Secretary General, the World Food Program, that not only is Gaza on the brink of starvation, that starvation has already begun because food trucks can't get in there. There is the will, there is just not a way, because Israel doesn't allow supplies to get in there. There are a few passageways. Each truck that goes in has to be inspected multiple times. There's many approval processes that have to go through, and you have this tragic situation with aid trucks full of supplies just miles away from people who are either starving or on the brink of starvation.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you very much for your reporting. Stay safe. There's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, the 5 love languages lost in translation, why scientists say they are skeptical about a popular relationship philosophy that many couples swear by.
First, though, after the break, it could be a significant strike against Russia. What we're learning about 2 Russian planes Ukraine says it shot down. We'll be right back.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
We are back now with a look at the new King of Denmark. Over the weekend, thousands turned out to celebrate Frederick X's succession after his mother made a surprise decision to abdicate the throne. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald introduces us to the new monarch.
For the very last time, a procession fit for a queen who dedicated 52 years of her life to service. Thousands of people lining the streets of Copenhagen to witness a historic transfer of power, a grateful nation braving the cold on Sunday to say thank you to Denmark's Queen Margrethe, Europe's longest reigning monarch after the death of her good friend, the late Queen Elizabeth. It comes 2 weeks after Queen Margrethe shocked the nation with her New Year's address,
Har jeg været Danmarks dronning i 52 år.
announcing she's stepping down from the throne due to health reasons, the first time a Danish royal has retired in centuries. But after more than half a century of service, Margrethe, with a stroke of a pen, is leaving behind a lasting legacy of modernizing the throne to her son. In keeping with Danish tradition, Margrethe's son, Frederick X, joining the Danish Prime Minister on the royal balcony, declaring Frederick as king. At 55, King Frederick, now tasked with pushing his mother's legacy forward. Telling a cheering crowd he hopes to be a unifying king, though he's already known for his relatability amongst his people and his popularity just as high as his mother's.
I think he'll do well. He'll just, be his own king. And I think it's important that he is his own king.
But it's his wife, Mary Donaldson, proudly standing next to the king, who's making history as the world's first Australian-born queen. A bittersweet history-making moment for Denmark.
That was emotional because, after I'm 52 years old and he's been a part of my life the whole life.
And a proud moment down under.
She's just amazing. Like, what an honor for me being an Australian woman to have her representing us over in Denmark.
A country with allegiance to the British monarchy, but so many now claiming King Frederick and Queen Mary as their own.
It allows some hope, I suppose, to some Australians that, we've got royalty in Australia, really.
A sweet love story that started in Sydney at the Olympic Games in 2000. Frederick and Mary meeting at a pub. A long-distance relationship leading to marriage 4 years later. And now a royal abdication, bringing two countries on opposite sides of the world together as Denmark's monarchy enters a new era. Megan Fitzgerald, NBC News, London.
More international news now. Ukraine says it shot down 2 Russian aircraft.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Savannah Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. On Monday, Ukraine's commander-in-chief said that 2 Russian planes were shot down and destroyed over the Sea of Azov. Now, on his Telegram account, Valery Zaluzny wrote that one of the targeted planes was a Soviet-era spy plane designed to detect the movements of enemy objects. Russia has not yet commented on the claim, but if confirmed, it will be a significant strike against Moscow's aerial capabilities. Let's now go to Guatemala, where Monday, the new president, Bernardo Arevalo, was finally sworn into office months after he was elected. Arevalo won the elections last August, but since then, his inauguration has been derailed and delayed by the country's attorney general, who claimed there were voting irregularities and asked the court to strip Arevalo of his legal immunity. This legal arm wrestling was followed by months of protests, especially by the indigenous communities. In his inauguration speech, Arevalo acknowledged the country's large indigenous population, citing historic debts that has to be resolved. And let's end this tour of the world in, well, the bank accounts of some of the richest men in the world. According to the anti-poverty organization Oxfam, the world could have its first trillionaire within a decade. Among the contestants, the group named the usual suspects: Elon Musk, Bernard Arnault, Jeff Bezos, Larry Ellison, and Warren Buffett. One of them, Oxfam says, may become the first person to be worth $1,000 billion by 2034. At the same time, Oxfam says 5 billion people have become poorer. This all comes as the world's richest businessmen and most powerful politicians meet at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Back to you guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you very much.
Coming up from the campaign trail right to the courtroom, today former President Trump set to appear for day one of a second defamation trial with writer E. Jean Carroll. We're going to take you to court for the latest in the case.
Plus, inside what's known as Prisny Land, we'll take you inside one of the world's largest women's prisons, where officials are rethinking life behind bars. This is Morning News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Fresh off his Iowa caucuses win instead of another campaign stop, former President Trump is expected to be here in New York today, where he would face writer E. Jean Carroll in court for a second time. Carroll alleged Trump raped her in the mid-1990s and defamed her after she spoke out publicly with her accusations in 2019. Last year, a jury found Trump liable for sexual abuse and defamation and awarded Carroll $5 million in damages. Trump is appealing that verdict and has denied meeting Carroll.
The second trial focuses on how much Trump should pay after he made disparaging remarks about Carroll during his presidency and after the verdict.
MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian joins us now from outside the courthouse in Manhattan. Yasmin, good morning. So what is the jury going to be considering when they hear the evidence presented during this damages trial here?
Good morning, guys. It seems like Iowa has come to New York City this morning. The snow, the cold, the former president expected to show up here today. As well, a real split screen moment, but he won last night. He has already lost here. This is not a question of relitigating the trial that happened back in 2022. This is more of a question of, as you mentioned, Savannah and Joe, how much he's actually going to have to pay E. Jean Carroll for defaming her. And it's not for defaming her with her assault allegations. It's more because of the New York Magazine article that came out back in 2019 when he was president of the United States. And E. Jean Carroll is arguing essentially that he defamed her reputation here in this country because he held the office of president of the United States. She's seeking $10 million along with more and punitive damages. The former president looking to testify to defend his own reputation. Whether or not the judge is going to allow that to happen is in question, considering the fact that he continues to say this is not about relitigating the case. This is just about damages and how much he actually owes E. Jean Carroll.
Earlier this week, the judge issued an order saying he will allow Trump to wait a week to testify in this trial. Trump did not attend the first trial. So have Trump's attorneys indicated what their defense strategy is for him taking the stand this time around? What do we know about that decision?
So we have gotten some indication. We got word last night that Joe Tacopina, who was his attorney in the 2022 trial, will no longer be overseeing this case. Alina Habba, obviously, who we know from his civil trial as well, along with her firm, will be overseeing this case. The defense is showing that deposition that he offered back in 2022 during the trial there. And if you remember, there was a moment in that deposition in which the former president was shown an old picture of him alongside E. Jean Carroll, and he pointed her out and they said, "Do you know who this woman is?" And he said, "Well, that's Marla, his second wife, of course." But in fact, it was E. Jean Carroll. During this video, though, he also called it a hoax. He called it fiction. The allegations that were made by E. Jean Carroll. They plan to show some of that deposition, likely not the part in which he was shown that old picture. They also plan to argue that E. Jean Carroll did not, quote, sustain any reputational or economic harm as a result of the statements made by the former president. By the way, the jury is going to remain here, guys, anonymous, as they did during the 2022 trial. So as they are not targeted and or they are not influenced by any outside folks that are looking to influence the jury here.
All right. Yasmin, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Now it is time for our weekly mental health check-in. We're taking a closer look at how a popular idea about the way people in close relationships express love to one another. We're going to take a second look at that.
Plus, we're going to look at the science behind why you sleep better after a long walk outside.
For the answers, let's bring in Dr. Soumya Dave to help break down these headlines. She is a psychiatrist and also the author of What a Happy Family. Doctor, always great to see you. So let's start with this concept of love languages. This is so popular. It's this theory about how people show and feel love that is unique to them as a couple, or sort of like how you feel about something is how you show it, but you should kind of think about what the other person might need in order to feel loved. I know this is widely accepted in pop culture, but now some researchers are questioning the concept, arguing that there really isn't any science behind the idea. What are they saying about this idea of love languages?
So I'm hearing about love languages all the time inside and outside of my practice, and there is data showing that there might be some limitations. So for one, most people identify with more than one of the 5 love languages. And also couples where both people have the same love language, those couples are not necessarily reporting higher levels of relationship fulfillment and satisfaction. For many people, what means the most to them in a relationship might also be beyond the scope of the love languages. So for example, for someone, what's really important to them is that their partner puts in a lot of effort towards their friends or their personal growth. So I like to think of love languages as a fun and interesting starting point, and then also as an invitation to maybe go further and deeper into conversations about relationships.
All right, let's talk about that research that may help explain why we tend to sleep better after a long day outside. Obviously, the exercise can be helpful for our bodies, but how does being outside also help our minds?
So we've talked about the benefits of being in nature here on this segment before. Now, getting that movement, like you said, can help with promoting relaxation later in the day. There's also greater oxygen in fresh air compared to polluted air, and that might help with the production of serotonin, that feel-good hormone. Being exposed to natural light, to sunlight, to daylight can also help our brains regulate the sleep-wake cycles, or what we call the circadian rhythms, which also promotes better sleep. So all different reasons that help us get to a more relaxed state, and then hopefully to get better sleep later. So all great reasons to step outside, even if for a little bit.
Really good reasons. Finally, doctor, more than 55 million people in the world have dementia. And you can imagine that certain things can be sort of scary, out of their comfort zone, especially maybe travel. But some tourist destinations are starting to cater to people living with dementia. What are they doing and how's it helping?
This is so wonderful. So scientists do estimate that by the year 2050, approximately 153 million people worldwide will have dementia. And there are things being put in place with travel accommodations. So there are things called memory cafes where people with dementia can get together in cafes. This is happening in Western Australia. They can socialize, they can listen to music, they can do reflective writing exercises. There are memory walks that are being facilitated by museums and tour groups where people can go on walks with their grandchildren and visit places that meant something to them. Travel can help with the formulation of new memories, and it can also trigger old ones. So very, very powerful things. We know that people with dementia need support on multiple levels, and I think travel can be a very valuable and powerful way to have some more.
That is so neat to see people helping
really
in
is.
that way.
No
Absolutely.
kidding.
Dr. Samidava, it was great to see you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Rehabilitation is the focus of a new trial program that's fundamentally changing the way California operates its prisons. Officials hope the new approach will lower violence behind bars and cut down the rate of reoffending after release. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson visited one of the prisons that's already seeing a difference.
The Central California Women's Facility is one of the world's largest women's prison, a place no one wants to end up, but there's a surprising sense of beauty. Manicured gardens upkept by prisoners right in the middle of the yard. It's all part of an experiment happening at 2 prisons in California. Officials calling it the California model, built on what they say are new foundational pillars like promoting positive relationships between staff and incarcerated people, and aiming to make life behind bars more similar to life outside of prison. The goal is to replicate the results in Scandinavia, where Norway says reforms over the last 2.5 decades have brought down the rate of reoffending within 2 years to only 20%, much lower than here in the U.S.
If you treat an inmate with respect, he'll respect you back.
The hope back in California that the new approach inspires young women to rehabilitate, like Angela.
Did you think prison could be like this?
So initially, no. I came in with the same type of people that I like, gang members, criminals, and so I just did what I did out there in the streets and continued that behavior. But this term was different because when I came, there was a lot of programs and there was a lot of people changing.
Those programs, here to help people change, are especially important for women re-entering society. Research from the Prison Policy Initiative shows they face higher rates of unemployment and homelessness than formerly incarcerated men, and are frequently the primary caretakers of their children, needing extra support. Angela says she's come a long way.
What did you do?
I found out my brother was murdered. I knew I was going to retaliate. You're not only brother and sister from the same family, but we're also from the same gang family. Wow. So it was a double whammy, and I stabbed him in the neck, and I left him there to die and try to survive.
Do you still think about that?
It hurts. The more I change, the more I think about it, like, how could I do something like that? Yeah. And so I think that's one of the hardest processes of changing, is that you have to take accountability and responsibility.
But when she came in,
Huh?
she was a lot more like the first-timers we met a few yards over.
I hate this place.
Why do you hate this place?
I hate this place because we get treated like inmates.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the unfair treatment.
What don't you like about this place?
Everything.
Some young women, like Mariana, haven't yet taken advantage of all the rehabilitation programs.
The truth? Anything but the truth?
Yeah, tell me
this place ain't shit.
Why isn't it?
We have no program. We lock down 24/7. These people like to be all up in our business for no reason. Like, they need to mind their business or too involved.
But her tone changed when a lieutenant came over.
What do you want to say? I mean, the leadership's all right here. What do you want to say to them?
I can't, you know what? I cannot complain about the people here. I've met so many different types of people. I'm so used to being in a community so tight, so close, that I've expected so much, and I've learned so much from different people. I've learned from lifers. I've learned from short-termers. I've even learned from the staff.
And as we learned, it's not just the inmates who benefit from going through a shift in perspective.
So on this facility, we're doing things a little bit different.
Correctional Officer John Kuski says this new California model completely changed the way he works and gave his life a better direction.
How were you acting when you first started to the way you see the population now?
I was stereotypical, us versus them. Like, I come in, I'm a peace officer, you're an inmate. Like, I looked at him as almost subhuman.
Right.
And then something clicked inside of my head, like, I'm such a hypocrite because I'm coming here and being the complete opposite.
Right.
Correctional officers here are also supposed to benefit from a more positive environment and healthier relationships with the incarcerated population. A Department of Justice review found that officers in conventional prisons face multiple stressors and elevated levels of depression and suicide, even leading to lower life expectancies than the average working age population.
I didn't learn to interact the way I interact now until I was 32 with my life experience.
Yeah.
You know, I got 5 daughters, and now I come to work like I kind of look at it like I got $700. Like, where do I meet them where they're at?
Officials say there's proof that the new approach is working. Just look at who's now able to get out. Angela was originally sentenced to 15 to life, but she says thanks to the program's changing her mindset and preparing her for the future, when I met her, she was 4 months away from potentially walking out the gate.
What are your feelings about getting out? Are you like excited, a little nervous?
I am afraid because I am a youth offender. I never took life seriously, and this is going to be my first time going out there. Yeah, I'm afraid, but the person I am today will do it afraid.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Prison officials say they're still too early in the program to know how effective it really is, but they say the data is really promising.
All right, coming up, new fears over the real consequences of artificial intelligence.
When we return, the new warning from the authors of an alarming report about AI and its impact on jobs. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. The International Monetary Fund is taking a closer look at artificial intelligence and its potential impact on the global workforce.
According to a new report, AI is set to affect nearly 40% of all jobs and is likely to worsen overall inequality. The report comes as business and political leaders from around the world are gathering at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For more, we're joined by futurist and founder of Way, Sinead Bovell. Sinead, thanks so much for being here. We appreciate you joining us. So walk us through this report's findings. What are some of the benefits and the risks when it comes to AI and jobs?
Right. So as you had mentioned, the report did find about 40% of jobs globally are impacted or exposed to AI. That number actually goes up in advanced economies to around 60% and around 26% in lower income economies. And this is because AI is uniquely positioned to impact more cognitive-based jobs or jobs that require a bit more knowledge skills, which is why countries like the US and the UK were a little bit higher in terms of the AI exposure. On the one hand, though, exposure could mean two things. AI could complement a worker's job, making them more productive, and that actually drives demand for that job and the skills in that job, the human skills. Some, however, AI could make you a bit more redundant, and it's more likely to automate the tasks in your job and therefore the occupation more broadly. So it is going to be a delicate dance between capitalizing on the benefits, minimizing some of the risks.
So I think this is kind of what you're getting at here, but I understand that this report's findings sort of reveal that wealthier economies are better equipped to adopt and adapt to AI. Is that right? And what does that then mean? What's the long-term impact of that if certain economies are able to come out better here?
Yes, that's exactly right. Wealthy economies, we know AI, it's going to drive a lot of productivity growth and gains. However, lower income economies, they don't yet have the proper digital infrastructure to be able to deploy AI at scale and therefore reap those benefits. So we might see a bit more income inequality and inequality globally. The IMF does recommend for lower income countries, focus on building digital infrastructure and digital skills. And then in higher income economies, we want to make sure that we are protecting workers, social safety nets, and so forth.
I mean, are there specific policies we can put in place to do some of those things, to better use AI in the workforce, to avoid some of those inequalities?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, every worker, I would say, needs to understand how to lean into AI and how to utilize these tools because most jobs are going to be impacted by them. But I think at a government level, there is a responsibility to help with upskilling, reskilling, working with the private sector to make sure the pipeline of skills aligns in our education ecosystems. But we also need to have broader conversations around social safety nets. So when people are perhaps transitioning between jobs and occupations, there is some support there. And finally, we can look more broadly at things like decoupling insurance and things from jobs. We know there might be a bit more flexibility in working arrangements going forward. There might be more job transition and kind of periods without jobs or moving between some. Having your most important insurance tied to your job might not be the best idea in the future.
How concerned should the average American, should people watching at home be about AI impacting their job?
I think it's really important to remember it's not that AI is likely going to come in and take your entire job. It's more so tasks within your job. And so the best thing you can do is start leaning into these AI tools, play around with them, learn how to use them, and lean into them. I think that that's our best bet. And for most workers, they can expect to work with artificial intelligence, not necessarily their entire occupation to be automated by it.
Are we seeing employers recognize this and doing a good enough job to train their employees or prepare their employees for this? I see the skepticism in your face.
It is really organization by organization, and it actually it depends on where you live in the world. In Europe, yes, we see a little bit more of worker training and reskilling. In America, not so much. There are some companies like AT&T that do that, but it's not necessarily the broad, widespread approach at this point in time, but it's something that we really need to consider.
All right, Sinead, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate your expertise on this topic that a lot of people are still wrapping their heads around.
Yeah, a conversation we should keep having. Thank you. Good to see you.
Me.
Let's get you some money news now. Let's start off in the skies. Boeing adding even more quality inspections to those 737 MAX after some sharp criticisms from the FAA.
CNBC's Silvana now has that and other financial headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to you. So Boeing lays out new measures to strengthen its quality controls. That's in response to sharp criticism from the FAA, airlines, and the public. That's in the wake of the Alaska Airlines accident. Now, these include adding more outside inspectors of its assembly lines. Both Boeing and its major 737 MAX supplier, Spirit Aerosystems, will open their factories to inspectors from the airlines whose jets they're building. The head of Boeing's commercial jet business telling employees, quote, "It's clear that we are not where we need to be." Microsoft is offering its Copilot AI virtual assistant to small businesses. Consumers who pay for Microsoft 365 can also sign up for a paid version of Copilot for $20 a month. The moves will help Microsoft expose more customers to generative AI, which has exploded since ChatGPT came onto the market last year. The paid version will let people use Copilot in Word, Excel, Outlook, and other apps. Previously, the free version only let you use Copilot in the Bing search engine. And Elon Musk may want more control over Tesla. In a post on X, Musk says he doesn't want to grow the EV maker's AI and robotics capabilities without owning a quarter of the company. Musk currently owns 13% of Tesla's shares, but says if he has 25%, he can override any shareholder votes against his proposals. Musk says unless that's the case, he would prefer to build products outside of Tesla. Tesla stock has dropped about 12% this year, guys.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Coming up, we're going to bring you to the red carpet for TV's biggest night.
That's right. The Emmy Awards finally happened last night after months of delays from those Hollywood strikes. We'll break down the big wins and the most memorable moments. You're watching Morning News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. The musical comedy Shucked may have just closed on Broadway, but there is good news for fans. During the closing night, producer Mike Bosner announced that it is set to become a movie. The pun-filled show tells the story of what happens when a corn-growing rural town loses its main crop. Variety confirmed a film version is being set up with Mandalay Pictures. In the meantime, the show is actually touring in the fall, and the Broadway cast album is nominated for a Grammy. I actually interviewed one of the stars, Alex Newell, back when Shuck opened on Broadway last year. Alex won a Tony for their performance, so it has been great to see the show do so well.
Wow.
It's so fun.
And musical movies
are a thing right now. So
love it.
There you go.
And you talked about how funny that was, so that's awesome. All right, finally this hour, after a 4-month delay due to those Hollywood strikes, the Emmy Awards were back in a big way, providing nostalgia, laughs, and a night of some of TV's most iconic stars. Entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar joins us now to talk through it all. Brian, good morning. Great to see you. What a fun night, right? I mean, first let's just look big picture at the big winners. Which shows picked up the most trophies?
It really was. Hi, everyone. So I think it was interesting because there weren't a lot of surprises as far as who won, right? Succession won 6 Emmys for Best Drama. The Bear won for 6 Emmys for Best Comedy. And then Beef won 5 Emmys for a limited series. I think what online people were saying was the most surprising about these winners is that The Bear is under the comedy category, which it can do because it's a half-hour show. So it can submit itself as a comedy. And of course, there are funny moments, but people were kind of like, boy, I think Succession may be funnier even than The Bear. But interestingly, though, there were not a lot of surprises between the actors and the actual shows that won, those 3 right there.
Also, speaking of The Bear, I know there was this fun moment between 2 stars celebrating their win. Tell us about this.
There was. Okay, so when it won Best Comedy, two of its stars, Eben Moss-Bachrach and Maddie Matheson, got up there, and Eben planted what can only be described as a lengthy, funny, but not that passionate bit. And of course, that was a big crowd pleaser online and in the audience as well. Pretty funny.
What a picture.
You've heard of a bear hug? That was a bear kiss. All right, some of the winners used the event to talk about important issues to them as always, which is usually one of the more entertaining parts of the speeches. What were some of the topics that were discussed?
Right, so they have a limited time up there, so it's always interesting when they use that for a social platform, which is great. Niecy Nash, which won for her supporting actress role in Dahmer, actually gave a speech where she dedicated her victory to the struggles of unheard yet over-policed black and brown women like Glenda Cleveland, Sandra Bland, and Breonna Taylor. Glenda Cleveland being the woman that she portrayed in the series Dahmer, so that was a really powerful moment. She also thanked herself for believing herself, which I thought was a beautiful moment. Then, of course, RuPaul, who won for the one for RuPaul's Drag Race, got up and said, if a drag queen wants to read a story to you at a library, listen to her because knowledge is power. And if someone tries to restrict your access to power, they are trying to scare you. So listen to a drag queen. And finally, Jennifer Coolidge, who won for her Best Supporting Actress role in White Lotus, never disappoints, honestly. She's always fun and funny. And then she thanked, using a reference to one of her lines in the show, I want to thank all the evil gays, she said, which of course is one of those lines from the series that went viral, and gave a shout out to that moment, which of course, people are going to miss her in the next season, but she always makes a memorable acceptance speech.
She confirmed she is very dead. Very dead.
It's also funny when she put the statue down. She's like, this is too heavy, I can't hold it. God, she's so funny. Also, let's talk about Elton John. Obviously a legend before last night, but this was a big, big moment. Tell us exactly why winning the Emmy for the Outstanding Variety Special was such a big deal here.
Right. Well, now he joins a very elite club of EGOTs. To be an EGOT, you have to win an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony. Obviously, he's won plenty of Grammys, 5 of those. Oscars, he's won 2 for 2 of the songs he's performed and written for movies, and then 2 Tonys as well. So then adding this Emmy makes him, an elite guy who he always was before. And I should say he only had one Tony. But what a great night for him. And everyone's celebrating that as well. This was for a performance he made in Dodger Stadium, a concert that was aired as a variety special.
One of the best moments came right away toward the beginning of the night. That's Christina Applegate coming out as one of the presenters. Talk about that.
Right. Well, of course, she was nominated actually for her role in Dead to Me this year, but it was really the fact that we don't see much of her now since her diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. And true to Christina Applegate's form, she's sardonic and funny and self-deprecating, but also very moved. The audience, this is one of a few standing ovations for the night, and the first really set the tone for the night of a beautiful moment, of wonderfully talented actress. She didn't win her Emmy that night, but this was really a beautiful moment, I think, for everyone, and she was really moved to tears by it.
Brian, I just have to say, that was just part of the production of the show, which I just thought was fantastic. I thought Anthony Anderson was wonderful as the host. The whole thing was just produced beautifully, which was very welcome after the Golden Globes a week earlier.
Right, exactly. So I think we were all coming off the Golden Globes being like, ouch. There was just a little bit of an awkward vibe to this. So the tone, recreating these nostalgic TV sets. Yes. They recreated the set from Cheers, a few more. Grey's Anatomy, there were a few more in there. And I think there was just a tone to it, starting out with a funny song, Anthony Anderson singing, where he can kind of sing, but not. I think there was just a really great energy to this right from the top that gave you the sense that this is going to be fun. We're not going to overthink it, and we're just going to have a good time. And Anthony Anderson, I thought, he hit just the right tone for that.
And his mom.
Yes, exactly. She stole the show, didn't she?
Idea. Yeah, I love that. And the vignettes of all the shows. And then when you get a surprise of the cast coming, it is very cool. Lots to find out throughout the show. Brian, thank you very much. Good to see you.
Thank you. You too.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning. You hear that election music. Thanks for joining us. The day after the Iowa caucus, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, it is on to New Hampshire after former President Trump handily takes Iowa's crucial caucuses. It was a landslide victory over the GOP field, but it was a close battle for second place. Our Steve Kornacki breaks down the numbers as Vivek Ramaswamy bows out of White House contention. We're also tracking that deadly Arctic blast that's bringing snow and frigid temperatures to nearly 100 million Americans this morning. We have got your full forecast in just a moment. There's a new flashpoint on the southern border this morning. Tensions are growing between the Biden administration and Texas after the tragic drowning of a migrant woman and 2 children. It comes as New York City rolls out fresh restrictions on some migrant centers, while Mayor Eric Adams is now imposing a curfew in some communities. And is the work from home boom here to stay? We've got a new survey of some top business leaders who are prioritizing happiness on the job over filling cubicles from 9 to 5. Good to have you with us on this. It feels kind of like a Monday because we had awards last night and all sorts of stuff.
It was a holiday.
Yeah, it is Tuesday morning. So we're going to begin this hour with a landslide win for former President Donald Trump in the Iowa caucuses, kicking off the 2024 primary election season.
NBC News projects Trump has won the Iowa caucuses by a huge margin over his fellow Republican rivals. You can see that on your screen there. In a closely watched battle, though, for second, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis finished ahead of former Ambassador Nikki Haley. Long shot candidate Vivek Ramaswamy dropped out of the race last night after finishing in 4th, and he then endorsed Trump for the party's nomination. Well, the former president is looking to win the GOP nomination for a 3rd straight time, and that, of course, would set up a rematch against President Biden in the fall. NBC News senior Washington correspondent and News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the latest ahead of next week's primary in New Hampshire.
Hey there, good morning to you. And this is where all the action is now, the state of New Hampshire. And Donald Trump is hoping to carry that dominant win, that historic win in Iowa, to this state now after crossing that key 50% threshold, a symbolic indication of his grip on the Republican Party. Mr. Trump, for a brief moment at least, trading his combative tone for a more courteous one toward his Republican rivals, hoping to unite the GOP behind him.
It's now off to New Hampshire.
Former President Trump this morning setting his sights on New Hampshire and the general election.
This is the first because the big night is going to be in November.
After cruising to a win in the Iowa caucuses with a record margin of victory, coming in at 51% of the vote, his rivals trailing far behind. Mr. Trump now making the case for his competitors to coalesce behind him.
I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together.
The former president winning nearly every voting bloc, including caucus goers without a college degree, the very conservative, white evangelicals, and those over 65.
He's a man that will say what he thinks and tells the truth.
The night showing many Republicans intense loyalty to Mr. Trump. Despite the former president facing 91 felony charges, 2/3 of caucus goers consider him fit to be president, even if he were to be convicted of a crime, according to our NBC News entrance polls. They also showed a majority agreed with Mr. Trump's lies that the 2020 election was illegitimate. Across Iowa, historically low temperatures and low turnout, too, with roughly half the number of caucus goers compared to 2016. But for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, enough supporters showing up to boost him to a 2nd place finish as he edged out former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley for 2nd place.
We've got our ticket punched out of Iowa.
All smiles for DeSantis in a state he invested heavily in and once predicted he'd win outright. Now, a rationale to keep his campaign going.
We have a lot of work to do.
The focus now shifting to New Hampshire, where the margins appear much closer.
We're on to New Hampshire.
Haley looking to gain ground on Mr. Trump, who has only a single-digit lead in recent polling.
Our campaign is the last best hope of stopping the Trump-Biden nightmare.
You can expect to see the candidates out on the campaign trail today. Nikki Haley, of course. Ron DeSantis will make a stop in South Carolina before coming here to New Hampshire. And former President Trump will stop in New York. He's expected to appear at the start of that defamation damages trial involving writer E. Jean Carroll. He'll then come up to New Hampshire for a rally alongside Vivek Ramaswamy, apparently, who dropped out overnight and endorsed the former president. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. He is at the big board to dive deeper into last night's results. Steve, good to have you with us. So the results in Iowa generally tracked the final NBC poll leading up to caucus day. No huge surprises. It was a tighter race than maybe some expected between DeSantis and Haley for second place. Just what stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's just sort of the totalizing nature of Trump's victory here. 98 of the 99 counties, places he won in 2016, his margin just exploded. Places he was very weak in 2016, especially in Northwest Iowa, where you have a heavy evangelical vote. There was a lot of distrust of Trump 8 years ago when he first ran among evangelicals in Iowa. That has completely changed in 8 years. To give you an example, this county right here, Sioux County, this was Donald Trump's worst county in Iowa in 2016. He got 11% of the vote here. Deeply, deeply religious. Look at that. He ends up improving by 34 points, wins it by double digits over DeSantis. You know, DeSantis had really targeted evangelical voters, got a lot of evangelical endorsements. His strategy here for a surprisingly strong showing would have involved winning a county like this. Instead, he kind of gets buried by Trump here. So I think Trump's overall strength here is the big story. In terms of Nikki Haley, she came in third, but the places she did well and the types of voters she did well with, she did very well with independent voters in particular. Independent voters only made up 16% of the caucus electorate in Iowa last night. They go to New Hampshire next week, and independents could be 45% of that New Hampshire primary electorate. It's an extremely high number in New Hampshire relative to other states. So, while Haley got 32 points behind third place here, the strength she showed here in Iowa, where she showed it, I think translates better to New Hampshire, much better to New Hampshire than anything that DeSantis showed last night.
So you mentioned that, the strength that she has that could maybe kind of carry over. Tell us more about what we sort of gleaned that are maybe bright spots for each of these, even though obviously Trump was so far out ahead. I mean, with these top three here, what do you think they can take away and lean into as we move forward?
Yeah, I mean, look, Trump can take that this is a historic margin. The previous best total in an Iowa Republican caucus was 41%. George W. Bush in 2000, he improved that by 10 points. Look at this, 29-point margin for Trump here. The previous biggest margin in an Iowa Republican caucus was just 12 points. Bob Dole in 1988. So Trump just shattered all those records. This is an interesting one, by the way. I want to get this one in. We say 98 of 99 counties for Trump. You see the one exception here. This is Johnson County, where the University of Iowa is. How close did Donald Trump come to going 99 for 99? Look at this. Literally one single vote.
Wow.
Nikki Haley beat him by one vote in Johnson County. If that flipped, Trump would be 99 for 99. In terms of strengths, though, for Haley, it was. Look, this is a very good example. Johnson County has the highest concentration of adults with college degrees of any county in Iowa. University of Iowa is there, as you say. So it's high college degree concentration. You got a lot of independents who end up participating in the Republican caucuses, higher income level, cities, suburban areas. That's her kind of core strength. Those are the places she performed best in Iowa last night. Again, that's not going to be enough given her weakness in the rural areas in a state like Iowa. But in New Hampshire, it's a combination that could work a lot better for her.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, Steve. I mean, I know your mind is already wrapped around New Hampshire, which is very different from Iowa. So what should we be looking out for next week's primary?
Yeah, take a look. I think this is really interesting. If we flip over, this is the average of the polling in New Hampshire right now. And again, look, Haley already at 30%, just 13 points behind Trump in the average. This is, of all the states we've been polling and seeing polls in, this is the closest one, right now. So Haley's shot is going to be in New Hampshire. And again, look how different it is demographically. In Iowa last night was 55% evangelical, 16%, as I said, independent voters, 9% moderates. Night and day. Look at New Hampshire, 25% evangelical. This is the big difference for Nikki Haley. She's doing really well with independent voters. When there's 16% of the electorate, that's still not going to be nearly enough for you. They're 42% the last time in New Hampshire. And as I said, it could be higher this year. That gives her something real to work with in New Hampshire. 3 times as many moderates. She won the moderate vote last night, too. Problem for Haley, though, if she does well in New Hampshire and wins it, I know South Carolina is her home state, but look at the demographics of South Carolina. they're a lot more like Iowa. New Hampshire is kind of an outlier state when it comes to all of the Republican primaries.
All right, Steve Kornacki breaking it down. We always appreciate having you on, Steve.
Yes,
Thanks for
so
joining us
great.
this morning.
We get an election season. We get Steve Kornacki coming by. Good to see you. Well, now let's get to that stunning and deadly cold weather that's impacting so much of the country. This morning, more than 80 million people are waking up under a winter alert, with almost 80% of the U.S. experiencing below freezing temperatures overnight. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Central Park, where New York City may finally break its snowless drought. It looks like it is, in fact, sticking and gathering behind you. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. From a very wintry Central Park, New York City has not seen this much snow in 700+ days. And as you say, the snow here is finally sticking. Meanwhile, in other parts of the country, there's been so much snow that entire counties have declared a state of emergency.
This morning, the deadly Arctic blast is gripping more than 80% of the country, killing at least 7 nationwide, with 5 more deaths suspected to have been caused by temperatures so cold. In some parts, it feels like -50, transforming roads into potential death traps.
There's so many car accidents. It's really bad.
To the south, a state of emergency declared in parts of Tennessee. Nashville and Memphis feeling wind chills in the single digits, with some even skiing through the streets. The snow reaching as far west as Oklahoma. And in Texas, the dangerous conditions raising concern for that state's power grid and plumbing. The storm also creating chaos in the air, with more than 4,100 flights canceled nationwide on Monday and more than 8,000 delays, according to FlightAware. Across the country, schools are closed due to the cold, from Denver to Buffalo. And New York City is finally feeling the freeze after 700+ days of no substantial snow.
It's not going to be a big snow. It's just the idea that we haven't had snow in so long, so it's foreign to us.
At Columbus Hardware Store, there's hope. All this snow will shovel in more sales.
So once we see the snow, over 700 days.
It's a long time.
Very long time, if you ask me.
Now, I want you to check this out right now here in Central Park. That is over an inch of snow, Savannah. The National Weather Service says officially the streak has been broken this morning. Now, city officials say that once the snow reaches 2 inches, if the snow reaches 2 inches, that's when they're going to deploy their snow plows. They have an unprecedented number of city workers on standby, and the hope is that they'll be able to plow every street, every bike lane simultaneously. Meanwhile, we're already seeing more impact in the air. According to FlightAware, more than 1,000 flights have been canceled today so far, and it's expected more to follow. Savannah?
Don't quite need the yardstick yet.
Yeah.
But maybe like a foot-long ruler.
That's ambitious, right?
You have to get down lower. I get it, Aaron. All right. Hey, we broke the streak.
We'll take it.
Stay warm. Thanks, Aaron. Let's stay on this, because millions who are impacted by those winter weather conditions, we're going to take a look for you at how you can stay safe on the road if you got to leave your house today for any reason. Well, joining us now with some tips on how you can travel safely is AAA automotive expert David Bennett. David, thank you very much for joining us. So according to AAA, winter weather and bad road conditions are a factor in nearly 500,000 accidents and also more than 2,000 road deaths every winter. What do drivers need to know, keep in mind, to stay safe on the road?
Good morning. I think, first of all, if they don't need to be on the road, don't get on the road. Stay home. Allow the Department of Transportation to get out there and clear all those roads, as your reporter was just talking about. But if you have to be on the road, you want to focus on the task at hand, and that's driving from point A to point B. Remove all of the distractions. You want to, get your radio station set to where it should be, get your coffee there, get your GPS all set up, and just focus on that task at hand. And then make sure that you're giving yourself plenty of stopping distance. Give yourself extra room while you're driving, because you don't know if all of a sudden somebody's going to stop suddenly. But also, you have black ice out there, and you just never know when you're going to hit that. So give yourself extra time, focus on that task at hand.
David, people often forget there are things you should be doing in advance to prepare your car for the winter weather. What are some of those steps?
Well, the biggest thing is your tires. You want to make sure you have your proper tire pressure, but you also want to take a look at the tread on your tires. And then back in the day, if you think about it, it used to be the penny test. Now it's the quarter. Put the quarter in upside down. Take a look at the Washington's head, and if you can see Washington's head, you need to get yourself a new set of tires. But also what you want to do is make sure that you clear off all the snow from your vehicle. Don't forget your roof and also the trunk. You want to check all your lights, make sure they're working, and that's for two things. One, you want to see, but you also want to be seen. And then again, make sure your wiper blades are good, because that'll help with your visibility.
Quickly, we just have a few moments left, but we do want to ask, what should you do if you find yourself stranded in these dangerous weather conditions?
Well, you want to stay with the vehicle. That's going to give you the most protection. Then you want to go ahead and call. You want to call somebody for help. If you're driving long distance, you may want to go ahead and give somebody the route that you're planning to take, just in case you do break down. Somebody knows that route that you've done. But you really want to stay in your vehicle the best you can. Maybe put some kind of clear identification marker, like a bright shirt or something like that on the window that indicates that, hey, my vehicle is broken down. But the big thing that you also want to do is make sure that you don't step into the side of the road or things like that. And as you're driving and you see emergency vehicles on the side of the road, or you see vehicles that are stopped, give them some room. If you would, slow down, move over, give them opportunities to do their job, get home safely, because that's really what we all want to do.
All right, David Bennett, really good reminders. Thank you very much. Drive safe.
Let's get more on all that snow and cold from meteorologist Angie Lassman.
Angie Lassman, good morning. So we just heard we broke it.
Yeah, Aaron's unofficial announcement there, but I do have the official amount from the National Weather Service. As of 7 a.m., we have picked up an inch today. In total, since we started to see it snow last night, about 1.4 inches for New York City. So yes, the snow drought is over for folks in New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Richmond, not quite. We're still going to see that snow drought continue for folks there. You can see how long it's been. Well, officially 701 days we went without an inch in one single day. The last time in New York was way back in February of 2022. You can see Baltimore over 700 days, Washington, D.C. 728 days. So people are happy that we finally got a little bit of snow. But it's still going to make the road slick. It's going to be difficult travel, and it extends for a whole lot of folks up through portions of New England, down through the Mid-Atlantic, and even along parts of the Gulf Coast. We're still dealing with some of those winter alerts. You might notice that we do have the winter alerts out towards the west as well. That's because our next storm system is going to work onshore and leave folks dealing with some rain, some snow, and some ice for the next couple of days. Meanwhile, though, in the Northeast, here's that snow that's still falling. We're still kind of seeing some of the snow across portions of New York City, but it's more of a wintry mix, some rain working in there a little farther towards the south and portions of the Mid-Atlantic. The system's going to move out. We're going to see some improvements, except for folks near the lake. That's where we're still going to be dealing with the lake effect snow, really intense banding of that lake effect snow. We could pick up some significant accumulations between now and, say, Thursday. It's going to be blustery. It's going to be quite cold. So all of those ingredients mixed with the fact that we don't have a whole lot of ice happening on our lakes right now. So the total ice cover, you can see 0%, 1%, 2%. It's really not impressive. We've seen, of course, those warmer than normal temperatures so far this year. And that means that the snow machine continues east of the lakes. Places like western New York could pick up 1 to 3 feet again through the next couple of days. And I can't not tell you about the dangerous cold. I mean, it is brutal out there. 133 million people under these wind chill alerts. Temperatures sub-zero to say the least. And with that wind, guys, we're talking 20 below for what it feels like in Kansas City this morning. Bundling up, no matter if you live in the northern plains, down through portions of the Gulf Coast. We need those extra layers today for sure.
No kidding. Sounds like for a few days, perhaps, too.
All right, Angie, thank you so much. Well, after a long postponement due to writers and actors strikes, Hollywood's top TV stars hit the red carpet last night for the 75th Emmy Awards. The big winners, hit shows Succession and The Bear, each took home 6 awards.
The night was also filled with some really emotional tributes. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us with some of the biggest moments. Chloe, good morning.
Good morning, you guys. I have to say, it was one of my most favorite award shows that I've seen in years. And like you said, after a 4-month delay due to those Hollywood strikes, the Emmys were back in a big way, providing nostalgia, laughs, and some of TV's most iconic stars.
And the Emmy goes to... It was a night of sweeping wins, big reunions, and touching tributes.
as Hollywood celebrated the biggest names in television. HBO's Succession snapping up Best Drama, along with 3 acting wins in its final season.
This is a show about family.
Including Kieran Culkin for lead actor in a drama series with his own family moment on stage.
My beautiful wife, Jazz, thank you for sharing your life with me and for giving me 2 amazing kids. And Jazz, I want more.
Hulu's The Bear swept the comedy category, winning Best Comedy Series. Star Jeremy Allen White taking the lead actor statue. And Iowa Debris winning for Best Supporting Actress, with an assist from our own Carson Daly. The Emmy Awards marking 75 years by reuniting some of TV's most iconic ensemble casts on recreated sets, including Cheers, The Sopranos, Martin, Grey's Anatomy, even SNL Weekend Update anchors Tina Fey and Amy Poehler.
I'm Tina Fey, and we've reached the stage in life where we'll only present awards sitting down.
And of course, the dancing stars from Ally McBeal. This night was also a celebration of diversity, tying the record for most winning actors of color. Abbott Elementary's Quinta Brunson became the first Black woman to win lead actress in a comedy series in 40 years.
I just love comedy so much that I am so happy to be able to get this.
Niecy Nash Betts bringing the room to its feet with her acceptance speech.
I want to thank me for believing in me and doing what they said I could not do. And I want to say to myself in front of all you beautiful people, go on, girl, with your bad self.
One of the night's most touching moments came when Christina Applegate, who was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2021, received a standing ovation.
Thank you so much. Oh, my God.
So it was also a big night for Elton John. Although he wasn't there, he became an EGOT winner, meaning Emmy, Golden Globe, Oscar, Tony. So it was his first, Grammy. Sorry, thank you. You know
He
what?
probably has a Globe too, though.
Probably has a Globe too. And it was for his farewell from Dodger Stadium live concert, which earned him an Emmy for the best live variety special. And like you said, all those fun facts. So such a cool night. But I gotta say, Anthony Anderson,
yes,
the host of the night, he ran a tight ship. It ended at 10:59. His mom telling people to wrap up their speeches when she kept interrupting Jennifer Coolidge. How cute. And honestly, like just the attention to detail that the producers of the Emmys did to recreate all of those nostalgic moments with those casts. I mean, to get some of the cast members from The Sopranos, Cheers,
to show up.
Ally
Such a
McBeal,
surprise.
and they
Grace.
recreated those sets. And then, fun fact, they had like the actual Game of Thrones throne, which I've actually sat in once. I'll show you that photo later. But it was a fun night. It's the way that award shows should be, and I hope that the Oscars follow suit and do something fun. So I was inside the Golden Globes, and it was nothing like the Emmys.
Chloe, thank you. Lots of fun. Very cool to see.
All right, much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the fallout that's now unfolding on the southern border over the deaths of 3 migrants, including 2 children. The battle now brewing between Texas and the Biden administration.
And here in New York, new restrictions are being placed on migrants in some communities. We'll bring you the latest on that as well. That is all coming up after this.
you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We are back with the showdown at the border, where the tragic drowning of a migrant woman and 2 children is fueling the latest feud between the Biden administration and Texas officials. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more on the fallout.
Tragedy on the Rio Grande escalating a border battle between the Biden administration and Texas, centered around federal authorities' access to the border. The Department of Homeland Security issuing a letter to the state's attorney general demanding Texas immediately cease and desist any actions that block Border Patrol's full access to the U.S.-Mexico border in and around the Shelby Park area. That Eagle Pass Park, near where a migrant woman and 2 children drowned late Friday. The rescue response highly disputed. The White House stating Texas officials blocked U.S. Border Patrol from attempting to save the migrants. Texas authorities calling that wholly inaccurate, sharing by the time Border Patrol requested access, Mexican authorities were already recovering the bodies.
It's devastating to imagine that state officials would know that people were drowning in the river, particularly children, and block Border Patrol from going and saving them.
Just hours before the drownings, the state's governor defending its border presence.
Texas has the legal authority to control ingress and egress into any geographic location in the state of Texas.
Back in Eagle Pass, 700 white crosses, marking the estimated migrant deaths over the last year. DHS is giving Texas a deadline of this Wednesday to stop blocking Border Patrol, or they'll refer the matter to the Department of Justice and pursue all options available to restore access. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Dallas.
The migrant crisis continues to affect major cities across the country. Here in New York, Mayor Eric Adams is starting to impose curfews tonight at 4 of the city's migrant shelters. The curfew runs from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. at the respite centers housing nearly 2,000 people. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now. So, Julia, tell us more about why Mayor Adams is deciding to impose this curfew. Is this a reaction to complaints from the community, or is there more going on here?
Yeah, he says it's in reaction to complaints from the community. There have been residents who have been complaining about people loitering, panhandling, at times maybe shoplifting, and he said some violent incidents. It doesn't seem like there's been a huge spike in crime, but a lot of residents have complained, saying that these migrants were out at night. So the curfew will start at 11 p.m. and go till 6 a.m. And this is just at 4 shelters now, but it impacts 1,900 migrants. As you know, there have been at times as many as 70,000 inside New York City's migrant shelter system. And so the number could expand. And so we'll keep watching this.
What's the penalty for violating that policy? And are there any exceptions?
Well, yes, there are some exceptions if there are medical reasons that they would need to go out at night. Another one is travel. Other one is work. That's really interesting to me because when I've been in New York, a lot of people have said that they are having to find jobs in the underground gig economy. And a lot of times those people have overnight shifts and jobs that start very early in the morning. They may want to go out to a construction site or, you know, the equivalent of a Home Depot parking lot where you could jump in a truck and do work for someone during the day. A lot of times that starts around 5 or 6 a.m. We see that all over the country, very early morning starts. And so it could be hard, you know, if they're not in an official job because they don't have work authorization for them to get out and do that. But this could expand to other shelters as well, as we mentioned. And Mayor Adams said that he's open to doing that. But at this point, he has not yet done that in the Floyd Bennett Field facility, and that is the biggest shelter site so far.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Now let's get you some international headlines. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is shutting down any chance for reconciliation with South Korea.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has the latest on that and some other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. That's right. State media in North Korea reports that Kim Jong-un
Kim Jong-un said that his country will no longer seek reconciliation with South Korea. Now, the Korean Central News Agency also said that the North Korean leader called for rewriting the country's constitution to eliminate the idea of shared statehood with South Korea. The announcement effectively ends a decades-long pursuit of unification and followed months of heightened tensions between the two countries, intensified by South Korea's military exercises with the United States and the North's weapons development and testing. Let's now come back here to Italy, where a junior culture minister is under investigation after he allegedly exhibited a stolen 17th century painting. The capture of St. Peter by painter Rutilio Manetti was reported stolen from a castle in the north of Italy in 2013. It reappeared in 2021 when Vittorio Sgarbi, a junior culture minister and renowned art critic, put it for show at an exhibition. Sgarbi said it is not the stolen painting, but another work from the same artist. The two paintings look identical, apart from a small detail, a candle at the top corner. But prosecutors allege the candle was painted over after it was stolen. And let's end this tour of the world in Antarctica, where among a colony of penguins, scientists noticed one that stood out from the rest, a completely white penguin. Penguins are usually black and white with a bright orange beaks, but this special female penguin shows no color at all. Experts say this is caused by a genetic mutation known as leucism. And while the condition in itself is not harmful, well, it can still be proven dangerous for the penguin because it makes it easier for a predator to spot it and hunt it. I guess this is a proof that standing out from the crowd sometimes it's not safe nor good. Back to you guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, we've got some new developments this morning in the case of those Gilgo Beach murders.
After the break, the reported additional murder charge the suspect is set to face in court today. That is next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Welcome back. The man already facing charges in the murders of 3 women on Gilgo Beach in New York is expected to appear in court today and face another murder charge. That's according to a person with direct knowledge of the situation. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, for more than a decade, a string of unsolved murders rattled Long Island residents and confounded authorities, but a big break in the case changed all of that. And now, once again, prosecutors say they will announce a significant development in this investigation.
Rex, did you do it?
This morning, the criminal case against accused serial killer Rex Heuermann potentially widening. The prime suspect in the Gilgo Beach slayings due back in court today, where a source tells NBC News he's expected to face yet another murder charge. The 60-year-old is already accused of killing 3 women, Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, and Amber Lynn Costello, whose bodies were found near a remote stretch of Gilco Beach on Long Island over a decade ago.
She did not deserve that. And none of them did.
Authorities had also linked Hewerman to the death of a 4th woman, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, when he was arrested last year, but prosecutors didn't charge him at the time.
A 13-year-old cold case doesn't get solved in a matter of weeks or days.
Maureen's friend telling Dateline she wishes they'd stayed together in the city on the last day Maureen was seen alive.
She would have been alive. I have no doubt in my mind about that. And I think about that every day.
The New York architect was arrested outside his Manhattan office last July after authorities pieced together DNA evidence using some pizza crust he'd thrown in the trash.
Even with this arrest, we're not done. There's more work to do in this investigation.
From there, investigators spent weeks combing through the home Hewerman shared with his now estranged wife, removing truckloads of possible evidence, discovering nearly 300 guns stored in a walk-in vault.
We have obtained a massive amount of material.
Hewerman has pled not guilty to all of the charges.
He's maintained his innocence from the inception of this case.
Now, with a 4th murder charge expected to be announced, DNA evidence likely to play a crucial role.
The Suffolk County District Attorney plans to hold a news conference later this morning. After that, Hewerman's attorney plans to speak then as well. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you.
For more on this case, let's bring in former FBI Special Agent Dr. Brianna Fox. She's also a psychological criminologist. Dr. Fox, thank you very much for joining us. Good morning. So take us inside an investigation like this. So after that massive search of the suspect's home, what kind of activity would have been going on before prosecutors went forward with this new charge?
Well, thanks for having me on to discuss. So first, the investigators are going to be poring over every single thing they can. There were a lot of new advances in forensics, DNA testing, and other policing technology since the discovery of these bodies, some over a decade ago. One, for instance, was retesting hairs that were found in 2007, 2010. The advances in DNA may be able to match the suspect with things that were found on the bodies, and that could be what's leading to the arrest potentially today.
So, Dr. Fox, the bodies of at least 6 other victims were also located in the same area as these 4 women. Do you think we could see even more murder charges down the line? And how might that investigation look?
Well, for law enforcement, the #1 priority was to get this right. So I'm sure that once they felt confident that they had a very strong prosecutable case and that the suspect was taken off the streets, they really wanted to take their time with all of these other cases, not just trying to make rash arrests or charges when they already have their suspect behind bars. So I'm sure that now they're going through every single piece of evidence. Sometimes it takes months for these types of cases to be analyzed, to have their evidence retried and essentially tested to match maybe new evidence that they find, let's say, at the suspect's home.
All right. Dr. Brianna Fox, thank you very much for helping us understand this a little bit better. We appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
Coming up, is the whole work from home model here to stay?
Well, not entirely, but hybrid work is definitely on the minds of some top business leaders who say they want to prioritize worker happiness over filling office space. We will explain up next.
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We are back now with a look at the changing landscape of how and where we work. Since the pandemic, it can be hard for some people to imagine ever going back into the office 5 days a week.
A Gallup poll found just 20% of workers were fully on site in 2023. That is way down from 60% in 2019. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Roman is here with a look at what's next for those who've been working from home a few days a week. Christine, good morning.
Good morning. You know, that's right. Score one for the hybrid work holdouts. Increasingly, CEOs are frankly more concerned with keeping their workers and keeping them happy than forcing them into cubicles full-time 5 days a week.
Frank, could you mute your line, please?
From the dreaded mute button mistake to a revealing Zoom call.
The whole team can see your upper thigh.
Hybrid work is here to stay. A survey of CEOs found just 4% say they'll prioritize getting workers back in the office full-time this year. Bosses more interested in keeping their workers happy than keeping cubicles staffed 9 to 5 from Monday to Friday.
Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
The pandemic ushering in a shift in how and where and when we work. With unemployment near a 50-year low, CEOs are desperate to retain talent.
Their bigger fear is losing good workers, not getting them into the office.
Absolutely, as it should be, because good workers are the key to driving financial results for your organization.
Each industry is a little different. Banks brought back workers 5 days a week early. Amazon told staff in November they need to be in the office 3 days a week. So did Meta. But UPS wants office workers back full-time later this spring. After all, the drivers can't work from home.
Like, why are we doing this?
On social media, plenty of griping about going into the office at all.
There's just so many options out there that don't involve people going back to the office.
But the dream of 100% work from home is fading, much like the dream of 5 full days in the office. Nearly full-time remote work has plummeted from 34% in 2022 to just 1% last year.
Get back to work.
Back to work for many in 2024 will mean getting back to work at home and in person for good.
So, Christine, you mentioned in there kind of this big focus on retention of workers. We saw all these trends. The Great Resignation, quiet quitting, where you kind of just like do as little as you can. Same with Bare Minimum Mondays, same kind of concept. Is that impacting these choices about hybrid work or not?
Well, what's so interesting to me is the worker has had the upper hand for a couple of years now, right? Bosses are just really eager to retain their top performers. And so that's why the hybrid work has been so popular for so many people. And you've seen all of these different kinds of trends. There's one now called career cushioning, which is people kind of sitting back and looking around where they're going to go next in 2024, because there are opportunities on the landscape. But I think the two extremes, 100% work from home and 5 days, 9 to 5 in your cubicle, it's going to be something, the new normal is going to be somewhere between them.
Yeah, I mean, there is this movement, not 4 days a week, I'm sorry, not 5 days a week, but doing 4 days a week. That's gaining traction.
It's so interesting. There have been some really interesting pilot programs for that. And I'm telling you, the workers love that 4-day work week.
I wonder
and,
why.
you know, some companies do 4 days, 10 hours, but the pilot programs have actually been 4 days of work at 8 hours a day. And these companies say they are just as productive, and sales have actually risen when you give people one more extra day to do their life stuff. That's a little bit separate from the work from home hybrid model that I think is starting to become the norm. As I mentioned in the piece, though, banks, people have been full-time in banks for months and months now. Some tech companies are really pushing to have at least 3 days a week in the office, especially people working on AI. They want you on site working on some of the really important high-value parts of the economy. So it depends on sort of like where you are in the economy. But I think 5 days, 9 to 5, 10 commutes. That is a pre-pandemic model.
So if you are somewhere, though, where that is what your bosses are saying is going to happen, that's what the company wants, is there any recourse, or do you have any tips on having a conversation about that?
I would say you need to be armed with numbers and results. You need to be able to go back to your boss and say, look, here is how I have outperformed. Here is where I have boosted sales. Here is where I have, beaten deadlines on this, this, or this. This is how I've mentored so-and-so. Be able to get in there and show that you working from home 1 day or 2 days a week and coming in the office 3 days, how that has worked for the bottom line of the company. If you can connect your particular hybrid model to the company's profits, that's how you make that argument.
Very good advice. Christine Roman, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, let's get some more financial headlines now, starting with new efforts from Apple to push back on its U.S. sales ban case.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money headlines. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. So Apple will drop blood oxygen features on smartwatches that have been banned from being sold here in the U.S. Now, Apple and the U.S. Customs Bureau haven't commented, but reports say Massimo, that's the company which claims Apple infringed on its patent, says the feature will be going away. Apple pulled the devices before the sales ban went into effect last month, but won a temporary reprieve in court. Bloomberg reports the modified watches have been shipped to stores, but they won't be sold until the government officially approves the changes. China's premier says the country is open for business, highlighting its potential for foreign investment. Speaking to business leaders at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Li Qiang says the Chinese economy likely grew more than 5% last year. That's above official targets and the 3% growth from 2022. That's when China was still under the zero COVID lockdowns. That's still the lowest GDP growth since 1990, outside of the pandemic years. China has been struggling with lower demand from businesses and consumers. And Uber is reportedly shutting down Drizzly. That's the alcohol delivery service it bought for more than $1 billion 3 years ago. Now, it was an odd match for Uber, as Drizzly provided the technology to let local liquor stores provide their own deliveries instead of hiring contract or its own delivery workers. Drizzly also suffered a data breach in 2020, exposing information on 2.5 million customers. It was later learned the company had been aware of a security flaw for 2 years. That led to an order from the FTC restricting the type of data Drizzly could collect, guys. So I guess change the way you order your booze?
Yeah,
I used it once, I think, in 2020.
I used that.
Did you?
I did not. Yeah, that's interesting.
All right. Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
Supply shortages and record high prices have left potential car buyers thinking twice when it came to purchasing a vehicle last year. But if you're in the market for a car this year, well, things might be turning around in your favor. NBC News senior investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen has more on the 2024 car buying forecast.
In 2023, buying a car was no easy ride. Supply shortages, record high prices, and low inventory left many consumers with few options.
There were 3 dealerships that we felt we could work with in our area, and only one of those 3 had a van on the lot for us to look at.
Andrea Smith, the mom of 4 in upstate New York, purchased this minivan over the summer, but she says it wasn't easy.
We felt pressured to make a purchase right away because there were so limited options, and we didn't want to wait a couple months or 3-4 months for one to come onto the lot.
Then the sticker shock.
The price that we ended up paying for our van was 1/3 of the price of what we purchased our home for.
But in 2024, a possible silver lining.
What is 2024 going to look like?
2024 will look a lot more normal to the average shopper. So
Brian Moody is executive editor of Kelley Blue Book. He says with factories coming back to full production, inventory has been recovering. While still below pre-pandemic levels, the boost in availability means more options on the lot.
in 2024, there's an abundance of both new and used cars, and so customers should be able to find what they want for a reasonable price.
In November of 2023, the price of new and used cars decreased slightly from record highs in 2022, with new cars averaging $47,000 and used cars at $26,000. But Moody says consumers will see the biggest savings thanks to increased incentives offered by automakers. These perks are up 136% in December compared to 2022.
What are some of those incentives that we have forgotten about because it's been so long since we saw them?
Always look for the low APR, the low interest rate. That's the best way to get the most bang for your buck. But we also see some cash back and some subsidized leases, meaning that there may be little down payment and a low monthly payment for a car that might work for you.
When shopping, compare prices and inventories both online and in person at the dealership. Know your credit score, which will impact which incentives you may qualify for. Consider maintenance, fuel efficiency, and insurance rates when calculating the price. For used cars, check the vehicle's history report and get an independent mechanical inspection, especially if it's sold as is.
You're not going to get the best deals on big, full-size truck-based SUVs. Everybody wants those. If you really want a deal, look for sedans and hatchbacks, cars like the Toyota Corolla or the Honda Accord.
And if you're thinking of making the switch to electric, there's some good news. Many brands like Tesla and Nissan lowered prices. Tax incentives from the state and federal government could also offer additional discounts.
The lesson here is if you've always wanted an electric car, but it was too expensive, this is the time to reassess that and go back and look.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News, New York.
Great tips as always from Vicki. Coming up, more NFL playoff action as we inch closer to the Super Bowl.
After the break, all the storylines we're watching as the division matchups get set in stone. Stay with us.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. 3 big acts have been confirmed to perform at the Grammys next month. Billie Eilish, Dua Lipa, and Olivia Rodrigo will all be on stage at the Crypto.com Arena. All of them are currently nominated as well. Eilish and Rodrigo have a total of 6 nominations. Dua Lipa has 2. All 3 fall short of SZA, who has 9 noms. This year will be the 66th annual ceremony and will be hosted by Trevor Noah. I love the Grammys. It's so much fun. You just like at a concert.
Yeah, it's like the best concert, like the best of the year all performing. So that's
Exactly.
good. We'll have another good awards show.
Yes.
All right. So after a wild weekend of wild card matchups, we're now just 6 games away from the Super Bowl. For some, it meant battling snow, ice, freezing temperatures to advance to the next round. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung wraps up all the action.
Hey, good morning, guys. Snow was thrown around like confetti by Bills Mafia, and in Tampa, the cannons kept on firing. Wildcard weekend saw shocking blowouts, a playoff drought ended, young quarterback shining, and one of the coldest games in NFL history. Now the divisional slate is set.
A Buffalo win worth the wait. In below freezing temps, the Bills coming out hot after a massive blizzard postponed their wildcard matchup against the Steelers. And with another 3 feet of snow falling the night before the delayed game, Bills Mafia shoveling, scooping, and scoring the best seats they could dig out. For the first time in modern-day NFL history, fans allowed to sit wherever they'd like. Their reward, a 31-17 win and a divisional game ahead.
We're going to need everybody in Bills Mafia to be here and support us. I'm just thanking God that, we get another chance to play another game. Go Bills.
Next Sunday, they'll host the defending Super Bowl champs, the Kansas City Chiefs, in the first road playoff game in quarterback Patrick Mahomes' career. And of course, fans waiting to see if Taylor Swift will be cheering on the Chiefs and boyfriend Travis Kelce in Buffalo. Back on the field, a wild long weekend capped off with a rout in Tampa Bay. Bucs receiver David Moore scoring the first touchdown of the game and his first this season on his 29th birthday. The Eagles unable to stop the spiral of their late season collapse, their frustration evident on the bench and in the stands. In the game's final seconds, Eagles star center Jason Kelce appearing to tear up on the sidelines. But the night belonging to the Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield becoming the first quarterback in franchise history, including Tom Brady, to throw for over 300 yards and 3 touchdown passes in a playoff game. And with their 32-9 win, a trip to Detroit is on the horizon.
So any devoted sports fan probably has a story about sneaking scores to a big game when you can't be in front of the TV. I know I have. Well, last night at the Emmys, look at this. Rob McElhenney showed real commitment to watching his beloved Eagles. He tweeted this photo with the caption, "Who schedules the Emmys the same night as the Eagles?" He streamed the game from the award show and then the follow-up. Worth it, I guess, as he and Ryan Reynolds won an Emmy for their series, Welcome to Wrexham. Guys, I wouldn't be surprised if he would trade in that Emmy for an Eagles win.
All right. There's a lot to watch last night. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. She mentioned, by the way, that tearful moment for longtime Eagles center Jason Kelce. Well, this morning, citing sources, the ESPN and the NFL Network are reporting that the elder Kelce told his teammates he is retiring, so stay tuned for that. That would mean, of course, we already know we won't see a Kelce Brothers rematch in the Super Bowl this year. That might mean we'll never see a Kelce Brothers rematch.
Well, we get a lot of them on their podcast.
And
he's got quite a career going off the field.
I think he's going to be okay.
Right?
If he chooses,
I know.
Yeah,
and that's so funny that you say there was so much to watch. That streaming thing, that was us with the caucus coverage.
You're watching the caucuses
and the Emmys.
The Emmys. Football fans were watching the games.
Speaking of football fans, hello to anyone who's new to watching us on Peacock after we had the Chiefs on Peacock exclusively. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sticking around.
Exactly. We're here every morning. All right. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though, because the news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, the votes are in this morning. Donald Trump celebrating a dominant win in the Iowa caucuses, with Ron DeSantis a distant second and Nikki Haley not far behind.
This is the first because the big night is going to be in November when we take back our country and truly we do make our country great again.
Plus, an announcement and an endorsement for the former president from Vivek Ramaswamy as he drops out of the race. We have team coverage with results and reaction from Iowa as the 2024 election season gets underway. Also this morning, much of the East Coast blanketed in snow from another winter storm. Now, tens of millions of Americans waking up to weather alerts as temperatures plummet. We are tracking it all. Plus, real concerns about artificial intelligence and its impact on jobs. The alarming report highlighting the risks and what it could mean for your role in the workplace. And a big comeback for television's biggest night after a months-long delay from 2 major strikes. Last night's Emmy Awards celebrating some of your favorite shows and Hollywood's hottest names. We'll have the most memorable moments, including several historic wins, plus the inspiring speech that got a standing ovation. You both stayed up to watch some of that.
It was one of those interesting nights where we were flipping back and forth between the Emmys and the Iowa caucuses, which I never thought I would say that.
Yes.
So perhaps you were doing the same. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started this morning in Iowa, where the first presidential nominating contest of 2024 is now in the books.
NBC News projects former President Donald Trump has won the Iowa caucuses. This cements his status as the frontrunner to win the Republican nomination later this summer, which would set up a likely rematch in the general election against President Biden. NBC News also projects Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has come in second place ahead of former Ambassador Nikki Haley. For the past several weeks, it was a closely watched battle to see who would be the runner-up between those two candidates. Businessman Vivek Ramaswamy came in fourth, promptly suspending his campaign last night, then endorsing former President Trump in the process.
As for Trump, his campaign held a watch party where he addressed supporters after he was projected as the winner.
I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together, whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative. It would be so nice if we could come together. It's just so important, and I want to make that a very big part of our message. We're going to come together. It's going to happen soon, too.
Breaking it all down for us, we are joined by NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard in Des Moines and NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen, I believe also in Des Moines. Good morning to the both of you.
Okay, guys. So, Von, let's begin with you. The outcome of the caucuses, it was no surprise with the former president coming out on top. It was this closely watched race for second between DeSantis and Haley. Just what are your takeaways from the results last night?
Donald Trump dominated this. He has dominated the Republican field over the last years. Guys, and last night, it was evidence that the polls met reality. For Donald Trump here, a clear message was sent that a close majority of the Republican Party, at least here in Iowa, stands by his side. And Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, there were questions whether there was potential quiet support between the two in communities, especially here in the suburban areas around Des Moines, that would come and surge and at least narrow this into a race in which one of them would be able to claim this as a clear-cut two-man race and be that Trump alternative. I want to let you listen to Ron DeSantis, who NBC News does project to finish here in second place, in which he declared that that individual, that Trump alternative, should be him.
I can tell you, because of your support, in spite of all of that they threw at us, everyone against us, we've got our ticket punched out of Iowa. We represent a chance to reverse the madness that we've seen in this country, to reverse the decline of this country, and to give this country a new birth of freedom.
And, well, Donald Trump talked about unity, almost suggesting that Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis should get out of the race and support him. Just a couple hours after that speech from Donald Trump here in Des Moines, his own spokesman for the campaign said in response to Ron DeSantis, quote, "You have no idea what's about to happen and the pain your campaign candidate will experience." The New Hampshire primary is just 1 week from today, guys.
Bon, thank you so much, John. Let's bring you in here. What stands out to you about Nikki Haley's finish in Iowa?
Savannah, she had an opportunity, I think, to knock out Ron DeSantis and didn't do it. So we saw the last Iowa poll before the caucuses from NBC, and the Des Moines Register had her ahead of Ron DeSantis by 4 points. So it was a disappointing night for her. There was low turnout that did not help her because a large part of her coalition is independents and Democrats who are more loosely affiliated with the Republican caucuses and less likely to show up. And this is, basically these are the seeds of Nikki Haley's eventual destruction in this primary, unless she figures out a way in which to appeal to more of the Republicans who are currently for Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis, because she can't win the nomination with a coalition that is so heavily reliant upon non-Republicans, with so many closed primaries where only Republicans can vote coming up on the calendar.
John, let's look ahead to New Hampshire. That state's primary set for 1 week from today. Polls do show Trump with a significant lead over Nikki Haley, but not as big as in Iowa. DeSantis not really a factor there. So what can we expect then over the next week?
You can expect a lot of campaigning, a crisscrossing of New Hampshire. Ron DeSantis is headed to South Carolina to sort of plant a flag and say that he's going to stay in the race until South Carolina, which has its primary in late February. I'm actually here in Manchester, New Hampshire. I arrived at about 4 o'clock in the morning. Last time I talked to you guys, it was from Des Moines. And, what we see here in New Hampshire every primary season is this just incredible sort of lollapalooza of politics with candidates crisscrossing the state with events. I think Nikki Haley's going to try to find a way to build that anti-Trump coalition that she's got and maybe find some Republicans that want to vote for her. But Trump maintains, as you see in that poll, still maintains a lead over her even after several of the other candidates have dropped out.
All right, John Allen stealthily moving across the country in the middle of the night.
Very similar looking hotel room.
John, thanks so much. Appreciate you.
We love you, John. Thanks. All right, well, now let's get to that Arctic blast that's gripping the country this morning. More than 80 million people are waking up under a winter alert.
Overnight, almost 80% of the U.S. experienced below freezing temperatures, with at least 7 deaths being attributed to the frigid weather. The bitter freeze is stretching across much of Texas, where officials asked residents to conserve electricity amid what they call record-breaking demand. And in the typically snowless South, snow did reach as far as Mississippi and Alabama, blanketing the city of Oxford, Mississippi, causing officials to advise against travel. Farther north, the storm dumped about 18 inches of snow in parts of the Midwest, with lake-effect snow and freezing temperatures making some roads unpassable. And in Buffalo, snow removal crews were busy clearing the area outside of Highmark Stadium ahead of yesterday's playoff game between the Bills and Pittsburgh Steelers. By the way, the Bills won. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Angie Lastman tracking those freezing temperatures for us.
Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning to you. Nothing was going to stop Bills fans from getting out there. They are used to that cold, a hardy bunch, and it was cold indeed. We saw plenty of snow for folks there. We've seen bitter cold temperatures, not just in parts of New York, but well west, where you look basically from the high plains all the way down to portions of the Gulf Coast. We've got these winter or wind chill alerts, I should say, for more than 100 million people. And look at these temperatures. It is no joke. Feels like 25 below in Denver this morning. Feels like 33 below in parts of the northern plains. We've got 16 below for what it feels like in KC. And even down through portions of Texas, Fort Worth feels like 3 below this morning. So we've got those whipping winds and we've got really cold temperatures that are going to stay with us at least for another couple of days. These are minimum wind chills. So this is where we'll kind of bottom out over the next couple of days. And you can see even in Minneapolis, we're feeling 16 below, 14 below, 19 below through the end of the week. And this is kind of a trend that continues well into the end of the week for a lot of folks. We'll see some minor improvements. I say only minor because we're still going to be into the single digits for a lot of folks across those regions. And on top of that, of course, we're waking up to a little snow and some icy conditions, potentially slick conditions across multiple parts of the country. We do have, of course, that winter system that we've been watching stretching from New England down to the Gulf Coast, that leaving us with, again, those slick spots and some snow in places that haven't received a whole lot of snow so far this year. I'll show you that in a moment. But we also have our next winter storm that's going to work into the west here over the next day or so. And we've got the winter alerts up, impacting folks from Oregon to Washington through the day today. But here's the deal for folks across the east. We've got the snow still falling in some spots across the northeast and stretching into New England. We've got some rain and a kind of wintry mix, those pesky, like that rain, snow kind of thing that really makes it difficult to drive. That's what we're going to see still be lasting across portions of that region here through the next couple of hours. When it comes to the drought ending snow, I know this is the question on everybody's mind in places like Philadelphia, Baltimore. We did receive over an inch of snow, so that snow drought has ended. As far as New York is concerned, because we went over to midnight, it's still a little iffy. We're going to have to wait until later today to see if we can fully complete an inch of snow in one calendar day. I know it's a little confusing, but even still, we did pick up a good amount of snow in some spots. Baltimore was running over 700 days since their last inch of snow. You can see the last time we had it in New York, February 13th of 2022. We'll see if we can end that later today. If not, the drought will continue. The longest running drought, actually. Here's the deal with that system. It moves out of the picture, but still, I mentioned the slick travel. That's going to stay from Maryland to Maine through the day today. And check out these lake effect snow bands that kind of set up right east of the lake. And we've we've got really strong winds, and you know it's cold out there, and we don't have a whole lot of ice on the lake. So that means that the lake effect snow machine continues. It'll be maybe another foot to 3 feet in some of those spots. So more snow for folks in western New York, and again, east of those lakes. It'll remain blustery. It'll remain frigid. It's going to be a kind of bitter cold couple of days here as we get through the rest of our week. And meanwhile, there's that next storm system that we're going to watch. You can see the snow, the rain, all developing and pushing east. This is going to leave us with some icy conditions, especially for western Oregon. Again, travel will be difficult for folks there, and we get more rain and more snow as it continues to work its way to the east. So, guys, I think the middle of the country is where you want to go if you don't want the slick conditions, but it is just brutally cold there, too. So no one really escaping. I mean, we could go to Miami.
You were just there.
I was there, but it was rainy all weekend.
Exactly. Yeah,
So,
but listen, pick your battles.
We have snow now, though, here in New York.
We
have snow. It's very exciting.
So nice to wake up to, I got to be honest.
And it is sticking. So
and we'll see if we can hit that inch mark today.
Yeah, make a snow
I'll
angel.
report back.
Or, no, probably not.
Show us, Joe.
All right, in my suit. Yeah, all right. Thanks, Angie. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin now out of the hospital following a 2-week stay. Austin was released Monday and will continue his recovery at home after being admitted because of complications following prostate cancer treatment. The secretary is facing criticism for not telling the White House and other top national security officials about his medical condition. In a statement, 2 doctors from Walter Reed said Austin, quote, progressed well and that his strength is rebounding.
Well, the UN is warning that not enough aid is getting into Gaza as Israeli forces continue to bomb the Palestinian enclave this morning.
They are calling for more entry routes into Gaza and criticize the speed at which the aid is being cleared through the borders. The UN's World Food Program says the humanitarian situation is so bad that Gaza now on the brink of famine. It is a warning that's being echoed by the UN Secretary General.
Nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is beyond words. Nowhere and no one is safe. The long shadow of starvation is stalking the people of Gaza, along with disease, malnutrition, and other health threats. And I'm deeply troubled by the clear violation of international humanitarian law that we are witnessing.
The threat of a broader Middle East conflict is growing after Iran fired missiles at northern Iraq on Monday, targeting what it says was an Israeli spy base.
NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel joins us now from Jerusalem. Hi, Richard. Good morning. So let's start with what we are hearing about Iran's attack and what's been the reaction from Iraq and from the U.S.
So this was a surprising incident. It happened last night. It was first announced by the Iranian Rev Guard, which is a division of the Iranian military. It's been sanctioned by the U.S. It's been called a terrorist organization, but it is an elite force of the Iranian military. And according to the Rev Guard, they fired a ballistic missile into Kurdistan, which is an autonomous region in northern Iraq. And when the first news broke last night after midnight here, I and other journalists were shocked. We thought, what is going on here? The Iranians are firing ballistic missiles into Kurdistan. It exploded very near the U.S. consulate in an area in a wealthy area right in Erbil, which is the largest city in Kurdistan. And it turns out that, according to U.S. officials, according to Kurdish officials, that the U.S. compound was not the target. The target was a private compound owned by a wealthy Kurdish businessman. And according to the Iranians, the reason he and his compound were targeted is that he was allegedly cooperating with the Mossad. And Iran believes that he cooperated with the Mossad to carry out an attack on the funeral or a funeral commemoration for Qasem Soleimani. If you remember, just after Christmas, there was a devastating attack in Iran that killed dozens of people when they had gathered to honor and memorialize Qasem Soleimani, a former Revolutionary Guard commander. And the Iranians have blamed the United States. They've blamed the Mossad. They have blamed many people for that attack. And the U.S. called this strike carried out by Iran as gravely irresponsible. But so far, we're not hearing many specific condemnations from the U.S. It seems like in this case, the United States is trying to stay out of it and not escalate things even further.
Richard, let's talk about the situation in Gaza this morning. Why isn't enough aid getting in, as the UN is saying?
Well, it's very simple. The Gaza Strip is sealed off. You have 2.3 million people in Gaza who are not only under attack, most of them have been forced to live in a tiny area in the southern Gaza Strip. Many of them are living in and around the city of Rafah. Rafah is a small city. It only had a few 100,000 people living in it before the war started just 100 days ago. And now there are many hundreds of thousands living there. It's hard to know how many people are living in Rafah. Some people say it could be close to 1 million at this stage. And the infrastructure, which has been damaged because of attacks, simply cannot support that many people. And the infrastructure has been attacked by Israeli strikes, and supplies are not getting in. So there are a multitude of factors that have made life unlivable for the people of Gaza. And now we're hearing from a variety of UN officials, including the Secretary General, the World Food Program, that not only is Gaza on the brink of starvation, that starvation has already begun because food trucks can't get in there. There is the will, there is just not a way, because Israel doesn't allow supplies to get in there. There are a few passageways. Each truck that goes in has to be inspected multiple times. There's many approval processes that have to go through, and you have this tragic situation with aid trucks full of supplies just miles away from people who are either starving or on the brink of starvation.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you very much for your reporting. Stay safe. There's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, the 5 love languages lost in translation, why scientists say they are skeptical about a popular relationship philosophy that many couples swear by.
First, though, after the break, it could be a significant strike against Russia. What we're learning about 2 Russian planes Ukraine says it shot down. We'll be right back.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
We are back now with a look at the new King of Denmark. Over the weekend, thousands turned out to celebrate Frederick X's succession after his mother made a surprise decision to abdicate the throne. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald introduces us to the new monarch.
For the very last time, a procession fit for a queen who dedicated 52 years of her life to service. Thousands of people lining the streets of Copenhagen to witness a historic transfer of power, a grateful nation braving the cold on Sunday to say thank you to Denmark's Queen Margrethe, Europe's longest reigning monarch after the death of her good friend, the late Queen Elizabeth. It comes 2 weeks after Queen Margrethe shocked the nation with her New Year's address,
har jeg været Danmarks dronning i 52 år.
announcing she's stepping down from the throne due to health reasons, the first time a Danish royal has retired in centuries. But after more than half a century of service, Margrethe, with a stroke of a pen, is leaving behind a lasting legacy of modernizing the throne to her son. In keeping with Danish tradition, Margrethe's son, Frederick X, joining the Danish Prime Minister on the royal balcony, declaring Frederick as king. At 55, King Frederick, now tasked with pushing his mother's legacy forward. Telling a cheering crowd he hopes to be a unifying king, though he's already known for his relatability amongst his people and his popularity just as high as his mother's.
I think he'll do well. He'll just, be his own king. And I think it's important that he is his own king.
But it's his wife, Mary Donaldson, proudly standing next to the king, who's making history as the world's first Australian-born queen. A bittersweet history-making moment for Denmark.
That was emotional because, after I'm 52 years old and he's been a part of my life the whole life.
And a proud moment down under.
She's just amazing. Like, what an honor for me being an Australian woman to have her representing us over in Denmark.
A country with allegiance to the British monarchy, but so many now claiming King Frederick and Queen Mary as their own.
It allows some hope, I suppose, to some Australians that, we've got royalty in Australia, really.
A sweet love story that started in Sydney at the Olympic Games in 2000. Frederick and Mary meeting at a pub. A long-distance relationship leading to marriage 4 years later. And now a royal abdication, bringing two countries on opposite sides of the world together as Denmark's monarchy enters a new era. Megan Fitzgerald, NBC News, London.
More international news now. Ukraine says it shot down 2 Russian aircraft.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. On Monday, Ukraine's commander-in-chief said that 2 Russian planes were shot down and destroyed over the Sea of Azov. Now, on his Telegram account, Valery Zaluzny wrote that one of the targeted planes was a Soviet-era spy plane designed to detect the movements of enemy objects. Russia has not yet commented on the claim, but if confirmed, it would be a significant strike against Moscow's aerial capabilities. Let's now go to Guatemala, where Monday the new president, Bernardo Arevalo, was finally sworn into office months after he was elected. Arevalo won the elections last August, but since then his inauguration has been derailed and delayed by the country's attorney general, who claimed there were voting irregularities and asked the court to strip Arevalo of his legal immunity. This legal arm wrestling was followed by months of protests, especially by the indigenous communities. In his inauguration speech, Arevalo acknowledged the country's large indigenous population, citing historic debts that has to be resolved. And let's end this tour of the world in, well, the bank accounts of some of the richest men in the world. According to the anti-poverty organization Oxfam, the world could have its first trillionaire within a decade. Among the contestants, the group named the usual suspects: Elon Musk, Bernard Arnault, Jeff Bezos, Larry Ellison, and Warren Buffett. One of them, Oxfam says, may become the first person to be worth $1,000 billion by 2034. At the same time, Oxfam says 5 billion people have become poorer. This all comes as the world's richest businessmen and most powerful politicians meet at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Back to you guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you very much.
Coming up from the campaign trail right to the courtroom, today former President Trump set to appear for day one of a second defamation trial with writer E. Jean Carroll. We're going to take you to court for the latest in the case.
Plus, inside what's known as Prisny Land, we'll take you inside one of the world's largest women's prisons, where officials are rethinking life behind bars. This is Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever. Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Fresh off his Iowa caucuses win, instead of another campaign stop, former President Trump is expected to be here in New York today, where he would face writer E. Jean Carroll in court for a second time. Carroll alleged Trump raped her in the mid-1990s and defamed her after she spoke out publicly with her accusations in 2019. Last year, a jury found Trump liable for sexual abuse and defamation and awarded Carroll $5 million in damages. Trump is appealing that verdict and has denied meeting Carroll.
The second trial focuses on how much Trump should pay after he made disparaging remarks about Carroll during his presidency and after the verdict.
MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian joins us now from outside the courthouse in Manhattan. Yasmin, good morning. So what is the jury going to be considering when they hear the evidence presented during this damages trial here?
Good morning, guys. It seems like Iowa has come to New York City this morning. The snow, the cold, the former president expected to show up here today. As well, a real split screen moment, but he won last night. He has already lost here. This is not a question of relitigating the trial that happened back in 2022. This is more of a question of, as you mentioned, Savannah and Joe, how much he's actually going to have to pay E. Jean Carroll for defaming her. And it's not for defaming her with her assault allegations. It's more because of the New York Magazine article that came out back in 2019 when he was president of the United States. And E. Jean Carroll is arguing essentially that he defamed her reputation here in this country because he held the office of president of the United States. She's seeking $10 million along with more and punitive damages. The former president looking to testify to defend his own reputation. Whether or not the judge is going to allow that to happen is in question, considering the fact that he continues to say this is not about relitigating the case. This is just about damages and how much he actually owes E. Jean Carroll.
Earlier this week, the judge issued an order saying he will allow Trump to wait a week to testify in this trial. Trump did not attend the first trial. So have Trump's attorneys indicated what their defense strategy is for him taking the stand this time around? What do we know about that decision?
So we have gotten some indication. We got word last night that Joe Tacopina, who was his attorney in the 2022 trial, will no longer be overseeing this case. Alina Habba, obviously, who we know from his civil trial as well, along with her firm, will be overseeing this case. The defense is showing that deposition that he offered back in 2022 during the trial there. And if you remember, there was a moment in that deposition in which the former president was shown an old picture of him alongside E. Jean Carroll, and he pointed her out and they said, "Do you know who this woman is?" And he said, "Well, that's Marla, his second wife, of course." But in fact, it was E. Jean Carroll. During this video, though, he also called it a hoax. He called it fiction. The allegations that were made by E. Jean Carroll. They plan to show some of that deposition, likely not the part in which he was shown that old picture. They also plan to argue that E. Jean Carroll did not, quote, sustain any reputational or economic harm as a result of the statements made by the former president. By the way, the jury is going to remain here, guys, anonymous, as they did during the 2022 trial. So as they are not targeted and or they are not influenced by any outside folks that are looking to influence the jury here.
All right. Yasmin, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Now it is time for our weekly mental health check-in. We're taking a closer look at how a popular idea about the way people in close relationships express love to one another. We're going to take a second look at that.
Plus, we're going to look at the science behind why you sleep better after a long walk outside.
For the answers, let's bring in Dr. Soumya Dave to help break down these headlines. She is a psychiatrist and also the author of What a Happy Family. Doctor, always great to see you. So let's start with this concept of love languages. This is so popular. It's this theory about how people show and feel love that is unique to them as a couple, or sort of like how you feel about something is how you show it, but you should kind of think about what the other person might need in order to feel loved. I know this is widely accepted in pop culture, but now some researchers are questioning the concept, arguing that there really isn't any science behind the idea. What are they saying about this idea of love languages?
So I'm hearing about love languages all the time inside and outside of my practice, and there is data showing that there might be some limitations. So for one, most people identify with more than one of the 5 love languages. And also couples where both people have the same love language, those couples are not necessarily reporting higher levels of relationship fulfillment and satisfaction. For many people, what means the most to them in a relationship might also be beyond the scope of the love languages. So for example, for someone, what's really important to them is that their partner puts in a lot of effort towards their friends or their personal growth. So I like to think of love languages as a fun and interesting starting point, and then also as an invitation to maybe go further and deeper into conversations about relationships.
All right, let's talk about that research that may help explain why we tend to sleep better after a long day outside. Obviously, the exercise can be helpful for our bodies, but how does being outside also help our minds?
So we've talked about the benefits of being in nature here on this segment before. Now, getting that movement, like you said, can help with promoting relaxation later in the day. There's also greater oxygen in fresh air compared to polluted air, and that might help with the production of serotonin, that feel-good hormone. Being exposed to natural light, to sunlight, to daylight can also help our brains regulate the sleep-wake cycles, or what we call the circadian rhythms, which also promotes better sleep. So all different reasons that help us get to a more relaxed state and then hopefully to get better sleep later. So all great reasons reasons to step outside, even if for a little bit.
Really good reasons. Finally, Doctor, more than 55 million people in the world have dementia. And you can imagine that certain things can be sort of scary, out of their comfort zone, especially maybe travel. But some tourist destinations are starting to cater to people living with dementia. What are they doing and how's it helping?
This is so wonderful. So scientists do estimate that by the year 2050, approximately 153 million people worldwide will have dementia. And there are things being put in place with travel accommodations. So there are things called memory cafes where people with dementia can get together in cafes. This is happening in Western Australia. They can socialize, they can listen to music, they can do reflective writing exercises. There are memory walks that are being facilitated by museums and tour groups where people can go on walks with their grandchildren and visit places that meant something to them. Travel can help with the formulation of new memories, and it can also trigger old ones. So very, very powerful things. We know that people with dementia need support on multiple levels, and I think travel can be a very valuable and powerful way to have some more.
That is so neat to see people helping
It really
in
is.
that way.
No kidding.
Dr. Samia, it was great to see you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Rehabilitation is the focus of a new trial program that's fundamentally changing the way California operates its prisons. Officials hope the new approach will lower violence behind bars and cut down the rate of reoffending after release. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson visited one of the prisons that's already seeing a difference.
The Central California Women's Facility is one of the world's largest women's prison, a place no one wants to end up, but there's a surprising sense of beauty. Manicured gardens upkept by prisoners right in the middle of the yard. It's all part of an experiment happening at 2 prisons in California. Officials calling it the California model, built on what they say are new foundational pillars like promoting positive relationships between staff and incarcerated people and aiming to make life behind bars more similar to life outside of prison. The goal is to replicate the results in Scandinavia, where Norway says reforms over the last 2.5 decades have brought down the rate of reoffending within 2 years to only 20%, much lower than here in the U.S.
If you treat an inmate with respect, he'll respect you back.
The hope back in California that the new approach inspires young women to rehabilitate, like Angela.
Did you think prison could be like this?
So initially, no. I came in with the same type of people that I like, gang members, criminals, and so I just did what I did out there in the streets and continued that behavior. But this term was different because when I came, there was a lot of programs and there was a lot of people changing.
Those programs, here to help people change, are especially important for women re-entering society. Research from the Prison Policy Initiative shows they face higher rates of unemployment and homelessness than formerly incarcerated men and are frequently the primary caretakers of their children, needing extra support. Angela says she's come a long way.
What did you do?
I found out my brother was murdered. I knew I was going to retaliate. We're not only brother and sister from the same family, but we're also from the same gang family. Wow. So it was a double whammy, and I stabbed him in the neck, and I left him there to die and try to survive.
Do you still think about that?
It hurts. The more I change, the more I think about it, like, how could I do something like that? Yeah. And so I think that's one of the hardest processes of changing, is that you have to take accountability and responsibility.
But when she came in, she was a lot more like the first-timers we met a few yards over.
I hate this place.
Why do you hate this place?
I hate this place because we get treated like inmates.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the unfair treatment.
What don't you like about this place?
Everything.
Some young women, like Mariana, haven't yet taken advantage of all the rehabilitation programs.
The truth? Anything but the truth?
Yeah, tell me
this
the truth.
Place ain't shit.
Why isn't it?
We have no program. We log down 24/7. These people like to be all up in our business for no reason. Like they need to mind their business or too involved.
But her tone changed when a lieutenant came over.
What do you want to say? I mean, the leadership's all right here. What do you want to say to them?
I can't. You know what? I cannot complain about the people here. I've met so many different types of people. I'm so used to being in a community so tight, so close, that I've expected so much and I've learned so much from different people. I've learned from lifers. I've learned from short-termers. I've even learned from the staff.
And as we learned, it's not just the inmates who benefit from going through a shift in perspective.
So on this facility, we're doing things a little bit different.
Correctional Officer John Kuski says this new California model completely changed the way he works and gave his life a better direction.
How were you acting when you first started to the way you see the population now?
I was stereotypical, us versus them. Like, I come in, I'm a peace officer, you're an inmate. Like, I looked at them as almost subhuman.
Right.
And then something clicked inside of my head, like I'm such a hypocrite because I'm coming here and being the complete opposite.
Right.
Correctional officers here are also supposed to benefit from a more positive environment and healthier relationships with the incarcerated population. A Department of Justice review found that officers in conventional prisons face multiple stressors and elevated levels of depression and suicide, even leading to lower life expectancies than the average working age population.
I didn't learn to interact the way I interact now until I was 32 with my life experience.
Yeah.
I got 5 daughters, and now I come to work like I kind of look at it like I got 700 daughters. Like, where do I meet them where they're at?
Officials say there's proof that the new approach is working. Just look at who's now able to get out. Angela was originally sentenced to 15 to life, but she says thanks to the program's changing her mindset and preparing her for the future. When I met her, she was 4 months away from potentially walking out the gate.
What are your feelings about getting out? Are you like excited, a little nervous?
I am afraid because I am a youth offender. I never took life seriously, and this is going to be my first time going out there. Yeah, I'm afraid, but the person I am today will do it afraid.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Prison officials say there's still too early in the program to know how effective it really is, but they say the data is really promising.
All right, coming up, new fears over the real consequences of artificial intelligence.
When we return, the new warning from the authors of an alarming report about AI and its impact on jobs. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did, too. When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
The International Monetary Fund is taking a closer look at artificial intelligence and its potential impact on the global workforce.
According to a new report, AI is set to affect nearly 40% of all jobs and is likely to worsen overall inequality. The report comes as business and political leaders from around the world are gathering at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
For more, we're joined by futurist and founder of Way, Sinead Bovell. Sinead, thanks so much for being here. We appreciate you joining us. So walk us through this report's findings. What are some of the benefits and the risks when it comes to AI and jobs?
Right. So as you had mentioned, the report did find about 40% of jobs globally are impacted or exposed to AI. That number actually goes up in advanced economies to around 60% and around 26% in lower income economies. And this is because AI is uniquely positioned to impact more cognitive-based jobs or jobs that require a bit more knowledge skills, which is why countries like the US and the UK were a little bit higher in terms of the AI exposure. On the one hand, though, exposure could mean two things. AI could complement a worker's job, making them more productive, and that actually drives demand for that job and the skills in that job, the human skills. Some, however, AI could make you a bit more redundant, and it's more likely to automate the tasks in your job and therefore the occupation more broadly. So it is going to be a delicate dance between capitalizing on the benefits, minimizing some of the risks.
So I think this is kind of what you're getting at here, but I understand that this report's findings sort of reveal that wealthier economies are better equipped to adopt and adapt to AI. Is that right? And what does that then mean? What's the long-term impact of that if certain economies are able to come out better here?
Yes, that's exactly right. Wealthy economies, we know AI, it's going to drive a lot of productivity growth and gains. However, lower income economies, they don't yet have the proper digital infrastructure to be able to deploy AI at scale and therefore reap those benefits. So we might see a bit more income inequality and inequality globally. The IMF does recommend for lower income countries, focus on building digital infrastructure and digital skills. And then in higher income economies, we want to make sure that we are protecting workers, social safety nets, and so forth.
I mean, are there specific policies we can put in place to do some of those things, to better use AI in the workforce, to avoid some of those inequalities?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, every worker, I would say, needs to understand how to lean into AI and how to utilize these tools because most jobs are going to be impacted by them. But I think at a government level, there is a responsibility to help with upskilling, reskilling, working with the private sector to make sure the pipeline of skills aligns in our education ecosystems. But we also need to have broader conversations around social safety nets. So when people are perhaps transitioning between jobs and occupations, there is some support there. And finally, we can look more broadly at things like decoupling insurance and things from jobs. We know there might be a bit more flexibility in working arrangements going forward. There might be more job transition and kind of periods without jobs or moving between some. Having your most important insurance tied to your job might not be the best idea in the future.
How concerned should the average American, should people watching at home be about AI impacting their job?
I think it's really important to remember it's not that AI is likely going to come in and take your entire job. It's more so tasks within your job. And so the best thing you can do is start leaning into these AI tools, play around with them, learn how to use them, and lean into them. I think that that's our best bet. And for most workers, they can expect to work with artificial intelligence, not necessarily their entire occupation to be automated by it.
Are we seeing employers recognize this and doing a good enough job to train their employees or prepare their employees for this? I see the skepticism in your face.
It is really organization by organization, and it actually it depends on where you live in the world. In Europe, yes, we see a little bit more of worker training and reskilling. In America, not so much. There are some companies like AT&T that do that, but it's not necessarily the broad, widespread approach at this point in time, but it's something that we really need to consider.
All right, Sinead, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate your expertise on this topic that a lot of people are still wrapping their heads around.
Yeah, a conversation we should keep having. Thank you. Good to see you. Let's get you some money news now. Let's start off in the skies. Boeing adding even more quality inspections to those 737 MAX after some sharp criticisms from the FAA.
CNBC's Silvana now has that and other financial headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to you. Yes, so Boeing lays out new measures to strengthen its quality controls. That's in response to sharp criticism from the FAA, airlines, and the public. That's in the wake of the Alaska Airlines accident. Now, these include adding more outside inspectors of its assembly lines. Both Boeing and its major 737 MAX supplier, Spirit Aerosystems, will open their factories to inspectors from the airlines whose jets they're building. The head of Boeing's commercial jet business telling employees, quote, "It's clear that we are not where we need to be." Microsoft is offering its Copilot AI virtual assistant to small businesses. Consumers who pay for Microsoft 365 can also sign up for a paid version of Copilot for $20 a month. The moves will help Microsoft expose more customers to generative AI, which has exploded since ChatGPT came onto the market last year. The paid version will let people use Copilot in Word, Excel, Outlook, and other apps. Previously, the free version only let you use Copilot in the Bing search engine. And Elon Musk may want more control over Tesla. In a post on X, Musk says he doesn't want to grow the EV maker's AI and robotics capabilities without owning a quarter of the company. Musk currently owns 13% of Tesla's shares, but says if he has 25%, he can override any shareholder votes against his proposals. Musk says unless that's the case, he would prefer to build products outside of Tesla. Tesla stock has dropped about 12% this year, guys.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Coming up, we're going to bring you to the red carpet for TV's biggest night.
That's right. The Emmy Awards finally happened last night after months of delays from those Hollywood strikes. We'll break down the big wins and the most memorable moments. You're watching Morning News Now. Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. The musical comedy Shucked may have just closed on Broadway, but there is good news for fans. During the closing night, producer Mike Bosner announced that it is set to become a movie. The pun-filled show tells the story of what happens when a corn-growing rural town loses its main crop. Variety confirmed a film version is being set up with Mandalay Pictures. In the meantime, the show is actually touring in the fall, and the Broadway cast album is nominated for a Grammy. I actually interviewed one of the stars, Alex Newell, back when Shuck opened on Broadway last year. Alex won a Tony for their performance, so it has been great to see the show do so well.
Wow.
And so fun.
And musical movies
are a thing right now. So
love it.
There you go.
And you
Add
talked
this
about
one
how
to the
funny that
list.
was, so that's
exactly.
awesome. All right, finally this hour, after a 4-month delay due to those Hollywood strikes, the Emmy Awards were back in a big way, providing nostalgia, laughs, and a night of some of TV's most iconic stars. Entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar joins us now to talk through it all. Brian, good morning. Great to see you. What a fun night, right? I mean, first let's just look big picture at the big winners. Which shows picked up the most trophies?
It really was. Hi, everyone. So I think it was interesting because there weren't a lot of surprises as far as who won, right? Succession won 6 Emmys for Best Drama. The Bear won for 6 Emmys for Best Comedy. And then Beef won 5 Emmys for Limited Series. I think what online people were saying was the most surprising about these winners is that The Bear is under the comedy category, which it can do because it's a half-hour show. So it can submit itself as a comedy. And of course, there are funny moments, but people were kind of like, boy, I think Succession may be funnier even than The Bear. But interestingly, though, there were not a lot of surprises between the actors and the actual shows that won, those 3 right there.
Also, speaking of The Bear, I know there was this fun moment between 2 stars celebrating their win. Tell us about this.
There was. Okay, so when it won Best Comedy, 2 of its stars, Eben Moss-Bachrach and Maddie Matheson, got up there, and Eben planted what can only be described as a lengthy, funny, but, you know, not that passionate, but seemingly performed as a passionate kiss, and it went on for a bit. And, of course, that was a big crowd pleaser online and in the audience as well. Pretty funny.
What a picture.
You've heard of a bear hug. That was a bear kiss. All right, some of the winners used the event to talk about important issues to them, as always, which is usually one of the more entertaining parts of the speeches. What were some of the topics that were discussed?
Right, so they have a limited time up there, so it's always interesting when they use that for a social platform, which is great. Niecy Nash, which won for her supporting actress role in Dahmer, actually gave a speech where she dedicated her victory to the struggles of unheard yet over-policed Black and brown women like Glenda Cleveland, Sandra Bland, and Breonna Taylor. Glenda Cleveland being the woman that she portrayed in the series Dahmer, so that was a really powerful moment. She also thanked herself for believing herself, which I thought was a beautiful moment. Then, of course, RuPaul, who won for the one for RuPaul's Drag Race, got up and said, if a drag queen wants to read a story to you at a library, listen to her because knowledge is power. And if someone tries to restrict your access to power, they are trying to scare you. So listen to a drag queen. And finally, Jennifer Coolidge, who won for her Best Supporting Actress role in White Lotus, never disappoints, honestly. She's always fun and funny. And then she thanked, using a reference to one of her lines in the show, I want to thank all the evil gays, she said, which of course is one of those lines from the series that went viral, and gave a shout out to that moment, which of course, you know, people are going to miss her in the next season, but she always makes a memorable acceptance speech.
Yes. She confirmed she is very dead. Very dead.
It's also funny when she put the statue down. She's like, this is too heavy, I can't hold it. God, she's so funny. Also, let's talk about Elton John. Obviously a legend before last night, but this was a big, big moment. Tell us exactly why winning the Emmy for the Outstanding Variety Special was such a big deal here.
Right. Well, now he joins a very elite club of EGOTs. To be an EGOT, you have to win an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony. Obviously, he's won plenty of Grammys, 5 of those. Oscars, he's won 2 for 2 of the songs he's performed and written for movies, and then 2 Tonys as well. So then adding this Emmy makes him, you know, an elite guy who he always was before. And I should say he only had one Tony. But what a great night for him. And you know, everyone's celebrating that as well. This was for a performance he made in Dodger Stadium, a concert that was aired as a variety special.
One of the best moments came right away toward the beginning of the night. That's Christina Applegate coming out as one of the presenters. Talk about that.
Right. Well, of course, she was nominated, actually, for her role in Dead to Me this year, but it was really the fact that we don't see much of her now since her diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. And true to Christina Applegate's form, she's sardonic and funny and self-deprecating, but also very moved. The audience, this is one of a few standing ovations for the night, and the first really set the tone for the night of a beautiful moment of wonderfully talented actress. She didn't win her Emmy that night, but this was really a beautiful moment, I think, for everyone, and she was really moved to tears by it.
Brian, I just have to say, I mean, that was just part of the production of the show, which I just thought was fantastic. I mean, I thought Anthony Anderson was wonderful as the host. The whole thing was just produced beautifully, which was very welcome after the Golden Globes a week earlier.
Right, exactly. So I think we were all coming off the Golden Globes being like, ouch, like there was just a little bit of an awkward vibe to this. So the tone, recreating these nostalgic TV sets, they recreated the set from Cheers, a few more, Grey's Anatomy, there were a few more in there. And I think there was just a tone to it, starting out with a funny song, Anthony Anderson singing, where he can kind of sing, but not, like, I think there was just a really great energy to this right from the top that gave you the sense that this is going to be fun, we're not going to overthink it, and we're just going to have a good time. And Anthony Anderson, I thought he hit just the right tone for that.
And his mom.
Yes, exactly. She stole the show.
What a cute little idea. Yeah, I love that. And the vignettes of all the shows, and then when you get a surprise of the cast coming, it is very cool. Lots to find out throughout the show. Brian, thank you very much. Good to see you.
Thank you. You too.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning. You hear that election music. Thanks for joining us the day after the Iowa caucus. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, it is on to New Hampshire after former President Trump handily takes Iowa's crucial caucuses. It was a landslide victory over the GOP field, but it was a close battle for second place. Our Steve Kornacki breaks down the numbers as Vivek Ramaswamy bows out of White House contention. We're also tracking that deadly Arctic blast that's bringing snow and frigid temperatures to nearly 100 million Americans this morning. We have got your full forecast in just a moment. There's a new flashpoint on the southern border this morning. Tensions are growing between the Biden administration and Texas after the tragic drowning of a migrant woman and 2 children. It comes as New York City rolls out fresh restrictions on some migrant centers, while Mayor Eric Adams is now imposing a curfew in some communities. And is the work from home boom here to stay? We've got a new survey of some top business leaders who are prioritizing happiness on the job over filling cubicles from 9 to 5. Good to have you with us on this. It feels kind of like a Monday because we had awards last night and all sorts of stuff.
And it was a holiday.
Yeah, it is Tuesday morning. So we're going to begin this hour with a landslide win for former President Donald Trump in the Iowa caucuses, kicking off the 2024 primary election season.
NBC News projects Trump has won the Iowa caucuses by a huge margin over his fellow Republican rivals. You can see that on your screen there. In a closely watched battle, though, for second, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis finished ahead of former Ambassador Nikki Haley. Long shot candidate Vivek Ramaswamy dropped out of the race last night after finishing in 4th, and he then endorsed Trump for the party's nomination. Well, the former president is looking to win the GOP nomination for a 3rd straight time, and that, of course, would set up a rematch against President Biden in the fall. NBC News senior Washington correspondent and News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the latest ahead of next week's primary in New Hampshire.
Hey there, good morning to you. And this is where all the action is now, the state of New Hampshire. And Donald Trump is hoping to carry that dominant win, that historic win in Iowa, to this state now after crossing that key 50% threshold, a symbolic indication of his grip on the Republican Party. Mr. Trump, for a brief moment at least, trading his combative tone for a more courteous one toward his Republican rivals, hoping to unite the GOP behind him.
It's now off to New Hampshire.
Former President Trump this morning setting his sights on New Hampshire and the general election.
This is the first because the big night is going to be in November.
After cruising to a win in the Iowa caucuses with a record margin of victory, coming in at 51% of the vote, his rivals trailing far behind. Mr. Trump now making the case for his competitors to coalesce behind him.
I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together.
The former president winning nearly every voting bloc, including caucus goers without a college degree, the very conservative, white evangelicals, and those over 65.
He's a man that will say what he thinks and tells the truth.
The night showing many Republicans intense loyalty to Mr. Trump. Despite the former president facing 91 felony charges, 2/3 of caucus goers consider him fit to be president, even if he were to be convicted of a crime, according to our NBC News entrance polls. They also showed a majority agreed with Mr. Trump's lies that the 2020 election was illegitimate. Across Iowa, historically low temperatures and low turnout, too, with roughly half the number of caucus goers compared to 2016. But for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, enough supporters showing up to boost him to a second-place finish as he edged out former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley for second place.
We've got our ticket punched out of Iowa.
All smiles for DeSantis in a state he invested heavily in and once predicted he'd win outright. Now, a rationale to keep his campaign going.
We have a lot of work to do.
The focus now shifting to New Hampshire, where the margins appear much closer.
We're on to New Hampshire.
Haley looking to gain ground on Mr. Trump, who has only a single-digit lead in recent polling.
Our campaign is the last best hope of stopping the Trump-Biden nightmare.
You can expect to see the candidates out on the campaign trail today. Nikki Haley, of course. Ron DeSantis will make a stop in South Carolina before coming here to New Hampshire. And former President Trump will stop in New York. He's expected to appear at the start of that defamation damages trial involving writer E. Jean Carroll. He'll then come up to New Hampshire for a rally alongside Vivek Ramaswamy, apparently, who dropped out overnight and endorsed the former president. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. He is at the big board to dive deeper into last night's results. Steve, good to have you with us. So the results in Iowa generally tracked the final NBC poll leading up to caucus day. No huge surprises. It was a tighter race than maybe some expected between DeSantis and Haley for second place. Just what stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's just sort of the totalizing nature of Trump's victory here. 98 of the 99 counties, places he won in 2016, his margin just exploded. Places he was very weak in 2016, especially in Northwest Iowa, where you have a heavy evangelical vote. There was a lot of distrust of Trump 8 years ago when he first ran among evangelicals in Iowa. That has completely changed in 8 years. To give you an example, this county right here, Sioux County, this was Donald Trump's worst county in Iowa in 2016. He got 11% of the vote here. Deeply, deeply religious. Look at that. He ends up improving by 34 points, wins it by double digits over DeSantis. You know, DeSantis had really targeted evangelical voters, got a lot of evangelical endorsements. His strategy here for a surprisingly strong showing would have involved winning a county like this. Instead, he kind of gets buried by Trump here. So I think Trump's overall strength here is the big story. In terms of Nikki Haley, she came in third, but the places she did well and the types of voters she did well with, she did very well with independent voters in particular. Independent voters only made up 16% of the caucus electorate in Iowa last night. They go to New Hampshire next week, and independents could be 45% of that New Hampshire primary electorate. It's an extremely high number in New Hampshire relative to other states. So, while Haley got 32 points behind third place here, the strength she showed here in Iowa, where she showed it, I think translates better to New Hampshire, much better to New Hampshire than anything that DeSantis showed last night.
So you mentioned the strength that she has that could maybe kind of carry over. Tell us more about what we sort of gleaned that are maybe bright spots for each of these, even though obviously Trump was so far out ahead. I mean, with these top three here, what do you think they can take away and lean into as we move forward?
Yeah, I mean, look, Trump can take that this is a historic margin. The previous best total in an Iowa Republican caucus was 41%. George W. Bush in 2000, he improved that by 10 points. Look at this, 29-point margin for Trump here. The previous biggest margin in an Iowa Republican caucus was just 12 points. Bob Dole in 1988. So Trump just shattered all those records. This is an interesting one, by the way. I want to get this one in. We say 98 of 99 counties for Trump. You see the one exception here. This is Johnson County, where the University of Iowa is. How close did Donald Trump come to going 99 for 99? Look at this. Literally one single vote.
Wow.
Nikki Haley beat him by one vote in Johnson County. If that flipped, Trump would be 99 for 99. In terms of strengths, though, for Haley, it was. Look, this is a very good example. Johnson County has the highest concentration of adults with college degrees of any county in Iowa. University of Iowa is there, as you say. So it's high college degree concentration. You got a lot of independents who end up participating in the Republican caucuses, higher income level, cities, suburban areas. That's her kind of core strength. Those are the places she performed best in Iowa last night. Again, that's not going to be enough given her weakness in the rural areas in a state like Iowa. But in New Hampshire, it's a combination that could work a lot better for her.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, Steve, I mean, I know your mind is already wrapped around New Hampshire, which is very different from Iowa. So what should we be looking out for next week's primary?
Yeah, take a look. I think this is really interesting. If we flip over, this is the average of the polling in New Hampshire right now. And again, look, Haley already at 30%, just 13 points behind Trump in the average. This is, of all the states we've been polling and seeing polls in, this is the closest one, right now. So Haley's shot is going to be in New Hampshire. And again, look how different it is demographically. In Iowa last night was 55% evangelical, 16%, as I said, independent voters, 9% moderates. Night and day. Look at New Hampshire, 25% evangelical. This is the big difference for Nikki Haley. She's doing really well with independent voters. When there's 16% of the electorate, that's still going to be nearly enough for you. They're 42% the last time in New Hampshire. And as I said, it could be higher this year. That gives her something real to work with in New Hampshire. 3 times as many moderates. She won the moderate vote last night, too. Problem for Haley, though, if she does well in New Hampshire and wins it, I know South Carolina is her home state, but look at the demographics of South Carolina. They're a lot more like Iowa. New Hampshire is kind of an outlier state when it comes to all of the Republican primaries.
All right, Steve Kornacki breaking it down. We always appreciate having you on,
Yes,
Steve. Thanks for joining us this morning.
We get an election season. We get Steve Kornacki coming by. Good to see you. Well, now let's get to that stunning and deadly cold weather that's impacting so much of the country. This morning, more than 80 million people are waking up under a winter alert, with almost 80% of the U.S. experiencing below freezing temperatures overnight. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Central Park, where New York City may finally break its snowless drought. It looks like it is, in fact, sticking and gathering behind you. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. From a very wintry Central Park, New York City has not seen this much snow in 700+ days. And as you say, the snow here is finally sticking. Meanwhile, in other parts of the country, there's been so much snow that entire counties have declared a state of emergency.
This morning, the deadly Arctic blast is gripping more than 80% of the country, killing at least 7 nationwide, with 5 more deaths suspected to have been caused by temperatures so cold. In some parts, it feels like -50, transforming roads into potential death traps.
There's so many car accidents. It's really bad.
To the south, a state of emergency declared in parts of Tennessee. Nashville and Memphis feeling wind chills in the single digits, with some even skiing through the streets. The snow reaching as far west as Oklahoma. And in Texas, the dangerous conditions raising concern for that state's power grid and plumbing. The storm also creating chaos in the air, with more than 4,100 flights canceled nationwide on Monday and more than 8,000 delays, according to FlightAware. Across the country, schools are closed due to the cold, from Denver to Buffalo. And New York City is finally feeling the freeze after 700+ days of no substantial snow.
It's not going to be a big snow. It's just the idea that we haven't had snow in so long, so it's foreign to us.
At Columbus Hardware Store, there's hope. All this snow will shovel in more sales.
So once we see the snow, people start coming in.
Are you excited?
Yes, we are. We've been waiting for over 700 days.
It's a long time.
Very long time, if you ask me.
Now, I want you to check this out right now here in Central Park. That is over an inch of snow, Savannah. The National Weather Service says officially the streak has been broken this morning. Now, city officials say that once the snow reaches 2 inches, if the snow reaches 2 inches, that's when they're going to deploy their snow plows. They have an unprecedented number of city workers on standby, and the hope is that they'll be able to plow every street, every bike lane simultaneously. Meanwhile, we're already seeing more impact in the air. According to FlightAware, more than 1,000 flights have been canceled today so far, and it's expected more to follow. Savannah?
Don't quite need the yardstick yet.
Yeah.
But maybe like a foot-long ruler.
That's ambitious, right?
You have to get down lower. I get it, Aaron. All right. Hey, we broke the streak.
We'll take it.
Stay warm. Thanks, Aaron. Let's stay on this, because millions who are impacted by those winter weather conditions, we're going to take a look for you at how you can stay safe on the road if you got to leave your house today for any reason. Well, joining us now with some tips on how you can travel safely is AAA automotive expert David Bennett. David, thank you very much for joining us. So according to AAA, winter weather and bad road conditions are a factor in nearly 500,000 accidents and also more than 2,000 road deaths every winter. What do drivers need to know, keep in mind, to stay safe on the road?
Good morning. I think, first of all, if they don't need to be on the road, don't get on the road. Stay home. Allow the Department of Transportation to get out there and clear all those roads, as your reporter was just talking about. But if you have to be on the road, you want to focus on the task at hand, and that's driving from point A to point B. Remove all of the distractions. You want to, get your radio station set to where it should be, get your coffee there, get your GPS all set up, and just focus on that task at hand. And then make sure that you're giving yourself plenty of stopping distance. Give yourself extra room while you're driving, because you don't know if all of a sudden somebody's going to stop suddenly. But also, you have black ice out there, and you just never know when you're going to hit that. So give yourself extra time, focus on that task at hand.
David, people often forget there are things you should be doing in advance to prepare your car for the winter weather. What are some of those steps?
Well, the biggest thing is your tires. You want to make sure you have your proper tire pressure, but you also want to take a look at the tread on your tires. And then back in the day, if you think about it, it used to be the penny test. Now it's the quarter. Put the quarter in upside down. Take a look at the Washington's head, and if you can see Washington's head, you need to get yourself a new set of tires. But also, what you want to do is make sure that you clear off all the snow from your vehicle. Don't forget your roof and also the trunk. You want to check all your lights, make sure they're working, and that's for two things. One, you want to see, but you also want to be seen. And then again, make sure your wiper blades are good, because that'll help with your visibility.
Quickly, we just have a few moments left, but we do want to ask, what should you do if you find yourself stranded in these dangerous weather conditions?
Well, you want to stay with the vehicle. That's going to give you the most protection. Then you want to go ahead and call. You want to call somebody for help. If you're driving long distance, you may want to go ahead and give somebody the route that you're planning to take, just in case you do break down. Somebody knows that route that you've done. But you really want to stay in your vehicle the best you can. Maybe put some kind of clear identification marker, like a bright shirt or something like that, on the window that indicates that, hey, my vehicle is broken down. But the big thing that you also want to do is make sure that you don't step into the side of the road or things like that. And as you're driving and you see emergency vehicles on the side of the road, or you see vehicles that are stopped, give them some room. If you would, slow down, move over, give them opportunities to do their job, get home safely, because that's really what we all want to do.
All right, David Bennett, really good reminders. Thank you very much. Drive safe.
Let's get more on all that snow and cold from meteorologist Angie Lassman.
Angie Lassman, good morning. So we just heard, we broke it.
Yeah, Aaron's unofficial announcement there, but I do have the official amount from the National Weather Service. As of 7 a.m., we have picked up an inch today. In total, since we started to see it snow last night, about 1.4 inches for New York City. So yes, the snow drought is over for folks in New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Richmond, not quite. We're still going to see that snow drought continue for folks there. You can see how long it's been. Well, officially 701 days we went without an inch in one single day. The last time in New York was way back in February of 2022. You can see Baltimore over 700 days, Washington, D.C. 728 days. So people are happy that we finally got a little bit of snow. But it's still going to make the road slick. It's going to be difficult travel, and it extends for a whole lot of folks up through portions of New England, down through the Mid-Atlantic, and even along parts of the Gulf Coast. We're still dealing with some of those winter alerts. You might notice that we do have the winter alerts out towards the west as well. That's because our next storm system is going to work onshore and leave folks dealing with some rain, some snow, and some ice for the next couple of days. Meanwhile, though, in the Northeast, here's that snow that's still falling. We're still kind of seeing some of the snow across portions of New York City, but it's more of a wintry mix, some rain working in there a little farther towards the south in portions of the Mid-Atlantic. The system's going to move out. We're going to see some improvements, except for folks near the lake. That's where we're still going to be dealing with the lake effect snow, really intense banding of that lake effect snow. We could pick up some significant accumulations between now and, say, Thursday. It's going to be blustery. It's going to be quite cold. So all of those ingredients mixed with the fact that we don't have a whole lot of ice happening on our lakes right now. So the total ice cover, you can see 0%, 1%, 2%. It's really not impressive. We've seen, of course, those warmer than normal temperatures so far this year. And that means that the snow machine continues east of the lakes. Places like Western New York could pick up 1 to 3 feet again through the next couple of days. And I can't not tell you about the dangerous cold. I mean, it is brutal out there. 133 million people under these wind chill alerts. Temperatures sub-zero to say the least. And with that wind, guys, we're talking 20 below for what it feels like in Kansas City this morning. Bundling up, no matter if you live in the northern plains, down through portions of the Gulf Coast. We need those extra layers today for sure.
No kidding. Sounds like for a few days, perhaps, too. too.
All right, Angie, thank you so much. Well, after a long postponement due to writers and actors strikes, Hollywood's top TV stars hit the red carpet last night for the 75th Emmy Awards. The big winners, hit shows Succession and The Bear, each took home 6 awards.
The night was also filled with some really emotional tributes. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us with some of the biggest moments. Chloe, good morning.
Good morning, you guys. I have to say, it was one of my most favorite award shows that I've seen in years. And like you said, after a 4-month delay due to those Hollywood strikes, the Emmys were back in a big way, providing nostalgia, laughs, and some of TV's most iconic stars.
And the Emmy goes to... It was a night of sweeping wins, big reunions, and touching tributes, as Hollywood celebrated the biggest names in television. HBO's Succession snapping up Best Drama, along with 3 acting wins in its final season.
This is a show about family.
Including Kieran Culkin for lead actor in a drama series, with his own family moment on stage.
My beautiful wife, Jazz, thank you for sharing your life with me and for giving me 2 amazing kids. And Jazz, I want more.
Hulu's The Bear swept the comedy category, winning Best Comedy Series. Star Jeremy Allen White taking the lead actor statue. And Iowa Debris winning for Best Supporting Actress, with an assist from our own Carson Daly. The Emmy Awards marking 75 years by reuniting some of TV's most iconic ensemble casts on recreated sets, including Cheers, The Sopranos, Martin, Grey's Anatomy, even SNL Weekend Update anchors Tina Fey and Amy Poehler.
I'm Tina Fey, and we've reached the stage in life where we'll only present awards sitting down.
And of course, the dancing stars from Ally McBeal. This night was also a celebration of diversity, tying the record for most winning actors of color. Abbott Elementary's Quinta Brunson became the first Black woman to win lead actress in a comedy series in 40 years.
I just love comedy so much that I am so happy to be able to get this.
Niecy Nash Betts bringing the room to its feet with her acceptance speech.
I want to thank me for believing in me and doing what they said I could not do. And I want to say to myself in front of all you beautiful people, go on, girl, with your bad self.
One of the night's most touching moments came when Christina Applegate, who was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2021, received a standing ovation.
Thank you so much. Oh, my God. So it was also a big night for Elton John. Although he wasn't there, he became an EGOT winner, meaning Emmy, Golden Globe, Oscar, Tony. So it was his first, Grammy. Sorry, thank you. You know
He
what?
probably has a Globe too, though.
Probably has a Globe too. And it was for his Farewell from Dodger Stadium live concert, which earned him an Emmy for the best live variety special. And like you said, all those fun facts. So such a cool night. But I gotta say, Anthony Anderson,
yes,
the host of the night, he ran a tight ship. It ended at 10:59. His mom telling people to wrap up their speeches when she kept interrupting Jennifer Coolidge. How cute. And honestly, like just the attention to detail that the producers of the Emmys did to recreate all of those nostalgic moments with those casts. I mean, to get some of the cast members from The Sopranos, Cheers,
to show up.
Ally
Such a
McBeal,
surprise.
and they
Grace.
recreated those sets. And then, fun fact, they had like the actual Game of Thrones throne, which I've actually sat in once. I'll show you that photo later. But it was a fun night. It's the way that award shows should be, and I hope that the Oscars follow suit and do something fun. Because I was inside the Golden Globes, and it was nothing like the Emmys.
Chloe, thank you. Lots of fun. Very cool to see.
All right, much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the fallout that's now unfolding on the southern border over the deaths of 3 migrants, including 2 children. The battle now brewing between Texas and the Biden administration.
And here in New York, new restrictions are being placed on migrants in some communities. We'll bring you the latest on that as well. That is all coming up after this.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
We are back with the showdown at the border, where the tragic drowning of a migrant woman and 2 children is fueling the latest feud between the Biden administration and Texas officials. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more on the fallout.
Tragedy on the Rio Grande escalating a border battle between the Biden administration and Texas, centered around federal authorities' access to the border. The Department of Homeland Security issuing a letter to the state's attorney general demanding Texas immediately cease and desist any actions that block Border Patrol's full access to the U.S.-Mexico border in and around the Shelby Park area. That Eagle Pass Park, near where a migrant woman and 2 children drowned late Friday. The rescue response highly disputed. The White House stating Texas officials blocked U.S. Border Patrol from attempting to save the migrants. Texas authorities calling that wholly inaccurate. Sharing by the time Border Patrol requested access, Mexican authorities were already recovering the bodies.
It's devastating to imagine that state officials would know that people were drowning in the river, particularly children, and block Border Patrol from going and saving them.
Just hours before the drownings, the state's governor defending its border presence.
Texas has the legal authority to control ingress and egress into any geographic location in the state of Texas.
Back in Eagle Pass, 700 white crosses, marking the estimated migrant deaths over the last year. DHS is giving Texas a deadline of this Wednesday to stop blocking Border Patrol, or they'll refer the matter to the Department of Justice and pursue all options available to restore access. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Dallas.
The migrant crisis continues to affect major cities across the country. Here in New York, Mayor Eric Adams is starting to impose curfews tonight at 4 of the city's migrant shelters. The curfew runs from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. at the respite centers housing nearly 2,000 people. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now. So, Julia, tell us more about why Mayor Adams is deciding to impose this curfew. Is this a reaction to complaints from the community, or is there more going on here?
Yeah, he says it's in reaction to complaints from the community. There have been residents who have been complaining about people loitering, panhandling, at times maybe shoplifting, and he said some violent incidents. It doesn't seem like there's been a huge spike in crime, but a lot of residents have complained, saying that these migrants were out at night. So the curfew will start at 11 p.m. and go till 6 a.m. And this is just at 4 shelters now, but it impacts 1,900 migrants. As you know, there have been at times as many as 70,000 inside New York City's migrant shelter system. And so the number could expand. And so we'll keep watching this.
What's the penalty for violating that policy? And are there any exceptions?
Well, yes, there are some exceptions if there are medical reasons that they would need to go out at night. Another one is travel. Other one is work. That's really interesting to me because when I've been in New York, a lot of people have said that they are having to find jobs in the underground gig economy. And a lot of times those people have overnight shifts and jobs that start very early in the morning. They may want to go out to a construction site or, the equivalent of a Home Depot parking lot where you could jump in a truck and do work for someone during the day. A lot of times that starts around 5 or 6 a.m. We see that all over the country, very early morning starts. And so it could be hard, if they're not in an official job because they don't have work authorization for them to get out and do that. But this could expand to other shelters as well, as we mentioned. And Mayor Adams said that he's open to doing that. But at this point, he has not yet done that in the Floyd Bennett Field facility, and that is the biggest shelter site so far.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Now let's get you some international headlines. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is shutting down any chance for reconciliation with South Korea.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has the latest on that and some other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joe Savannah, good morning. That's right. State media in North Korea reports that Kim Jong-un said that his country will no longer seek reconciliation with South Korea. Now, the Korean Central News Agency also said that the North Korean leader called for rewriting the country's constitution to eliminate the idea of shared statehood with South Korea. The announcement effectively ends a decades-long pursuit of unification and followed months of heightened tensions between the two countries, intensified by South Korea's military exercises with the United States and the North's weapons development and testing. Let's now come back here to Italy, where a junior culture minister is under investigation after he allegedly exhibited a stolen 17th century painting. The capture of St. Peter by painter Rutilio Manetti was reported stolen from a castle in the north of Italy in 2013. It reappeared in 2021 when Vittorio Sgarbi, a junior culture minister and renowned art critic, put it for show at an exhibition. Sgarbi said it is not the stolen painting, but another work from the same artist. The two paintings look identical, apart from a small detail, a candle at the top corner. But prosecutors allege the candle was painted over after it was stolen. And let's end this tour of the world in Antarctica, where among a colony of penguins, scientists noticed one that stood out from the rest, a completely white penguin. Penguins are usually black and white with a bright orange beaks, but this special female penguin shows no color at all. Experts say this is caused by a genetic mutation known as leucism. And while the condition in itself is not harmful, well, it can still be proven dangerous for the penguin because it makes it easier for a predator to spot it and hunt it. I guess this is a proof that standing out from the crowd sometimes it's not safe nor good. Back to you guys.
All right. Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, we've got some new developments this morning in the case of those Gilgo Beach murders.
After the break, the reported additional murder charge the suspect is set to face in court today. That is next on Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. The man already facing charges in the murders of 3 women on Gilgo Beach in New York is expected to appear in court today and face another murder charge. That's according to a person with direct knowledge of the situation. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, for more than a decade, a string of unsolved murders rattled Long Island residents and confounded authorities, but a big break in the case changed all of that. And now, once again, prosecutors say they will announce a significant development in this investigation.
Rex, did you do it?
This morning, the criminal case against accused serial killer Rex Heuermann potentially widening. The prime suspect in the Gilgo Beach slayings due back in court today, where a source tells NBC News he's expected to face yet another murder charge. The 60-year-old is already accused of killing 3 women, Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, and Amber Lynn Costello, whose bodies were found near a remote stretch of Gilgo Beach on Long Island over a decade ago.
She did not deserve that. And none of them did.
Authorities had also linked Heuermann to the death of a 4th woman, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, when he was arrested last year, but prosecutors didn't charge him at the time.
A 13-year-old cold case doesn't get solved in a matter of weeks or days.
Maureen's friend telling Dateline she wishes they'd stayed together in the city on the last day Maureen was seen alive.
She would have been alive. I have no doubt in my mind about that. And I think about that every day.
The New York architect was arrested outside his Manhattan office last July after authorities pieced together DNA evidence using some pizza crust he'd thrown in the trash.
Even with this arrest, we're not done. There's more work to do in this investigation.
From there, investigators spent weeks combing through the home Heuermann shared with his now estranged wife, removing truckloads of possible evidence, discovering nearly 300 guns stored in a walk-in vault.
We have obtained a massive amount of material.
Heuermann has pled not guilty to all of the charges.
He's maintained his innocence from the inception of this case.
Now, with a 4th murder charge expected to be announced, DNA evidence likely to play a crucial role.
The Suffolk County District Attorney plans to hold a news conference later this morning. After that, Heuermann's attorney plans to speak then as well. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you.
For more on this case, let's bring in former FBI Special Agent Dr. Brianna Fox. She's also a psychological criminologist. Dr. Fox, thank you very much for joining us. Good morning. So take us inside an investigation like this. So after that massive search of the suspect's home, what kind of activity would have been going on before prosecutors went forward with this new charge?
Well, thanks for having me on to discuss. So first, the investigators will be poring over every single thing they can. There are a lot of new advances in forensics, DNA testing, and other policing technologies since the discovery of these bodies, some over a decade ago. One, for instance, was retesting hairs that were found in 2007, 2010. The advances in DNA may be able to match the suspect with things that were found on the bodies, and that could be what's leading to the arrest potentially today.
So, Dr. Fox, the bodies of at least 6 other victims were also located in the same area as these 4 women. Do you think we could see even more murder charges down the line? And how might that investigation look?
Well, for law enforcement, the number one priority was to get this right. So I'm sure that once they felt confident that they had a very strong prosecutable case and that the suspect was taken off the streets, they really wanted to take their time with all of these other cases, not just trying to make rash arrests or charges when they already have their suspect behind bars. So I'm sure that now they're going through every single piece of evidence. Sometimes it takes months for these types of cases to be analyzed, to have their evidence retried and essentially tested to match maybe new evidence that they find, let's say, at the suspect's home.
All right. Dr. Brianna Fox, thank you very much for helping us understand this a little bit better. We appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
Coming up, is the whole work from home model here to stay?
Well, not entirely, but hybrid work is definitely on the minds of some top business leaders who say they want to prioritize worker happiness over filling office space. We will explain up next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are back now with a look at the changing landscape of how and where we work. Since the pandemic, it can be hard for some people to imagine ever going back into the office 5 days a week.
A Gallup poll found just 20% of workers were fully on site in 2023. That is way down from 60% in 2019. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Roman is here with a look at what's next for those who've been working from home a few days a week. Christine, good morning.
Good morning. You know, that's right. Score one for the hybrid work holdouts. Increasingly, CEOs are frankly more concerned with keeping their workers and keeping them happy than forcing them into cubicles full-time 5 days a week.
Frank, could you mute your line, please?
From the dreaded mute button mistake to a revealing Zoom call.
Team can see your upper thigh.
Hybrid work is here to stay. A survey of CEOs found just 4% say they'll prioritize getting workers back in the office full-time this year. Bosses more interested in keeping their workers happy than keeping cubicles staffed 9 to 5 from Monday to Friday.
Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
The pandemic ushering in a shift in how and where and when we work. With unemployment near a 50-year low, CEOs are desperate to retain talent. Their bigger fear is losing good workers, not getting them into the office.
Absolutely, as it should be, because good workers are the key to driving financial results for your organization.
Each industry is a little different. Banks brought back workers 5 days a week early. Amazon told staff in November they need to be in the office 3 days a week. So did Meta. But UPS wants office workers back full-time later this spring. After all, the drivers can't work from home.
Like, why are we doing this?
On social media, plenty of griping about going into the office at all.
There's just so many options out there that don't involve people going back to the office.
But the dream of 100% work from home is fading, much like the dream of 5 full days in the office. Nearly full-time remote work has plummeted from 34% in 2022 to just 1% last year.
Get back to work.
Back to work for many in 2024 will mean getting back to work at home and in person for good.
So, Christine, you mentioned in there kind of this big focus on retention of workers. We saw all these trends. The Great Resignation, quiet quitting, where you kind of just like do as little as you can. Same with bare minimum Mondays, same kind of concept. Is that impacting these choices about hybrid work or not?
Well, what's so interesting to me is the worker has had the upper hand for a couple of years now, right? Bosses are just really eager to retain their top performers. And so that's why the hybrid work has been so popular for so many people. And you've seen all of these different kinds of trends. There's one now called career cushioning, which is people kind of sitting back and looking around where they're going to go next in 2024, because there are opportunities on the landscape. But I think the two extremes, 100% work from home and 5 days, 9 to 5 in your cubicle, it's going to be something, the new normal is going to be somewhere between them.
Yeah, I mean, there is this movement, not 4 days a week, I'm sorry, not 5 days a week, but doing 4 days a week. That's gaining traction.
It's so interesting. There have been some really interesting pilot programs for that. And I'm telling you, the workers love that 4-day work week.
I wonder why.
And, you know, some companies do 4 days, 10 hours, but the pilot programs have actually been 4 days of work at 8 hours a day. And these companies say they are just as productive, and sales have actually risen when you give people one more extra day to do their life stuff. That's a little bit separate from the work from home hybrid model that I think is starting to become the norm. As I mentioned in the piece, though, banks, people have been full-time in banks for months and months now. Some tech companies are really pushing to have at least 3 days a week in the office, especially people working on AI. They want you on site working on some of the really important high-value parts of the economy. So it depends on sort of like where you are in the economy. But I think 5 days, 9 to 5, 10 commutes, that is a pre-pandemic model.
So if you are somewhere, though, where that is what your bosses are saying is going to happen, that's what the company wants, is there any recourse, or do you have any tips on having a conversation about that?
I would say you need to be armed with numbers and results. You need to be able to go back to your boss and say, look, here is how I have outperformed. Here is where I have boosted sales. Here is where I have, beaten deadlines on this, this, or this. This is how I've mentored so-and-so. Be able to get in there and show that you working from home 1 day or 2 days a week and coming in the office 3 days, how that has worked for the bottom line of the company. If you can connect your particular hybrid model to the company's profits, that's how you make that argument.
Very good advice. Christine Roman, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, let's get some more financial headlines now, starting with new efforts from Apple to push back on its U.S. sales ban case.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money headlines. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. So Apple will drop blood oxygen features on smartwatches that have been banned from being sold here in the U.S. Now, Apple and the U.S. Customs Bureau haven't commented, but reports say Massimo, that's the company which claims Apple infringed on its patent, says the feature will be going away. Apple pulled the devices before the sales ban went into effect last month, but won a temporary reprieve in court. Bloomberg reports the modified watches have been shipped to stores, but they won't be sold until the government officially approves the changes. China's premier says the country is open for business, highlighting its potential for foreign investment. Speaking to business leaders at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Li Qiang says the Chinese economy likely grew more than 5% last year. That's above official targets and the 3% growth from 2022. That's when China was still under the zero COVID lockdowns. That's still the lowest GDP growth since 1990, outside of the pandemic years. China has been struggling with lower demand from businesses and consumers. And Uber is reportedly shutting down Drizzly. That's the alcohol delivery service it bought for more than $1 billion 3 years ago. Now, it was an odd match for Uber, as Drizzly provided the technology to let local liquor stores provide their own deliveries instead of hiring contract or its own delivery workers. Drizzly also suffered a data breach in 2020, exposing information on 2.5 million customers. It was later learned the company had been aware of a security flaw for 2 years. That led to an order from the FTC restricting the type of data Drizzly could collect, guys. So I guess change the way you order your booze.
Yeah,
I used it once, I think, in 2020.
I used that.
Did you?
I did not. Yeah, that's interesting.
All right. Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
Supply shortages and record high prices have left potential car buyers thinking twice when it came to purchasing a vehicle last year. But if you're in the market for a car this year, well, things might be turning around in your favor. NBC News senior investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen has more on the 2024 car buying forecast.
In 2023, buying a car was no easy ride. Supply shortages, record high prices, and low inventory left many consumers with few options.
There were 3 dealerships that we felt we could work with in our area, and only one of those 3 had a van on the lot for us to look at.
Andrea Smith, a mom of 4 in upstate New York, purchased this minivan over the summer, but she says it wasn't easy.
We felt pressured to make a purchase right away because there were so limited options, and we didn't want to wait a couple months or 3-4 months for one to come onto the lot.
Then the sticker shock.
The price that we ended up paying for our van was a third of the price of what we purchased our home for.
But in 2024, a possible silver lining. What is 2024 going to look like?
2024 will look a lot more normal to the average shopper. So
Brian Moody is executive editor of Kelley Blue Book. He says with factories coming back to full production, inventory has been recovering. While still below pre-pandemic levels, the boost in availability means more options on the lot.
in 2024, there's an abundance of both new and used cars, and so customers should be able to find what they want for a reasonable price.
In November of 2023, the price of new and used cars decreased slightly from record highs in 2022, with new cars averaging $47,000 and used cars at $26,000. But Moody says consumers will see the biggest savings thanks to increased incentives offered by automakers. These perks are up 136% in December compared to 2022.
What are some of those incentives that we have forgotten about because it's been so long since we saw them?
Always look for the low APR, the low interest rate. That's the best way to get the most bang for your buck. But we also see some cash back and some subsidized leases, meaning that there may be little down payment and a low monthly payment for a car that might work for you.
When shopping, compare prices and inventories both online and in person at the dealership. Know your credit score, which will impact which incentives you may qualify for. Consider maintenance, fuel efficiency, and insurance rates when calculating the price. For used cars, check the vehicle's history report and get an independent mechanical inspection, especially if it's sold as is.
You're not going to get the best deals on big, full-size truck-based SUVs. Everybody wants those. If you really want a deal, look for sedans and hatchbacks, cars like the Toyota Corolla or the Honda Accord.
And if you're thinking of making the switch to electric, there's some good news. Many brands like Tesla and Nissan lowered prices. Tax incentives from the state and federal government could also offer additional discounts.
The lesson here is if you've always wanted an electric car, but it was too expensive, this is the time to reassess that and go back and look.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News, New York.
Great tips as always from Vicki. Coming up, more NFL playoff action as we inch closer to the Super Bowl.
After the break, all the storylines we're watching as the division matchups get set in stone. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. 3 big acts have been confirmed to perform at the Grammys next month. Billie Eilish, Dua Lipa, and Olivia Rodrigo will all be on stage at the Crypto.com Arena. All of them are currently nominated as well. Eilish and Rodrigo have a total of 6 nominations. Dua Lipa has 2. All 3 fall short of SZA, who has 9 noms. This year will be the 66th annual ceremony and will be hosted by Trevor Noah. I love the Grammys. It's so much fun. You just like at a concert.
Yeah, it's like the best concert, like the best of the year all performing. So that's
Exactly.
good. We'll have another good awards show.
Yes.
All right. So after a wild weekend of wild card matchups, we're now just 6 games away from the Super Bowl. For some, it meant battling snow, ice, freezing temperatures to advance to the next round. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung wraps up all the action.
Hey, good morning, guys. Snow was thrown around like confetti by Bills Mafia, and in Tampa, the cannons kept on firing. Wildcard weekend saw shocking blowouts, a playoff drought ended, young quarterback shining, and one of the coldest games in NFL history. Now the divisional slate is set.
A Buffalo win worth the wait. In below freezing temps, the Bills coming out hot after a massive blizzard postponed their wildcard matchup against the Steelers. And with another 3 feet of snow falling the night before the delayed game, Bills Mafia shoveling, scooping, and scoring the best seats they could dig out. For the first time in modern day NFL history, fans allowed to sit wherever they'd like. Their reward, a 31-17 win and a divisional game ahead.
We're going to need everybody in Bills Mafia to be here and support us. I'm just thanking God that, we get another chance to play another game. Go Bills.
Next Sunday, they'll host the defending Super Bowl champs, the Kansas City Chiefs, in the first road playoff game in quarterback Patrick Mahomes' career. And of course, fans waiting to see if Taylor Swift will be cheering on the Chiefs and boyfriend Travis Kelce in Buffalo. Back on the field, a wild long weekend capped off with a rout in Tampa Bay. Bucs receiver David Moore scoring the first touchdown of the game, and his first this season on his 29th birthday. The Eagles unable to stop the spiral of their late season collapse, their frustration evident on the bench and in the stands. In the game's final seconds, Eagles star center Jason Kelce appearing to tear up on the sidelines. But the night belonging to the Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield becoming the first quarterback in franchise history, including Tom Brady, to throw for over 300 yards and 3 touchdown passes in a playoff game. And with their 32-9 win, a trip to Detroit is on the horizon.
So any devoted sports fan probably has a story about sneaking scores to a big game when you can't be in front of the TV. I know I have. Well, last night at the Emmys, look at this. Rob McElhenney showed real commitment to watching his beloved Eagles. He tweeted this photo with the caption, "Who schedules the Emmys the same night as the Eagles?" He streamed the game from the award show and then the follow-up. worth it, I guess, as he and Ryan Reynolds won an Emmy for their series, Welcome to Wrexham. Guys, I wouldn't be surprised if he would trade in that Emmy for an Eagles win.
All right. There's a lot to watch last night. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. She mentioned, by the way, that tearful moment for longtime Eagles center Jason Kelce. Well, this morning, citing sources, the ESPN and the NFL Network are reporting that the elder Kelce told his teammates he is retiring, so stay tuned for that. That would mean, of course, we already know we won't see a Kelce Brothers rematch in the Super Bowl this year. That might mean we'll never see a Kelce Brothers rematch.
But we get a lot of them on their podcast.
And
he's got quite a career going off the field.
I think he's going to be okay.
Right?
If he chooses,
I know.
Yeah,
and that's so funny that you say there was so much to watch. That streaming thing, that was us with the caucus coverage.
You're watching the caucuses
and the Emmys.
The Emmys. Football fans were watching the games.
Speaking of football fans, hello to anyone who's new to watching us on Peacock after we had the Chiefs on Peacock exclusively. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sticking around.
Exactly. We're here every morning. All right. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though, because the news continues right now. Good morning. You hear that election music. Thanks for joining us the day after the Iowa caucus. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, it is on to New Hampshire after former President Trump handily takes Iowa's crucial caucuses. It was a landslide victory over the GOP field, but it was a close battle for second place. Our Steve Kornacki breaks down the numbers as Vivek Ramaswamy bows out of White House contention. We're also tracking that deadly Arctic blast that's bringing snow and frigid temperatures to nearly 100 million Americans this morning. We have got your full forecast in just a moment. There's a new flashpoint on the southern border this morning. Tensions are growing between the Biden administration and Texas after the tragic drowning of a migrant woman and 2 children. It comes as New York City rolls out fresh restrictions on some migrant centers, while Mayor Eric Adams is now imposing a curfew in some communities. And is the work from home boom here to stay? We've got a new survey of some top business leaders who are prioritizing happiness on the job over filling cubicles from 9 to 5. Good to have you with us on this. It feels kind of like a Monday because we had awards last night and all sorts of stuff.
It was a holiday.
Yeah, it is Tuesday morning. So we're going to begin this hour with a landslide win for former President Donald Trump in the Iowa caucuses, kicking off the 2024 primary election season.
NBC News projects Trump has won the Iowa caucuses by a huge margin over his fellow Republican rivals. You can see that on your screen there. In a closely watched battle, though, for second, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis finished ahead of former Ambassador Nikki Haley. Long shot candidate Vivek Ramaswamy dropped out of the race last night after finishing in 4th, and he then endorsed Trump for the party's nomination. Well, the former president is looking to win the GOP nomination for a 3rd straight time, and that, of course, would set up a rematch against President Biden in the fall. NBC News senior Washington correspondent and News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the latest ahead of next week's primary in New Hampshire.
Hey there, good morning to you. And this is where all the action is now, the state of New Hampshire. And Donald Trump is hoping to carry that dominant win, that historic win in Iowa, to this state now after crossing that key 50% threshold, a symbolic indication of his grip on the Republican Party. Mr. Trump, for a brief moment at least, trading his combative tone for a more courteous one toward his Republican rivals, hoping to unite the GOP behind him.
It's now off to New Hampshire.
Former President Trump this morning setting his sights on New Hampshire and the general election.
This is the first because the big night is going to be in November.
After cruising to a win in the Iowa caucuses with a record margin of victory, coming in at 51% of the vote, his rivals trailing far behind. Mr. Trump now making the case for his competitors to coalesce behind him.
I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together.
The former president winning nearly every voting bloc, including caucus goers without a college degree, the very conservative, white evangelicals, and those over 65.
He's a man that will say what he thinks and tells the truth.
The night showing many Republicans intense loyalty to Mr. Trump. Despite the former president facing 91 felony charges, 2/3 of caucus goers consider him fit to be president, even if he were to be convicted of a crime, according to our NBC News entrance polls. They also showed a majority agreed with Mr. Trump's lies that the 2020 election was illegitimate. Across Iowa, historically low temperatures and low turnout, too, with roughly half the number of caucus goers compared to 2016. But for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, enough supporters showing up to boost him to a second-place finish as he edged out former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley for second place.
We've got our ticket punched out of Iowa.
All smiles for DeSantis in a state he invested heavily in and once predicted he'd win outright. Now, a rationale to keep his campaign going.
We have a lot of work to do.
The focus now shifting to New Hampshire, where the margins appear much closer.
We're on to New Hampshire.
Haley looking to gain ground on Mr. Trump, who has only a single-digit lead in recent polling.
Our campaign is the last best hope of stopping the Trump-Biden nightmare.
You can expect to see the candidates out on the campaign trail today. Nikki Haley, of course. Ron DeSantis will make a stop in South Carolina before coming here to New Hampshire. And former President Trump will stop in New York. He's expected to appear at the start of that defamation damages trial involving writer E. Jean Carroll. He'll then come up to New Hampshire for a rally alongside Vivek Ramaswamy, apparently, who dropped out overnight and endorsed the former president. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. He is at the big board to dive deeper into last night's results. Steve, good to have you with us. So the results in Iowa generally tracked the final NBC poll leading up to caucus day. No huge surprises. It was a tighter race than maybe some expected between DeSantis and Haley for second place. Just what stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's just sort of the totalizing nature of Trump's victory here. 98 of the 99 counties, places he won in 2016, his margin just exploded. Places he was very weak in 2016, especially in Northwest Iowa, where you have a heavy evangelical vote. There was a lot of distrust of Trump 8 years ago when he first ran among evangelicals in Iowa. That has completely changed in 8 years. Just to give you an example, this county right here, Sioux County, this was Donald Trump's worst county in Iowa in 2016. He got 11% of the vote here. Deeply, deeply religious. Look at that. He ends up improving by 34 points, wins it by double digits over DeSantis. You know, DeSantis had really targeted evangelical voters, got a lot of evangelical endorsements. His strategy here for a surprisingly strong showing would have involved winning a county like this. Instead, he kind of gets buried by Trump here. So I think Trump's overall strength here is the big story. In terms of Nikki Haley, she came in third, but the places she did well and the types of voters she did well with, she did very well with independent voters in particular. Independent voters only made up 16% of the caucus electorate in Iowa last night. They go to New Hampshire next week, and independents could be 45% of that New Hampshire primary electorate. It's an extremely high number in New Hampshire relative to other states. So, while Haley got 32 points behind third place here, the strength she showed here in Iowa, where she showed it, I think translates better to New Hampshire, much better to New Hampshire than anything that DeSantis showed last night.
So you mentioned that, the strength that she has that could maybe kind of carry over. Tell us more about what we sort of gleaned that are maybe bright spots for each of these, even though obviously Trump was so far out ahead. I mean, with these top three here, what do you think they can take away and lean into as we move forward?
Yeah, I mean, look, Trump can take that this is a historic margin. The previous best total in an Iowa Republican caucus was 41%. George W. Bush in 2000, he improved that by 10 points. Look at this, 29-point margin for Trump here. The previous biggest margin in an Iowa Republican caucus was just 12 points. Bob Dole in 1988. So Trump just shattered all those records. This is an interesting one, by the way. I want to get this one in. We say 98 of 99 counties for Trump. You see the one exception here. This is Johnson County, where the University of Iowa is. How close did Donald Trump come to going 99 for 99? Look at this. Literally one single vote.
Wow.
Nikki Haley beat him by one vote in Johnson County. If that flipped, Trump would be 99 for 99. In terms of strengths, though, for Haley, it was. Look, this is a very good example. Johnson County has the highest concentration of adults with college degrees of any county in Iowa. University of Iowa is there, as you say. So it's high college degree concentration. You got a lot of independents who end up participating in the Republican caucuses, higher income level, cities, suburban areas. That's her kind of core strength. Those are the places she performed best in Iowa last night. Again, that's not going to be enough given her weakness in the rural areas in a state like Iowa. But in New Hampshire, it's a combination that could work a lot better for her.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, Steve. I mean, I know your mind is already wrapped around New Hampshire, which is very different from Iowa. So what should we be looking out for next week's primary?
Yeah, take a look. I think this is really interesting. If we flip over, this is the average of the polling in New Hampshire right now. And again, look, Haley already at 30%, just 13 points behind Trump in the average. This is, of all the states we've been polling and seeing polls in, this is the closest one, right now. So Haley's shot is going to be in New Hampshire. And again, look how different it is demographically. And Iowa last night was 55% evangelical, 16%, as I said, independent voters, 9% moderates. Night and day. Look at New Hampshire, 25% evangelical. This is the big difference for Nikki Haley. She's doing really well with independent voters. When they're 16% of the electorate, that's still going to be nearly enough for you. They're 42% the last time in New Hampshire. And as I said, it could be higher this year. That gives her something real to work with in New Hampshire. 3 times as many moderates. She won the moderate vote last night, too. Problem for Haley, though, if she does well in New Hampshire and wins it, I know South Carolina is her home state, but look at the demographics of South Carolina. They're a lot more like Iowa. New Hampshire is kind of an outlier state when it comes to all of the Republican primaries.
All right, Steve Kornacki breaking it down. We always appreciate having you on, Steve.
Yes,
thanks for joining us this morning.
Again, election season, we get Steve Kornacki coming by. Good to see you. Well, now let's get to that stunning and deadly cold weather that's impacting so much of the country. This morning, more than 80 million people are waking up under a winter alert, with almost 80% of the U.S. experiencing below freezing temperatures overnight. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Central Park, where New York City may finally break its snowless drought. It looks like it is, in fact, sticking and gathering behind you. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. From a very wintry Central Park, New York City has not seen this much snow in 700+ days. And as you say, the snow here is finally sticking. Meanwhile, in other parts of the country, there's been so much snow that entire counties have declared a state of emergency.
This morning, the deadly Arctic blast is gripping more than 80% of the country, killing at least 7 nationwide, with 5 more deaths suspected to have been caused by temperatures so cold. In some parts, it feels like -50, transforming roads into potential death traps.
There's so many car accidents. It's really bad.
To the south, a state of emergency declared in parts of Tennessee. Nashville and Memphis feeling wind chills in the single digits, with some even skiing through the streets. The snow reaching as far west as Oklahoma. And in Texas, the dangerous conditions raising concern for that state's power grid and plumbing. The storm also creating chaos in the air, with more than 4,100 flights canceled nationwide on Monday and more than 8,000 delays, according to FlightAware. Across the country, schools are closed due to the cold, from Denver to Buffalo. And New York City is finally feeling the freeze after 700+ days of no substantial snow.
It's not going to be a big snow. It's just the idea that we haven't had snow in so long, so it's foreign to us.
At Columbus Hardware Store, there's hope. All this snow will shovel in more sales.
So once we see the snow, people start coming in.
Are you excited?
Yes, we are. We've just been waiting for over 700 days.
It's a long time.
Very long time, if you ask me.
Now, I want you to check this out right now here in Central Park. That is over an inch of snow, Savannah. The National Weather Service says officially the streak has been broken this morning. Now, city officials say that once the snow reaches 2 inches, if the snow reaches 2 inches, that's when they're going to deploy their snow plows. They have an unprecedented number of city workers on standby, and the hope is that they'll be able to plow every street every bike lane simultaneously. Meanwhile, we're already seeing more impact in the air. According to FlightAware, more than 1,000 flights have been canceled today so far, and it's expected more to follow. Savannah.
Don't quite need the yardstick yet. Yeah. But maybe like a foot-long ruler.
That's ambitious, right?
We're just having a down lower. I get it, Aaron. All right. Hey, we broke the streak.
We'll take it.
Stay warm. Thanks, Aaron. Let's stay on this because millions who are impacted by those winter weather conditions, we're going to take a look for you at how you can stay safe on the road if you got to leave your house today for any reason. Well, joining us now with some tips on how you can travel safely is AAA automotive expert David Bennett. David, thank you very much for joining us. So according to AAA, winter weather and bad road conditions are a factor in nearly 500,000 accidents and also more than 2,000 road deaths every winter. What do drivers need to know, keep in mind, to stay safe on the road?
Good morning. I think, first of all, if they don't need to be on the road, don't get on the road. Stay home. Allow the Department of Transportation to get out there and clear all those roads, as your reporter was just talking about. But if you have to be on the road, you want to focus on the task at hand, and that's driving from point A to point B. Remove all of the distractions. You want to, get your radio station set to where it should be, get your coffee there, get your GPS all set up, and just focus on that task at hand. And then make sure that you're giving yourself plenty of stopping distance. Give yourself extra room while you're driving, because you don't know if all of a sudden somebody's going to stop suddenly. But also you have black ice out there, and you just never know when you're going to hit that. So give yourself extra time, focus on that task at hand.
David, people often forget there are things you should be doing in advance to prepare your car for the winter weather. What are some of those steps?
Well, the biggest thing is your tires. You want to make sure you have your proper tire pressure, but you also want to take a look at the tread on your tires. And then back in the day, if you think about it, it used to be the penny test. Now it's the quarter. Put the quarter in upside down. Take a look at the Washington's head, and if you can see Washington's head, you need to get yourself a new set of tires. But also what you want to do is make sure that you clear off all the snow from your vehicle. Don't forget your roof and also the trunk. You want to check all your lights, make sure they're working, and that's for two things. One, you want to see, but you also want to be seen. And then again, make sure your wiper blades are good, because that'll help with your visibility.
Quickly, we just have a few moments left, but we do want to ask, what should you do if you find yourself stranded in these dangerous weather conditions?
Well, you want to stay with the vehicle. That's going to give you the most protection. Then you want to go ahead and call. You want to call somebody for help. If you're driving long distance, you may want to go ahead and give somebody the route that you're planning to take, just in case you do break down. Somebody knows that route that you've done. But you really want to stay in your vehicle the best you can. Maybe put some kind of clear identification marker, like a bright shirt or something like that on the window that indicates that, hey, my vehicle is broken down. But the big thing that you also want to do is make sure that you don't step into the side of the road or things like that. And as you're driving and you see emergency vehicles on the side of the road, or you see vehicles that are stopped, give them some room. If you would, slow down, move over, give them opportunities to do their job, get home safely, because that's really what we all want to do.
All right, David Bennett, really good reminders. Thank you very much. Drive safe.
Let's get more on all that snow and cold from meteorologist Angie Lassman.
Angie Lassman, good morning. So we just heard, we broke it.
Yeah, Aaron's unofficial announcement there, but I do have the official amount from the National Weather Service. As of 7 a.m., we have picked up an inch today. In total, since we started to see it snow last night, about 1.4 inches for New York City. So yes, the snow drought is over for folks in New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Richmond, not quite. We're still going to see that snow drought continue for folks there. You can see how long it's been. Well, officially 701 days we went without an inch in one single day. The last time in New York was way back in February of 2022. You can see Baltimore over 700 days, Washington, D.C. 728 days. So people are happy that we finally got a little bit of snow. But it's still going to make the road slick. It's going to be difficult travel, and it extends for a whole lot of folks up through portions of New England, down through the Mid-Atlantic, and even along parts of the Gulf Coast. We're still dealing with some of those winter alerts. You might notice that we do have the winter alerts out towards the west as well. That's because our next storm system is going to work onshore and leave folks dealing with some rain, some snow, and some ice for the next couple of days. Meanwhile, though, in the Northeast, here's that snow that's still falling. We're still kind of seeing some of the snow across portions of New York City, but it's more of a wintry mix, some rain working in there a little farther towards the south in portions of the mid-Atlantic. The system's going to move out. We're going to see some improvements, except for folks near the lake. That's where we're still going to be dealing with the lake effect snow, really intense banding of that lake effect snow. We could pick up some significant accumulations between now and, say, Thursday. It's going to be blustery. It's going to be quite cold. So all of those ingredients mixed with the fact that we don't have a whole lot of ice happening on our lakes right now. So the total ice cover, you can see 0%, 1%, 2%. It's really not impressive. We've seen, of course, those warmer than normal temperatures so far this year. And that means that the snow machine continues east of the lakes. Places like Western New York could pick up 1 to 3 feet again through the next couple of days. And I can't not tell you about the dangerous cold. I mean, it is brutal out there. 133 million people under these wind chill alerts. Temperatures sub-zero to say the least. And with that wind, guys, we're talking 20 below for what it feels like in Kansas City this morning. Bundling up, no matter if you live in the northern plains, down through portions of the Gulf Coast. We need those extra layers today for sure.
No kidding. Sounds like for a few days, perhaps, too.
All right, Angie, thank you so much. Well, after a long postponement due to writers and actors strikes, Hollywood's top TV stars hit the red carpet last night for the 75th Emmy Awards. The big winners, hit shows Succession and The Bear, each took home 6 awards.
The night was also filled with some really emotional tributes. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us with some of the biggest moments. Chloe, good morning.
Good morning, you guys. I have to say, it was one of my most favorite award shows that I've seen in years. And like you said, after a 4-month delay due to those Hollywood strikes, the Emmys were back in a big way, providing nostalgia, laughs, and some of TV's most iconic stars.
And the Emmy goes to... It was a night of sweeping wins, big reunions, and touching tributes, as Hollywood celebrated the biggest names in television. HBO's Succession snapping up Best Drama, along with 3 acting wins in its final season.
This is a show about family.
Including Kieran Culkin for lead actor in a drama series with his own family moment on stage.
My beautiful wife, Jazz, thank you for sharing your life with me and for giving me 2 amazing kids. And Jazz, I want more.
Hulu's The Bear swept the comedy category, winning Best Comedy Series. Star Jeremy Allen White taking the lead actor statue. And Iowa Debris winning for Best Supporting Actress, with an assist from our own Carson Daly. The Emmy Awards marking 75 years by reuniting some of TV's most iconic ensemble casts on recreated sets, including Cheers, The Sopranos, Martin, Grey's Anatomy, even SNL Weekend Update anchors Tina Fey and Amy Poehler.
I'm Tina Fey, and we've reached the stage in life where we'll only present awards sitting down.
And of course, the dancing stars from Ally McBeal. This night was also a celebration of diversity, tying the record for most winning actors of color. Abbott Elementary's Quinta Brunson became the first Black woman to win lead actress in a comedy series in 40 years.
I just love comedy so much that I am so happy to be able to get this.
Niecy Nash Betts bringing the room to its feet with her acceptance speech.
I want to thank me for believing in me and doing what they said I could not do. And I want to say to myself in front of all you beautiful people, go on, girl, with your bad self.
One of the night's most touching moments came when Christina Applegate, who was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2021, received a standing ovation.
Thank you so much. Oh, my God.
So it was also a big night for Elton John. Although he wasn't there, he became an EGOT winner, meaning Emmy, Golden Globe, Oscar, Tony. So
Grammy.
it was his first, Grammy.
Grammy.
Sorry, thank you. You know
He
what?
probably has a Globe, too, though.
Probably has a Globe, too. And it was for his Farewell from Dodger Stadium live concert, which earned him an Emmy for the best live variety special. And like you said, all those fun facts. So such a cool night. But I gotta say, Anthony Anderson,
yes,
the host of the night, he ran a tight ship. Yeah. It ended at 10:59. His mom telling people to wrap up their speeches Oscars when she kept interrupting Jennifer Coolidge. How cute.
Yeah.
And honestly, like just the attention to detail that the producers of the Emmys did to recreate all of those nostalgic moments with those casts. I mean, to get some of the cast members from The Sopranos, Cheers,
to show up.
Ally
Such a
McBeal,
surprise.
and they
Praise.
recreated those sets. And then, fun fact, they had like the actual Game of Thrones throne, which I've actually sat in once. I'll show you that photo later. But it was a fun night. It's the way that award shows should be, and I hope that the Oscars follow suit and do something fun. Because I was inside the Golden Globes, and it was nothing like the Emmys.
Chloe, thank you. Lots of fun. Very cool to see.
All right, much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the fallout that's now unfolding on the southern border over the deaths of 3 migrants, including 2 children. The battle now brewing between Texas and the Biden administration.
And here in New York, new restrictions are being placed on migrants in some communities. We will bring you the latest on that as well. That is all coming up after this.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, nice to see you.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too. We are back with the showdown at the border, where the tragic drowning of a migrant woman and 2 children is fueling the latest feud between the Biden administration and Texas officials. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more on the fallout.
Tragedy on the Rio Grande escalating a border battle between the Biden administration and Texas, centered around federal authorities' access to the border. The Department of Homeland Security issuing a letter to the state's attorney general demanding Texas immediately cease and desist any actions that block Border Patrol's full access to the U.S.-Mexico border in and around the Shelby Park area. That Eagle Pass Park, near where a migrant woman and 2 children drowned late Friday. The rescue response highly disputed. The White House stating Texas officials blocked U.S. Border Patrol from attempting to save the migrants. Texas authorities calling that wholly inaccurate. Sharing by the time Border Patrol requested access, Mexican authorities were already recovering the bodies.
It's devastating to imagine that state officials would know that people were drowning in the river, particularly children, and block Border Patrol from going and saving them.
Just hours before the drownings, the state's governor defending its border presence.
Texas has the legal authority to control ingress and egress into any geographic location in the state of Texas.
Back in Eagle Pass, 700 white crosses, marking the estimated migrant deaths over the last year. DHS is giving Texas a deadline of this Wednesday to stop blocking Border Patrol, or they'll refer the matter to the Department of Justice and pursue all options available to restore access. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Dallas.
The migrant crisis continues to affect major cities across the country. Here in New York, Mayor Eric Adams is starting to impose curfews tonight at 4 of the city's migrant shelters. The curfew runs from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. at the respite centers housing nearly 2,000 people. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now. So, Julia, tell us more about why Mayor Adams is deciding to impose this curfew. Is this a reaction to complaints from the community, or is there more going on here?
Yeah, he says it's in reaction to complaints from the community. There have been residents who have been complaining about people loitering, panhandling, at times maybe shoplifting, and he said some violent incidents. It doesn't seem like there's been a huge spike in crime, but a lot of residents have complained, saying that these migrants were out at night. So the curfew will start at 11 p.m. and go till 6 a.m. And this is just at 4 shelters now, but it impacts 1,900 migrants. As you know, there have been at times as many as 70,000 inside New York City's migrant shelter system. And so the number could expand. And so we'll keep watching this.
What's the penalty for violating that policy? And are there any exceptions?
Well, yes, there are some exceptions if there are medical reasons that they would need to go out at night. Another one is travel. Other one is work. That's really interesting to me because when I've been in New York, a lot of people have said that they are having to find jobs in the underground gig economy. And a lot of times those people have overnight shifts and jobs that start very early in the morning. They may want to go out to a construction site or, the equivalent of a Home Depot parking lot where you could jump in a truck and do work for someone during the day. A lot of times that starts around 5 or 6 a.m. We see that all over the country, very early morning starts. And so it could be hard, if they're not in an official job because they don't have work authorization for them to get out and do that. But this could expand to other shelters as well, as we mentioned. And Mayor Adams said that he's open to doing that. But at this point, he has not yet done that in the Floyd Bennett Field facility, and that is the biggest shelter site so far.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Now let's get you some international headlines. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is shutting down any chance for reconciliation with South Korea.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has the latest on that and some other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. That's right. State media in North Korea reports that Kim Jong-un said that his country will no longer seek reconciliation with South Korea. Now, the Korean Central News Agency also said that the North Korean leader called for rewriting the country's constitution to eliminate the idea of shared statehood with South Korea. The announcement effectively ends a decades-long pursuit of unification and followed months of heightened tensions between the two countries, intensified by South Korea's military exercises with the United States and the North's weapons development and testing. Let's now come back here to Italy, where a junior culture minister is under investigation after he allegedly exhibited a stolen 17th century painting. The capture of St. Peter by painter Rutilio Manetti was reported stolen from a castle in the north of Italy in 2013. It reappeared in 2021 when Vittorio Sgarbi, a junior culture minister and renowned art critic, put it for show at an exhibition. Sgarbi said it is not the stolen painting, but another work from the same artist. The two paintings look identical, apart from a small detail, a candle at the top corner. But prosecutors allege the candle was painted over after it was stolen. And let's end this tour of the world in Antarctica, where among a colony of penguins, scientists noticed one that stood out from the rest, a completely white penguin. Penguins are usually black and white with a bright orange beaks, but this special female penguin shows no color at all. Experts say this is caused by a genetic mutation known as leucism. And while the condition in itself is not harmful, well, it can still be proven dangerous for the penguin because it makes it easier for a predator to spot it and hunt it. I guess this is a proof that standing out from the crowd sometimes it's not safe nor good. Back to you guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Coming up, we've got some new developments this morning in the case of those Gilgo Beach murders.
After the break, the reported additional murder charge the suspect is set to face in court today. That is next on Morning News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The man already facing charges in the murders of 3 women on Gilgo Beach in New York is expected to appear in court today and face another murder charge. That's according to a person with direct knowledge of the situation. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the latest.
Hey there, for more than a decade, a string of unsolved murders rattled Long Island residents and confounded authorities, but a big break in the case changed all of that. And now, once again, prosecutors say they will announce a significant development in this investigation.
Rex, did you do it?
This morning, the criminal case against accused serial killer Rex Heuermann potentially widening. The prime suspect in the Gilgo Beach slayings due back in court today, where a source tells NBC News he's expected to face yet another murder charge. The 60-year-old is already accused of killing 3 women, Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, and Amber Lynn Costello, whose bodies were found near a remote stretch of Gilgo Beach on Long Island over a decade ago.
She did not deserve that. And none of them did.
Authorities had also linked Heuermann to the death of a 4th woman, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, when he was arrested last year, but prosecutors didn't charge him at the time.
A 13-year-old cold case doesn't get solved in a matter of weeks or days.
Maureen's friend telling Dateline she wishes they'd stayed together in the city on the last day Maureen was seen alive.
She would have been alive. I have no doubt in my mind about that. And I think about that every day.
The New York architect was arrested outside his Manhattan office last July after authorities pieced together DNA evidence using some pizza crust he'd thrown in the trash.
Even with this arrest, we're not done. There's more work to do in this investigation.
From there, investigators spent weeks combing through the home Heuermann shared with his now estranged wife, removing truckloads of possible evidence, discovering nearly 300 guns stored in a walk-in vault.
We have obtained a massive amount of material.
Hewerman has pled not guilty to all of the charges.
He's maintained his innocence from the inception of this case.
Now, with a fourth murder charge expected to be announced, DNA evidence likely to play a crucial role.
The Suffolk County District Attorney plans to hold a news conference later this morning. After that, Hewerman's attorney plans to speak then as well. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you.
For more on this case, let's bring in former FBI Special Agent Dr. Brianna Fox. She's also a psychological criminologist. Dr. Fox, thank you very much for joining us. Good morning. So take us inside an investigation like this. So after that massive search of the suspect's home, what kind of activity would have been going on before prosecutors went forward with this new charge?
Well, thanks for having me on to discuss. So first, the investigators are going to be poring over every single thing they can. There are a lot of new advances in forensics, DNA testing, and other policing technology since the discovery of these bodies, some over a decade ago. One, for instance, was retesting hairs that were found in 2007, 2010. The advances in DNA may be able to match the suspect with things that were found on the bodies, and that could be what's leading to the arrest potentially today.
So, Dr. Fox, the bodies of at least 6 other victims were also located in the same area as these 4 women. Do you think we could see even more murder charges down the line? And how might that investigation look?
Well, for law enforcement, the number one priority was to get this right. So I'm sure that once they felt confident that they had a very strong prosecutable case and that the suspect was taken off the streets, they really wanted to take their time with all of these other cases, not just trying to make rash arrests or charges when they already have their suspect behind bars. So I'm sure that now they're going through every single piece of evidence. Sometimes it takes months for these types of cases to be analyzed, to have their evidence retried and essentially tested to match maybe new evidence that they find, let's say, at the suspect's home.
All right. Dr. Brianna Fox, thank you very much for helping us understand this a little bit better. We appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
Coming up, is the whole work from home model here to stay?
Well, not entirely, but hybrid work is definitely on the minds of some top business leaders who say they want to prioritize worker happiness over filling office space. We will explain up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to avoid.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with a look at the changing landscape of how and where we work. Since the pandemic, it can be hard for some people to imagine ever going back into the office 5 days a week.
A Gallup poll found just 20% of workers were fully on site in 2023. That is way down from 60% in 2019. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Roman is here with a look at what's next for those who've been working from home a few days a week. Christine, good morning.
Good morning. You know, that's right. Score one for the hybrid work holdouts. Increasingly, CEOs are frankly more concerned with keeping their workers and keeping them happy than forcing them into cubicles full-time 5 days a week.
Frank, could you mute your line, please?
From the dreaded mute button mistake to a revealing Zoom call.
Team can see your upper thigh.
Hybrid work is here to stay. A survey of CEOs found just 4% say they'll prioritize getting workers back in the office full-time this year. Bosses more interested in keeping their workers happy than keeping cubicles staffed 9 to 5 from Monday to Friday.
Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
The pandemic ushering in a shift in how and where and when we work. With unemployment near a 50-year low, CEOs are desperate to retain talent.
Their bigger fear is losing good workers, not getting them into the office.
Absolutely, as it should be, because good workers are the key to driving financial results for your organization.
Each industry is a little different. Banks brought back workers 5 days a week early. Amazon told staff in November they need to be in the office 3 days a week. So did Meta. But UPS wants office workers back full-time later this spring. After all, the drivers can't work from home.
Like, why are we doing this?
On social media, plenty of griping about going into the office at all.
There's just so many options out there that don't involve people going back to the office.
But the dream of 100% work from home is fading, much like the dream of 5 full days in the office. Nearly full-time remote work has plummeted from 34% in 2022 to just 1% last year.
Get back to work.
Back to work for many in 2024 will mean getting back to work at home and in person for good.
So, Christine, you mentioned in there kind of this big focus on retention of workers. We saw all these trends. The Great Resignation, quiet quitting, where you kind of just like do as little as you can. Same with bare minimum Mondays, same kind of concept. Is that impacting these choices about hybrid work or not?
Well, what's so interesting to me is the worker has had the upper hand for a couple of years now, right? Bosses are just really eager to retain their top performers. And so that's why the hybrid work has been so popular for so many people. And you've seen all of these different kinds of trends. There's one now called career cushioning, which is people kind of sitting back and looking around where they're going to go next in 2024, because there are opportunities on the landscape. But I think the two extremes, 100% work from home and 5 days, 9 to 5 in your cubicle, it's going to be something, the new normal is going to be somewhere between them.
Yeah, I mean, there is this movement, not 4 days a week, I'm sorry, not 5 days a week, but doing 4 days a week. That's gaining traction.
It's so interesting. There have been some really interesting pilot programs for that. And I'm telling you, the workers love that 4-day work week.
I wonder why.
And, you know, some companies do 4 days, 10 hours, but the pilot programs have actually been 4 days of work at 8 hours a day. And these companies say they are just as productive, and sales have actually risen when you give people one more extra day to do their life stuff. That's a little bit separate from the work from home hybrid model that I think is starting to become the norm. As I mentioned in the piece, though, banks, people have been full-time in banks for months and months now. Some tech companies are really pushing to have at least 3 days a week in the office, especially people working on AI. They want you on site working on some of the really important high-value parts of the economy. So it depends on sort of like where you are in the economy. But I think 5 days, 9 to 5, 10 commutes. That is a pre-pandemic model.
So if you are somewhere, though, where that is what your bosses are saying is going to happen, that's what the company wants, is there any recourse, or do you have any tips on having a conversation about that?
I would say you need to be armed with numbers and results. You need to be able to go back to your boss and say, look, here is how I have outperformed. Here is where I have boosted sales. Here is where I have, beaten deadlines on this, this, or this. This is how I've mentored so-and-so. Be able to get in there and show that you working from home 1 day or 2 days a week and coming in the office 3 days, how that has worked for the bottom line of the company. If you can connect your particular hybrid model to the company's profits, that's how you make that argument.
Very good advice. Christine Roman, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, let's get to more financial headlines now, starting with new efforts from Apple to push back on its U.S. sales ban case.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money headlines. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. So Apple will drop blood oxygen features on smartwatches that have been banned from being sold here in the U.S. Now, Apple and the U.S. Customs Bureau haven't commented, but reports say Massimo, that's the company which claims Apple infringed on its patent, says the feature will be going away. Apple pulled the devices before the sales ban went into effect last month, but won a temporary reprieve in court. Bloomberg reports the modified watches have been shipped to stores, but they won't be sold until the government officially approves the changes. China's premier says the country is open for business, highlighting its potential for foreign investment. Speaking to business leaders at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Li Qiang says the Chinese economy likely grew more than 5% last year. That's above official targets and the 3% growth from 2022. That's when China was still under the zero COVID lockdowns. That's still the lowest GDP growth since 1990, outside of the pandemic years. China has been struggling with lower demand from businesses and consumers. And Uber is reportedly shutting down Drizzly. That's the alcohol delivery service it bought for more than $1 billion 3 years ago. Now, it was an odd match for Uber, as Drizzly provided the technology to let local liquor stores provide their own deliveries instead of hiring contract or its own delivery workers. Drizzly also suffered a data breach in 2020, exposing information on 2.5 million customers. It was later learned the company had been aware of a security flaw for 2 years. That led to an order from the FTC restricting the type of data Drizzly could collect, guys. So I guess change the way you order your booze?
Yeah,
I used it once, I think, in 2020. Did you?
I did not. Yeah, that's interesting.
All right. Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Supply shortages and record high prices have left potential car buyers thinking twice when it came to purchasing a vehicle last year. But if you're in the market for a car this year, well, things might be turning around in your favor. NBC News senior investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen has more on the 2024 car buying forecast.
In 2023, buying a car was no easy ride. Supply shortages, record high prices, and low inventory left many consumers with few options.
There were 3 dealerships that we felt we could work with in our area, and only one of those 3 had a van on the lot for us to look at.
Andrea Smith, a mom of 4 in upstate New York, purchased this minivan over the summer, but she says it wasn't easy.
We felt pressured to make a purchase right away because there were so limited options, and we didn't want to wait a couple months or 3-4 months for one to come onto the lot.
Then the sticker shock.
The price that we ended up paying for our van was a third of the price of what we purchased our home for.
But in 2024, a possible silver lining.
What is 2024 going to look like?
2024 will look a lot more normal to the average shopper. So
Brian Moody is executive editor of Kelley Blue Book. He says with factories coming back to full production, inventory has been recovering. While still below pre-pandemic levels, the boost in availability means more options on the lot.
In 2024, there's an abundance of both new and used cars, and so customers should be able to find what they want for a reasonable price.
In November of 2023, the price of new and used cars decreased slightly from record highs in 2022, with new cars averaging $47,000 and used cars at $26,000. But Moody says consumers will see the biggest savings thanks to increased incentives offered by automakers. These perks are up 136% in December compared to 2022.
What are some of those incentives that we have forgotten about because it's been so long since we saw them?
Always look for the low APR, the low interest rate. That's the best way to get the most bang for your buck. But we also see some cash back and some subsidized leases, meaning that there may be little down payment and a low monthly payment for a car that might work for you.
When shopping, compare prices and inventories both online and in person at the dealership. Know your credit score, which will impact which incentives you may qualify for. Consider maintenance, fuel efficiency, and insurance rates when calculating the price. For used cars, check the vehicle's history report and get an independent mechanical inspection, especially if it's sold as is.
You're not going to get the best deals on big, full-size truck-based SUVs. Everybody wants those. If you really want a deal, look for sedans and hatchbacks, cars like the Toyota Corolla or the Honda Accord.
And if you're thinking of making the switch to electric, there's some good news. Many brands like Tesla and Nissan lowered prices. Tax incentives from the state and federal government could also offer additional discounts.
The lesson here is if you've always wanted an electric car, but it was too expensive, this is the time to reassess that and go back and look.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News, New York.
Great tips as always from Vicki. Coming up, more NFL playoff action as we inch closer to the Super Bowl.
After the break, all the storylines we're watching as the division matchups get set in stone. Stay with us.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. 3 big acts have been confirmed to perform at the Grammys next month. Billie Eilish, Dua Lipa, and Olivia Rodrigo will all be on stage at the Crypto.com Arena. All of them are currently nominated as well. Eilish and Rodrigo have a total of 6 nominations. Dua Lipa has 2. All 3 fall short of SZA, who has 9 noms. This year will be the 66th annual ceremony and will be hosted by Trevor Noah. I love the Grammys. It's so much fun. You just like get a concert.
Yeah, it's like the best concert, like the best of the year all performing. So that's
Exactly.
good. We'll have another good awards show.
Yes.
All right. So after a wild weekend of wild card matchups, we're now just 6 games away from the Super Bowl. For some, it meant battling snow, ice, freezing temperatures to advance to the next round. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung wraps up all the action.
Hey, good morning, guys. Snow was thrown around like confetti by Bills Mafia, and in Tampa, the cannons kept on firing. Wildcard weekend saw shocking blowouts, a playoff drought ended, young quarterback shining, and one of the coldest games in NFL history. Now the divisional slate is set.
A Buffalo win worth the wait. In below freezing temps, the Bills coming out hot after a massive blizzard postponed their wildcard matchup against the Steelers. And with another 3 feet of snow falling the night before the delayed game, Bills Mafia shoveling, scooping, and scoring the best seats they could dig out. For the first time in modern-day NFL history, fans allowed to sit wherever they'd like. Their reward, a 31-17 win and a divisional game ahead.
We're going to need everybody in Bills Mafia to be here and support us. I'm just thanking God that, we get another chance to play another game. Go Bills.
Next Sunday, they'll host the defending Super Bowl champs, the Kansas City Chiefs, in the first road playoff game in quarterback Patrick Mahomes' career. And of course, fans waiting to see if Taylor Swift will be cheering on the Chiefs and boyfriend Travis Kelce in Buffalo. Back on the field, a wild long weekend capped off with a rout in Tampa Bay. Bucs receiver David Moore scoring the first touchdown of the game and his first this season on his 29th birthday. The Eagles unable to stop the spiral of their late season collapse. Their frustration evident on the bench and in the stands. In the game's final seconds, Eagles star center Jason Kelce appearing to tear up on the sidelines. But the night belonging to the Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield becoming the first quarterback in franchise history, including Tom Brady, to throw for over 300 yards and 3 touchdown passes in a playoff game. And with their 32-9 win, a trip to Detroit is on the horizon.
So any devoted sports fan probably has a story about sneaking scores to a big game when you can't be in front of the TV. I know I have. Well, last night at the Emmys, look at this. Rob McElhenney showed real commitment to watching his beloved Eagles. He tweeted this photo with the caption, "Who schedules the Emmys the same night as the Eagles?" He streamed the game from the award show and then the follow-up. Worth it, I guess, as he and Ryan Reynolds won an Emmy for their series, Welcome to Wrexham. Guys, I wouldn't be surprised if he would trade in that Emmy for an Eagles win.
All right. There's a lot to watch last night. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. She mentioned, by the way, that tearful moment for longtime Eagles center Jason Kelce. Well, this morning, citing sources, the ESPN and the NFL Network are reporting that the elder Kelce told his teammates he is retiring, so stay tuned for that. That would mean, of course, we already know we won't see a Kelce Brothers rematch in the Super Bowl this year. That might mean we'll never see a Kelce Brothers rematch.
Well, we get a lot of them on their podcast.
They are
he's got quite a career going off the field.
I think he's going to be okay.
Right? I know.
Yeah,
and that's so funny that you say there was so much to watch. That streaming thing, that was us with the caucus coverage.
You're watching the caucuses.
And the Emmys.
The Emmys. Football fans were watching the games. So
speaking of football fans, hello to anyone who's new to watching us on Peacock after we had the Chiefs on Peacock exclusively. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sticking around.
Exactly. We're here every morning. All right. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Stay with us, though, because the news continues right now.
Everyone, good Tuesday. So glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, January 16th, landslide victory. Donald Trump cemented his status as the Republican frontrunner with a massive win at the Iowa caucuses. What it means for the race for the White House as the focus now shifts to the New Hampshire primary.
And check this out of office. The push for a 4-day work week is gaining traction right here in the U.S. after already showing some signs of success in places like Belgium, Ireland, the UK, plus how employers are now making an extra effort to really keep their workers happy.
Back to life, our real estate expert is here to tell us which city has the fastest growing housing market. And we have tips for potential buyers about how you can jump in and take advantage of dropping mortgage rates.
Urgent need, the Red Cross sounding the alarm about a lack of blood donations. Why young people have stopped rolling up their sleeves and how you can help.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with Trump's historic win at the Republican Iowa caucuses. NBC News projects the former president won more than half of his party's support in the Hawkeye state. That is an unprecedented margin of victory for any non-incumbent in modern history.
And I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together. Whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative, it would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis edged out former U.S. Ambassador Nikki Haley in the race for second place, a distant second. That means there will be increased pressure on Haley to perform well next week in New Hampshire, where she has invested significant time and resources.
And now we're also seeing the exit of businessman Vivek Ramaswamy and former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson. Both officially suspended their presidential campaigns after pretty low voter support. Our reporters are on the ground covering the very latest developments. We have NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd right here in our studio, looking ahead to the battle for New Hampshire in just a week's time. But we begin with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, who joins us from Sioux County, Iowa, in the western part of the state. Priscilla, you have been covering the caucuses since the beginning. You've been there talking to voters. When we sort of look back at what we expected and how things played out, are there any big surprises you saw last night, and sort of how does that tee up for what we're expecting to see in New Hampshire?
Yeah, so this played out largely how the polls had predicted, with Donald Trump really running away with that win. But one thing that is notable when you look at the entry and exit polling is that he won across all of the major Republican voting blocs. Let me give you some numbers here. Folks with no college degrees, he won 65% of that vote. Very conservative, 61% of that vote. 65 and older, 55%. And even among white evangelicals, 53%. And so you're really seeing here how he has sort of grown his coalition over the past 8 years since he ran initially in 2016. I'll give you an example. He performed not very well with evangelicals. In fact, Ted Cruz won in Iowa and in a lot of these northwestern parts where there was that large evangelical population. But now we're seeing that Trump grew his support by more than 20 points with that voting bloc. So certainly a very big sign there of how any of these candidates will be able to build a coalition when we see Donald Trump just sweeping all of those major groups. Morgan, Vicky?
Hey, Priscilla, we know turnout was lower than it's been in more than a decade, in part because of the weather. It was just freezing there. A lot of delegates said that they weren't going to come out. But talk to us a little bit about the enthusiasm of caucus goers in Iowa, and what were you hearing from the people you spoke with?
Yeah, enthusiasm was definitely the thing to watch, especially given those very frigid temperatures. And even at the caucus site where I was, there were more than 400 people there. And the caucus captain told me that normally they would have had 100 to 200 more. But I think some of this may have come down to, yes, enthusiasm. We know that Donald Trump had sort of the wind at his back going into this, but also ground game. The room where I was in, there was actually a caucus captain from Minnesota who spoke on behalf of Nikki Haley. And meanwhile, the person for Ron DeSantis got up. He had an impassioned speech prepared. And then the person representing Trump, there was like 10 seconds of silence before anyone got up to sort of speak on his behalf. And so I think that ground game that Ron DeSantis had may have helped edge him out or edge Haley out of that second place, even as Donald Trump had the enthusiasm on his side. Vicky, Morgan?
Really interesting to see how this plays out in those primaries to come. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson on the ground for us there in Iowa. Priscilla, thank you.
And we have NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd with us here on set. Chuck, great to see you. Thanks for coming in from D.C. Sure. A little bit of snow here in New York.
Yeah, a little bit.
So here's the thing. Trump was dominant. 98 out of the 99 counties, it appears that he won them outright. But give us some context here. How often does the person who wins Iowa, the leader in Iowa, actually go on to clinch the GOP nomination?
Well, sure, it is in the past. It hasn't. You know, Iowa, at least on the Republican side, hasn't produced the nominee very often. I mean, Ted Cruz won the caucuses, Rick Santorum won the caucuses, Mike Huckabee won the caucuses, and none of those people ever became the nominee. It's not who wins, it's how dominant he was. I mean, as Priscilla put it, he essentially, you know, if you look at what the Republican Party looked like in 2016, I'll just take three candidates. They were sort of the avatars for three factions of the party. You had Trump, you had Ted Cruz, who was sort of more of a movement conservative, and you had Marco Rubio, who was seen as the establishment. Well, what Trump has essentially done is taken the movement conservatives and the populists and made them one. Apologies for the extra clap there. And so he's got half the party.
Yeah.
And then some. We just saw it in Iowa. And the Rubio wing is all that's left. It goes to what Priscilla said. I don't know how Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis puts together a 50% plus one coalition to stop Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump's party. The party was not Trump's party in 2016. He kind of had to convince them to take him, some would argue he kind of hijacked the party.
Well, the evangelicals came.
Now the party is his. He defines it. He defines what's evangelical. He defines what's conservative. He's rechanged the definition of conservative. We don't argue about small government. We argue about strong government. So he's remade the party.
Has that, though, changed what voters, Chuck, have come to expect? Because when we look at Iowa, for example, Iowa used to be purple, right? This was really, but now we're seeing a pretty red conservative place, but also the way Trump hasn't even chosen to do retail politics. He didn't do any of the debates. He didn't really, he hardly touched down in the state of Iowa. What does that mean now for what voters expect?
Well, it's interesting you note that about Iowa, because the electorate itself changed. It's a super old electorate. So in 2016, the largest age group of voters in the Republican electorate was between 45 and 64. This time, it was 65 plus, and by a rocket ship. It was nearly half the electorate was over 65.
Only like 9% were under 30.
Correct. This is an older party, even more older, and he is older, white, retirees are Trump voters. That's, that watch a lot of the conservative media ecosystem. This is what has galvanized. I mean, it has almost become, you can literally go to an Iowa event and where everybody stands almost by their age. Because it's really about, are you retired and doing nothing but sitting in front of a screen, or are you out in your community?
Which I think, and we only have a few seconds left, Chuck, but I mean, I think it is important to know that Iowa is so distinct from, for example, New Hampshire or South Carolina.
Well, actually, I would go the other way.
Really?
It's meaning this. It's New Hampshire's the outlier. I think Iowa's Republican electorate is more representative of the electorates you're going to see even in South Carolina. Because the electorates themselves, that's my point here, is he's remade the party itself.
In his image.
Correct. The Nikki Haley wing of the party, it's now a more male party. Republican women in 16 are no longer registered Republicans. So that's another piece of the, that's another piece of the Republican electorate that has disappeared. And it's been replaced by people that were working class Democrats, older men who were union Democrats who have become Trump voters. If you look at it regionally, everybody, if you look at, Trump dominates on the rivers, right? The river towns, those were the union counties back in the day in Iowa.
All right, so much more to come.
All right, Chuck Todd, thank you so much. We appreciate your time
guys,
and your
nice
analysis.
to see you.
Yeah, great.
Thank you, Chuck. Well, Rex Heuermann, the alleged Gilgo Beach serial killer, is being charged with a fourth murder.
That's right. Prosecutors allege that Heuermann is behind the death of 25-year-old Maureen Brainerd Barnes, and they say she went missing while working as a sex worker in Manhattan back in 2007. Now, she is believed to be the first victim of what's known as the Gilgo Four.
NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joins us now. So, Valerie, Heuermann has pleaded not guilty to the murders of the first three women. Tell us about these new charges.
Right, Vicki. So these charges were long awaited. They are charges of second-degree murder as they relate to the death of Maureen Brainerd Barnes. As you mentioned, she went missing in 2007. Her body later discovered in 2010. That's around the same time as the other three women's bodies were also discovered. Brainerd Barnes was around 25 years old when she went missing. And today we heard from her daughter, who has never spoken out publicly before, but take a listen to what she had to say.
I was only 7 years old when my mother was murdered. Her loss drastically changed the trajectory of my life. For years, it looked like there might not be charges filed against any suspect for the murder of my mother.
That was her daughter, Nicolette, that you heard from. Her sister, Melissa, has also spoken out in the past, saying today that these charges have given her family hope for justice.
Speaking of that justice and, frankly, the hope for it, Valerie, authorities have long considered Heuermann as the prime suspect in Brainerd Barnes' death, but they didn't have enough evidence to actually charge him. So what has changed since then?
Morgan, so DNA evidence is what this case has been based around. With all of the other three women, investigators found hairs at the scene, and through the course of their investigation, the DNA with those hairs related to either Rex Heuermann or his wife. And so there were hairs found at the scene when they recovered the body of Maureen Brainerd Barnes. Investigators say she had been tied up essentially with some belts, and they found a hair underneath one of those belts. They were waiting for the testing to come back from that particular hair. They now say that that was also linked to Rex Heuermann's wife. And so that is what they were finally waiting for to make this connection to these four women.
All right, NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro, thank you.
It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. U.S. Customs and Border Protection says that Apple can bypass an import ban on its watches with a redesign. Now, the tech giant is now reportedly dropping a blood oxygen sensor on the Apple Watch to sort of get around a patient dispute.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, this all comes after the International Trade Commission banned imports of the Apple Watch right after ruling that Apple violated patents. So they dropped this feature. Is that going to hurt sales? Is that something people were buying the Apple Watch for?
Hey, Vicki and Morgan. So dropping the feature would remove the patent infringement claim the U.S. International Trade Commission banned. It was based on the allegation that they infringed on 2 of the patents for oximeter technology. The ban also applied to 2 watch models, the current Series 9 and Ultra 2. We'll have to see if that affects sales. Meanwhile, Microsoft is bringing generative AI to the masses. The company announced today that small businesses and individual subscribers to Microsoft 365 will be able to add on Copilot, which uses OpenAI's ChatGPT. Licenses for small businesses with the new feature, that'll start at $30 per person per month, while individuals can add to theirs for $20 per person per month. And finally, Uber will close down alcohol delivery app at the end of March called Drizzly. Uber told Axios, who first broke the story, that they decided to close the app to focus on consolidating their product offerings into one place, Uber Eats. Uber acquired the company 3 years ago for over $1 billion. They made a bunch of acquisitions, guys, over the last few years. This one, they're shutting down.
Yeah, all right. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thank you.
Coming up, we will take a look at growing work trends and the push for a 4-day work week, how large-scale tests of that policy have fared in other countries. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
All right, so since the pandemic, millions of employees have been enjoying the ability to work from home, at least in some capacity. But for many, it's hard to really imagine now being at the office 5 days a week again.
Well, according to a Gallup poll, just 20% of workers were fully on site last year. That's down from 60% in 2019. So what exactly is in store for work now and in the future? We have NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans with us here on set. So, Christine, great to see you. So after the pandemic basically made all of us work remotely, that was kind of a tough thing to shake, and workers grew accustomed to that as being a perk. But what are we thinking about hybrid? Is that the compromise? Is it going to stick around?
So for this year, I think for 2024, it's pretty clear. When the Conference Board polled a bunch of CEOs, and only 4% of them said that it was a priority for them to get people back to the office 5 days a week.
Okay.
Only 4%. So they got other fish to fry. They're not worried about getting you back in the office, especially if you're performing. So this work from home hybrid, not 100% work from home, because the studies also show that that number is getting smaller and smaller and smaller too. So the two ends, the 100% work from home and the 5 days a week, 10 commutes a week, those are the two outliers. And in the middle is what we're going to settle on, I think, for 2024.
A sweet spot, okay.
You mentioned the 4% number. What about the 4 days a week? I feel like that, I mean, I'm a big champion of the 4-day work week, I must say. Where we things stand at that?
So I've been covering the past couple of years these pilot programs in the U.S., in Canada, and in Europe. And this has been tantalizing, some of the progress here. I'm not talking about 40 hours crammed into 4 days. I'm talking about 4 days of 8-hour days, sometimes 9-hour days. And some of these companies, when they've run this, have found that they have better sales, certainly their turnover goes down, and the work-life balance, which is a phrase I hate, but people are able to do their job better and manage their households better
and they're incentivized
when they have this extra day off. So in tech, in advertising, in some kind of media companies, this seems to work. Obviously, it doesn't work in a lot of other places, in manufacturing facilities.
Welcome.
Television news, for example. Although I will say, I worked on the story yesterday from home. It was literally the first time in my life I've ever worked a day from home.
Well, very from home, but you're not working 4 days a week or 32 hours a week. We know that.
Right. No, I worked from home for 1 day, but I'm definitely working more than 40 hours.
And we are so glad you are here all the time with us. Christine Roman,
Great to
thank
see
you
you guys
so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, well, the housing market is beginning to come back to life. Mortgage demand and home prices are both quickly growing as mortgage rates begin to fall ahead of anticipated rate cuts from the Federal Reserve.
That means a lot of people who've been waiting on the sidelines over the past few years, they are now jumping in before the market gets even more competitive. CNBC senior real estate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now. Diana, you've been talking to folks there in Detroit, which is now the fastest growing market in the country, believe it or not. In fact, it just beat Miami, which has been, red hot for years. So what's ultimately bringing out buyers and sellers in Detroit and also in other places in the country?
Well, Morgan, we started hearing recently that there was this surge in interest from both home buyers and sellers, and it's likely because of the recent drop in mortgage rates. The 30-year fixed hit a high around 8% in October, but has since fallen now to around 6.69%, and that's likely why buyers were out shopping this weekend in Detroit and around the country, despite all the snow and cold. A recent Fannie Mae survey found a record share of consumers think mortgage rates will drop this year, and that may be why they're trying to get a jump on the competition. There's not a lot for sale, but agents say they are expecting to see sellers get in the game also because of lower rates.
Because rates have changed somewhat, so sellers are feeling more comfortable now with putting more homes on the market. It's not going to be as reflective right this moment, but as we inch and get closer to the spring, you'll definitely see more homes coming on the market, as we've already seen over the last few weeks here, especially in the beginning of the year.
And getting more supply on the market is one thing that could finally put a chill on red-hot home prices. Morgan and Vicki.
All right, CNBC senior real estate correspondent Diana Olick, thank you so much.
And later on this hour, why fewer and fewer young people are donating blood and the major impact all of this is having on hospital supply. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is a good one. A 102-year-old Virginia woman is crossing an unexpected item off of her bucket list, race car driving. The NASCAR superfan riding shotgun in a pace car around the Richmond Raceway. Sarah Shackles from our NBC affiliate WWBT was there when she satisfied her need for speed.
And then I think we'll speed up.
That's wonderful. Oh, yes, I love that.
This is much better?
Oh, yeah. I told you you love her.
Oh, my goodness.
As fast as you like, because I love fast.
Bindi Graylow has a need for speed. At 102 years old, she may not appear like your typical adrenaline junkie, but don't be fooled.
Was it fast enough for you?
Oh, no.
How fast do you want to go?
As fast as possible.
Bindi may be one of NASCAR's oldest fans.
I've liked it all my life.
But Thursday, she showed she's young at heart, ticking off her bucket list dream of taking a ride around a NASCAR track. Dressed in an orange sweater with her hair pulled back, Bindi got the red carpet treatment when she arrived at Richmond Raceway, waving to the media as if she were royalty. Once in the pace car, she was eager to take the ride of her life. And there's no better way to feel alive than when you're taking sharp turns at 65 miles per hour. Two of her 5 daughters joining her on the track.
I mean, this was honestly a surprise to all of us that this was something she really wanted to do. I think she's going to want to do this again.
I hope so. Will I get a free ticket?
Walking thing. Yes.
You all have.
But you're not going to be in the car with the driver.
No. She is feisty. She's fun. She has a terrific sense of humor, as you probably heard her today. She's a little bit of a ham.
After Bindi's laps around in the pace car, the family got to sign a square at the start-finish line.
Tell me, what else is on your bucket list? What are some things that you want to do? Other than, do you want to jump out of an airplane?
No.
No, just the pace car was enough. Our thanks to Sarah Shackles from WWBT. Morgan, over to you.
Thanks, Vicki. Look, an incredible and rare discovery in Massachusetts. A man says he found an unopened pack of baseball cards from 1952. Now, experts say he could sell it for thousands of dollars, as is. But depending on what's inside, the cards, well, they could actually be worth a lot more. Ellie Rosenberg from NBC Boston has more.
This is it here.
Jason West still can't believe what he is holding. A 70-plus-year-old pack of unopened baseball cards found during a home demolition in Chatham.
Kind of in a pile of garbage, saw this, what looked to me like a baseball bat.
The pack, it appears, had fallen through a crack in the stairs of that Chatham home, unreachable until recently when the house was demolished. And even crazier, this is a 1952 Bowman pack. And like fine wines have their years, 1952 was quite the year for baseball. Both Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays were rookies that year, and their baseball cards can be worth a lot of money.
Maybe this kid in Chatham, was running up the stairs and dropped it in a crack and disappeared.
I couldn't believe that.
At Card Vault in Patriots Place, there are rare cards, but stuff like this just doesn't happen.
You never find something like this. This is like the grail pack of cards.
In a world of high-priced cards, it's generating a lot of buzz, but it's also setting up a very interesting question. What should Mr. West do with this pack? Sell it as is, or open it and see what's inside?
This is one of the more incredible finds that I've ever seen.
Eric Whiteback is known as the collectibles guru and covers the collectibles market. He says the unopened pack, as is, could sell for around $15,000. The gamble, though, if there's a Mantle or Mays card inside, that could be worth a whole lot more.
If you happen to pull one of those key Mays or Mantle cards in really great condition, there is a 7-figure ceiling on this.
To a point, I do want to open it, but I don't want to kill the value of it either, depending on what's in it.
A home run find with a mystery that could be worth millions wrapped inside.
Millions wrapped inside. That was Eli Rosenberg from NBC Boston reporting. And so far, it looks like West is still undecided about whether or not to actually open that pack. A big decision.
Man. What about the gum inside? Definitely that's a no.
Yeah, that's a no.
All right, stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily, and take a look. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Your news continues right after this.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Welcome back at the half hour, and thanks again for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. U.S. Navy SEALs seized Iranian missile parts bound for Houthi rebels in Yemen during a raid last Thursday. Military officials say the missiles are the same type of weapons being used to attack international ships in the Red Sea. 2 Navy SEAls went overboard into rough seas during that nighttime operation. They are still missing. A massive search is underway.
Speaking of search, authorities are investigating a fake 911 call to the White House, which appears to be another swatting incident. Now, officials say multiple units from Washington's Fire and EMS department responded to a 911 call Monday morning, claiming there was a fire at the White House and that someone was trapped inside. Now, that call was ultimately determined to be a false alarm. Swatting incidents targeting public officials, they've increased in recent weeks.
Hit shows Succession and The Bear won big at the Emmys last night, taking home 6 awards each, including Best Drama and Best Comedy. It was also a history-making night, with Quinta Brunson winning Best Comedic Actress for Abbott Elementary, making her the first Black woman to win the award in more than 40 years. Meanwhile, singer Elton John achieved EGOT status after winning the award for Best Variety Special.
A deadly Arctic blast is holding its grip on most of the United States. In fact, nearly 80% of the country woke up this morning to below freezing temperatures. We've learned that at least 7 people have died from this extreme weather. The dangerous cold is also breaking records. North Little Rock, Arkansas set a new low yesterday of 6 degrees, beating an 11-degree record set in 1979. Meanwhile, in other parts of the country, widespread snow, sub-zero wind chills, freezing rain, all of that making these conditions a lot worse.
And we should get a break in the freezing freezing temperatures tomorrow, but another blast of Arctic air is in the forecast. We have NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin live now in New York City with us. Aaron, it's great to see you. So the National Weather Service is reporting that the city, we here in New York City, finally broke a 701-day stretch without significant snowfall. I didn't realize it'd been that long.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Vicki. This is the most snow that New York City has seen in 700 plus days, and it's transformed, as you can see behind me, Central Park into an absolute winter wonderland. And this is not just an opportunity for locals, folks we've been speaking to come out to the park to have some sledding fun. It's also a business opportunity. Yesterday, I was speaking to the owner of a hardware store nearby, and he was talking about how that so-called snow drought has impacted his business. He said they haven't been seeing the kinds of sales in terms of plumbing supplies from all those frozen pipes. They haven't been seeing the sales in terms of the shovels, the salt. He's hoping that this will turn all of that around. Take a listen.
Once we see the snow, people start coming in.
Are you excited?
Yes, we are. We've just been waiting for over 700 days.
It's a long time.
Very long time, if you ask me.
Now, this is all part of a storm system that struck to the south yesterday, hitting Tennessee particularly hard with states of emergencies declared in several counties there. Nashville as well saw some 6 inches of snow. And to put that in perspective, that is more snow than Nashville sees in a typical winter, and the snowfall extending all the way west as well to Oklahoma. And as you mentioned, for most of the country, though, the story really is about those freezing temperatures. 135 million Americans now living under wind chill alerts with temperatures well below average for pretty much everywhere except Florida east of the Rockies, guys.
Yeah, and I'm seeing that winter wonderland right behind you there in New York City, Aaron. Are there any sort of just overall tips for people to stay safe if they're moving about today?
Yeah, if you're facing some of those extreme wind chills, and in some places such as the Northern Plains, they're facing wind chills of -50. Now imagine that. There are some things you can do to stay safe. Namely, experts say, first of all, if you're facing a wind chill that extreme, -50, don't go outside. But if you absolutely have to, make sure that every single body part is covered. That includes fingers, face, and so on. Also, stay hydrated, drink plenty of fluids, and avoid caffeine, nicotine, and alcohol. Guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin braving the elements for us here in New York. Aaron, thank you. We appreciate it.
Well, Morgan, former President Donald Trump is back in court today here in New York after a landslide victory in the Iowa caucuses last night. A jury is now set to decide just how much the former president should pay in damages for comments he made about writer E. Jean Carroll. Now, this is the second trial between Trump and Carroll. Last year, a different jury awarded her $5 million after it determined that Mr. Trump sexually abused and defamed her. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan for us. So, Rahema, to be clear, this is not a redo of that first case. This trial focuses on comments that Trump made about Carroll while he was still president and what he said publicly after last year's trial. So lay out what's happening inside the courtroom today and how much is E. Jean Carroll seeking in damages this time?
For sure. Vicki, we should tell you, first of all, this is a federal courthouse, and it's very different from the state court where we were last week when the former president was facing civil charges regarding allegations of fraud in his business practices. That courthouse, which is just around the corner, allowed cameras to go in the hallway just in front of the courtroom. They also allowed a camera to go inside the courtroom and take a picture of the former president. Here at federal courthouse, none of that is allowed. You will see no pictures of the former president seated in the courtroom. The other thing you will not know is that any of the names of these jurors, the judge has said that they will be anonymous. There will be no pictures. There is concern about the potential for harassment of these potential jurors, of which, again, there will be 9. And in terms of the damages they're seeking, she's asking for $10 million in this particular case. But before that, let me tell you more about some of what's happening in the courtroom that I thought was particularly noteworthy. And from our producer, Adam Reese, he said, the judge has been asking the jurors what they call voir dire, getting certain questions from the jurors about their life, etc. One of the questions was asked was, do you think that the last election was stolen? Response to that was 2 people raised their hands. Then the judge asked if anybody followed the former president on social media. 2 people raised their hands. We don't know if it's the same 2 people, but that is certainly something I suspect that attorneys will be taking note of. Now, back to the damages. You point out $10 million being sought in terms of damages, but there might be several millions more in terms of punitive damages that they could be asking for or could be awarded in this case if the juror finds that the former president continued to make disparaging remarks about E. Jean Carroll. He made remarks about the judge this morning. He's made remarks about even this very trial that's going on just today before he went into the courtroom this morning. Vicki?
NBC News correspondent Rahim Ellis, thank you for catching us up on that.
The American Red Cross is sounding the alarm over a growing shortage of blood donations. Now, during the holidays, the Red Cross reports it had 7,000 fewer units of blood available than were actually needed by hospitals. But the organization says that more donations from young adults could actually reverse the problem. NBC News health and medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now with more. Erica, I guess big picture, how bad is the problem? We know that the pandemic impacted the levels of blood donations, but what else sort of contributed to the drop?
Yeah, baby boomers are historically the ones most likely to donate blood, but this is an aging population, and young adults simply are not donating quickly enough to kind of replace some of those donors. Now, as you mentioned, the COVID pandemic really played a role here. Blood banks rely on blood drives at high schools and colleges to increase their supply. Those stopped, of course, when schools went remote, and the Red Cross says that many of those school blood drive programs have not yet resumed. Morgan?
And I know that the FDA also changed the requirements to actually donate blood back in 2015. What changes were made, Erica, and how does that sort of impact the number of young people who are able to donate blood?
So the FDA raised the level of hemoglobin in the blood needed in order to donate blood. Hemoglobin contains iron, which tends to be a little bit lower in teen girls and young women. So this rule change was really meant to protect those young donors, to make sure that they wouldn't become iron deficient after donating blood. But what happened was young people were turned away from donation sites and simply never went back. Morgan?
I know that, on TikTok, there was the Red Cross Snoopy shirt that sort of went viral last spring, and it drove people to ultimately give blood. Is the Red Cross sort of doing anything similar to make sure that young people can get out and ultimately, as you say, be able to sort of reverse this delta?
Yeah, that Joe Cool t-shirt blew up on social media, and more than 70,000 people under the age of 35 donated blood to get one of those shirts. Now, this year, the Red Cross is betting on football fans to boost their donations. Anyone who donates blood this month gets a chance to win tickets to the Super Bowl. Morgan?
All right. NBC News health and medical reporter Erica Edwards for us. Erica, thank you. And at the start of the new year, you may find yourself needing to catch up on finances and sort of reorganizing your budget. Maybe you're even looking for a little way to make a little extra cash this year. So let's get some tricks and tips for building a side hustle from our very own Vicki Wynn. Vicki, first, just walk us through what exactly is a side hustle? What qualifies?
Morgan, simply put, a side hustle is a part-time gig that you take on in addition to your full-time job. It can provide extra income for your expenses to put into your savings account. This can be a fun gig that you enjoy doing based on a hobby or a passion, and it can help pay off debt. And here's the thing. 39% of American adults actually have a side hustle, according to a bank rate survey. When you talk about millennials and Gen Z, more than 50% have a side gig. And this is real money we're talking about. You're making an average of $810 a month. And this stat was really surprising to me, Morgan, from LinkedIn, that 29% of people surveyed say, you know what, I don't even want to move up in my current job because I want to keep pursuing my side hustle.
That's kind of like the side hustle inching into being the main hustle. I mean, what are some of the first things you should sort of consider if you're deciding whether there is a side hustle that's right for you?
And sometimes it's a great way to explore whether that side hustle should become your main gig. But first, take an honest assessment. Look at your skills. What are you passionate about? Can you profit from those hobbies? You want to be realistic about your time and energy, because a side hustle is going to take away from that time you might spend watching your favorite series on TV. You don't want to burn out, and you definitely don't want your side hustle to take away from your primary job in the interim. And finally, think about if there are any conflicts with your primary gig, right? Do you need to let your employer know that you're taking it on? Is there anything in your contract that says you can't do another job on top of your main job? You don't want to run afoul of the policies at your current workplace.
No, I mean, that's a great point. When you're sort of talking to people, what are some of the common types of side hustles that are even out there to be had?
There are so many, and there are some with low barriers to entry, right? Where you don't need to invest anything extra. There's no startup cost or any skills you need to learn. House sitting, babysitting, pet sitting, dog walking. If you like pets, kids, or if you're responsible, you can do those. Maybe you're great with organization and administrative tasks. These days, there are a lot of people looking for virtual assistants and also selling things on marketplaces like Mercari or Facebook, another great side hustle. If you can write or you know a little bit of graphic design, maybe you start a blog, you can offer your services to help a small business as well.
So if you do have one of those skills, sort of how do you pick your side hustle among all the things you mentioned and sort of get it up and actually running?
So make sure you're choosing something that you see yourself being successful in, or at least you would enjoy. Maybe it's a skill you can add to pad your resume. But you also want to remember the IRS is going to want a chunk of that change. They want you to report any income over $400 to pay taxes. You also want to make sure everyone knows, hey, I have this side hustle and this is how you can hire me. CNBC recommends Fiverr and Upwork as platforms. But also don't forget about LinkedIn, your social media platforms. Maybe you're a member of a church group or a social group. Let everybody know what you're up to. And research the market. You want to know what you should be charging customers and also what your target audience is looking for. And finally, make sure you know whether or not you have to register that business, license it. Maybe you need extra insurance. You certainly want your side hustle to be above board. Morgan?
Do you have a side hustle, Vicki?
You know, I do sell things on a secondhand marketplace. I like to give them another life if it's something our family doesn't need. I think it's sustainable. And, you know, on the side, it earns a little bit of extra money. So count me among that 39%.
I love that. She's a hustler, baby. It's not about where you've been. It's about where you're about to go. All right. Vicki, thank you. Appreciate it. And coming up next, how to bridge the gap between high school and the workforce. We've got tips to help you ease your kids into thinking about their own career path. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We have a great topic today in Modern Parenting, prepping your high school student for college, a very important milestone for millions of parents, but some of those students may not be ready for what comes after. According to a recent study from the nonprofit organization, the Kauffman Foundation, 7 in 10 high school students feel high school will only somewhat prepare them to succeed in college.
Yeah, really interesting. And once they're ready to find a job in the real world, 77% of employers believe high school preparation should focus on real-world skills rather than traditional subject matters. Founder of Next Great Step, Beth Hendler-Grunt, joins us now. She's also the author of The Next Great Step, The Parent's Guide to Launching Your New Grad into a Career. Beth, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic that affects a lot of families. What should parents ultimately be doing to prepare their child for college?
Absolutely. Parents should just start to identify what are the gifts and the skills that their own child has. There's lots of pressures to feel like you should go certain places or do certain things, but start with your own child. What do they enjoy doing? What are they passionate about? And what are those skills and gifts that they have? And then encourage them to be curious and talk to adults in their lives, asking a relative, tell me what exactly you do for work, even as parents, explaining to your kids what you do. And help with that, foster that curiosity and the importance of being comfortable and talking with adults to learn about what the options are.
I think sometimes it can be a stressful conversation both for the student and the parent. Some people will schedule a time. We're only talking about this on Sundays, so it doesn't become a chore.
Bleed into those other...
Right?
Yeah.
But what are some of the things, the pitfalls parents should avoid when having these discussions with their kids?
Well, as a parent myself, too, I understand that sometimes you want to insert your own opinion or what you think they should do. I think we should really do a lot more listening versus telling and really say, I understand. I see you're involved in all these activities. What do you like about it? What do you start to feel passionate about? Is this something that you want to pursue further? Let's figure out ways to make that happen, or let's talk about who you could talk to learn more about if that's a pathway for you. So really listening and trying not to impart our own desires.
And when you sort of talk about the college process right now, it's so multi-layered, right? I mean, you definitely, in a lot of cases, have the interview component. And I remember I used to do interviews for incoming students, and that was an area where a lot of kids would feel pretty challenged, and that was an intimidating thing for them. How do you suggest that we help them with that portion of the process?
Yeah, we find even children now coming through the pandemic, it's even harder. Skills like looking somebody in the eye and shaking their hand and feeling comfortable. Even calling someone on the phone is very overwhelming and intimidating. So the more we can start to do simple things with our kids, have them book that doctor's appointment for themselves, have them check out one of the credit card bills and make sure it's correct.
Oh, gosh.
So just getting comfortable and also comfortable talking about themselves. Just helping and pointing out, you know, you have really good, you're great in this class, or you're really analytical, or you're a great writer. Talk about that when you talk to others and be curious about what others have to do as well.
Yeah, arming them with the language. We've got like 20 seconds left real quick. What are some of the biggest skills gaps happening right now with new grads?
Yeah. Employers really need new grads who have strong interpersonal skills, strong written and oral communication, leadership, problem solving. Companies have problems that need to be solved, and they would love to have candidates who can really support them in helping them be successful.
We love it. Founder of Next Great Step, Beth Hendler-Grunt, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Beth. And stay with us because you're watching NBC News Daily.
when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For years, Stephen Twitch Boss danced his way into the hearts of America. In fact, you probably saw his moves alongside Ellen DeGeneres on TV each and every afternoon.
We loved him on So You Think You Can Dance. Well, it has been more than 2 years since Stephen died by suicide, leaving his wife, Allison Holker Boss, and their 3 children behind. Today's show anchor Hoda Kotb caught up with Allison to talk about how she's doing and to learn about the new book she's now releasing.
Allison, it's so good to see you.
It's so good to be back here.
I spoke with you back in May. Twitch has been gone for about a year now.
Yes.
And I know we talked about how grief is moment to moment. It's like waves.
Yeah.
Sometimes the wave's big and sometimes it's small. What wave are you in as we speak today?
Right now, I'm moving into 2024 with the movement of feeling like I can keep going. For myself, but also for my kids and all the people that have followed our journey throughout the years, individually as Steve and I came together as a couple and also raising these beautiful kids. We've just had so much support and love that this feels like a new chapter to show them that it's okay, and myself that it's okay.
I think that's super important. How old are your kids now?
My oldest is 15. She's here today. She's so lovely.
Yeah.
And then 7 and 4.
I remember you telling me then that you were trying to explain to them what had happened, and you were doing it kind of piecemeal. As they asked, you would answer and you would move on. Where are you now in describing kind of what happened to your kids?
I've had to have some really big, uncomfortable conversations with my kids, but I'm so proud of their journey and the way that they've handled this. It is a very public situation, and they've handled it with a lot of grace and love and support. And I've just tried to be as honest as I can because that's what they deserve.
Yeah.
You know, they deserve the honest truth, but at the same time, I just want them to know they're supported by everybody, and everyone wants to see them get through this journey just as much as I want to as well.
This book, Keep Dancing Through, is beautiful because this was a project with you and your husband. This is something that kind of sat on the shelf, something that you two had decided you wanted to do. So what made you decide that now was the time, and what did that feel like, putting this joint project out now?
This book is a testimony to what my family was, what my family is, and what we'll still strive to be. Every single day, we wake up every morning, and we just support each other. We have a lot of hard moments, but we get each other through by keep dancing through. And we use affirmations as this way of really supporting each other. And when someone's having a low, we come together to really cheer each other up. And that's really what this book is about. And I really hope that we can support other people through their lows, getting each other through with positive speaking to each other.
What are your affirmations? What do you say?
Okay, so every morning with my kids, I'll do my ones with my kids because mine are big. I've got lots of affirmations I do. But with my kids, every single morning we say, I'm strong, I'm smart, I'm beautiful, and I'm kind. Every morning. And then also, we do the hard things. And our words become our reality. And the reason that one's a big one for me is because you have to speak kindly to yourself. You talk to yourself more than anybody else is going to talk to you. So you must say kind words, support yourself, be your biggest champion every single day.
Do you still speak to Twitch?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like he's protecting me. I feel like he's protecting my kids, and I feel like he's guiding our journey right now.
How do you feel that?
I feel like there's this wall of support around me. I feel, it might sound crazy, but I have like these wings that are constantly attached to me, and I feel so supported. And whether that's Stephen, God, universe, the people supporting my family, whoever it is, I just feel so much love surrounding us.
Yeah, you feel like that hovering all around you.
Yes.
Well, this book is a beautiful book. The illustrations are terrific, too. Shalene Wright is your illustrator. And the book, it's just such a great, beautiful pick-me-up. It's so good to see you. Whenever I see you, I think about you. I think about Twitch, and that's such a beautiful, beautiful thought for me to have. So thank you for coming to see us, Allison.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
Oh, just a beautiful conversation. That was today's show anchor, Hoda Kotb, reporting. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. You can watch us free 24/7 on our network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, January 16th. Decisive win. Former President Donald Trump securing a victory in the first contest of the Republican primary season. What all of this means for the entire GOP field as all eyes turn to New Hampshire.
Arctic chill. Millions of Americans are under winter weather alerts today. How to keep yourself safe from the cold as forecasters warn the freezing temperatures. They're not over yet.
And tech transformation, a growing number of retail giants turning to artificial intelligence. How this could impact the future of the industry and your own shopping habits.
New concerns as cigarette smoking declines across the U.S. Sales of nicotine pouches are soaring, especially with teenagers. We're going to talk with a doctor about the potential risks and what parents need to know.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We are so glad you could join us today, and we start right now with the last night's Iowa caucuses. Former President Donald Trump declaring a massive victory in that state. NBC News projects he won the support of more than 50% of his party, something that's never been done in Iowa by a Republican in a competitive race.
I want to congratulate Ron and Nikki for having a good time together. We're all having a good time together. I also want to congratulate Vivek because he did a hell of a job.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis narrowly bested former U.S. Ambassador Nikki Haley to win second place, and their contentions match up getting even more cutthroat as those two candidates shift their focus to the New Hampshire primaries.
But two of the presidential hopefuls will not be heading there with them. Businessman Vivek Ramaswamy and former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson both officially ended their campaigns because of low voter support. Our reporters have been on top of this story from Iowa to New Hampshire for weeks now. NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd is here with analysis. But first, we're going to head over to NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster in Manchester, a city in southern New Hampshire. Shaq, good to see you today. So how are voters there reacting to what happened in Iowa last night? Are they reacting? Are the results swaying anyone to change their votes?
Hi there, Vicky. Well, look, that is the key question, because you certainly had the candidates and campaigns putting so much emphasis on what you saw out of Iowa. For Donald Trump, it was about asserting his dominance. He wanted to show that he is the front runner in this entire primary. And then you had Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis trying to show that they had some organization, that they could put up a tough fight. So that was a question that I put directly to voters here in New Hampshire. Were they even watching what happened in Iowa? Does it matter? Listen to what they told me. How much do those results play into your decision? The fact that Trump won first place, it had no bearing.
Nothing.
Why?
I don't watch that. I make my own decisions.
I don't think it impacted a lot. I don't think there are any big surprises there, except possibly Nikki Haley coming in where she did. I thought she might have come in ahead of DeSantis.
How does that impact if you possibly would support her?
It doesn't impact, not me.
I think that last exchange was really revealing, because it showed that, one, folks were watching, folks were listening to the coverage and what happened in Iowa and the final results that you saw there. But two, these are New Hampshire voters. They like to go into the polling booth with blinders almost. They're focused on their race. They want to have their town halls and see their interactions with the candidates. And that's what they say will be their priority as they make their decision now just about a week away.
A week away, Shaq. You know, the pressure is sort of different for those two candidates who are vying for second place. When we talk about Nikki Haley, she's expected to do a lot better there in the Granite State. There's a lot more independence. It's a little bit less socially conservative than Iowa. But Ron DeSantis, I mean, he's barely put any resources into the state at all. How are the stakes different for each of these candidates at this point?
Yeah, I think the key thing here is you're looking at a different electorate, a different group of voters here in New Hampshire. You mentioned already less conservative, less evangelical, but you also have the strong presence of those unaffiliated or independent voters who can pick up that Republican ballot. We saw Nikki Haley do fairly well with those voters in Iowa. You have a bigger crop of them here in New Hampshire, and that suggests that she has some fertile ground here. The question is, will she be able to take advantage of that, especially considering Trump's momentum out of Iowa?
All right, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, thank you so much, Shaq.
NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd joins us now. Chuck, what Shaq said was very interesting. In fact, the NBC News entrance poll shows that Trump won nearly every voting block in Iowa. What does that tell us about who actually propelled him to victory, but also how he's shaping this party in his own image?
No, and I think that's the big, sort of the big, I think, aha moment we're having here about Iowa. It's like, wow, this party is different. This is not the same party in 2016 where you had these different factions and these different coalitions you could put together. It's really hard to see what does a winning coalition look like for Haley and DeSantis. I see what their voters look like. They're having some success, but how do they beat them? And you start to look at what Trump has been able to do, and what Trump did in 2016, we had sort of three candidates that were different avatars for different factions of the party. Trump was this populist, sort of outsider candidate. You had Ted Cruz, who was considered the movement conservative, the candidate of the evangelicals. And then you had Marco Rubio, who was considered sort of more of the Bush wing of the party. And what Trump has done is essentially the movement conservatives that Ted Cruz was able to separate from Trump, they're with Trump now. Trump's still got his outsider appeal. That's two-thirds of the party, right? Or it's certainly pretty close to it. And it's a shrinking piece. Right. Look, this is a real problem for Trump in general. The fact is, 1/3 of the party is concerned about his trials. 1/3 of the party is concerned about these things. But 1/3 is not 50%, right? And none of us love math sometimes, but we know what's 50% plus one. And I don't know how Haley puts this together to win. And more importantly, she has to. There's no second place. This is the NFL playoffs now. You win, you move on. You lose, Because if you don't beat them in New Hampshire, where are you going to beat them?
Where are you going to go? Speaking of Haley and New Hampshire, she said that she will not take a debate stage unless Trump joins her. What do you make of that decision? Doesn't she need that exposure?
What exposure do you get from a debate? She was in a one-on-one debate with Ron DeSantis, and at Donald Trump town hall got twice the audience. So she needs eyeballs, right? She needs that comparative with Donald Trump. I get it. What she's basically saying is, hey, I'm done with Ron DeSantis. One curiosity I have, I just actually interviewed Dean Phillips on my podcast that will be coming out later today. He's, of course, the Democrat challenging Biden in the primaries. He's trying to convince Nikki Haley to have a debate with him.
Okay.
And what's ironic there is they're actually both looking for the same voter in New Hampshire, because the New Hampshire Independent gets to pick a ballot. And do you want to send a message to the Democrats to say pick a new candidate, or do you want to send a message to the Republicans to say pick a new candidate? But they actually are looking for the same voter. I don't know if she would do that, but when it comes to getting last-minute attention in this last week, some candidates might try anything.
All right. NBC News Chief Political Analyst Chuck Todd, great to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, Chuck. Meanwhile, a deadly winter storm is taking hold of the country. At least 7 people have died from this extreme weather, and right now more than 140 million people are under wind chill advisories or warnings. In fact, nearly 80% of the country experienced sub-zero temperatures just overnight.
Here in New York City, a stretch of more than 700 days without snow ended, with Central Park clocking in just over an inch this morning. Now, this weather is causing problems across the country, from blocked roads to school closures and also hundreds of flights being canceled. It is not over yet. More snow and freezing temperatures are in the forecast. NBC News correspondent Gary Grumbach joins us now from Washington, D.C. Gary, D.C. broke a streak overnight, too. What are you seeing there today?
Well, we are seeing for the first time in 700 days kids sledding on the Capitol Hill itself. Just feet from the U.S. Capitol, you have Washington, D.C. residents of all ages having fun out here sledding with real sleds that they haven't been able to use in more than 2 years because D.C. government is closed. The Washington, D.C. schools are closed. The federal government is closed. Kids are out here having a great time, and parents are too.
This is what it's all about. Winter in D.C., living on Capitol Hill. You come out here, you sled down. Oh my gosh, wipeout. It's, yeah, you just hope everyone leaves here, you know, in one piece, basically.
Now, it is not all great news. There were some serious problems at Reagan National Airport last night. There was a ground stop after planes kept landing, but there was no gates for them to get to. A D.C. meteorologist here in Washington, D.C. said he was on the plane for 3 hours waiting for a gate last night. Guys?
Oh, that sounds pretty tough. Gary, listen, Morgan here. We're talking about a lot of people having fun, the parents, the kids behind you, but, you know, 7 people have died thus far. How can people ultimately stay safe, especially in just the extremely cold temperatures?
Yeah, it is not nearly as cold here as it was with our friends in Iowa earlier this week, but that cold is making its way east. And people say if there is, it only takes a few minutes for hypothermia to set in, for frostbite to set in. So if you do have to go outside, make sure you're bundled up, make sure you're using hand warmers, and always staying safe. Guys?
All right, NBC News correspondent Gary Grumbach for us. Gary, thank you.
Good to see everybody sledding back there. I know my kids want to get out. Well, turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, lawmakers on Capitol Hill, they're announcing a new $70 billion tax deal. The bipartisan agreement would expand the child tax credit and add tax breaks for businesses through 2025.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, this announcement, it closes out months of negotiations specifically over tax relief. Take us through the details of this deal and when we could actually see it go into effect.
So, Morgan, Vicky, to that point, this deal would lift the child tax credit's $1,600 refundable cap and adjust it for inflation. Republican House Ways and Means Chair Jason Smith and Democratic Senate Finance Chair Ron Wyden are hoping that their deal will pass in the next couple of weeks so that it can be applied for the upcoming tax season. But that could be a tough act to pull off here, as Congress juggles other priorities, including trying to avert a government shutdown at the end of this week. Meanwhile, the owner of Burger King is planning to spend $1 billion to buy the fast food restaurant chain's largest franchisee. The cash deal for 1,000 Burger King restaurants and 60 Popeyes locations is expected to be completed by the end of the second quarter. Burger King owner Restaurant Brands International currently owns just 45 corporate locations. And a trade association that represents 320 champagne houses says shipments of the bubbly drink dropped. Yes, dropped more than 8% in 2023. Sales did soar during the COVID-19 pandemic as people spent more time drinking at home rather than in restaurants and bars. I'm not sure if it's just because people have less to celebrate or maybe they're just going out a little bit more, but this is an interesting headline when it comes to champagne.
I'm kind of surprised by that, actually.
As am I, but I'm kind of with you. 2024 has gotten off to sort of a rocky start in terms of celebrating.
Well, you could pop some more bubbly and enjoy the
so.
days to come.
CNBC senior markets correspondent. Great to see you, Dom Chu. Thank you.
And coming up next, we are talking to the mastermind behind Baked by Melissa, how the cupcake empire got started and what the founder is cooking up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Well, entrepreneur Melissa Benishai made a name for herself when her successful cupcake empire, Baked by Melissa, took off in New York City more than 15 years ago.
Our very own NBC News Daily co-anchor Kate Snow talked with the cupcake connoisseur about how she got started and where she's expanding her brand.
How are you? Great. What's our drink here?
Cold brew.
Cold brew. Excellent. How did you become the queen of a cupcake empire? Baked by Melissa.
Well, that's a loaded question. Yeah. I love cupcakes and I love to bake and create. It's my love language. If I loved you for a 2-year period of time or longer, I would bake for you.
Yeah. When you were kids, did you think maybe one day we'll start a business?
Yes. So I come from an entrepreneurial family, and then I was actually working in advertising. When I was 24 years old, I was fired because I wasn't good at my job. And
wait a minute, because you weren't good at your job, really?
Oh, yes. I wasn't passionate about the work. I didn't care.
You didn't care? You weren't into advertising?
I was not, no.
So you get fired, you call your brother?
Yes. I went back to my cubicle to pack up my personal belongings. I picked up the phone, I called my brother.
What does he say?
He said,
and are you crying at this point?
I was, yes. I was very upset, and I called him. He said, what's up? I said, I got fired. And without hesitation, he said, don't worry, it's the best thing that ever happened to you. Come to my office. So I took a taxi, and we smoked a joint. And then you know, he said, go home, bake your cupcakes, we'll start a business together.
Literally, go home, bake your cupcakes, and we'll start a business.
Which isn't strange. That's like how, you know.
It's how he thought.
Yes.
You got a meeting with a caterer the next day.
Yes.
You didn't really have like a business yet.
That's right. So he wound up calling me that same day after I was fired. I pick up, it's like, hello, Melissa, this is Ben Zion, Allison's caterer, thick Israeli accent. I'd like to bring you to my house for a tasting. I'm like, oh my God, okay. That's when we came up with a name and a logo. I wanted the company to be named Baked, a natural extension of myself at the time. My brother insisted it have a personal tie, so we settled on Baked by Melissa, and his business partner created the logo in like 5 minutes, and it's the logo
that we have right next to us now.
That is so good.
You're all over social media.
Yes.
People think of you as cupcakes, but you do have a salad side.
I do. With the social media and the salads, or the recipe is, when I like saw the engagement and the millions and millions.
Like on TikTok.
Yeah. I knew exactly what the opportunity was, and I wasn't gonna let that opportunity pass me by. I had enough confidence to just enjoy the ride and trust the process, and if the goal is right, it will all fall into place.
Is there a Salads by Melissa coming?
There is!
I knew it!
It's called Come Hungry because that's what everyone, like my mom would always say, no, don't bring anything, just come hungry.
This is a new book.
It's a book. It's a book. It's a cookbook.
All salads?
It's mostly salads. There's a dessert section. It's how I eat, honestly. My food philosophy is that if you get your nourishment from mealtime, you can indulge in dessert.
Can I have a cupcake?
You can have as many as you want.
Yay, cupcakes! Thank you!
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, these look awesome. Cheers! Cupcake cheers! Oh my God, that's good.
The drink and the cupcake. I love that.
I got a twofer, right?
The cupcakes are really good. Kate Snow joins us now. Kate, that was really interesting, especially when she was talking about, being fired, right? Yeah. Everyone can sort of empathize with having, seen a challenge.
Sure.
How did she sort of proceed after that?
Yeah, well, so as she said, like, it was this opportunity her brother saw before she did. They were a very entrepreneurial family. They'd both gone to Syracuse University. She kind of followed her brother there. He was a big mentor for her. So she goes to his office, and you heard the story. Yeah. And then he's like, just do it. Just own it. Just do it. And she said to me, I faked it until I made it, right? Oh. Like, she made up the logo. She got a bakery box and put a fake logo, like printed a logo and put it on top.
If you build it, they will come.
Right, exactly. And she told me a couple of things that were interesting. One, that you can only act on what you can control.
Sure.
Right? And then number two, she said, being outside of your comfort zone is when the growth happens. That was one of her big messages. She tells a story. She became the CEO later. Like, she founded the company and then they made her CEO. Long story, the old CEO had to go away. She suddenly got the job and she's like, I don't know how to do this. She put Rocky on her headphones, Eye of the Tiger, and is like walking down the street like, dun, 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 like just getting herself pumped up and owning
her own boss.
And just rose to the occasion. We love lessons from entrepreneurs. Thank you, Kate Snow. And you can watch Kate's full interview with Melissa on NBCnews.com/The Drink.
morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is a good one. A 102-year-old Virginia woman is crossing an unexpected item off of her bucket list, race car driving. The NASCAR superfan riding shotgun in a pace car around the Richmond Raceway. Sarah Shackles from our NBC affiliate WWBT was there when she satisfied her need for speed.
And then I think we'll speed up.
That's wonderful. Oh, yes, I love that.
This is much better?
Oh, yeah.
I told you you love her. Oh, my goodness.
As fast as you like, because I love fast.
Bindi Graylow has a need for speed. At 102 years old, she may not appear like your typical adrenaline junkie, but don't be fooled.
Was it fast enough for you?
Oh, no.
How fast do you want to go?
As fast as possible.
Bindi may be one of NASCAR's oldest fans.
I've liked it all my life.
But Thursday, she showed she's young at heart, ticking off her bucket list dream of taking a ride around a NASCAR track. Dressed in an orange sweater with her hair pulled back, Bindi got the red carpet treatment when she arrived at Richmond Raceway, waving to the media as if she were royalty. Once in the pace car, she was eager to take the ride of her life. And there's no better way to feel alive than when you're taking sharp turns at 65 miles per hour. 2 of her 5 daughters joining her on the track.
I mean, this was honestly a surprise to all of us that this was something she really wanted to do. I think she's going to want to do this again.
I hope so. Will I get a free ticket?
Important thing. Yes.
You all have.
But you're not going to be in the car with the driver. No.
Oh.
She is feisty. She's fun. She has a terrific sense of humor, as you probably heard her today. She's a little bit of a ham.
After Bindi's laps around in the pace car, the family got to sign the square at the start-finish line.
Tell me, what else is on your bucket list? What are some things that you want to do? Other than, do you want to jump out of an airplane?
No.
No, just the pace car was enough. Our thanks to Sarah Shackles from WWBT. Morgan, over to you.
Thanks, Vicki. Look, an incredible and rare discovery in Massachusetts. A man says he found an unopened pack of baseball cards from 1952. Now, experts say he could sell it for thousands of dollars, as is. But depending on what's inside, the cards, well, they could actually be worth a lot more. Ellie Rosenberg from NBC Boston has more.
This is it here.
Jason West still can't believe what he is holding. A 70-plus-year-old pack of unopened baseball cards found during a home demolition in Chatham.
Kind of in a pile of garbage, saw this, what looked to me like a baseball bat.
The pack, it appears, had fallen through a crack in the stairs of that Chatham home, unreachable until recently when the house was demolished. And even crazier, this is a 1952 Bowman pack. And like fine wines have their years, 1952 was quite the year for baseball. Both Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays were rookies that year, and their baseball cards can be worth a lot of money.
Maybe this kid in Chatham, was running up the stairs and dropped it in a crack and disappeared.
I couldn't believe that.
At Card Vault in Patriots Place, there are rare cards, but stuff like this just doesn't happen.
You never find something like this. This is like the grail pack of cards.
In a world of high-priced cards, it's generating a lot of buzz, but it's also setting up a very interesting question. What should Mr. West do with this pack? Sell it as is, or open it and see what's inside?
This is one of the more incredible finds that I've ever seen.
Eric Whiteback is known as the collectibles guru and covers the collectibles market. He says the unopened pack, as is, could sell for around $15,000. The gamble, though, if there's a Mantle or Mays card inside, that could be worth a whole lot more.
If you happen to pull one of those key Mays or Mantle cards in really great condition, there is a 7-figure ceiling on this.
To a point, I do want to open it, but I don't want to kill the value of it either, depending on what's in it.
A home run find with a mystery that could be worth millions wrapped inside.
Millions wrapped inside. That was Eli Rosenberg from NBC Boston reporting. And so far, it looks like West is still undecided about whether or not to actually open that pack. A big decision.
Man. What about the gum inside? Definitely that's a no.
Yeah, that's a no.
All right, stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily, and take a look. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Your news continues right after this.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We are back. Your time now is 1:30 this Tuesday. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Authorities are charging Rex Heuermann, the alleged Gilgo Beach serial killer, with a fourth murder today. Prosecutors claim he's responsible for killing 25-year-old Maureen Brainerd Barnes, who went missing back in 2007. Now, Heuermann is already being charged with the murders of 3 other women. He has pleaded not guilty to all of those charges and is being held without bond.
The FAA is investigating a ground collision between 2 Boeing planes at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. Authorities say a plane taxiing for departure struck the rear of another aircraft Sunday night. No injuries have been reported. This all comes as Boeing already facing multiple investigations after a door panel blew off an Alaska Airlines flight midair a week and a half ago.
And Philadelphia Eagles center Jason Kelce may be retiring. ESPN and the NFL Network are reporting that Kelce told his teammates the news after Monday's loss to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The 36-year-old declined to speak to reporters after that game. We reached out to Kelce's rep for comment, but have not yet heard back.
We are learning new details about the mission that U.S. Navy SEALs were carrying out before 2 of them went missing last week off the coast of Somalia.
U.S. military officials say a team of SEALs was searching a small boat for parts of Iranian missiles heading for Houthi forces in Yemen. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby is following all of this for us. Courtney, for people who haven't been following this, can you just sort of get them up to speed? Talk about what all this means, why it is significant, what the operation is, and what we know about what happened.
So this all began last Thursday evening when the U.S. Navy ship spotted a small dhow. You see it there. That's a small boat that they believed may have been carrying illicit or illegal goods, frankly, weapons. That's an area where some of these sorts of boats will take banned goods, things like weapons, even drugs, and transit them through there over towards Africa. So a group of U.S. Navy SEALs boarded a small, fast, inflatable boat, and they made their way over to the dhow. They realized that it was unflagged, and they then started to board it. Well, that's when tragedy struck, Morgan. That's when one of the Navy SEALs, as he was making his way onto the dhow, was swept overboard. He went into the sea. It was dark. It was nighttime, and the sea state was pretty rough at the time. Another SEAL jumped in after him. Both of them have now been missing since last Thursday evening. Now, the U.S. Navy, the rest of the U.S. sailors who were on that small rib, the small boat, still went ahead ultimately and boarded the dhow. And they found on it some of the pictures you're seeing here now, missile parts believed to have been coming from Iran, headed to the Houthi rebels in Yemen. Now, why this is so important is because the Houthis have continued threatening and attacking commercial shipping, including going after and coming near U.S. military ships in the southern Red Sea over the course of the past 2 months. And the missile components, the things that we're seeing on the screen right here, those are exactly the sorts of parts that the Houthis have been using for these attacks.
Yeah, that is a significant seizure and a real direct connection here with these attacks. Now, you have new reporting about more U.S. strikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen. Tell us what you're hearing.
Yeah, Vicki, it's already been a pretty busy day in the Red Sea. So the U.S. military spotted what appeared to be some missiles that were being prepared to be fired into the busy shipping lanes in the southern Red Sea earlier today, and they took action striking those. They were believed to have been Houthi rebel missiles. They were on the rails at the time. They took them out under the authority that they have in the right of self-defense, so stopping an imminent attack. The Houthis have fired, in another case, a ballistic missile striking another commercial ship in the Red Sea. No injuries have been reported, though, today.
That is becoming a very dynamic region. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie. Courtney, thank you so much.
Meanwhile, jury selection is now underway in Donald Trump's civil defamation case here in New York. The former president has been sitting in on that trial today, and once the jurors are picked, they'll be tasked with deciding how much Trump should pay in damages for the public comments he made about writer E. Jean Carroll. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis is live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Rahima, I just want to get our viewers up to speed here, because this is not a trial about whether or not he did it, so to speak. This is a second trial between Trump and Carroll. Last year, a different jury awarded her $5 million after it was determined that Trump sexually abused and defamed her. So what makes now this second trial different?
It's a continuation, if you will, but not of the facts. What they are determining here is how much the jury is going to award E. Jean Carroll, if anything, for damages to her reputation. This particular case was filed after, as you point out, he had already been found liable of sexual assault and of defaming her character. But the E. Jean Carroll's team said he continued to defame her character, even going on CNN after the verdict had been rendered. And on the CNN town hall, he called her a whack job and said he didn't know who she was. It seems as though they're saying no lessons were learned. They brought the case to the court. The court decided to accept it, and that's what they're considering here in this courthouse. Not whether he sexually abused her, not whether he defamed her. That's been decided. Now they're going to say about what damages he might be forced to pay as a result of the continuing, what they say is continuation of the defamation of her character.
Excellent reporting. We're talking now about what more money might be on the table for E. Jean Carroll. Could we see Trump and Carroll both testify in this trial? And what's sort of the timeline here? When is the jury actually expected to issue a decision?
Yeah, they're asking for $10 million in this particular case. The jury, according to the judge, is going to be picked today. Then they're going to go to lunch, and then after lunch, according to the judge, they're going to start this trial. They're going to pick 9 members before the day is over and get it underway. We also know that according to the court papers, E. Jean Carroll and Donald Trump are on the witness list that they will testify. Everybody here feels pretty certain that E. Jean Carroll is going to take the stand. No one knows whether or not Donald Trump will. He never testified in person in the first trial. He is not compelled to be here. This is a civil, not a criminal trial. So we will have to wait and see what happens. Morgan?
We sure will. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis braving the cold for us there in New York. Rahema, thank you.
All right, well, since the pandemic has ended, some companies are still being flexible with their in-office policies, and a lot of people are taking advantage of that. According to a Gallup poll, just 20% of workers were fully on site in 2023. That's down from 60% in 2019. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans explains what is in store for work trends this year.
Frank, could you mute your line, please?
From the dreaded mute button mistake to a revealing Zoom call.
Team can see your upper thigh.
Hybrid work is here to stay. A survey of CEOs found just 4% say they'll prioritize getting workers back in the office full-time this year. Bosses more interested in keeping their workers happy than keeping cubicles staffed 9 to 5 from Monday to Friday.
Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
The pandemic ushering in a shift in how and where and when we work. With unemployment near a 50-year low, CEOs are desperate to retain talent.
Their bigger fear is losing good workers, not getting them into the office.
Absolutely, as it should be, because good workers are the key to driving financial results for your organization.
Each industry is a little different. Banks brought back workers 5 days a week early. Amazon told staff in November they need to be in the office 3 days a week. So did Meta. But UPS wants office workers back full-time later this spring. After all, the drivers can't work from home.
Like, why are we doing this?
On social media, plenty of griping about going into the office at all.
There's just so many options out there that don't involve people going back to the office.
But the dream of 100% work from home is fading, much like the dream of 5 full days in the office. Nearly full-time remote work has plummeted from 34% in 2022 to just 1% last year.
Get back to work.
Back to work for many in 2024 will mean getting back to work at home and in person for good.
Some tips if your boss is calling you back to the office. Talk to them about your plans and be honest. And come prepared with numbers. Explain why you can't return full-time, but show them how you have succeeded and the results you've been able to achieve working from home. Remember, workers have the upper hand right now in many cases. Back to you.
Our thanks to Christine Romans. Meanwhile, the National Retail Federation is wrapping up its big show in New York City. And this year, the conference was all about AI.
We know big players like Walmart and Amazon are already using artificial intelligence. But according to a recent study conducted by Verizon in partnership with marketing and research firm Incisive, only 14% of retailers have a common understanding of the technology. And now big tech firms are here to help. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan joins us now. Hey, Courtney. So first, let's talk about how AI is being used in retail today.
Yeah, I think we've all seen these product recommendations that come to us based on our past purchasing history, or you've searched for something and then sure enough, you're getting targeted ads sometimes thereafter on your social media accounts or other websites you're browsing. That's AI, and that is artificial intelligence. It's been around in retail for a long time, but retailers are starting to infuse it more in the customer experience in store. So here's an example. Tractor Supply CEO Hal Lawton was here on stage, and he was talking about how the company has developed AI and camera technology together aimed at the registers. So if they only have 1 or 2 person at the checkout, but then all of a sudden a flood of customers come with very full carts, AI can basically send a message to the rest of the associates, and then they can come and help out without those few associates that are still there trying to check out customers having to stop what they're doing to help. So that helps efficiency. Walmart is using it with their in-home delivery. So they have an option where you can get delivery in your home. They will literally put your groceries in your refrigerator for you. And let's say you forgot to add the milk. Well, AI will have told Walmart that you order milk every 2 weeks. You haven't ordered it in 2 weeks. It's time, and they can add it to your order. So those are some examples.
In your refrigerator. That is bananas. Courtney, that's sort of where AI is now. But what about the future? What's sort of coming down the pike that we have yet to see? And what then ultimately are some of the challenges that these companies are going to face using AI?
Yeah, so I think a lot of AI will probably be largely undetectable to us as consumers. We may not realize that a lot of the things that are being pushed to us through retailers online or in person are driven by AI. There'll be a lot of back-end systems to help make inventory more efficient so retailers get the right goods in the right places on time based on, frankly, what we've searched or what we've bought before. A computer will be helping to decide that rather than a human buyer. But that also potentially can make labor costs go down and more efficient. And so TD Cowen does estimate that will increase sales, increase profitability, and lower the cost of labor for retailers, all while getting us what we want potentially easier and faster. But I think some of the pitfalls often have to do with customer privacy, especially when you're talking about retail, because a lot of these recommendations are coming based on our past behavior. You have to be sort of careful to give customers what they want, but without creeping them out. And that's what Saks CEO Mark Metrick told me on stage here today. That's really a balancing act he's trying to figure out when it comes to privacy concerns and also producing customers products that they might want and need.
Yeah, it's threading a really fine needle that I think a lot of companies are going to be facing in these years to come. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan for us there. Courtney, thanks.
Well, straight ahead, oral nicotine pouches, they're growing in popularity, but we've got a warning for parents next. What you need to know about these addictive pouches. More NBC News Daily right after this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer delivery system.
All right, it just made too.
In today's Daily Health, a new trend that is sweeping social media. Young people now using oral nicotine pouches. Now, they're little pouches filled with nicotine powder instead of ground tobacco leaves. They're similar to chewing tobacco, where you put the pouch behind your lips to sort of let your gums absorb it.
Yeah.
A really dangerous trend that's gaining a lot of popularity amongst teens, and it's nicotine pouches.
Feels like lately everywhere I've seen on social media, people are talking about using nicotine as a performance enhancer.
These things are horrible for you. This is big tobacco putting more nicotine in your system.
Well, proof of their popularity lies in the numbers. Take a look at this. According to a study led by the American Cancer Society, sales have jumped more than 600% from 2019 to 2022. With us is Dr. Edith Bracho Sanchez. She's a pediatrician and a contributing editor for She Knows. Thank you so much for being with us, doctor. So let's talk about these pouches. What are the dangers and concerns associated with them?
Yeah, I mean, the big concern is that they contain nicotine and that they contain quantities of nicotine that are not regulated. So who's to say how much nicotine is in there? And just to remind people at home, it is an addictive chemical, and we're talking about it being marketed to teens and tweens, and we're talking about something that can really cause addiction in addition to all kinds of disruptions to their daily lives.
Gosh, you said tweens, and that's just terrifying. Do we know, Dr. Sanchez, why this is so popular?
Because it's marketed to them, because it's social media influencers that are using it, because the flavors are attractive to young people. So it's the way that it is marketed, sometimes sold as a safer alternative to tobacco, which we know is just not true, right? And it becomes the cool thing to do and what your friends are doing, and it's just one more thing that we have to educate ourselves as parents about.
The question is, how are they teenagers getting their hands on this? Because presumably it should only be sold to adults, right? And then if you're a parent, what are the signs? Because this is like a clear pouch. It's got no signs, no odors.
Right. So presumably, right, they're buying this online. You would think that you would have to check their age. It's not always checked, unfortunately. So we know it's relatively easy for kids to get their hands on it. And there might be an odor because they're marketed and because they're made in these really fruity flavors, right? It's like this round thing, and you like grab it, you put it in your gum. So you might smell a little bit of a fruity smell that you otherwise wouldn't have noticed in your child. And you might start to see changes in them, changes in their behavior, changes in their sleep patterns, even their food preferences might change. So all things that we should be noticing as parents if we're having and making the time to spend time with them.
Wait, what do you mean by food preferences?
I was gonna,
Right, so if you have a certain flavor in your mouth, it might actually change the things that you crave, right? So think about something fruity and sweet sitting in your mouth. You might start craving things that are salty, different things that your child would normally crave.
But what did you mean also by changes in behavior? And I guess this is a silly question, but wouldn't this also like mess up your teeth?
It totally could mess up your teeth, and it could also cause sores and could actually give you a sore mouth. Think about something that you're sticking between your lip and your gum, right? So absolutely. And changes in behavior, I mean, kids that are restless, think about nicotine and what it does, right? So we're noticing some restlessness. We're talking about changes in their sleep patterns, even behavior at school, right? Like kids that before weren't having issues at school now might be. So all of these things we have to be really, really careful about.
We know nicotine is so addictive. Just 30 seconds left. How do you help your teenager quit if they have started using these?
So I would say talk to your pediatrician. We are often the first step. We know your family. We work with you. We try to get to know the circumstance, and then we might bring in additional professionals, right? We might bring in mental health professionals. We know that nicotine replacement, unfortunately, is not approved for teens, but sometimes we might be able to use some of these products off-label to actually help teens. So talk to your pediatricians. We have options, and there's a lot we can do to help.
All right, Dr. Edith Bracho Sanchez, thank you so much. We appreciate your time and your expertise.
Thank you so much. Stay with us, everyone. You are watching NBC News Daily.
dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For years, Stephen Twitch Boss danced his way into the hearts of America. You probably saw his moves alongside Ellen DeGeneres on TV each afternoon.
Well, it has been more than a year since Stephen died by suicide, leaving his wife, Allison Holker Boss, and their 3 children behind. Today's show anchor Hoda Kotb caught up with Allison to talk about how she's coping and to learn about her new book.
Allison, it's so good to see you.
It's so good to be back here.
I spoke with you back in May. Twitch has been gone for about a year now.
Yes.
And I know we talked about how grief is moment to moment. It's like waves.
Yeah.
Sometimes the wave's big and sometimes it's small. What wave are you in as we speak today?
Right now, I'm moving into 2024 with the movement of feeling like I can keep going. For myself, but also for my kids and all the people that have followed our journey throughout the years, individually as Steve and I came together as a couple and also raising these beautiful kids. We've just had so much support and love that this feels like a new chapter to show them that it's okay, and myself that it's okay.
I think that's super important. How old are your kids now?
My oldest is 15. She's here today. She's so lovely.
Yeah.
And then 7 and 4.
I remember you telling me then that you were trying to explain to them what had happened, and you were doing it kind of piecemeal. As they asked, you would answer and you would move on. Where are you now in describing kind of what happened to your kids?
I've had to have some really big, uncomfortable conversations with my kids, but I'm so proud of their journey and the way that they've handled this. It is a very public situation, and they've handled it with a lot of grace and love and support. And I've just tried to be as honest as I can because that's what they deserve.
Yeah.
You know, they deserve the honest truth, but at the same time, I just want them to know they're supported by everybody, and everyone wants to see them get through this journey just as much as I want to as well.
This book, Keep Dancing Through, is beautiful because this was a project with you and your husband. This is something that kind of sat on the shelf, something that you two had decided you wanted to do. So what made you decide that now was the time, and what did that feel like putting this joint project out now?
This book is a testimony to what my family was, what my family is, and what we'll still strive to be. Every single day, we wake up every morning and we just support each other. We have a lot of hard moments, but we get each other through by keep dancing through. And we use affirmations as this way of really supporting each other. And when someone's having a low, we come together to really cheer each other up. And that's really what this book is about. And I really hope that we can support other people through their lows, getting each other through with positive speaking to each other.
What are your affirmations? What do you say?
Okay, so every morning with my kids, I'll do my ones with my kids because mine are big. I've got lots of affirmations I do. But with my kids, every single morning we say, I'm strong, I'm smart, I'm beautiful, and I'm kind. Every morning. And then also, we do the hard things. And our words become our reality. And the reason that one's a big one for me is because you have to speak kindly to yourself. You talk to yourself more than anybody else is going to talk to you. So you must say kind words, support yourself, be your biggest champion every single day.
Do you still speak to Twitch?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like he's protecting me. I feel like he's protecting my kids, and I feel like he's guiding our journey right now.
How do you feel that?
I feel like there's this wall of support around me. I feel, it might sound crazy, but I have like these wings that are constantly attached to me, and I feel so supported. And whether that's Stephen, God, universe, the people supporting my family, whoever it is, I just feel so much love surrounding us.
Yeah, you feel like that hovering all around you.
Yes.
Well, this book is a beautiful book. The illustrations are terrific, too. Shalene Wright is your illustrator. And the book it's just such a great, beautiful pick-me-up. It's so good to see you. Whenever I see you, I think about you. I think about Twitch. And that's such a beautiful, beautiful thought for me to have. So thank you for coming to see us, Allison.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
Oh, just a beautiful conversation. That was today's show anchor, Hoda Kotb, reporting. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. You can watch us free 24/7 on our network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, January 16th, 2024, off and running after former President Donald Trump's historic win at the Iowa caucuses, the 2024 race shifting to New Hampshire. How Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are trying to woo voters as two other candidates drop out.
New charges: a suspected serial killer in New York now accused of murdering a fourth woman. What we know about the victim and why it took more than a decade for him to be charged.
Bundle up, America. More than 100 million people are shivering with wind chills below freezing. Now a new storm system moving in. We're tracking what it'll bring.
Plus, remote control. Working from home is putting power back in the hands of employees. Why major companies are starting to agree hybrid work is here to stay.
That is definitely going to be a talker. Is a 4-day work week in the future?
Look, I'm listening. You have my attention. You have my attention.
We are going to begin, though, with politics and the race for the White House heating up.
That's right. All eyes are now on New Hampshire after Donald Trump's historic victory in Iowa. Here's how it shook out. NBC News projects former President Trump won handily with 51% of the vote. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis finished in a distant second, followed by former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. Now, Trump's win is by far the largest margin of victory in the Iowa Republican caucuses. The previous record was Bob Dole's 13 points back in 1988.
Donald Trump's domination is not the only takeaway from last night either. Two other Republican candidates have now dropped out after a poor performance in Iowa. DeSantis and Haley say they still see a path to a nomination. As Trump tries to secure that nomination once again, he is also fighting dozens of felony charges and other legal battles. He was in court for one of the cases against him today. We'll have more on that in just a few minutes.
NBC News correspondent Ali Vitale is on the campaign trail in Manchester, New Hampshire. Ali, busy week for you. What does Trump's huge win in Iowa and historic margin really say about the state of the race right now?
It reaffirms what I think the assumption was at the beginning of this primary, guys, which is that this is Donald Trump's Republican Party. I began my political reporting career in 2015 and 16 on his first bid. I got to tell you, the electorate that we're looking at, the way that we're seeing him be able to pull in results in 2024, 8 years after he lost Iowa in his first bid, all of that tells the story of how Trump has been able to not just bend this party to his will, but also really remake it in his image. That is one of the things that we're going to be tracking as we head to a state like New Hampshire, which has really always been friendly territory for Trump. It was the first primary state that he won back in 2016. He's looking to do it again, but Nikki Haley is seeing polls that give her a little bit of an optimistic boost. They're feeling like after New Hampshire last night, a third place finish, not the ideal, but that wasn't always going to be their make or break moment. Here in New Hampshire, you know, the motto is the live free or die state. For Nikki Haley, it's sort of the make or break state, and that's going to be really important as she heads here.
Yeah, so that's what the campaign is saying, Haley's campaign. What are the voters saying to you?
There's an openness here on the ground, and I think the demographics and the makeup of a state like Iowa really did tilt more in the Trump direction, certainly more in the DeSantis direction. And for someone like DeSantis, he leaned heavily on evangelicals there. He did not capitalize fully on that group of voters. They still went for Trump. But if you look to New Hampshire, this is a state that has a lot more potential for crossover, for coalition building in a different sense than just pulling Republicans out of the MAGA movement. Nikki Haley is going to be trying to pull in some independents, maybe some Democrats who want to play a little bit on the other side, and certainly some disaffected Republicans, moderates certainly, but also people who might just want to go a different direction from Trump. That's the coalition she's trying to build. We'll see if she can actually build it.
Yeah, Ali, so voters are telling us what they feel, and we're also getting some info from an NBC News entrance poll. 65% of Iowa voters said if Trump were convicted of a crime, he would still be fit to be president. So are Trump's legal battles a big deal for any voters that you've spoken with?
You know what? Here on Earth A, where I like to live my life, and I think most of us live our lives, being indicted on one criminal count is bad. 91 certainly is a bad thing, too. Nikki Haley, others in the race have said they're glad they're not dealing with his legal woes. Fine. But I think that in this Republican Party, Trump has been able to somehow turn a bad thing good and at least make it something that makes Republicans coalesce around him, have a knee-jerk defensive reaction. He's turning it into a political boon in a primary. It's a big asterisk, though, after the primary, because in a general, I don't think that plays as well, especially not with people who aren't already hardcore in the Republican camp.
Yeah, well, we will see. Ali Vitale, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Stay warm.
And former President Donald Trump did not savor his Iowa victory for long.
This morning, he arrived at a New York City courthouse for the start of his second defamation trial brought by writer E. Jean Carroll. Last year, you may remember, a jury found Trump liable for sexually abusing and defaming Carroll. This trial will focus on the amount of money Mr. Trump could be forced to pay. Carroll is seeking at least $10 million. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now from outside the courthouse in New York City. We also have NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos here with us on set. Rahema, I understand the jury has just been selected for this trial. So give us a little background of how we got here and what are we here today?
One thing I want to tell you about the jury, the judge was asking the potential jurors a variety of questions. One of them was, do you think that the last election was stolen? Two people raised their hands saying, yes, they did think that it was. Whether or not they were placed on that jury, I would think that there would be some contest about that. But we got here today because E. Jean Carroll's people think that Donald Trump has not stopped what he was doing that led them to this courthouse in the first place, and that is defaming your character. After that verdict came down last year, the former president went on a CNN town hall and he called E. Jean Carroll a whack job. And he said that basically he had no idea who she was. That, in addition to the fact that the E. Jean Carroll team thought that the notion of the idea that former President Trump had defamed her while he was president had not been fully addressed, they brought charges back into court, into this federal court. So that's how we got here. These more charges, and the fact that they seem to say the president, the former president, is not changing his behavior in reference to her. And so we're back in this federal courthouse today. Kate?
Rahima, thanks so much. Danny, let's bring you in here. The jury has been seated, and Donald Trump has said that he plans to testify in his defense. What are some of the pros and cons, benefits if he does choose to testify and if he doesn't?
Before he even does that, the plaintiff has a pretty good argument that he shouldn't really even be allowed to testify at all, because we're now in a damages phase. The issue of liability is over. Really, all this is about, this trial, is how was this plaintiff harmed by what the defendant is already concluded to have done. So the plaintiff is arguing, what could Donald Trump possibly have to testify about this? The defense is arguing, well, when it comes to things like punitive damages, which are designed to punish, the defendant's ill will, his hatred, his evil intent, those things are all relevant. So maybe he should be allowed to testify for that reason. But make no mistake about it, it's not a free-for-all. This is limited testimony if he's allowed to testify.
And Danny, you say it's all about money right now, how much he's going to have to pay. It could be millions of dollars. He's been accused in the past of not having a good track record, not paying his own attorneys or paying contractors, for example. Could that come into play with the jury as they consider what to do here?
I don't see that as being particularly relevant. What I see the plaintiff putting on is evidence, and this is difficult to do in defamation cases, but evidence of how this harmed her reputation. And in addition, they're going to put on evidence of punitive damages, the ill will, the hatred, all the other standards that the plaintiff needs to prove. The problem is, unlike a physical injury like a broken bone, it's really hard to show these kinds of damages. They could be anything.
All right, Danny Savalas, Rahima Ellis, thank you both.
There's been a major development in the Gilgo Beach murder case.
Accused serial killer Rex Heuermann was charged with a fourth murder today. He has long been considered a primary suspect in the death of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, but prosecutors say they did not have enough evidence to present their case until now. NBC's Valerie Castro joins us now with the very latest. So, Valerie, first, walk us through these new charges and how prosecutors were now able to connect this fourth murder.
So, Zinkley, this all comes down to DNA and specifically hairs that were found on the bodies of the women when investigators recovered them back in 2010. In the case of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, investigators say her body had been restrained with 3 leather belts, and a hair was found under the buckle of one of those belts. They were waiting for the DNA results to come back from that hair, but prosecutors now say that is linked to Rex Heuermann's wife, and all of this leading to that charge of second-degree murder. Maureen Barnard Brains was just 25 years old when she went missing in 2007. Prosecutors say her body was recovered in 2010. At the time of her disappearance, she was a mother of 2. And today, after that court hearing, we heard from her daughter, who spoke out publicly for the first time.
I was only 7 years old when my mother was murdered. Her loss drastically changed the trajectory of my life. For years, it looked like there might not be charges filed against any suspect for the murder of my mother.
Brainerd Barnes' sister also spoke out, saying that these charges really do finally give their family some hope for justice in this case.
And Valerie, what is the defense saying in all this?
So his attorney spoke out immediately after the court hearing today. He says he has pleaded not guilty to this most recent charge. Rex Heuermann has also pleaded not guilty to charges in connection with the other 3 women in this case. And they say they look forward to fighting these charges in court.
Valerie Castro for us. Valerie, thank you.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. One of YouTube's biggest creators is testing a new platform.
And the iPhone becomes #1 globally. Dom Chu joins us now. Hi, Dom.
Good afternoon, Kate. Zinkley. Well, Americans think that household spending is on the decline, and that's according to a new survey from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. It found consumers expect a 4.5% growth for essential spending. That's down from 5% the same time last year. But it is still well above the pre-pandemic expectation of just 2.5% growth in December of 2019. And as you point out, the world's most popular video creator, Mr. Beast, is pitting YouTube against X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. He re-uploaded a video he posted on YouTube in September to X so that he can actually compare the ad revenue between the sites. It comes as X announced it would try to court creators and media personalities to the platform. And Apple just topped Samsung in the smartphone market, according to new numbers from the International Data Corporation, or IDC. According to that IDC report, those preliminary results, they show that Apple shipped the most smartphones last year at nearly 235 million versus Samsung's nearly 227 million. But it's been a huge debate, especially in developing countries and markets around the world, about whether Apple or Samsung would be the preferred option.
That's so true. All my relatives abroad, they're like, oh, we don't use Apple, at least not yet.
But
so
it's shifting, right?
Totally.
Dominic Chu, it's nice to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Good to be here.
Pleasure. Thanks. Up next, winter warnings, the dangers of attempting to brave the bitter cold, and the essential ways to keep your body safe.
Plus, missing for months, why St. Louis police believe 6 missing people were lured into a cult. The pleas from loved ones for their safe return. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If you've been feeling bitter cold temps lately, you are not alone.
No, around 80% of the country hit below freezing today. And in the Northeast, New York City saw its first significant snowfall in more than 700 days.
So exactly how cold are we talking here? Well, yesterday, Denver was colder than much of Antarctica when it hit negative 16 degrees. The coldest temperature recorded was in Montana at, get this, negative 42 degrees. And today, just about every location east of the Rockies is about 10 to 30 degrees below average. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta has more on how we can stay safe through these chilly temps. But we start with meteorologist Michelle Grossman. So, Michelle, is there any relief to this insight?
There's small relief. It won't sound like relief when I tell you these numbers, but better than yesterday. So we're moderating a bit today, moderating a bit tomorrow, and then we get another cold blast come Thursday and Friday into the weekend. But we're still looking at 85 million Americans under wind chill alerts. We're looking at temperatures well below average for this time of year. You factor in winds that are 20, 30 miles per hour. It's going to feel colder than the air temperature. So taking a look at some of these numbers, you can see those wind chill alerts for the northern plains, the southern plains, into the Midwest, the Ohio Valley. And this is where we are currently. significantly. So this is better, but it won't sound better. It's 1 degree in Minot. It feels like minus 19. Look at Fort Worth, 21 degrees. It feels like just 8 there. We're not used to that. We're cold into the northeast as well. Pittsburgh, 17 degrees right now, feeling like 4, and it feels like 21 degrees in Atlanta. So if you could believe it, this is better than yesterday. I mean, Boise, we're looking at a wind chill of -1. We're going to stay frigid, but we're going to moderate a bit. So we're looking at wind chills. These numbers are wind chills. So as we go throughout the next couple of days, in Salt Lake City, feeling like 16 on Wednesday, feeling like 29 on Thursday, feeling like 24 on Friday. There's that second cold blast, right? So we're going to be moderating a bit the next 2 days, and then we're going to plummet once again. Wichita, -13 will be the wind chill on Friday. And then look at Dallas once again. We're going to stay feeling like the single digits on Wednesday, into the 20s on Thursday, and then back down to feeling like the teens on Friday. Now, this cold air across the country is setting the stage for some snow. We had that snow that you just talked about in New York City. We're still seeing some snow falling in portions of the Northeast. New England, you're going to add some snow totals onto what you've already received. And Buffalo, we're going to receive some as well. And then, guys, we are watching our next Pacific storm. That is going to be our next cross-country storm. So we're going to be talking about snow and also these cold temperatures for days to come. Back to you.
Oh, hard to believe that we're already talking about the next. Michelle Grossman,
Right?
thanks for that.
Let's bring in Dr. Vin Gupta now. Dr. Gupta, some parts of the country have the feels like temperature -50. What does that do to the body?
Well, Kate and Sinclair, Happy New Year. It can cause rapid hypothermia very quickly. And so especially if you have elderly individuals in your neighborhood, next door, in your own home, look for signs of diminished mentation. If they're just not responding as quickly, that could be a sign of hypothermia. Again, can set in quickly. Bradycardia, low heart rate, low blood pressure. These are all signs of hypothermia. Of course, frostbite, just blue digits or painful digits or toes. Signs of hypothermia might be setting in. Frostbite might be setting in. For those with chronic disease, it's a little counterintuitive, but you could actually have increases in blood pressure, especially if you have heart disease or lung disease. Blood pressure can increase because all that blood goes away from our skin and towards our vital organs. So something to keep in mind if you already have high blood pressure to stay on top of your medications.
To that end, you mentioned some serious things there, hypothermia, frostbite. How can we prevent those effects from happening? And does anything we wear factor into that? Are there any areas we should really be protecting?
It's a quite critical question. You don't want to wear a lot of heavy layers. I think that's sort of the reflux, heavy layers. You want to wear a micro fabric type layer that can easily wick moisture. So something thin, but that can wick moisture right to your skin. Then you want thermals on top, a few layers, versus say a few heavy layers. So a wicking fabric right to your skin, then a few thermals that are not as heavy. So you want multi-layers there. Check on your furnace, 10 to 12-year lifespan. If you have a home or if you have a furnace you're responsible for, 10 to 12-year lifespan, make sure it works. I actually had to repair and put insulation around my exterior duct to make sure my furnace worked. In places that are not used to ice, something to keep in mind. Your furnace might not work if it's icing up, so that's critical. And again, make sure you're hydrated. Dehydration, we think maybe just happens in heat waves, can actually happen in a cold wave. So make sure you stay hydrated, get those chronic meds refilled.
All right, Dr. Vin Gupta, and I imagine cover as much as you can of your body, right? Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Coming up, TV's big night, all of the major moments and surprising reunions from the Emmy Awards. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Home prices are heating up to start 2024, and the housing market is really revving up in the Motor City. As for the rankings, well, Detroit saw the largest year-over-year home price increase in the country, according to analytics firm CoreLogic. Detroit takes the top spot from Miami, and Charlotte, North Carolina comes in third. CNBC senior real estate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now to dig into these numbers. So, Diana, I know you recently spoke with an agent at an open house in Detroit. What's behind the housing boom? What are they saying?
Well, Sinclair, for one, it is the most affordable market, or one of them in the nation. But really what's happening in Detroit is what's happening everywhere. Mortgage rates are coming down and buyers are coming back. The 30-year fixed hit a recent high around 8% in October. It has fallen since, now sitting around 6.77%. So buyers were out shopping this weekend in Detroit despite all the snow and cold. Consumers think rates will drop even more, according to a survey from Fannie Mae. So they're trying to get a jump on the competition. But there's not a lot for sale. Agents say they do expect to see sellers get in the game, also because of lower rates.
Because rates have changed somewhat, so sellers are feeling more comfortable now with putting more homes on the market. It's not going to be as reflective right this moment, but as we inch and get closer to the spring, you'll definitely see more homes coming on the market, as we've already seen over the last few weeks here, especially in the beginning of the year.
And getting more supply is the one thing that could put a chill on these red-hot home prices. And Clay?
So, Diana, I'm sure there's someone listening thinking about buying a home. They turned up the volume on their remote or their computer. So, big picture, what tips should our viewers know if they're thinking about purchasing a house?
Well, the first thing is figure out what you really can afford on the monthly payment. You don't buy a home price, you buy that payment. And get pre-approved for a mortgage so you know what you qualify for. If you do have cash, go in with cash. And you can take out a mortgage later because that'll make you more competitive against other buyers. And I always say, don't get emotional when you're buying a house because you lose a hold on what you think you can afford. There's just no such thing as a perfect house because there's always another one right behind it.
Ooh, I like that. I'm sure that emotion, though, is hard to let go of. Diana Olick, thanks for the tips.
It is cold out there, people, and we talked about it earlier, how to keep yourselves safe in the extreme cold. But Deanna Zoga from our Dallas-Fort Worth station has more on how to protect your home and your car during this Arctic blast.
In this stretch of bitter cold, slick spots on the roads may stick around.
If you're in any kind of accident, go ahead and document it. Take pictures, take video. Hopefully,
Rich Johnson with the Insurance Council of Texas says if it's safe, gather witness and police report information. You'll also want to understand your insurance coverage and its limits. Texas law requires drivers at minimum carry liability coverage to pay for damage to someone else's property if you caused a wreck. Liability alone won't pay to fix your car. You may also hit a coverage limit if you, say, slide into multiple cars.
A woman was driving down the road and kind of hitting cars as she went and hit about 10 or 12 cars. Well, the first, 3 people who filed their claim, they got their claims paid. But then after that, it was all out of pocket for that woman that was driving down the road.
In your home, continue to protect plumbing. Drip faucets and open cabinets so warmer indoor air reaches pipes. If pipes burst and damage your home, keep the evidence.
If you have a burst pipe and the plumber cuts that section out, save it because you want to show that to the claims adjuster when they come out to do their inspection.
Ware Wendell with Texas Watch explains this can show that the pipe broke in a hard freeze.
Sometimes when consumers file claims, the insurance company comes back and says, oh, that's wear and tear. That's lack of maintenance. They point the finger back at you, and you need to be able to show them, no, this is a covered claim.
Your policy may require you hang on to evidence of all damage so insurance can inspect your losses.
Whether it's damaged wood floors or cabinets, make sure that you can keep that, or at least really document it well for your insurance claim. They're going to want to take a look at that and investigate.
Information to keep in mind as winter marches on. Deanna Zoga, NBC5 responds.
Coming up in just a bit, one-on-one with the queen of cupcakes. My sit-down with the founder of Baked by Melissa. People buy these cupcakes from all over the country. We're going to talk about her rise in baking and in business.
Ooh, love that. And I've had those cupcakes. They're
so good. And you'll see us eat those cupcakes. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. That's all those places you see on your screen. Peacock, Xfinity, Roku, you name it. We got it. The news continues after this.
Live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
About 1,000 tourists are trapped in a remote village after dozens of avalanches hit China's northwestern Xinjiang region. Road access to the village has been cut off for several days now. Efforts to clear the roads have been complicated by rocks, debris, and tree branches. Chinese state media outlets reported that some tourists were airlifted to safety over the weekend.
New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez and his wife want separate trials in their bribery case. The couple pleaded not guilty to charges that claim they accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes. The case says the money was used for the senator's influence to benefit businessmen and the Egyptian government. Menendez is now arguing that if he's tried alongside his wife, he may have to choose between testifying against her or defending himself.
And highway signs like these will soon be banned across the country. The Federal Highway Administration just put out new guidelines, and funny signs and sayings not allowed anymore. The manual says signs with obscure meanings and pop culture references can be distracting to drivers. The agency says signs should be direct and only used for important information. The administration's giving states 2 years to put those changes into effect.
We've got a disturbing story to tell you about out of St. Louis. 6 people have been missing for months, and police now believe they've been lured into an online cult. A mother and her daughter, along with 4 other people, were last seen 6 months ago. Police in Missouri now say they're following the teachings of a former rapper and convicted child molester. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is following this one for us. So, Kathy, this story is strange, to say the least. What have you learned about these 6 people as well as the alleged cult leader?
Hey there, Zinkley. Yeah, this certainly is a troubling story. I think the big headline coming out of this is that you still have 6 people who are missing. They're all from the St. Louis area. And according to police, they believe that they were possibly lured by the cult leader, Rashad Jamal. And according to police, right now, he is not in St. Louis. He's actually in Georgia serving an 18-year prison sentence. He was convicted of child molestation, according to authorities. And most recently, he gave an interview to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. And during that interview, he was doing this via phone interview while he's still in prison. As I mentioned, he said that he operates some sort of spiritual channel on YouTube. And on that channel, he talks a little bit about everything from world history, Black history to quantum physics. And these are his opinions and thoughts. So he does not consider himself the leader of a cult, and also denies actually knowing those individuals who are currently missing right now in St. Louis, Zinkley.
So with all that said, Kathy, have we heard anything from the family of those who are missing?
Yeah, so our local affiliate in St. Louis, KSDK, actually spoke with some family members, including the mother of Michaela Wickerson. Obviously, mom is extremely distraught because she hasn't talked to her daughter since August. Here's a little bit more from that interview. Take a listen.
She was probably suffering from postpartum depression. And these people online, and they just preyed on her weakness. I know that people have many different opinions of this, but if it was their family member, everybody wants to know that their family member is well. If she chooses to still stay out, I just would like to know that her and my granddaughter are safe. That's all. If she can just contact us and let us know.
Now, Zinkley, we also heard from the neighbor of Michaela, and she was renting a home at the time, and she, according to the neighbor, saw some bizarre behavior when some individuals moved into this rental home with Michaela. Apparently, this neighbor saw the folks outside meditating, sometimes without clothing. We also heard from another family member who is missing her daughter and grandson. They were living in Mississippi at the time, and then all of a sudden decided to move to Missouri without any further explanation. So a lot of questions about this story, Zinkley.
Yeah, still so many questions, and some of those images we were showing are some of the last sightings of that mom and daughter. Kathy Park, thank you so much.
The humanitarian crisis at the southern border is growing, but more and more pressure also being put on cities in the north. In New York City, shelters for migrants are at or near capacity, and now Mayor Eric Adams of New York is imposing a new curfew on asylum seekers at 4 different shelters. Migrants staying there will now have to be inside from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., or they could be kicked out. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins me now. Julia, we've talked so much about what's happening in these cities. Why is New York putting this curfew in place right now?
So according to Mayor Eric Adams, he says that there have been some complaints from people in those communities where those 4 shelters are located, talking about people loitering, panhandling, a few violent episodes. We know in general, the influx of migrants in these cities has not contributed significantly to an increase in crime. But he says this is a response to what people in the community are saying. And he's also saying that he could extend it further if he sees other complaints elsewhere. Now, I will say, just to put this in context, that Mayor Adams has been one of the most vocal, if not the most vocal, mayor of a city that's seen a significant influx in migrants, especially those being bused from Texas in the last year. He said that it's an issue that could destroy New York City and that there'll be $12 billion in debt because of this issue. So this could be another way that Adams is signaling the kind of burden that these immigrants are putting on the city.
And Julia, the curfew is only in place at 4 shelters in New York, but I wonder what the bigger picture is nationwide. Are other cities doing this, looking at this?
Yeah, this will affect 1,900 people, and I should say there are some exceptions for if they're going to work or have medical needs that they need to be addressed during those hours. But so far, we haven't heard of this happening in other cities. In fact, a lot of cities have had totally different approaches depending on where you go. Chicago, for example, there's some nonprofits there that have been able to actually fund housing for migrants for about 6 months, and then the migrants are expected to take over that, so they are not as reliant on the shelters. They don't have people sleeping in police precincts like they used to. And in Denver, they've also been able to get migrants off the streets there, too.
All right, Julia Ainsley covering that for us. Julia, thanks so much.
We all know the pandemic changed where and how we work, whether it's from home or at the office.
But now it appears that hybrid work, in the office and at home is here to stay. According to a recent Gallup poll, just 20% of workers were fully on site in the office in 2023. That's down from 60% in 2019. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans is with us with a closer look at all of this. Christine.
It seems like we're settling into a new normal here. And a really important part of the story is that so many bosses don't want to anger or lose their workers. They're more interested in keeping their headcount than making you go back to the cubicle 5 days a week.
Frank, could you mute your line, please?
From the dreaded mute button mistake to a revealing Zoom call.
Team can see your upper thigh.
Hybrid work is here to stay. A survey of CEOs found just 4% say they'll prioritize getting workers back in the office full-time this year. Bosses more interested in keeping their workers happy than keeping cubicles staffed 9 to 5 from Monday to Friday.
Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
The pandemic ushering in a shift in how and where and when we work. With unemployment near a 50-year low, CEOs are desperate to retain talent.
Their bigger fear is losing good workers, not getting them into the office.
Absolutely, as it should be, because good workers are the key to driving financial results for your organization.
Each industry is a little different. Banks brought back workers 5 days a week early. Amazon told staff in November they need to be in the office 3 days a week. So did Meta. But UPS wants office workers back full-time later this spring. After all, the drivers can't work from home.
Like, why are we doing this?
On social media, plenty of griping about going into the office at all.
There's just so many options out there that don't involve people going back to the office.
But the dream of 100% work from home is fading, much like the dream of 5 full days in the office. Nearly full-time remote work has plummeted from 34% in 2022 to just 1% last year.
Get back to work.
Back to work for many in 2024 will mean getting back to work at home and in person for good.
So fascinating. And while many companies are embracing this hybrid model, some are not. So if an employee is facing a boss who's saying, I want to see you Monday to Friday, do they have any recourse?
Yeah, we saw some of those tech companies saying you're going to be here 3 days a week for sure, and we're going to look at your badge swipes to make sure we know you're coming in. I mean, that's a little Orwellian, but that's actually happening. UPS wants its office workers in 5 days a week this spring. But look, if you want to make the case to your boss, you've got to bring the numbers, bring the results. You got to say, look, you can see how my numbers are better. This is how I've helped profit. This is how I've made these deadlines while working hybrid. So you've got to make the case if your boss is asking you to come in.
I love that. Bring the receipts.
Yep.
Bring the receipts.
I would like that 4-day work week, please.
Christine Romans, thank you so much.
TV's biggest night just happened to be last night on a Monday.
Of course, we're talking about the Emmy Awards, delayed by last year's Hollywood strike, delivered some big wins, too, in drama and comedy. It also delivered one incredible acceptance speech from Niecy Nash-Betts, who won Best Supporting Actress in a Limited Series.
You know who I want to thank? I want to thank me for believing in me and doing what they said I could not do.
I want to thank me. Well, joining us now is entertainment journalist Brian Balthazar. Brian, it's the Emmys. We love the Emmys. So it's so fun to dig in. And let's talk about the show that dominated the drama category, Succession. How did the cast win big last night?
Right. It's a big night for Succession. Probably no surprise to many people, obviously. Sarah Snook, as you just saw there, she won for Best Supporting Actress. There you actually see them winning for Best Overall Drama. There's Sarah Snook accepting her award. And Matthew McFadden winning for Best Supporting Actor. And the big win for Kieran Culkin, who won for Best Actor. But you know, there were so many nominations that left some of the cast out. Brian Cox and Jeremy Strong, also nominated for Best Actor, had to, not everyone can win. But in this case, getting 6 wins is a big night. They won for writing and directing. So a big success, but not a big amount of surprises there.
I would say if you haven't seen Succession yet, it is so worth it. You haven't seen it?
I haven't seen it, but given the awards
so
both on screen and behind the screen, it's pretty impressive.
Let's go to the comedy category, Brian. So there was one show in particular that led the way there too, right?
Another one, yes, The Bear, sweeping the category. You know, on social media, there was a little confusion because not everyone understood that The Bear submitted itself as a comedy, but yes, it did. It won for the best comedy. It won. Ayo Edebiri won for best support, best actress. A big one. She gives the best speeches. I think she's kind of emerged as this season's Jennifer Lawrence and just being so real and fun in a custom 3D molded dress by Louis Vuitton, by the way, looking gorgeous. Then we have the star of the show, Jeremy Allen White, winning for best actor, and Eben Moss Bachrach winning for Best Supporting Actor. If you watched the overall win, you saw him plant a big kiss on one of his castmates just in fun. That was funny right there. Here we go, going in for it. I mean, all in fun. Obviously, I don't think anyone's questioning their sexuality there. I think that is just all in fun. And they won for writing and directing as well.
I mean, never a dull moment, to say the least.
Never.
Brian, what were the night's biggest snubs and surprises?
The snubs always sting a little bit, right? And this one's a big one because they actually set a record. Okay, Better Call Saul, which received 4 nominations, got no wins, but actually after last night, a total of 53 nominations over the 6-season run. It is now the most Emmy snubbed series of all time. So that's a little disappointing to hold that, distinction. And then a surprise, actually, Trevor Noah's The Daily Show winning. Now, this is interesting because the categories got shifted and adjusted last year. And for years, last week tonight with John Oliver was winning, I think, for 7 years in a row. They were shifting into categories now into scripted variety as opposed to there's like variety talk. So in any case, The Daily Show finally won. And last week tonight still kept its streak going as well. So they won in the other category.
I love it. Streaks, snubs, history made.
Yeah, Christina Applegate getting a standing ovation.
Okay.
There was so much.
That's good TV, folks.
A beautiful moment.
Brian
that was great.
Thank you.
Just ahead, on the job, how talking to your high schooler about their career prospects can help send them on the right path. You're watching NBC News Daily.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In today's modern parenting, experts say high school is the best time to start preparing your teen for a career.
But a lot of young people may still be figuring out what they want to do. A recent national survey on post-graduation readiness found 75% of high school graduates are not ready to make college and career decisions at that point. Joining us now to talk about all of it is Beth Hendler-Grunt. She's founder of Next Great Step. She's also author of The Next Great Step, the parent's guide to launching your new grad into a career. It's great to have you here. This is very, very relevant to my life. Not every young person knows what they want to do. I'm constantly saying to my young people, don't worry, it's going to work out. But what if they really don't know? How do you encourage them to kind of start thinking?
Absolutely. It's so common that most do not know, and that's appropriate. But even as a parent, what we can do is just start to say, you know what, I noticed that you really enjoy this sport, or I really noticed that you enjoy this class. Tell me, what do you think about that? How does it feel? Maybe you notice that they're great at problem solving or writing or being creative, and sometimes just pointing out to them the few things that, like, oh yeah, maybe I am good at that, can be really helpful to get them on that path.
To that end, let's dig in there, right? Like, how can a parent help their teenager hone in on a career path, whether that's a trade or a 9-to-5 desk job?
Absolutely. Sometimes it's just focusing on what skills do you have? What is it that you know how to do? I'm a great writer, or I noticed that you're great at doing, you're analytical, you love puzzles. So helping them figure out what kind of skills they have, and then maybe how they can leverage that into different types of field, and getting curious. What do other people do? Maybe explaining as a parent what you actually do for a living.
I love
Sometimes
that.
Our kids don't even know.
Yes, like encouraging the conversation, networking.
Absolutely. Curiosity is key. Really encouraging them to be curious, ask questions, and then of course it leads into networking, because that's ultimately how people get hired into jobs.
Sure, and you were saying during the commercial, it doesn't have to be complicated. It could be like Uncle Joe does something interesting, and maybe you tell your kid to talk to him.
Absolutely. Family occasions, making it like simple and as low stress as possible with the people that are around them that they feel comfortable with, whether it's siblings, we talked about that as well, or someone who they just feel that more comfortable to have the conversation, because we know sometimes they don't want to hear from mom and dad.
Oh, definitely they don't want to hear from mom and dad.
I mean, landing an interview, though, can be hard, and I'm mindful that so many grads graduated during COVID. They might be uncomfortable interviewing, talking with a stranger. What do you advise for that?
Yeah, so there is a lot of this discomfort. What I share with young adults is that just remember that people hire people, not a tracking system or an AI algorithm, and that by forging those relationships through targeted networking, connecting to fellow alumni, that actually can yield conversations that help you find out about jobs and opportunities and put you ahead of others.
Last thing, when do parents have to step back and not get too involved? Like, it is their life.
It is. I think sometimes we just have to realize that their timeline is not the same as our timeline. I'll speak for myself as well. And just helping point out what you notice that they can do well, or encouraging, but they do have to want it, and they do have to be willing to do it, but encouraging that professionalism, reaching out, networking, and just a reminder that people hire people to forge those relationships.
That's really good. I think there can be a misconception that work is just boring or drudgery, but no, you can be leaning into your gifts. That can be an exciting thing.
Right, and there's this thing that you think you can just go online and do everything, and as you say, human relationships count too. Thank you so much, Beth Hendler-Grunt. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thanks for watching. We got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
You may have heard of Baked by Melissa. Well, they're nothing short of a cupcake empire.
Yeah, you may have seen these cupcakes. They get millions of views on TikTok. They're tiny, they look delicious, they taste delicious, they ship nationwide. I got a chance to get a drink with Melissa herself, the founder, and hear how all of this started with her getting fired. How are you?
I'm great.
What's our drink here?
Cold brew.
Cold brew. Excellent. How did you become the queen of a cupcake empire? Baked by Melissa.
Well, that's a loaded question. Yeah. I love cupcakes and I love to bake and create. It's my love language. If I loved you for a 2-year period of time or longer, I would bake for you.
Yeah. When you were kids, did you think maybe one day we'll start a business?
Yes. So I come from an entrepreneurial family, and then I was actually working in advertising. When I was 24 years old, I was fired because I wasn't good at my job. And
wait a minute, because you weren't good at your job, really?
Oh, yes. I wasn't passionate about the work. I didn't care.
You didn't care? You weren't into advertising?
I was not, no.
So you get fired, you call your brother?
Yes, I went back to my cubicle to pack up my personal belongings. I picked up the phone, I called my brother.
What does he say?
He said,
and are you crying at this point?
I was, yes. I was very upset, and I called him. He said, what's up? I said, I got fired. And without hesitation, he said, don't worry, it's the best thing that ever happened to you. Come to my office. So I took a taxi, and we smoked a joint. And then, you know, he said, go home, bake your cupcakes, we'll start a business together.
Literally, go home, bake your cupcakes, and we'll start a business.
Which isn't strange. That's like how, you know.
It's how he thought.
Yes.
You got a meeting with a caterer the next day.
Yes.
You didn't really have like a business yet.
That's right. So he wound up calling me that same day after I was fired. I pick up, it's like, hello, Melissa, this is Ben Zion, Allison's caterer, thick Israeli accent. I'd like to bring you to my house for a tasting. I'm like, oh my God, okay. That's when we came up with a name and a logo. I wanted the company to be named Baked, a natural extension of myself at the time. My brother insisted it have a personal tie, so we settled on Baked by Melissa, and his business partner created the logo in like 5 minutes, and it's the logo.
The logo that we have right next to us now.
That is so good.
You're all over social media.
Yes.
People think of you as cupcakes, but you do have a salad side.
I do. With the social media and the salads, or the recipe is, when I like saw the engagement and the millions and millions.
Like on TikTok.
Yeah. I knew exactly what the opportunity was, and I wasn't gonna let that opportunity pass me by. I had enough confidence to just enjoy the ride and trust the process, and if the goal is right, it will all fall into place.
Is there a Salads by Melissa coming?
There is!
I knew it!
It's called Come Hungry because that's what everyone, like my mom would always say, no, don't bring anything, just come hungry.
This is a new book.
It's a book. It's a book. It's a cookbook.
All salads?
It's mostly salads. There's a dessert section. It's how I eat, honestly. My food philosophy is that if you get your nourishment from mealtime, you can indulge in dessert.
Can I have a cupcake?
You can have as many as you want.
Yay, cupcakes! Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, these look awesome. Cheers! Cupcake cheers! Oh my God, that's good.
That looks yummy.
They were really good. By the way, that salad book is out today, so you can get that.
Love that. And she just seems like someone who's been able to take these difficult moments in life and make them something more.
Yeah. COVID is another one we talk about. Oh my gosh, like it was really hard. They used to sell all their cupcakes in person. They had to completely change their business model and their brand. She said to me that like everything that challenges you is what makes you stronger. And also she became CEO at one point, not in the beginning, but later. And she listened to this song, Eye of the Tiger from Rocky.
Yeah?
And it's just a funny moment. She's like pumping herself up with, you know, because we all need something to get us there.
Yeah,
right?
and to believe that you can do it, right? Yes. She had this vision, you know what, I can start this business.
Yeah,
I can
fake it till you make it.
And she has made it, folks. Well,
yeah.
My next question is just, where are my cupcakes, Kate?
I brought some back for the newsroom that day when we shot it.
Okay, I missed it.
You can see the full episode, by the way. I'll get you some more. The Drink, it's called. The Drink with Kate Snow. I do this with Melissa, but also dozens more at NBCnews.com/The Drink or on YouTube. Just Google Kate Snow, The Drink. It's also a podcast and a nightly news podcast.
Live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinc Lassamwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, January 16th, 2024, Trump, the former president, wins the Iowa caucuses in a landslide. Now, it's off to the next major contest, the New Hampshire primary. We're hearing from voters on the ground.
Chilled to the bone, 1 in 3 Americans facing dangerous cold. Some people have even seen lows colder than Antarctica. Is any relief in sight? We're tracking what you need to know.
Cult mystery, 6 people vanish from a Missouri suburb. They're believed to be in the clutches of an online cult. What we know about the former rapper and convicted child molester who allegedly lured them in.
And new teen threats. Some kids appear to have picked up another bad habit. They're packing nicotine pouches. We'll tell you what those are, and we'll explain what parents need to know.
That'll be an important one for all the parents watching and teenagers.
Yep. We begin this hour, though, with the race for the White House. It's heating up.
Yeah, all eyes are on New Hampshire after Donald Trump's historic victory in Iowa.
Here's how it shook out. Former President Trump won handily with 51% of the vote. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis finished a distant second, followed by former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. Trump's win is by far the largest margin of victory in the Iowa Republican caucuses in history. The previous record was Bob Dole's 13 points in 1988.
Donald Trump's domination is not the only takeaway from last night. Two other Republican candidates have dropped out after a poor performance in Iowa. DeSantis and Haley say they still see a path to a nomination. As Trump tries to secure that nomination once again, he's also fighting dozens of felony charges and other legal battles. He was in court for one of those cases against him today. We'll have more on that later in the show.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, though, starts us off in Manchester, New Hampshire. And let's begin first with Priscilla Thompson. She's in Sioux City, Iowa, and then we'll go to Shaq. Priscilla, big picture. What does Trump's huge win in Iowa, historic margin that we just mentioned, what does it really say about the state of the race?
Well, Kate, the top line out of Iowa is that Donald Trump won nearly every voting block. Let me tick through some of the numbers that we saw in the entrance polls. He won 65% of caucus goers with no college degree. He won 61% of very conservative caucus goers, 55% of those 65 and older, and 53% of the white evangelical vote. And that is notable because Ted Cruz won that group back in 2016. But 8 years later, Donald Trump really dominated, increasing his lead among evangelicals by about 20 points here. And so it raises the question of how any other candidate is going to build a winning coalition moving into these other early states when Donald Trump is clearly sweeping all of the key GOP voting blocks. Kate, Sinclair?
So, Shaq, let's bring you in here because you're in New Hampshire. That's up next. What are voters telling you about the upcoming primary?
Well, they say they are ready. They know the candidates are going to be descending here in New Hampshire. Just this evening, you have all of the candidates in New Hampshire holding events, and they say they're ready to engage and press these candidates. And, you know, one thing I've been talking to voters about is whether or not those results that you saw out of Iowa will impact their decision that they're making here in New Hampshire, as so many candidates are relying on this result in New Hampshire coming up next week. I want you to listen to some of those conversations I've been having. How much do those results play into your decision? The fact that Trump won first place, it had no bearing.
Nothing.
Why?
I don't watch that. I make my own decisions.
Who are you leaning towards?
I'm leaning towards Nikki Haley.
Why Nikki Haley?
I think she's our best candidate right now. I think she's got momentum, and I think absolutely she can probably win the state here.
And the group of voters here in New Hampshire look much different than the group of Republicans that you saw in Iowa. Fewer conservative voters, fewer evangelicals voters, and many more independent or undeclared voters who can pick up a ballot for the Republican primary. That is fertile ground. It makes fertile ground for Nikki Haley. The question is whether or not she'll be able to capitalize on it, especially with Trump's dominance that we saw last night.
Shaq, I got to say, it looks like a postcard where you are for New Hampshire. I want to ask about the entrance poll that we took last night, NBC News. 65% of Iowa voters said if Trump were convicted of a crime, he would still be fit to be president. Are Trump's legal battles a big deal for the voters that you're talking to in New Hampshire?
Look, it depends on who you talk to. For many voters, it's already baked in. So if you're supporting Donald Trump and you're saying that in polls, that means you're okay with his legal troubles and you're willing to support him despite that. For those who are considering other candidates, some of them have mentioned that, yeah, that is one of the reasons why they are considering other candidates or have decided that they won't be supporting former President Trump. But yesterday, I had a conversation with someone who's considering all of the candidates, including the former president, and he says the legal troubles have no factor. He believes it's all political.
Priscilla Thompson, Shaq Brewster for us. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
And thousands of miles away from snowy New Hampshire, the former president is facing a new challenge to remove him from the ballot.
This one is in Washington state. This effort, similar to others across the country, argues that the former president is ineligible for office because of his role leading up to the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is on this one for us. Hi, Steve. So today's court hearing, I know, only lasted a few minutes. What happened and what are the next steps?
Kate, you're being generous. I would say the actual ruling was maybe just a few seconds. But to backtrack a little bit, we've heard maybe now more than 35 challenges, according to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment across the country. Of course, Maine and Colorado have been the successful challenges. This one brought by 8 concerned citizens. And this is what makes Washington so maybe different than a lot of the other challenges we heard. There's no political machinery. There's no political affiliation to these challenges. This is literally just 8 concerned citizens watching the hearing. They're all sitting around a table wearing sweaters. There's no attorneys involved whatsoever. They were representing themselves. So to kind of backtrack to today, what the judge essentially said, taking one look at the case with everybody gathered in the courtroom, which is that this shouldn't be actually held where it's held. It shouldn't be in Kitsap County. Instead, it should be in nearby Thurston County. So instead of this happening today in that county, it's going to happen Thursday in the other county. That was the ruling. We should expect to hear more as this progresses. But the next court date now is Thursday for a circuit court county judge to hear what's going on. Guys.
All right. We know you'll stay on it. Steve Patterson, thank you.
Well, if you've been feeling bitter cold temperatures lately, you are not alone.
That's right. Around 80% of the country hit below freezing today, and in the Northeast, New York City saw its first significant snowfall in more than 700 days.
So exactly how cold are we talking? Yesterday, Denver was colder than parts of Antarctica when it hit negative 16 degrees. The coldest temperature recorded was in Wyoming at negative 37 degrees. We thought that was the wind chill. No, it's the temperature. And today, just about every location east of the Rockies is about 10 to 30 degrees below average. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking yet another winter blast that's moving into the west. So let's start with NBC's Gary Grumbach in a snowy Washington, D.C., and then we'll get to Michelle. Gary, just like New York, this was the first snow that D.C. had, right, in nearly 2 years? How's it going?
More than 700 days since D.C. has been able to do this, sledding on the west front of the U.S. Capitol. You've got kids from D.C., kids from the surrounding areas, because guess what? School was closed today with 3.5 inches of snow in the D.C. area. The federal government was closed today, so everyone is out here having a good time, whether you're a kid or a parent.
It's so overdue, but you know what? It's well worth the wait. It's funny. We've been holding on to these sleds for 2 years. So finally, we found them, dug them out, and yeah, well worth the wait.
Now, while it wasn't as cold as it was for our friends in Iowa during this snowstorm, it wasn't all good news here. Last night at Reagan National Airport, they saw about 4 inches of snow. It led to a ground stop, and it led to people sitting on planes at Reagan National waiting to get off for more than 3 hours. Kate, isn't Clay?
Yeah, that part's not good, but the sledding.
I was going to say, that is a dream, and that's what I loved about living in D.C.
Yeah.
Look, things close, and then you get to go sledding.
I used to live in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
I love that.
Gary, hope you get to have a ride at some point. Let's bring in Michelle Grossman. So, Michelle, we understand another winter storm is already underway. Tell us about that.
Yeah, hi there, guys. Yeah, it's not just the East Coast that is getting snow. We are seeing snow along the West Coast. And it's not just snow. We're looking at snow, ice, also rain. This is our next cross-country storm. 60 million people impacted by winter alerts. And we have some really treacherous travel in the West. We're going to be measuring that snow in feet over the next several days. So this is our next Pacific storm. Rain and mountain snow developing today across the West. We have really icy conditions from Washington and also Oregon. And that's making for really tricky travel there. Then by tomorrow on Wednesday, we're looking at heavy snow for the northern Rockies, again measuring that feet in snow, also in the Cascades. Rain, ice, snow continue over the northwest regions of, including Oregon and also Washington. Look at all these bright colors, the pinks, the purples. That's where we're seeing the heaviest amounts of snow. So much of the west, the Intermountain West into the Rockies, seeing some really heavy rainfall. That would be the higher elevations, but even the lower elevations, seeing some snow as well. Ice is always such a problem to travel on, and that's what we're looking at. And this is bringing down some trees, some power lines, so we're looking at the chance for isolated power outages, and that's with the really cold air that's in place. Also expecting a whole lot of rain. Where you see those darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're seeing the heaviest amounts of rain and expecting that. And notice this is through Saturday, so this is a long-lasting event as it kind of makes its way across the country. So places like Washington, Oregon, Northern California could see some really heavy rain. And it's so cold there, guys, too. It's not just the East Coast. We're looking at temperatures in the teens in some places in the West. Back to you.
All right, Michelle Grossman and Gary Grumbach. Thank you both. Gary, stay warm.
Time for today's CNBC Money Minute. The Department of Justice is blocking a major merger.
And Apple Watches are ditching a new health feature. Pippa Stevens joins us now. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Kate and Sinclair. Well, Apple will remove the blood oxygen feature from certain watches to bypass the current import ban. According to court filings by U.S. Customs, the feature will be removed from the Series 9 and Ultra 2 devices to work around a patent dispute with medical device company Masimo. Uber will close down alcohol delivery app Drizzly at the end of March. Uber told Axios, who first broke the story, that they decided to close the app to focus on consolidating their product offerings into one place, and that's Uber Eats. Uber acquired the company 3 years ago for over $1 billion. And a federal judge blocked the JetBlue Spirit Airlines merger after the DOJ sued to stop it, alleging that the merger would drive up fares. The judge wrote in his decision that the deal would eliminate Spirit from the competition and hurt consumers who rely on Spirit's low fares. The $3.8 billion deal would have produced the 5th largest U.S. carrier. Kate and Sinclair, back to you.
Does that mean it's done, or it's just like held up in court now?
Seems like it's held up. There have been a lot of notable cases looking to merge and getting some pushback, so certainly one to watch here.
All right, we know you'll stay on that one. Pippa Stevens, thank you.
Coming up, Coyote Run, a very brave owner of a dog springs into action. You're going to have to watch this video when we come back. Saving a Chihuahua from a deadly canine on the hunt. The remarkable rescue. It's all there.
Wow. Plus, a major development in the high-profile Gilgo Beach case. Why the suspected serial killer is facing new murder charges. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The U.S. military took action again today against Iran-backed rebels in Yemen. The U.S. Central Command says it destroyed anti-ship missiles that were about to be fired at ships in the Red Sea, including U.S. Navy ships. This is the second strike by the U.S. on Houthis, those are the rebels, in the last 3 days. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie joins me now. Courtney, what more do we know about this latest strike and what happened today?
Yeah, there was some back and forth today, frankly, between the U.S. and the Houthis. The first one that we heard about was the U.S. military actually taking a strike against the Houthis in Yemen, excuse me, in the Houthi-controlled part of Yemen. Now, U.S. defense officials say that they saw that there was the potential for an imminent attack by Houthi rebels using a missile, anti-ship cruise missile. So they took what they called defensive action, striking that missile, that anti-ship ballistic missile site. We also learned today, Kate, that in fact the Houthis are still striking out against commercial shipping in the southern Red Sea, hitting a commercial ship today. Now, there was some damage involved, but the ship was able to continue on. It was still seaworthy, and there were no reports of any injuries. But a lot of activity still going on, and I would remind our viewers that last week on Thursday, the U.S. and the British military together struck more than 60 targets inside Yemen, degrading much of the Houthis' military capability. But clearly the Houthis continue to try to threaten and target commercial ships and military ships in the southern Red Sea.
Yeah, it sort of seems like they're getting resupplied somehow. I know there were also incidents in Iraq that you've been following. Tell us about those.
Yeah, so we're still trying to figure out exactly what happened, but there were multiple missiles fired from Iran into northern Iraq, into Erbil last night. What we do know is that, in fact, there were some civilians who were killed, civilians including children. No U.S. military or U.S. diplomatic facilities were damaged. They are not believed to have been the target of these strikes, but U.S. officials say they are still looking at the tracks of these missiles fired from Iran to try to get a better sense of exactly what they were trying to target here. But again, no U.S. military or diplomatic facilities were impacted by this. No reports of any Americans injured, but several civilians were killed in this case.
All right, Courtney Kube tracking all of that for us. Courtney, thanks.
There's been a major development in the Gilgo Beach murder case. Accused serial killer Rex Heuermann was charged with a fourth murder today. He has long been considered a primary suspect in the death of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, but prosecutors say they did not have enough evidence to present their case until now. NBC's Valerie Castro joins us now with the very latest. So, Valerie, walk us through these new charges and how prosecutors were now able to connect this fourth murder.
So, Zinkley, this all comes down to DNA and hairs that were found on or near the bodies of the women when they were recovered back in 2010. In the case of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, investigators say that her body had been found restrained with 3 different leather belts, and underneath the buckle of one of those belts, they recovered a hair. Well, now prosecutors say that DNA recovered from that hair links Rex Heuermann to this case, so he is now facing charges of second-degree murder in her case. Maureen Brainerd Barnes was just 25 years old when investigators say she was killed in 2007. She was a mother and a sister, and her remaining sister spoke out today after that court hearing. Here's what she had to say.
It has been 16 years since the last time I saw my sister, 16 years since I heard her voice, because 16 years ago, she was silenced. Losing Maureen has become a wound that never truly heals.
Maureen Brainerd Barnes' daughter also spoke out today after court. She was just 7 years old when her mother was murdered.
Wow, really disturbing details there. What is the defense saying about these new charges?
So Rex Heuermann's defense attorney spoke out after court today. He says he has pleaded not guilty to this newest charge. He has also already pleaded not guilty to the charges in connection with the other 3 women in this case, and he says they look forward to fighting all of these charges in court.
All right, Valerie Castro with the latest. Thank you so much.
Coming up, good news if you're watching us while you work from home. Why more CEOs are now saying filling office cubicles is low on their priority list this year. You're watching NBC News Daily.
still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Home prices are heating up to start 2024, and the housing market is really revving up in the Motor City. As for the rankings, well, Detroit saw the largest year-over-year home price increase in the country, according to analytics firm CoreLogic. Detroit takes the top spot from Miami, and Charlotte, North Carolina comes in third. CNBC senior real estate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now to dig into these numbers. So, Diana, I know you recently spoke with an agent at an open house in Detroit. What's behind the housing boom? What are they saying?
Well, Sinclair, for one, it is the most affordable market, or one of them in the nation. But really what's happening in Detroit is what's happening everywhere. Mortgage rates are coming down and buyers are coming back. The 30-year fixed hit a recent high around 8% in October. It has fallen since, now sitting around 6.77%. So buyers were out shopping this weekend in Detroit despite all the snow and cold. Consumers think rates will drop even more, according to a survey from Fannie Mae. So they're trying to get a jump on the competition. But there's not a lot for sale. Agents say they do expect to see sellers get in the game, also because of lower rates.
Because rates have changed somewhat, so sellers are feeling more comfortable now with putting more homes on the market. It's not going to be as reflective right this moment, but as we inch and get closer to the spring, you'll definitely see more homes coming on the market, as we've already seen over the last few weeks here, especially in the beginning of the year.
And getting more supply is the one thing that could put a chill on these red-hot home prices. And Clay?
So, Diana, I'm sure there's someone listening thinking about buying a home. They turned up the volume on their remote or their computer. So, big picture, what tips should our viewers know if they're thinking about purchasing a house?
Well, the first thing is figure out what you really can afford on the monthly payment. You don't buy a home price, you buy that payment. And get pre-approved for a mortgage so you know what you qualify for. If you do have cash, go in with cash. And you can take out a mortgage later, because that'll make you more competitive against other buyers. And I always say, don't get emotional when you're buying a house, because you lose a hold on what you think you can afford. There's just no such thing as a perfect house, because there's always another one right behind it.
Ooh, I like that. I'm sure that emotion, though, is hard to let go of. Diana Olick, thanks for the tips.
It is cold out there, people, and we talked about it earlier, how to keep yourselves safe in the extreme cold. But Deanna Zoga from our Dallas-Fort Worth station has more on how to protect your home and your car during this Arctic blast.
In this stretch of bitter cold, slick spots on the roads may stick around.
If you're in any kind of accident, go ahead and document it. Take pictures, take video. Hopefully,
Rich Johnson with the Insurance Council of Texas says if it's safe, gather witness and police report information. You'll also want to understand your insurance coverage and its limits. Texas law requires drivers at minimum carry liability coverage to pay for damage to someone else's property if you caused a wreck. Liability alone won't pay to fix your car. You may also hit a coverage limit if you, say, slide into multiple cars.
A woman was driving down the road and kind of hitting cars as she went, and hit about 10 or 12 cars. Well, the first, 3 people who filed their claim, they got their claims paid. But then after that, it was all out of pocket for that woman that was driving down the road.
In your home, continue to protect plumbing. Drip faucets and open cabinets so warmer indoor air reaches pipes. If pipes burst and damage your home, keep the evidence.
If you have a burst pipe and the plumber cuts that section out, save it, because you want to show that to the claims adjuster when they come out to do their inspection.
Ware Wendell with Texas Watch explains this can show that the pipe broke in a hard freeze.
Sometimes when consumers file claims, the insurance company comes back and says, oh, that's wear and tear. That's lack of maintenance. They point the finger back at you, and you need to be able to show them, no, this is a covered claim.
Your policy may require you hang on to evidence of all damage so insurance can inspect your losses.
Whether it's damaged wood floors or cabinets, make sure that you can keep that, or at least really document it well for your insurance claim. They're going to want to take a look at that and investigate.
Information to keep in mind as winter marches on. Deanna Zoga, NBC5 responds.
Coming up in just a bit, one-on-one with the queen of cupcakes. My sit-down with the founder of Baked by Melissa. People buy these cupcakes from all over the country. We're going to talk about her rise in baking and in business.
Ooh, love that. And I've had those cupcakes. They're
so good. And you'll see us eat those cupcakes. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. That's all those places you see on your screen. Peacock, Xfinity, Roku, you name it. We got it. The news continues after this.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Students and staff at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas are back in school today for the start of the spring semester. For the majority of them, this is their first time back on campus since a deadly mass shooting in December. 3 faculty members were killed and a 4th was seriously hurt. The shooter was a man who had been rejected from a job at that school. He was shot and killed by police responding to the shooting.
About 1,000 tourists are trapped in a remote village in China after dozens of avalanches hit China's northwestern Xinjiang region. Road access to the village has been cut off for several days now. Efforts to clear the roads have been complicated by rock, debris, tree branches. Chinese state media outlets reporting that some tourists were airlifted out to safety over the weekend.
And take a look at this. A South Carolina man is recovering after he took on a coyote that went after his dog, and it was all caught on camera. Timothy Snipe let his Chihuahua Roxy out behind his home when a coyote hopped over his fence. You see them fighting back and forth. He then grabbed it by the tail. Yep. Carried it into a dumpster before calling animal control. He was bitten several times by the coyote and had to be treated. Roxy, that dog, by the way, is actually doing just fine. She now wears a coyote-proof collar while she's out on walks.
Unbelievable.
Truly. Wow.
Well, former President Trump did not savor his Iowa victory for very long. He was back, rather, in a New York City court today for the start of his second defamation trial brought by writer E. Jean Carroll. The jury for that trial was seated today.
Last year, a jury found Trump liable for sexually abusing and defaming Carroll. This trial will focus on the amount of money Mr. Trump could be forced to pay. Carroll is seeking at least $10 million. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now from outside the courthouse in New York City, and with us here in studio, NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Rahema, let's start with you. What's going on inside the courtroom right now, and can you remind us of how we even got here?
Yeah, inside the courtroom, what the judge has done, he got 9 people together. I want to give you a description of at least 4 of them. Remember, you'll hear no names, nothing about where they live, but we do know this. 4 of the 9, one is a retired transit track worker, another is a 37-year-old female publicist for a tech company. Then there's a 56-year-old German-born woman with 2 children and a 46-year-old doctor. They have been told by the judge what their job is. He says, you don't litigate this case. What you're looking for is damages. And here, specifically what he said, you cannot consider damages as a result of the sexual assault itself. That's already been decided. Your issue, the second issue, is to decide whether he must pay her punitive damages to punish him for defaming her and deter him from defaming her in the future. That is their task. And the judge seems to be moving along quickly. He has said, we expect that E. Jean Carroll is going to testify. Former President Trump has said he wants to testify. Apparently, he's going to attend his mother-in-law's funeral on Thursday, and the judge has said if he wants to, he can testify in this case come Monday. They expect it's going to wrap up certainly in 2 weeks' time, and then this jury will have to make a decision about those damages and whether or not it will do anything towards deferring the former president from making disparaging remarks about E. Jean Carroll. Back to you guys.
All right, Rahema, thank you. Danny, let me turn to you. The former president has used court appearances to kind of build support politically, right? And it seems to be working according to our polling last night. As an attorney, how do you handle that?
How do you handle what? Your client wanting to testify?
Wanting to be around a lot and wanting to be in court and wanting to testify.
Well, the answer, normally with a normal client, you say, no, you can't do that. You're not allowed to give a speech in your closing argument like you did last week in New York. You're not allowed to come in and testify inconsistently with the rules. And in this case, there are very narrow issues here. The plaintiff has a very good point when they have argued to the judge, hey, the only thing Trump should be allowed to talk about is a very narrow scope of things, if anything at all. He may have nothing to add to the issue of whether or not punitive damages are appropriate in this case. It's a pretty strong argument because all of those issues were already decided. So you tell your client that you can't break the rules of the court. But look, with Donald Trump, apparently different rules apply. He's allowed to speak last week at the New York case. In this case, there's no way a federal judge is going to let that happen.
All right, Danny Ceballos, Rahema Ellis, thank you both so much. We've got a disturbing story to tell you about out of St. Louis. 6 people have been missing for months, and police now believe they've been lured into an online cult. A mother and her daughter, along with 4 other people, were last seen 6 months ago. Police in Missouri now say they're following the teachings of a former rapper and convicted child molester. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is following this one for us. So, Kathy, this story is quite strange, to say the very least. What have you learned about these 6 people, as well as the alleged cult leader?
Hey there, Zinkley. Yeah, this certainly is a troubling story, especially as we continue to dig into the details. We know that those 6 individuals, they all went missing around August of 2023 from the St. Louis area. And we have some images to share with you. Police have released these photos, these surveillance images from a store shortly before their disappearance. But they did not specify exactly where this was located. But as far as the alleged cult leader goes, police say the individual is Rashad Jamal, and right now he's serving an 18-year prison sentence. He was convicted of child molestation, and most recently he gave an interview to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, and during that interview via a phone conference, because he currently is still in prison, he said that he operates a spiritual channel via YouTube, and he shares his opinions and thoughts from a wide range of topics, everything from world history, Black history, quantum physics, and therefore, because he's sharing his opinions, he is not the leader of a cult. He also denies knowing any of those individuals who are currently missing in St. Louis.
And those individuals, some of those images we're seeing are their last sightings. Kathy, have we heard anything from the family of those who are now missing?
Yeah, some of the family members have spoken to our local affiliate in St. Louis, KSDK. We actually heard from the mother of Michaela Wickerson, and obviously her mom is extremely distraught. She last saw her in August. Here's a little bit more from that interview. Take a listen.
She was probably suffering from postpartum depression. And these people online, and they just preyed on her weakness. I know that people have many different opinions of this, but if it was their family member, everybody wants to know that their family member is well. If she chooses to still stay out, I just would like to know that her and my granddaughter are safe. That's all. If she can just contact us and let us know.
Now, our affiliate also spoke with Michaela's neighbor, and she was renting that home at the time. And apparently there were several people who moved in, and that's when things took a bit of a turn. There were times when they noticed these individuals outside meditating without any clothes on. We also heard from another family member who is missing a grandson and her daughter. She said they were living in Mississippi several months ago, and then all of a sudden decided to move to Missouri without any further explanation. Zinkley?
Well, hopefully some explanations come soon. Kathy Park, thank you.
We all know the pandemic changed where and how we work, whether it's from home or from the office. But now it appears that hybrid work, where you do a little of both, is here to stay. According to a recent Gallup poll, just 20% of workers were fully on site at work in 2023. That's down from 60% in 2019. Here's NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans.
Frank, could you mute your line, please?
From the dreaded mute button mistake to a revealing Zoom call.
Team can see your upper thigh.
Hybrid work is here to stay. A survey of CEOs found just 4% say they'll prioritize getting workers back in the office full time this year. Bosses more interested in keeping their workers happy than keeping cubicles staffed 9 to 5 from Monday to Friday.
Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
The pandemic ushering in a shift in how and where and when we work. With unemployment near a 50-year low, CEOs are desperate to retain talent.
Their bigger fear is losing good workers, not getting them into the office.
Absolutely, as it should be, because good workers are the key to driving financial results for your organization.
Each industry is a little different. Banks brought back workers 5 days a week early. Amazon told staff in November they need to be in the office 3 days a week. So did Meta. But UPS wants office workers back full-time later this spring. After all, the drivers can't work from home.
Like, why are we doing this?
On social media, plenty of griping about going into the office at all.
There's just so many options out there that don't involve people going back to the office.
But the dream of 100% work from home is fading, much like the dream of 5 full days in the office. Nearly full-time remote work has plummeted from 34% in 2022 to just 1% last year.
Get back to work.
Back to work for many in 2024 will mean getting back to work at home and in person for good. Christine Romans, NBC News.
TV's biggest night just happened to be last night on a Monday.
Of course, we're talking about the Emmy Awards, delayed by last year's Hollywood strike, delivered some big wins, too, in drama and comedy. It also delivered one incredible acceptance speech from Niecy Nash-Betts, who won Best Supporting Actress in a limited series.
You know who I want to thank? I want to thank me for believing in me and doing what they said I could not do.
I want to thank me. Well, joining us now is entertainment journalist Brian Balthazar. Brian, it's the Emmys. We love the Emmys. So it's so fun to dig in. And let's talk about the show that dominated the drama category, Succession. How did the cast win big last night?
Right. It's a big night for Succession. Probably no surprise to many people, obviously. Sarah Snook, as you just saw there, she won for Best Supporting Actress. There you actually see them winning for Best Overall Drama. There's Sarah Snook accepting her award. And Matthew McFadden winning for Best Supporting Actor. And the big win for Kieran Culkin, who won for Best Actor. But you know, there were so many nominations that left some of the cast out. Brian Cox and Jeremy Strong, also nominated for Best Actor, had to, you know, not everyone can win. But in this case, getting 6 wins is a big night. They won for writing and directing. So a big success, but not a big amount of surprises there.
I would say if you haven't seen Succession yet, it is
So worth it.
You haven't seen it?
I haven't seen it, but given the awards,
so
both
worth
on
it.
screen and behind the screen, it's pretty impressive.
Let's go to the comedy category, Brian. So there was one show in particular that led the way there too, right?
Another one, yes, The Bear, sweeping the category. You know, on social media, there was a little confusion because not everyone understood that The Bear submitted itself as a comedy, but yes, it did. It won for the best comedy. It won. Ayo Edebiri won for best best actress. A big one. She gives the best speeches. I think she's kind of emerged as this season's Jennifer Lawrence and just being so real and fun. In a custom 3D molded dress by Louis Vuitton, by the way, looking gorgeous. Then we have the star of the show, Jeremy Allen White, winning for best actor, and Eben Moss Bachrach winning for Best Supporting Actor. If you watch the overall win, you saw him plant a big kiss on one of his castmates just in fun. That was funny right there. Here we go, going in for it. I mean, all in fun. Obviously, I don't think anyone's questioning their sexuality there. I think that is just all in fun. And they won for writing and directing as well.
I mean, never a dull moment, to say the least.
Never.
Brian, what were the night's biggest snubs and surprises?
The snubs always sting a little bit, right? And this one's a big one because they actually set a record. Okay, Better Call Saul, which received 4 nominations, got no wins, but actually after last night, a total of 53 nominations over the 6-season run. It is now the most Emmy snubbed series of all time. So that's a little disappointing to hold that, distinction. And then a surprise, actually, Trevor Noah's The Daily Show winning. Now, this is interesting because the categories got shifted and adjusted last year. And for years, last week tonight with John Oliver was winning, I think, for 7 years in a row. They were shifting into categories now into scripted variety as opposed to there's like variety talk. So in any case, The Daily Show finally won. And last week tonight still kept its streak going as well. So they won in the other category.
I love it. Streak, snubs, history made.
I mean, Christina Applegate getting a standing ovation.
Okay.
There was so much.
That's good TV, folks.
A beautiful moment.
Brian
that was great.
Balthazar, thank you. Coming up, some teenagers are using nicotine pouches. We'll explain what those are and why parents need to know about them. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In today's Daily Health, a warning about a dangerous trend that you've probably seen on TikTok.
Young people using oral nicotine pouches.
A really dangerous trend that's gaining a lot of popularity amongst teens, and it's nicotine pouches.
Feels like lately everywhere I've seen on social media, people are talking about using nicotine as a performance enhancer.
These things are horrible for you. This is big tobacco putting more nicotine in your system.
Those pouches have grown in popularity over the past few years, and according to a study led by the American Cancer Society, sales have jumped from 126 million units in 2019 to more than 800 million in 2022. Joining us now to talk about this, Dr. Edith Bracho-Sanchez. She's a pediatrician and contributing editor for She Knows. Thank you so much for being with us.
Of course.
So first, let's just back up. Can you explain what these pouches are, how they work? They don't actually contain nicotine, right?
They do contain nicotine, and that's kind of what
tobacco.
the concern is here, but not tobacco. So they're being marketed as this clean, healthier alternative. And the reality is they do contain the nicotine. I'm so glad you brought that up because you wouldn't think so.
Yeah.
And they come in like these round little pouches, and you just take one almost like you're taking a piece of gum, and you put it between your gum and your lip. And unfortunately, because of the way they're being marketed, a lot of teens are using these now.
And I guess the attraction is it's not vaping, it's not smoking, which they know is bad. Do kids have or young people have the impression that this is healthier?
I'm not sure they're using this because they think it's healthy. I think they were created to help people kick the habit, right? To get people off of nicotine. But unfortunately, as we saw with e-cigarettes, which were created for the same reason, what is happening is that more young people are using it, and I'm not sure they're actually helping any adults kick off the habit.
How can a parent know if their child is using this?
A little hard, but hopefully you've created spaces in your home, right? You're having meals together. You know your child's behavior. You know their performance in school. And if you're starting to notice any changes in any of those, you would be able to spot the differences and have a conversation with your teen. You also would sometimes smell some of these products. They're very fruity. They're minty.
They have flavors.
They do, and that's part of the problem because the flavors appeal to teens very much like e-cigarettes did for a long time for teenagers, and still do, by the way. So if you're noticing, if you're smelling these flavors, if you're noticing changes in your child, it is time to have a conversation. If you need to, go to the pediatrician for help.
Can they be addictive? How addictive are they?
Absolutely, and part of the problem is that these products are not regulated heavily by the FDA, not in the way that cigarettes would be, for example. So the levels of nicotine can vary widely. We know it is an addictive chemical. There is no doubt about that. And if what we saw in e-cigarettes, and I keep making the comparison, but if what we saw in e-cigarettes repeats itself, there's nothing stopping these companies from increasing the amounts of nicotine to get more and more people, and unfortunately teens, hooked on their products.
So if someone finds they're addicted, what can they do to get off? And are there any benefits to this?
There are, I would say, some benefits, although the data there is a little, I wouldn't say so strong, for adults who are trying to kick off the habit, right? So that would be a potential benefit for an adult. There's absolutely no benefit for teens. And I would say if you're concerned that your child may be addicted, talk to your pediatrician. We are the first step. We can bring in additional help.
Really helpful.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edith Bracho-Sanchez. Good to have you here.
Thank you so much.
We got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I get took for all this damage to
You may have heard of Baked by Melissa. Well, they're nothing short of a cupcake empire.
Yeah, you may have seen these cupcakes. They get millions of views on TikTok. They're tiny, they look delicious, they taste delicious, they ship nationwide. I got a chance to get a drink with Melissa herself, the founder, and hear how all of this started with her getting fired. How are you?
Great.
What's our drink here?
Cold brew.
Cold brew. Excellent. How did you become the queen of a cupcake empire? Baked by Melissa.
Well, that's a loaded question. Yeah. I love cupcakes and I love to bake and create. It's my love language. If I loved you for a 2-year period of time or longer, I would bake for you.
Yeah. When you were kids, did you think maybe one day we'll start a business?
Yes. So I come from an entrepreneurial family, and then I was actually working in advertising. When I was 24 years old, I was fired because I wasn't good at my job. And
wait a minute, because you weren't good at your job, really?
Oh, yes. I wasn't passionate about the work. I didn't care.
You didn't care? You weren't into advertising?
I was not, no.
So you get fired, you call your brother?
Yes, I went back to my cubicle to pack up my personal belongings. I picked up the phone, I called my brother.
What does he say?
He said,
and are you crying at this point?
I was, yes. I was very upset, and I called him. He said, what's up? I said, I got fired. And without hesitation, he said, don't worry, it's the best thing that ever happened to you. Come to my office. So I took a taxi, and we smoked a joint. And then, you know, he said, go home, bake your cupcakes. We'll start a business together.
Literally, go home, bake your cupcakes, and we'll start a business.
Which isn't strange. That's like how, you know.
It's how he thought.
Yes.
You got a meeting with a caterer the next day.
Yes.
You didn't really have like a business yet.
That's right. So he wound up calling me that same day after I was fired. I pick up, it's like, hello, Melissa, this is Ben Zion, Allison's caterer, thick Israeli accent. I'd like to bring you to my house for a tasting. I'm like, oh my God, okay. That's when we came up with a name and a logo. I wanted the company to be named Baked, a natural extension of myself at the time. My brother insisted it have a personal tie, so we settled on Baked by Melissa, and his business partner created the logo in like 5 minutes, and it's the logo.
The logo that we have right next to us now.
That is so good.
You're all over social media.
Yes.
People think of you as cupcakes, but you do have a salad side.
I do. With the social media and the salads, or the recipe is, when I like saw the engagement and the millions and millions.
Like on TikTok.
Yeah. I knew exactly what the opportunity was, and I wasn't gonna let that opportunity pass me by. I had enough confidence to just enjoy the ride and trust the process, and if the goal is right, it will all fall into place.
Is there a Salads by Melissa coming?
There is!
I knew it!
It's called Come Hungry because that's what everyone, like my mom would always say, no, don't bring anything, just come hungry.
This is a new book.
It's a book. It's a book. It's a cookbook.
All salads?
It's mostly salads. There's a dessert section. It's how I eat, honestly. My food philosophy is that if you get your nourishment from mealtime, you can indulge in dessert.
Can I have a cupcake?
You can have as many as you want.
Yay, cupcakes! Thank you!
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, these look awesome. Cheers! Cupcake cheers! Mm-hmm. Oh my God, that's good.
That looks yummy.
They were really good. By the way, that salad book is out today, so you can get that.
Love that. And she just seems like someone who's been able to take these difficult moments in life and make them something more.
Yeah. COVID is another one we talk about. Oh my gosh, like it was really hard. They used to sell all their cupcakes in person. They had to completely change their business model and their brand. She said to me that like everything that challenges you is what makes you stronger. And also she became CEO at one point, not in the beginning, but later. And she listened to this song, Eye of the Tiger from Rocky.
Yeah?
And it's just a funny moment. She's like pumping herself up with, you know, because we all need something to get us there.
Yeah,
right?
and to believe that you can do it, right? Yes. She had this vision, you know what, I can start this business.
Yeah,
I can
fake it till you make it.
And she has made it, folks. Well,
yeah.
My next question is just, where are my cupcakes, Kate?
I brought some back for the newsroom that day when we shot it.
Okay, I missed it.
You can see the full episode, by the way. I'll get you some more. The Drink, it's called. The Drink with Kate Snow. I do this with Melissa, but also dozens more at NBCnews.com/The Drink or on YouTube. Just Google Kate Snow, The Drink. It's also a podcast and a nightly news podcast. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez in Washington as the White House and the rapidly shrinking field of presidential candidates face the fallout from former President Trump's landslide victory in last night's Iowa caucuses, with New Hampshire now just 1 week away. The former president took home more than 50% of the Iowa caucus vote. It was a record-setting 30-point victory. He carried every single county except for one, where he trailed by just one single vote. Ron DeSantis eked out a second-place finish over Nikki Haley, and the field is now effectively just those three, Trump, DeSantis, and Haley. Vivek Ramaswamy dropped out last night endorsing Trump, and Asa Hutchinson ended his campaign this morning. As for the frontrunner, his first stop after Iowa wasn't on the campaign trail, but back in a courtroom. The former president voluntarily spent part of the day in Manhattan for jury selection in a civil trial that will determine how much he owes writer E. Jean Carroll for defaming her. It comes after a separate jury found the former president liable for sexually assaulting her. And it is his third such voluntary appearance off the trail and in a courtroom in just the last 2 weeks, as the Trump campaign tries to convince primary voters that his many legal liabilities are part of a conspiracy to derail his candidacy. And it all comes as the former president took a victory lap last night, urging all voters to unite around his campaign.
I want to congratulate Ron and Nikki for having a good time together. We're all having a good time together. And I think they both actually did very well. I really do. I think they both did very well. I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together, whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative. It would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world.
As for the rest of the field, or what remains of it, DeSantis and Haley both tried to claim strategic victories while vowing to push on to New Hampshire and beyond.
I can tell you, because of your support, in spite of all of that they threw at us, everyone against us, we've got our ticket punched out of Iowa.
I can safely say, tonight, Iowa made this Republican primary a two-person race.
Well, both candidates have their work cut out for them. The results in Iowa highlighted how Trump has remade the Republican Party in his image. 41% of the electorate last night was 65 years old or older, up 27 percentage points from the 2016 caucuses. They were one of Trump's highest performing demographics in 2024. More Iowans identified as very conservative last night than they did in 2016. And they were also a major part of Trump's winning coalition. And nearly 2/3 of caucus goers even said they believed Trump would be fit to serve, even if he were convicted of a crime. And joining me now with some more insight into the full transformation of the Republican Party into the party of Trump, and more on where this primary is going, a man who needs no introduction. Here's NBC News chief political analyst, Chuck Todd.
Well, Gabe, before I get to New Hampshire, I want to start with a little bit of how Donald Trump's remaking the Republican Party in his image. Let me just drill down in one question from the entrance poll. Shares my values here, 41%. This is most important candidate quality. And if you look by voter here, Donald Trump got 43% of the shares my values voters. DeSantis sitting at 31, Haley at 13. This is actually one of DeSantis's better performing groups. But here's what's amazing about that 43% for Trump. In 2016, do you know the number of Iowa Republicans that said Donald Trump shared their values? 5%. Just 5%. And this is what we saw all over, the very conservative number. Whatever Trump says is conservative is now considered very conservative, and he wins these very conservatives. This is Trump's party. He's remaking the party in his image. The groups of voters that were in Iowa that were not Trumpkins in 2016, some of them have become Trump voters now more than ever. It's just fewer that are left for Haley or DeSantis to consolidate. So what does that mean for New Hampshire? Well, let me take you there. And you'll see that for Haley to pull this off, she's going to have to essentially run the table on everybody that is from 2016 that was not named Trump or Cruz. Because what we saw Trump do in Iowa is consolidate the Cruz, these movement conservatives from 2016 who now see themselves as part of the Trump coalition. So you start adding these two together, the 35 and the 11 here, and he's basically rounding up, sitting at 47%. So then Haley, in order to pull this off, needs Kasich's 15, plus Jebb's 11, there's 26, plus Rubio's 10, there's 36. We'll round up, give you 37. Throw in the Christie, and we're sitting at 43. So she'd be at 43, and that's taking all of the candidates that we saw in 16 do, and hope more Democrats and independents show up. Look, is it possible? Sure, it's possible. Is it probable? That not over a 50% probability, that's for sure. And if she doesn't win here, if there is no place here that stops him, the question is really going to be, where is this going to happen? Because it's not clear that there's a place outside of New Hampshire where Trump is going to lose. Let me show you this map here when you start to look at where things are headed. So you got New Hampshire. So if she doesn't win there, what's next? Where else is Trump going to lose? Is he going to lose in Nevada? He changed the rules there. That's all. Is he going to lose in the Virgin Islands? Does that even matter? Then we get to South Carolina. You have to go a month before we get to South Carolina. So if he wins Iowa, New Hampshire, it's a month before you get to the next competitive place. Michigan, in theory, is a competitive primary. Times can be an open primary. But as you can see, without winning in New Hampshire, this isn't about a close second anymore. This is like the NFL playoffs. If you win, you keep going. If you lose, even by a point in New Hampshire, you're not going to be able to make the rationale that you can stop Trump from getting this nomination.
Chuck Todd, thank you. And let's go out to the trail right now. NBC's Garrett Hake is following the Trump campaign. NBC's Dasha Burns is following the DeSantis campaign. And NBC's Ali Vitale is following the Haley campaign. Garrett, I want to start with you. You're in New Hampshire right now, and the Trump campaign probably could not have drawn up a better night than yesterday. What is next for them coming out of Iowa?
Yeah, Gabe, last night went better even than the Trump campaign had hoped for, with them getting above that 50% threshold in Iowa. Obviously, the former president spent much of his day today in a courtroom in New York City. He's got a rally here in New Hampshire in about an hour. They're doing what for the Trump campaign amounts to stepping on the gas, increasing the number of events that we're going to see the candidate doing in a state like New Hampshire, basically one big media market. Doesn't sound like a lot, but based on the campaigning that he had to do to run away with it in Iowa, it is an uptick in activity. And the other thing we're going to see from Donald Trump, which we've already started to see here on the airwaves in New Hampshire, is increasing his attacks on Nikki Haley specifically, both from his campaign and from his super PAC, running ads, particularly on her record on Social Security and on immigration. They think those are ways in which they can continue to kind of damage her brand here, while all riding on the back of what is a pretty strong coalition he already has in place here from 2016, would the state by nearly 20 points, Gabe.
And Garrett, as we power through these technical issues sometimes in that crowded room right there, I want to ask you about last night's victory speech. It was a more disciplined speech than we've seen him give on the trail. You know, he was talking about that his competitors did very well. Should we read more into that? Is he beginning to pivot to a more general election message?
No, Gabe, I don't think this is the start of a trend. I think that was probably a bit more of a one-off. It felt to me like the rally speech ambient, more magnanimous towards his opponents. I think cognizant of the fact that a lot of the people who were watching him speak last night probably don't watch him speak regularly. Very surprised if he puts away the pugilism anytime soon on the campaign trail. That's just never been the way he's operated, you know, for more than a day or a speech or so at a time.
Garrett Hake in New Hampshire. Garrett, thank you. And Dasha, I want to switch over to you now. You're also in New Hampshire now, and Ron DeSantis focused all his attention on Iowa. He, bet the farm, essentially. He finished in a distant second, but he says he punched his ticket. How does the campaign view last night?
Yeah, it's a weird kind of caucus hangover day, if you will, Gabe, because this morning, when normally after the Iowa caucus, all of the candidates rush to New Hampshire, right? Instead, you've got Trump going to court in New York, and you've got DeSantis heading to South Carolina. First, I spent the morning there in Greenville with him, and he sounded very much the victor, not the sound of a candidate who lost by 30 points, got to second place, and only edged out his opponent, Nikki Haley, for that second place finish by about 2 points. Instead, today, he was on the trail stumping as though he won the whole thing. But that's the problem, is I was asking him, Iowa, all right, how do you feel about those margins? Here's what he told me.
So what I showed is, yes, we obviously came in second, but amongst the broader Republican electorate, I was viewed very favorably. I mean, like what we did in Iowa, we did make an impression with a lot of those folks. I had people come up to me saying, I love you, man. I'm going to do Trump this time and do you next time. Now, that's not what I wanted to hear, but being there, we did make an impression.
That's the other kind of curious thing, what you heard there, talking about a voter telling him, look, I really like you, I'm voting for Trump, but I want you next time. That's not quite the anecdote that you typically would hear from somebody trying to win a primary nomination against Donald Trump. But there you have it. Look, he went to South Carolina, Nikki Haley's home turf, because their strategy, their plan, the reason he's so confident about getting that ticket punched out of Iowa, they really believe that means he is in it for the long haul, that if he can get to South Carolina and then some of those Super Tuesday states that are much more conservative than New Hampshire, then he has a shot, especially in South Carolina, to make this a two-person race between him and Donald Trump. And then from there, who knows? That's the big question mark that I still haven't been able to get either him or his team to really articulate to me, like, what is the path forward there mathematically to beating Trump. But he does think that he could beat Haley in South Carolina.
Well, I want to pick up on that point, Dasha. And it looks like, by the way, you've had an extremely busy day starting out in South Carolina and now in New Hampshire. But you spoke with DeSantis here, and you started to touch on it at the end of your answer. Does he see a path to the nomination here? How exactly did he respond?
Well, they think that it's that month between this primary here in New Hampshire and the primary in South Carolina that's going to be critical for them, that they're going to have that time, which they think will be a big opportunity to really sink their teeth into South Carolina, to be able to build their coalition there and show what they can do among those more conservative voters. At his event in Greenville, I got to tell you, the room was overflowing with folks. There was a lot of enthusiasm for him, certainly more of his crowd there than he will have here in New Hampshire. So he really thinks if he can just make it to South Carolina, then there's potentially a shot. But again, if we're talking about Iowa setting the narrative, right, what we really saw coming out of there is Donald Trump absolutely dominant, and the non-Trump vote still split and splintered between these two candidates. And that window, I mean, is closing quicker and quicker as we speak here.
And Dasha, I remember not too long ago, Governor DeSantis was insisting that he would win Iowa. Well, here we are. Dasha Burns, live for us in New Hampshire. Dasha, thank you. And I want to turn now to Ali Vitale. And Ali, Nikki Haley says this is a two-person race now, despite coming in third in Iowa. What is the calculus inside the Haley campaign?
She says that. It doesn't necessarily make it true, but it's the narrative she's going to continue pushing, whether it's in her ads that are on the air here in the Granite State, whether it's in the interviews that she's giving into the way that she sees this next chapter of the 2024 primary. And it's certainly in the way that she's acting in regards to an upcoming debate. There was supposed to be one on Thursday night hosted by ABC News here. Haley saying to me over the weekend that she's not going to be on that stage unless Trump is on that stage. ABC has set a 5 p.m. deadline for those candidates to say whether or not they're going to attend. But smart money is on the fact that there isn't going to be a debate because Trump has stayed off those debate stages quite successfully. And Nikki Haley is now saying she's not going to be there if he's not going to show up. But listen to the way that she's casting this next phase of the race as a binary, despite the fact that that's not actually what's happening here. Watch.
75% of Americans don't want a Trump-Biden rematch. The majority of Americans don't want either one of them. I mean, are we really at the point that we're going to put two 80-year-olds as our option? While we're trying to move forward with issues that matter on inflation and education and border and law and order and these wars around the world, what are they talking about? They're having to deal with investigations. They're talking about the past. They're not moving forward, and they're not showing a vision.
And look, the really fascinating thing here is that even Haley's top supporter in New Hampshire, Governor Chris Sununu, has made clear that a win for her would be second place here. I think that we have to think about the role of second place in Iowa as much as we talk about this sometimes as if it's a horse race and the standings are important and the polling trend lines are important. But really what second and third place did for DeSantis and Haley in Iowa is allow them to be able to just make the argument to the people who are keeping their campaigns afloat. Yes, it's organizers. Yes, it's volunteers, but it's mostly donors and grassroots supporters that they should keep giving them money to just try. It becomes more and more difficult to make that argument the more you get down the calendar, and it becomes clear that you cannot notch all the delegates. Even the way that Chuck did the math in a state like New Hampshire, I remember watching New Hampshire when I was covering Trump in 2015 and 16. Turned squarely red and sort of vanquished the John Kasich dream. Then he went to South Carolina and did the same exact thing with Jeb Bush. I remember watching in a ballroom in South Carolina on the night of that primary the way the whole state turned red. It took Rubio by shock, Haley by shock, as she had supported Marco Rubio. She's on the ballot now. It's different, but I do think that they have a hard time detailing what the actual path to the nomination is. So yeah, a second place boost is nice, but you got to win somewhere eventually.
You know, Ali, I think I may have been in that same room in South Carolina in 2016. It's a long time since then. So really quickly, Ali, before I let you go, New Hampshire is a much different electorate than Iowa, obviously. Non-Republicans are free to vote there. Are we going to see her change her approach more against Trump?
Well, look, we're certainly watching her cast this in a different way. She's not taking on Trump in terms of saying he's unfit. She's not leveraging new criticisms of him, but she's bundling him with Biden in a really fascinating new way that she started last night in Iowa. She repeated the sentence several times, Trump and Biden, Biden and Trump. She's, of course, grouping them by the concept of age. That all fits with her generational argument that she's been making, that she thought Trump was the right president at that time, but that they need a new generation of leadership. It allows her to continue to try to appeal to the MAGA voters while also trying to peel off more of those independents and potential Democrats who may want to meddle or at least just play in the other party's pool, if not for a little while this primary.
Yeah, so interesting, Ali, that she's now trying to lump Biden and Trump together. Should be interesting whether that argument works now. Ali Vitale, live for us in New Hampshire. Ali, thank you. And on that note, mark your calendars. We have live special coverage of the New Hampshire Republican primary coming up just 1 week from today, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. Up next, I'll talk to Maryland's former governor, Larry Hogan, who's now backing Haley's bid for the White House about the state of the race, Trump's blowout win in Iowa, and whether he's really not going to run for the White House himself. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
And welcome back. As we mentioned, despite a third-place finish in Iowa, Nikki Haley is now calling the Republican presidential primary a two-person race between herself and Donald Trump. As she turns her focus to New Hampshire, Haley is also sharpening her attacks against the former president. In her speech last night, Haley compared Trump to Biden, saying both lacked a vision for the future and were consumed by past grievances. Haley also said today that she will not participate in the next debate unless Trump is also on stage. Joining me now is the former Republican governor of Maryland and chairman of An America United, Larry Hogan. Last month, he stepped down from his position as a co-chair of the No Labels group, and ahead of last night's caucuses, he threw his support behind Nikki Haley. Governor, thank you so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now. And
That's great. Thank you.
Governor, last night, Haley said that Iowa made the primary a two-person race, as we've been saying. You know, given Trump's dominance last night, aren't Republicans saying that they do not want a Trump alternative? We've been hearing so much about, you know, the Republicans are hungry for a Trump alternative. Doesn't last night's results go against that?
I'm not sure. Look, I think it was a very strong night for President Trump, as we expected it to be in Iowa. That's sort of the heart of MAGA country, and no one I mean, Ron DeSantis was saying for quite a while that he was guaranteeing a win, so it wasn't a very good night for him. But Nikki Haley came from nowhere, from 2% to up to about 20%. But yeah, Trump comes out of there with a lot of momentum, no surprises. However, the winner of the Iowa caucus usually is not the nominee. It hasn't been for 24 years. So New Hampshire is going to be a whole different ballgame. I mean, you could make the argument it's a one-person race, but I believe it is potentially a two-person race. And the poll came out today in New Hampshire that has Trump at 40, Haley at 40, and DeSantis at 4%. So I think that if that poll is anywhere close to being accurate, it is a two-person race.
Yeah, other polls have her down by several points, but point taken, she is doing much better in New Hampshire than she was in Iowa. But, Governor, if she does not win New Hampshire, is her campaign over?
You know, New Hampshire kind of has a way of surprising people, and we've had some unusual outcomes. I don't know that she needs to win. I mean, everybody expects Trump to win all the primaries, but I think she does have a chance, an outside chance to pull this off and win the race. But a strong second-place finish could give her some momentum as she heads into her home state of South Carolina.
Wait a minute, Governor, you're setting expectations there that no one expects Donald Trump not to win New Hampshire. Her campaign is, saying that they will win New Hampshire. And as you just said, the polls are showing that she's really close to doing that. So if she doesn't win New Hampshire, and then we head to South Carolina, I know she's from there, Governor, but what happens there? Trump is so far ahead.
Yeah, well, right now, Trump is ahead. I mean, he's sort of taken over the Republican Party in most of the states under these primary process. So if the election were held today, Trump would probably win South Carolina. My point was, if she comes out with a win or a very close, she's neck and neck with Trump in New Hampshire, it could give her the boost that she needs to go back home. Look, it's Trump's race to lose. It looks as if Trump is very strongly, potentially going to be the nominee, which is not my preferred outcome. But I really do believe that Nikki Haley has a shot, whether she wins or places a close second in New Hampshire. It's going to be a whole different story than Iowa.
So, Governor, you just said if Trump is the likely nominee, if that does happen, what are you, Larry Hogan, going to do?
Well, it's a tough question. Look, I've been saying for a long time, I agree that we were talking a moment ago, Nikki Haley is now using some of the messaging I've been using for the past year, that 70% of the people in America do not want that rematch between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. They're the two least popular presidents in American history. They've both got tremendous problems. Donald Trump has about 50% of the Republicans. Back to your first question, about 50% do not want Donald Trump. However, they've been, spread between, 11 or 13 candidates, which is why we've got to get it down to a two-person race. He doesn't control all of the votes. And in the Democratic Party, it's even worse. I think 59% of Democratic primary voters would prefer someone other than Joe Biden.
And Governor, look, Donald Trump has essentially reshaped the modern Republican Party. How much longer can moderates such as yourself survive within the party?
Well, I'm a lifelong, I would say, common sense conservative. I don't call myself a moderate, but the party has certainly moved to the right of me and has become a different, I come from the Republican wing of the Republican Party, more traditional Republican rather than the MAGA wing. And, that's less than 50% of the people consider themselves part of that. But, he really has captured the attention. It's very difficult. It's either going to happen in this election or somewhere down the road. But it's not Ronald Reagan's party anymore, that's for sure.
And Governor Reynolds said yesterday that if Trump is the GOP nominee, she, of course, endorsed Governor DeSantis, but if Trump is the nominee, she says that she would support him. And we're seeing the GOP establishment fall in line. More senators are coming out endorsing Donald Trump over the last couple of days. What is your message to them?
Well, look, it's frustrating to me that so many people are falling in line, and you know, they really behind closed doors, people will say directly they agree with me that, you know, they're very concerned about Trump, and yet they're afraid to not get behind him. I'm not going to be one of them. I'm not going to support Trump no matter what. I don't think Donald Trump or Joe Biden should be the next president, and I'm hopeful that we can come up with some kind of an alternative in either a new Democratic nominee, a better Republican nominee, or, you know, potentially another choice.
So if Trump is the nominee, who do you plan to vote for? I know in 2020, correct me if I'm wrong, you wrote in Ronald Reagan. I mean, what do you plan to do this time?
Yeah, I haven't voted for Trump in either one of his two elections, and so I probably won't do it again this time. I mean, I won't do it again in this election. But
would you vote for Biden?
I won't vote for Biden either. I think he's a terrible president. I think he's moved the country too far left of a direction, and I think he's just shown weakness to the world. I don't think he's up to the job, frankly. And so I'm still hopeful that I think the Democratic Party, if I could give them some advice, I really think that Joe Biden's family and some of the leaders in the party ought to tell him to take the bow. And he said he was going to be a transitional president. Let him do that and walk away before this race. I'm afraid he's the only Democrat in America that can't beat Donald Trump.
And Governor, before I let you go, I want to get you on the record one more time. You stepped down from your position as co-chair of No Labels. Are you 100% ruling out that bid for the White House in 2024?
You know, my position on No Labels hasn't changed. I've never made any indication, taken any steps to try to, you know, I'm not out there trying to campaign for that. I don't even know if it's going to be necessary. No Labels may or may not, depending on what happens over the next couple of months, launch a campaign. They have about 12 people they're talking about. I'm flattered that they're considering me one of them. I haven't slammed the door on that idea, but it's certainly not something that I'm focused on. I'm focused on trying to help Nikki Haley beat Donald Trump in New Hampshire.
And really quickly, before I let you go, we've reported that there have been conversations between Chris Christie and No Labels. Would you support Chris Christie for a third-party candidacy?
Chris Christie's... Yeah, I'm not sure Chris Christie has any interest, and they do have sore loser laws that if you were running in the primary, you can't run as an independent. So I'm not sure that's going to happen, but I'm a good friend of Chris Christie, and I appreciate his efforts standing up and telling the truth about Donald Trump.
Governor Larry Hogan, thank you so much for joining us. And we should note that we did reach out to the DeSantis campaign for a guest to join today's show, and we did not get a response. The invitation remains open. After the break, Biden and the Big Four. The president just invited top congressional leaders to the White House with a partial government shutdown, potentially now just days away. Details next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. The federal government is effectively shut down today thanks to a winter storm that dumped a few inches of snow on the nation's capital. But Congress has until Friday to reach a deal on spending limits to avoid an actual partial government shutdown and less than 3 weeks to avoid a full government shutdown. It comes as President Biden has now invited the so-called Big Four congressional leaders and key committee chairs to the White House tomorrow to discuss an emergency supplemental spending deal to send aid to Israel and Ukraine in exchange for legislation on border security. Those negotiations have been stalled amid ongoing talks in the Senate. And joining me now is Monica Alba at the White House and Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. Monica, I want to start with you. The White House, by and large, has not wanted to get the president himself involved in these negotiations so far. So what changed, and what does the president hope to get out of this meeting tomorrow?
Exactly, Gabe. These kinds of big meetings are reserved for big moments, and the White House is kind of acknowledging what we've known for some time now, which is really the urgency of this moment with respect to funding to Ukraine. Now, this is something that the White House has been telegraphing for a long time, effectively saying that the last package that went to Ukraine for weapons and military aid has gone out the door, and there won't be another one without Congress funding this fight in Ukraine, defending itself against Russia. And this is something that President Biden, now face-to-face with the main congressional leaders and with some key committee chairs, is going to be communicating, again, pressing for why this is needed at this moment. But it doesn't happen in a vacuum, and the White House is keenly aware that this conversation is linked directly to some of these other national security conversations, like the border and like these other discussions that we've had over money to Israel and to Taiwan. So this national security supplemental is running on its own track, and it's something the White House would really like to have seen done yesterday, they would tell you. But they're gathering and having this meeting at the White House tomorrow to really stress that the time for action is now, and they're going to try to re-up some of those implications of what happens if this supplemental doesn't get across the finish line. But again, it's in the context of some of these other big domestic conversations we're having.
Yeah, Monica, they've been hammering that message now for several weeks. And Ryan, I want to turn to you. Chuck Schumer and Mike Johnson released their legislation on Sunday to avert the shutdown. What's the reception been like on the Hill?
Well, by and large, Gabe, there is a sense that they'll ultimately be able to get this package over the finish line with minimal disruption to the funding of federal government. There is the possibility that it extends into the weekend, but it gets done before there's any kind of real impact to the work of the federal government. But it's not going to be passed without a lot of whining, particularly from House Republicans, the most conservative members of the House Republican caucus, who are in general opposed to these short-term spending gaps and prefer to see a long-term appropriations process with a lot more cuts than what the Speaker and the Senate Majority Leader in the White House have negotiated. So they're going to begin that process today. The Senate's going to take the first procedural step. The House is not in today. They had to take the day off because of travel concerns related to the winter storm that hit the Northeast. So it's going to take some time for it to happen, but there is the sense that ultimately they will get it done. The question is, will they be able to land these long-term appropriations deals? They will now have until early March to get that process complete.
And Ryan, let's turn now to the agreement on the child tax credit. How did that come together?
Well, this was something that was done largely behind closed doors between the chair of the Republican-led Ways and Means Committee on the House side and the chair of the Democratic-led Finance Committee on the Senate side, Ron Wyden of Oregon on the Senate side and Jason Smith of Missouri on the Republican side on the House. And they were able to come together with a number of agreements on some of these key areas that have long been an area of conflict between Republicans and Democrats, including the extension of the child child tax credit. Now, Democrats are going to have to give in some areas as well, including an extension of some of the Trump tax cuts that many Democrats are opposed to. But this is one of these kind of old-fashioned congressional deals where everyone gave a little bit. Nobody loves the final product, but they like it enough to get it over the finish line. It's still going to require a lot of voting. The question is which way and which process they intend to go forward. There is the chance that maybe it gets tacked on to this spending plan and they make it as part of those negotiations, or they do it separate. Those negotiations are still up in the air, but the most important leaders as related to this conversation believe that this package will ultimately pass.
And Monica, let's turn now to last night's Iowa caucuses, as we were discussing. What's the reaction been like from the Biden campaign to last night's results? And does the campaign have a strategy to get voters to care about another Trump-Biden rematch?
No, it's a great question, Gabe. And really, this was something that became really quickly about fundraising last night, with the president himself saying, after we saw former President Trump's dominance in Iowa, that he is certainly coalescing and likely going to be that Republican frontrunner. So the president essentially asked his supporters to chip in and give more money. And that is why yesterday the Biden campaign chose to release their fundraising haul for the end of 2023. And they've been very clear that they are trying to amass this major war chest, of course, that's for the general election, while Republicans are still trying to figure out what to do on their end in this primary that is quickly running out of time and really of interest as the field is, of course, winnowing. So the Biden campaign is trying to rely on what they've been saying, which is the president's own accomplishments, what they feel he's been able to do through legislation. But of course, in the context of what we were just talking about, there's a lot of pressure on him to get something done as it relates to immigration and this border deal. That's something certainly that there will be a lot of political pressure on him in the campaign to answer for over the next 10 months, Gabe.
Monica Alba outside the White House and Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. Thank you both so much. And up next, Republican primary rivals set their sights on New Hampshire as former President Trump and President Biden set their sights on a general election rematch. The panel is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
And welcome back. Turning back now to the campaign trail and some other notable storylines from last night's Iowa caucuses and what they could signal about the 2024 general election. Because while former President Trump won big, there are still notable splits inside his party, which could loom large this November. As we mentioned, according to last night's entrance polls, about a third of Republican caucus goers said Mr. Trump would not be fit to be president if he's convicted of a crime. That's a sizable chunk of Republicans. And Trump, of course, is facing 91 criminal counts and appeared in a New York City courtroom today for a civil defamation trial. But on an issue that is fundamental to the next election, 2/3 of Republican caucus goers said they did not think President Biden legitimately won the 2020 election, a false claim Trump has repeated since losing it. And to break this all down, I'm joined now by my panel. Daniela Diaz, congressional reporter at Politico, Mo Elathi, executive director of the Institute of Politics and Public Service at Georgetown University, and Jim Garrity, senior political correspondent at the National Review. Thank you all so much for joining us and for braving the snowy roads to come in here into the studio. Daniela, I want to start with you. What was your big takeaway from last night and those entrance polls?
The Republican Party is still Trump's party. That was really what we saw in Iowa. He won even before some caucus goers had a chance to caucus in the random elementary schools that they were all at. He really took it by storm. He won.
And the DeSantis campaign was not happy about that, for sure.
Not happy at all. And it shows that regardless of how hard, we've seen DeSantis and Haley campaign in Iowa, of course, now they're switching their sights to New Hampshire. That's where they are now. It's still Trump's party, and he won last night, and he still has a huge hold over the Republican Party base.
And Mo, I want to get your thoughts on Iowa last night, but I also want to ask you about this Biden campaign message. And I was with him last week in South Carolina, and he's talking about threats to democracy. He's been making that message, hitting that message over and over again for the last several months. Do you think voters are going to buy that message?
Look, I think it is one of the starkest contrasts that they can make with Donald Trump. And a lot of people were naysayers of the president when he tried to make that the focus of the 2022 midterms. And it seemed to work to great effect. Sort of the dual contrast of democracy being on the ballot and reproductive rights for women were the central Democratic message in 2022 when they had a pretty good year. Sounds familiar, right? Because that's what they're leading with this time. So I think there's some real opportunity there.
And Jim, what surprised you about last night?
So I believe last I saw the turnout was around 110,000 compared to 2016, last time Republicans had a competitive Iowa caucus. It was like 180,000. It's a Trumpier party, but it's also conceivably a smaller party. I'm going to be keeping an eye on subsequent primaries, how that turnout compares. Now, it was frigid cold in Iowa.
And there was a much more vibrant, primary in 2016, a lot more
much more competitive than there was a playoff football game going. You can come up with reasons for why it would be smaller.
A holiday,
But it's 70,000 is a pretty steep drop. And my thinking is that, one, it's not a competitive race, the Republicans into it. But the other thing is that a lot of people who used to be Republicans, Mitt Romney, John McCain Republicans, all those suburban soccer moms, white-collar professionals, those folks are independents or Democrats now. They're not coming back to this party.
And Jim, I want to put up something that President Biden tweeted. This election, he says, was always going to be you and me versus extreme MAGA Republicans. So does this message of us versus them really resonate, considering, he was talking about in 2020 that he would unite the country? Now he really is setting this up to be a battle between himself and Donald Trump. By the way, the Biden campaign is ignoring DeSantis and Haley completely. But us versus them, will that work?
What's he going to run on? The border? Inflation? All these other issues? All these terrible numbers and everything else. But he's always said, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And that's what he's got to do. They probably conceivably, the only Republican that Biden could beat is Donald Trump. And the Republican primary voters are like, yes, let's go with that guy.
And Daniela, look, we've been seeing more and more establishment Republicans get behind Donald Trump in just the last few days. Among them, Senator Marco Rubio, I think he came out on Sunday. How much longer will the rest of the party wait before they officially get behind Trump?
I was just talking about this with my coworkers as I cover Congress, and the Senate's in today, the House is not.
Right.
But there are two very prominent Republicans that have not endorsed Trump who are going to be on the Hill in just a few hours, Chuck Grassley and Joni Ernst, the two Iowa Republicans who, and Joni Ernst campaigned for Haley, I should say, and they have not endorsed Trump, and a lot of Senate Republican leadership hasn't endorsed Trump either. So as he continues winning these caucuses and these primaries is, what we expect, we'll see what happens in New Hampshire. These members are going to have to say where they stand on the issue of Trump, the huge elephant in the room that they've been trying to dodge the last couple of months.
Will there be a price to pay for some of those members since they didn't endorse him before Iowa, do you think?
We all know how Trump operates. He always comments when people don't support him outright. He has not commented yet, but it could be an issue going forward, especially if it's members who are in leadership. I haven't even mentioned Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell is the top Republican in the Senate, has not endorsed Trump, tries to dodge the topic of Trump, and they have in the past had a very intense rivalry. I expect that could continue.
And Mo, we kept saying that Iowa was make or break for Ron DeSantis. Is New Hampshire make or break for Nikki Haley?
Yes.
If she comes in second, her campaign's now trying to say, if we come in second, it'll be okay. But
yeah, I mean, look, if she comes in a super close second, like a point or two behind, she'll find a reason to keep going. But she's got to beat him. She has to beat him outright to be able to make a real case. Now, look, there are a lot of candidates in political, in political graveyards who did really well in New Hampshire, but it didn't catch on beyond that. Why? Because the states that follow New Hampshire act a lot more like Iowa than they do New Hampshire. And so Haley has to have that New Hampshire win in order to make any case before she faces some real headwinds after.
That momentum, though, if she were to win New Hampshire, could be potentially huge. But yes, as you say, heading to South Carolina, it's a difficult path forward any way you look at it. Jim, Haley said today that she would only participate in the next debate if Donald Trump was on the stage. And look, she keeps saying it's a two-person race, even though she came in third. I get it, why she's saying that, but regular Americans, if you finish third, how can you say it's a two-person race? But what do you make of the decision to basically try to be above the fray and not worry about Ron DeSantis and not go to this debate?
Well, she's adopting kind of what Trump did. I'm way ahead of you in the polls, so I don't have to debate you little guys. Now, technically, she was third, but she's going to be well ahead of DeSantis in New Hampshire. I think she's ahead in South Carolina, although they're both pretty darn, far behind there. I think the lesson is, America, you've got nothing on TV Thursday night. There's not going to be this debate, and there's probably not going to be that other one, and we're probably not going to have any debates till the general election. And oh, by the way, both sides have made noises about skipping those two.
Yeah, and I want to play some of Nikki Haley's speech last night, and something she's been saying now in the last several hours today, where she tries to lump President Biden and former President Trump. Let's take a listen.
Trump and Biden are both about 80 years old. Trump and Biden both put our country trillions of dollars deeper in debt, and our kids will never forgive them for it. Trump and Biden both lack a vision for our country's future. Our campaign is the last best hope of stopping the Trump-Biden nightmare.
The Trump-Biden nightmare, Daniela, and she's, bringing age into this more so today and last night than she did before. What do you make of this? Is it going to work at all?
It's a new strategy. Clearly, she thinks this has a opportunity to help her ahead of New Hampshire, have South Carolina. Unclear right now whether that will work, but it is a major concern on both sides that Biden is old. I mean, he's in his 80s. We hear that continuously from voters, and Trump is around the same age. It's an interesting argument, especially coming from her. Interesting, she's not, she always talks about being a woman, a female candidate. Now she's really talking about how much older they are.
And new strategies at the last minute almost never work, right? Like it's just, it's too late to be shifting gears. She's doing what, she's got to do what she's got to do. And drawing a starker contrast with Trump is one thing, but trying a whole new line of attack.
Okay, you look at public polling. Americans are not thrilled that Biden is running for another term. They're definitely not thrilled about the idea of returning that. So there's this whole point like this. How did we end up with these two guys again? How this? So running essentially a general election campaign. Right. Like I don't know whether she's actually interested in no labels. And Larry Hogan said that there's a chance you can't, sore loser laws and all that kind of stuff. But she's kind of saying, America, aren't you sick of these two guys?
Right. But
and as long as independents can vote, she could do okay.
In New Hampshire. There's a lot of primaries, though, before the November election. Thank you all so much for joining us. Daniela Diaz, Mo Alethi, Jim Garrity, thank you all. And still to come, a narrowing field, a historic margin for first, and an electorate transformed. One of Iowa's top political experts joins me next to dig into last night's lessons and aftermath. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is the third time we've won, but this is the biggest win. They said, well, if you win by 12%, that's a big win. That's going to be very hard to do. Well, I think we more than doubled that, I guess, tripled it maybe. They said, you'll never get over 50, and I just left and we were at 54. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with it, but they said, you can't do that, sir.
And welcome back. Perhaps one of the loudest messages from caucus goers last night was how Donald Trump has redefined what it means to be a Republican in the heartland. As we mentioned earlier, last night's electorate in Iowa was notably different than 2016 when Ted Cruz won, with help from evangelicals and other values-based voters and Trump skeptics. This time around, though, caucus goers were older, less evangelical, and above all, fervently pro-Trump. I'm joined now by Kathy Obradovich, editor-in-chief of the Iowa Capitol Dispatch. Kathy, thanks so much for joining us. And picking up on that point, how else has Iowa's Republican electorate changed since 2016?
Well, I think that you hit an important point when you mentioned that the electorate was less evangelical. It's kind of interesting. There are still lots of evangelicals in Iowa, but they are functioning pretty much the same as other Republicans. It used to be that there was pretty much of a divide with evangelicals being to the right of the regular Republican Party on issues like abortion or some of these other cultural issues that are being discussed these days in state houses all over the country, including in Iowa. So you look at, who will the evangelicals support? they're going to support, the same candidates that everybody else is supporting. And they're more likely, I think, to go to caucus, though, however.
Yeah, and Governor DeSantis went so hard after evangelicals, and so many of them ended up going for Donald Trump. So, Kathy, is there any Republican who could have challenged Trump in Iowa and won?
I don't. If there is someone, I don't know who it would be. Donald Trump, extremely popular in Iowa. The caucuses certainly bore that out. And you look at these candidates that we saw. I mean, most of them were not trying to be really different from Donald Trump. They were trying to say, well, we're going to do Donald Trump, but we're just going to do it better than him because we're younger or we don't have the baggage that Donald Trump does. That was certainly Ron DeSantis's message. And that's just not, it wasn't persuasive to Trump supporters, frankly. You're just not pulling people away with that messaging.
And Kathy, I'm curious your thoughts on this. Kim Reynolds has been a popular governor there in Iowa, but did her endorsement of DeSantis hurt her?
I think that remains to be seen. There were some polls that suggested that her job approval took a hit after that. And anecdotally, I did hear people who say, I really like Kim Reynolds, but I wish she wouldn't have endorsed Ron DeSantis because the person I'd be talking to would be pro-Trump. But she is still a very powerful governor. We're just starting off a legislative session. I fully expect that her agenda is going to prevail through this year. And so, whether people hold any kind of ill will toward her, we don't even know if she's running for re-election. I think that remains to be seen. I think it did show, though, just how really not effective big endorsements are in caucuses. People make up their own mind.
And Kathy, we kept talking about this over and over again leading up to the caucuses. But how much do you think weather was a factor in last night's low turnout?
I think it mattered a lot. It's never one thing, right? I think it was the weather combined with Trump's overwhelming lead that maybe made people look at the temperature and say, I don't need to go out and risk breaking a hip or freezing my buns off. Trump is going to win regardless. So a little bit of complacency, a little bit of weather. But I do think that the Republican Party of Iowa chairman, Jeff Kaufman, pretty much had his fingers on the pulse of this. And he was the one who said he thought it felt like 2016, it was going to be record turnout if it hadn't been for the weather. And
Kathy, I'm also curious, big picture here. What do you think of the Republican Party moving forward in Iowa? Look out 5-10 years. Will it continue to change? Does a lot depend on that, on whether Trump wins re-election or not? But what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think that it's inevitable that there will be changes. What direction it goes, it's hard to say. Donald Trump isn't a traditional Republican. Some people say he's not a Republican at all. He's sort of his own entity. And, when he moves on from politics, I think it really just it depends a lot on what comes after him. So if it's somebody who's trying to carry on his legacy, or if it's somebody who's saying, okay, we've done this and we just need to go a completely different direction.
Kathy Abradovich, editor-in-chief of the Iowa Capitol Dispatch. Thanks so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now. And speaking of votes, it's time to plan when and where you're going to cast yours. NBC News' Plan Your Vote tool is back for the 2024 primary season. Go to NBCnews.com/planyourvote to get information on key races in your state, changes in voting rules from the last election cycle, and when and how to vote in your state's primary election. And that does it for us this hour. We're back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez. NBC News Now coverage continues with Tom Costello in for Hallie Jackson.
Coming on the air right now with more lives lost because of this brutal winter storm that's gripping the country. Neighborhoods, schools shut down, roads a slippery mess. how that's affecting some of the country's biggest travel hubs, and we will look into that along with when we might maybe get some relief. Plus, fresh off his big win of 2024, presidential contender, former President Trump, set to take the stage in New Hampshire. Well, we're keeping an eye on with 1 week left until the first in the nation primary. Then, the conflict in the Middle East appears to be growing even wider tonight. U.S. fighter jets launching more strikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen. Iran launching missiles towards Iraq and Syria. We'll tell you where this regional conflict stands right now. And JetBlue's multi-billion-dollar buyout of Spirit Airlines now blocked by a judge. Why that's a big win for the Biden administration and maybe also for your wallet. Plus, talk that the Eagles and the Cowboys could be looking for new coaches, even though both teams made the NFL playoffs. Why even the league's top coaches are not safe from getting canned. Go figure. Good day, I'm Tom Costello in for Hallie. She's on assignment, and we will get to her in just a few minutes as we are watching this record-setting winter storm growing more deadly. NBC News has confirmed at least 7 people have died from the weather, and that number could well go higher. More than 85 million people under wind chill alerts today. In some places, it feels like negative 30 degrees or even colder. This Austin neighborhood, take a look at this. Looks like an ice sculpture. And look at those trees bending down like that. And the primary Texas power company is telling people to conserve energy if it's safe. It says demand is very high since everybody is running their heaters right now. The cold temperatures have closed schools today in Chicago, New York, and across the South. And the roads, boy, have they been an icy mess. Take a look at this truck swerving out of control on an interstate in Alabama before right about now crashing into the divider. We'll follow this throughout the afternoon, the evening. Along the East Coast, the snow drought is over. Here in Washington, in Philly, in New York, we are finally getting at least an inch, sometimes more, of the white stuff after only getting a trace at most over the past 2 years. The winter weather comes, of course, with complications. Take a look at the flight status boards we're looking at right now. 7,000 delays, more than 2,200 flight cancellations. The airport hit the hardest. You can see it right there. New York, as well as Reagan National in D.C. We've also got Houston, Bush, and Chicago, Baltimore, and Nashville. We bring in right now Adrian Broadus, who's in Chicago, shivering in Chicago, I'm guessing, right? We're seeing yet another
trying to stop the wind, but it's not working.
Yeah, terribly cold day there.
It is brutally cold. You see my arms are out, trying to shield the wind as much as we can. But, hey, Chicagoans are hardy. We've seen more people, believe it or not, Tom, venturing out into these brutal cold temperatures. With that wind chill advisory, the temps dip as low as negative 25 to 30 degrees below zero. Most at risk, obviously, are the folks who are outside, who have no place to call home. And there's been a big emphasis on the migrants. Here in the city, Chicago is using city buses to temporarily provide shelter for nearly 400 migrants who are on a waiting list to get into temporary shelter. One migrant telling NBC News and the Associated Press that they sleep sitting up because there are nearly 20 families on those buses. Of course, there's heat on the bus, but it's still uncomfortable. But for them, obviously, better than being outside in the cold. Also, we heard from the city's mayor, Brandon Johnson, who says that limit to staying in a city shelter for 60 days has been suspended during this extreme cold, Tom.
Adrian, can you hear me right now? Because we had a little bit of an audio problem with the wind and the cold, I know. Can you hear me now?
I do hear you.
Okay, well, listen, you would be forgiven for being so bundled up you couldn't. But let me just ask you, you've also lost some people there. People have died in this cold, and you talked about how migrants have been affected. What do we know about people who've died in this cold?
You know, at least 7 deaths have been blamed on the weather. Let's begin in Oregon. At least 2 deaths are potentially linked to hypothermia, staying in that same area. 2 people died after high winds and ice toppled trees. So this is dangerous cold. It's nothing to play with. You know, the warning is if you don't have to be outside, stay inside. Tom?
And I'm going to tell you to do that in just a minute. But before I do, we're also seeing that batteries on electric cars are going out fast in these cold temps, sometimes before the cars can even get to charging stations. So how is that impacting both what's on the road, volume on the road, and also drivers out there and trying to remove these vehicles?
Man, drivers I spoke with just moments ago say it is a mess. I spoke with one gentleman who said he waited in line at a charging station for nearly 6 hours.
For the people that's doing Uber, it's for us as business. So, of course, we got to stay out here as long as it takes.
They pushing the cars out there and not giving you enough machines to actually charge it. My level of frustration is a 10.
So for some of those drivers, not only they aren't able to travel, but you heard the gentleman say he's an Uber driver, so it's impacting his livelihood. Some vehicles were towed and others abandoned. The vehicles that were abandoned, the drivers had to get home. Some of them had to go to work, and they did not have the luxury of waiting in line all day, Tom.
Adrian, take your own advice. Get out of that cold. Get your camera crew out of the cold. I'm going to buy you coffee. It's all on me. Get warm, and then we'll talk to you later, all right, when you can sneak out for just 30 seconds. All right. Adrian Broaddus, who's in Chicago, thank you. Any minute now, former President Trump is set to take the stage on your screen right there in the state of New Hampshire, just a day after a complete smackdown of his opponents in the Iowa caucuses, with eyes and campaigns quickly shifting now to New Hampshire. That primary just a week from today. The three major candidates are still in the running, all descended on the state today, with the candidates not named Donald Trump, hoping that they can drum up more support there than they did in Iowa. Take a look at the results right there. You know them already. The former president clinched a majority of the vote, with Ron DeSantis barely edging out Nikki Haley for second place. Neither of them showing any sign of dropping out yet from the race. Both say that they will take their campaigns through New Hampshire, maybe even further. We want to go right now to Hallie Jackson, the anchor of this show, but she is where she should be right now, out on the trail where it's all happening, at a rally for the former president, Donald Trump, in Atkinson, New Hampshire. And you're outside, too. My goodness, people, it's cold out there. Talk to us about...
I expect coffee from you as well, Tom, please.
Absolutely. It's going to be on the NBC credit card. Listen, let's talk about Governor Chris Sununu. You talked to him, I understand, and he's now endorsed Nikki Haley. New Hampshireites like to say that they're more independent than they are in Iowa. That's what they say. But what kind of an impact does the governor think that will have a week from today?
Yeah, it's a great question, Tom, and we'll get to that rally with our friend and colleague Garrett Haake in just a second here. But when you talk about what's happening in New Hampshire as it relates to Nikki Haley, this is a state that she has invested a lot of money in. Her allies have invested a lot of money in. Just tonight, we understand, adding up all the numbers, it's nearly $30 million in all, far more than any of her competitors here. She has spent more time in this state than Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis combined. So there has been an investment, and now Nikki Haley is hoping it pays off, despite her distant third-place finish after Ron DeSantis' distant second-place finish, of course, in Iowa, to the dominant front-runner here, former President Trump. So given all this, given the landscape, right, I asked the New Hampshire governor, Chris Sununu, who, by the way, very popular here in this state. He's been traveling all over, even out of state, to support Nikki Haley here. I asked him, is this make or break? Is what happens here this week make or break for Nikki Haley? He said, well, I wouldn't say it's make or break, but she's got to do well. Okay, so what does well mean? Here's what he said.
Oh, she's going to have a strong second place, right? And kind of a solo second place, if you will. It's not Ron DeSantis barely trying to squeak out second place with a point over Nikki. It's Nikki as the clear and only second place, maybe even a winner here. It's a one-on-one race at this point, and I think so. We've already kind of achieved a lot of that opportunity, maybe even exceeding some of these national expectations. It's not easy to do, but boy, it is well within reach. If folks come out and galvanize here, something special can happen.
Of course, you know who would take exception to the characterization that this is a one-on-one race? That is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He is down in Nikki Haley's home turf. He was down in South Carolina today. We're going to get to that piece of it in a second as we look at the broader landscape. And for that, I want to get over to the aforementioned friend and colleague Garrett Haake, who is at that rally in Atkinson, New Hampshire. And here you have it, Garrett. The former president is fresh off a victory lap in Iowa. He is hoping for another victory lap a week from tonight. Talk us through it.
Yeah, Hallie, what we're going to see here, I think, is a sprint for the former president, or at least what a sprint looks like in 2024 as opposed to 2015 events basically every day. Here in the state now, day, primary day. We're in New Hampshire now. He's scaling up the of his rallies from some of those smaller commit to caucus events that we saw in Iowa to some of the larger rallies like we're about to have here behind me, where I can tell you every square inch of the floor is full, with probably more than an hour ago till the former president speaks. And I think we're going to see him go after Nikki Haley very aggressively. We've seen it a little bit on the stump in Iowa. He was more magnanimous last night, but I don't expect that tone to hold up today. His allies in his super PAC have already been running some pretty aggressive ads about her record on immigration. His campaign has been targeting her on the airwaves here about Social Security, and he'll be joined tonight by a former rival turned supporter, Vivek Ramaswamy, who dropped out of the race last night after Iowans had their say. And Vivek has been probably the single most aggressive person in this race at any given time about going after Nikki Haley. I think that's going to be his singular mission for this campaign, at least over this next week, Hallie.
There has been one sort of traditional piece of things that really hasn't happened this cycle, Garrett, as we've covered these presidential cycles before. I know you have, of course, and that is like the debate, right? The big debate from the candidates in the state where they are competing. Yeah. That has been a real question mark here. We're getting some developing news into this. ABC News is now saying that they are not going to be moving forward with what was supposed to be a presidential primary debate Thursday night right here in New Hampshire, Garrett. And just so people understand kind of the back and forth and the drama here, Ron DeSantis had committed to that debate. Donald Trump hasn't seen the need to do any debates throughout this whole process yet so far in the nominating cycle here. And Nikki Haley just today said she is not interested in debating unless Donald Trump is also on that stage. Again, it is part and parcel of her attempting to try to essentially cast DeSantis as invisible and make this a one-on-one between her and Donald Trump, despite that third place finish in Iowa. Tell me how you see that playing out, because it doesn't seem like the campaign that you cover really puts much stock in the concept of a debate at this point.
No, I mean, there's interesting strategic imperatives here for everybody. I mean, for Donald Trump, he's been clear from the jump that he was not going to participate in any of these debates. And whatever you think about that as a reflection on his political character, as a strategy, it's been effective. He's not given anybody an opening on the stage to really draw him into a major back and forth, into a major battle. None of the moderators have particularly taken the opportunity to try to force the issue of Trump. And none of the other candidates have taken the opportunity to seize the spotlight and go after him when they've had the chance. I think it's an interesting choice to not debate again with Ron DeSantis. She really created momentum for herself earlier in this race and last fall with some really standout debate performances when she was polling in single digits across the country. But has clearly made a calculation that just going one-on-one with Ron DeSantis again doesn't do anything for her. She will into a two-person race. She said it last night. Chris Sununu said it to you. Her campaign is taking the posture that Ron DeSantis is out of this race, and so I guess she's decided to do everything she can to make that a reality by not debating him again one-on-one here in New Hampshire.
Garrett Hake in the thick of it there in Atkinson. Garrett, thank you very much. Let me bring it over to Dasha Burns now, who's been traveling with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, first to South Carolina, now here in Manchester, New Hampshire, Dasha. And what's interesting is the way that DeSantis has cast this debate issue as potentially an advantage for him. He's essentially said, hey, I'm not afraid of questions. Why won't anybody else take some of these questions with me? It is part of the amped up attacks that he is pushing against Nikki Haley on her home turf, as he's also sharpening his tone, as we've seen against former President Trump.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, it's really ironic, pretty funny, in fact, to me, to see that the candidate that started out his campaign as the sort of anti-legacy media candidate, you know, was so difficult to get him to gaggle, to answer any questions at the outset of this race, has become the most media-friendly candidate, perhaps, in this competition. He's the one that's ready to talk to anyone at this point, ready to take on these debates. And as you're right, is saying, why isn't anyone else doing the same? And, you know, if Nikki Haley thinks she's going to make this a one-on-one race, I think that his stop in South Carolina today was an exact rebuke to just that, to say, hey, this is where that hope for you ends, because in South Carolina, we are coming for you, even if you have a good performance in New Hampshire, Hallie.
Dasha, South Carolina, right, where you were earlier today, and so is DeSantis, that primary is still about a month away. Running a campaign isn't free, right? It costs money to get out there, to have an organization, to run ads, for example, et cetera, et cetera. Does DeSantis, is that campaign built to go that kind of distance?
Well, they say they are, but, I did press him today when we had an exclusive interview with him, his first interview coming out of Iowa. And I asked, look, you said you were going to win Iowa. Then you said you were the underdog. And now you're celebrating because when he was in South Carolina, Hallie, I got to tell you, he was acting like he was the victor in this race. Well, that's not the case. He came in a very distant second and just edged out Nikki Haley by a couple of points. I asked him, is he comfortable coming out of Iowa with those margins? Here's what he told me.
She's really was relying on non-Republicans for her vote support. You can't rely on non-Republicans to win a Republican nomination, but especially against Donald Trump. How are you going to be able to compete in that situation? So what I showed is, yes, we obviously came in second, but amongst the broader Republican electorate, I was viewed very favorably.
It feels like right now each of these candidates is kind of creating their own reality. For Nikki Haley, it's a one-on-one race. DeSantis is not a factor. For DeSantis, he can go all the way no matter what. His allies and the folks that I've been talking to behind the scenes say he does have the resources for the long haul, and they're going to be spinning this second place victory, as they call it, in Iowa as the sort of leverage to pull on those coffers, to get those donors to send in the money, to try to get to South Carolina and beyond. They really see this month, Hallie, between the New Hampshire primary and the South Carolina primary as ripe territory for them to really build that ground game and build the momentum in South Carolina for a strong finish there and to stop Nikki Haley on her home turf.
Dasha Burns also live for us here in New Hampshire tonight on what is a busy week, about to get much busier. Dasha, thank you. So, Tom, that is the landscape politically. We're going to be talking about it for the next 7 days until the next time voters will be voting here in New Hampshire. Another big night in politics ahead. In the meantime, I am looking forward to getting back home inside our studio back in Washington tomorrow night. I'll see you then.
I'm sure it's going to be warm and waiting for you. And by the way, can I just make the note, everything that you and your colleagues, my colleagues, talked about last night, all of your predictions, all of your modeling, it came true. You guys are on your game, of course. Thanks, Hallie. Talk to you in about an hour or so. We'll check back with you. Other news now, former President Trump leaving a New York courtroom today for that event in New Hampshire just before opening statements in the civil trial centering around writer E. Jean Carroll's defamation case against him. Just before we came on the air, the former president's lawyer argued in opening statements that E. Jean Carroll got the status and attention she wanted after then-president, quote, stood up for himself against assault accusations in 2019. That's after E. Jean Carroll's lawyer told the jury that the most powerful man on the planet ruined his client's reputation, E. Jean Carroll's reputation. Remember, a separate jury has already found the former president liable for sexually abusing and defaming Carroll. That's not what these two sides are arguing about right now. The jury here is going to decide how much Mr. Trump owes her in damages for doing exactly what he was found guilty of or liable for. Rahema Ellis joins us now with more. Let's remind the audience, this is not the New York fraud trial. This is the defamation trial, Rahema. Sometimes it's hard to keep all of this straight because there are so many trials and allegations. But right now, the trial, I understand, got started today with some rather combative back and forth between both sides about delaying the trial, gag orders. Talk us through what happened.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. This federal courthouse is just next to, around the corner from the state courthouse where that civil fraud trial was underway. Here, the former president wanted to delay this trial so that he might attend his mother-in-law's funeral, which is coming up on Thursday. The judge said absolutely no, but if you want to testify, he'll allow him to do that next week. Some people have wondered if there was a gag order. There is no gag order in this particular case, but the judge did set some guardrails. Among them, he said, Trump and E. Jean Carroll cannot communicate with jurors directly or indirectly. They cannot say anything within earshot of any juror, and they cannot make any objections in court except through their attorneys. One of the things that should be mentioned is that a supporter, an attorney, a counselor of Donald Trump, was in the courtroom today just before opening arguments got underway. He stood up in an effort to say something. The judge shut him down immediately and, in fact, told him to sit down. That is what the judge is doing in this court in terms of making certain that this thing moves along very fast. As you pointed out, in this particular case, he already has been found liable for sexual assault and defaming her. That case, it was a $5 million suit. And you will see some of the damages that were awarded in this in terms of result of sexual abuse, punitive damages, result of damages of defamation, reputation and punitive damages for defamation. And more of that may be coming. The judge told the jury when they were seated today that this case is about how do you punish, what are the punitive damages, how do you punish, if you do it all, Donald Trump, to prevent him from continuing to make these kind of remarks about Jean Carroll. It's interesting that even before this case got underway this morning, the former president had tweeted something like 20 times disparaging remarks about Jean Carroll, the judge, and this whole case. He has in the past called it a con job. She's called her a whack job, saying that he doesn't even know who she is. Tom?
Talk about the timeline here. I understand this trial is supposed to last 3 to 5 days. So can you give us a sense of how long it will last, and will Mr. Trump testify?
Yeah, I think you might be right on that 3 to 5 days. And that's the judge, basically. He had set up those parameters based on the number of witnesses we're going to have here. And in as much as he has said that Donald Trump will have an opportunity to testify on his own behalf if he chooses to on Monday, we could say that the case would at least go and through Monday. And in addition, he says he's going to move it very quickly because he's reminding these jurors they are not deciding whether the former president is liable at all. They have to decide whether he should be punished, whether damages should be awarded in this particular case. As you point out, she is seeking $10 million in this case. And I should point out that in the previous case of $5 million being awarded, Donald Trump did pay that money. The court is holding that right now because that particular judgment is on appeal. And there are going to be a couple of other witnesses testifying for her. And Donald Trump has even said that he wants to testify in this case. But the judge, again, is going to limit him to talking only about what's at issue here. Donald Trump's team says that he wants to talk about what his state of mind was at the time that he made those remarks, disparaging remarks about Jean Carroll. Tom?
But he seems to keep making them. I mean, as you suggested earlier today, Rahima, I'm going to tell you the same thing. Get warm. Thank you very much. Rahima Ellis is outside there in New York. Overseas now, the Pentagon says U.S. fighter jets today launched more strikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen. And this regional conflict appears to be expanding, with Iran launching new ballistic missile strikes targeting parts of Iraq and Syria. Here's the aftermath. Iran claims it destroyed an Israeli spy headquarters near the U.S. consulate in Iraq. And in the Red Sea, new details now about the huge search and rescue effort that's underway for 2 missing Navy SEALs who went overboard, disappearing in the rough nighttime waters there near the coast of Somalia. The U.S. military is just revealing that the same Navy SEALs that they went on to find, in fact, and they seized Iranian missile parts bound for the Houthis in Yemen. Let's bring in now NBC's Courtney Kube, who covers the Pentagon. Courtney, let's start there. What more can you tell us about this massive search and rescue for the missing SEALs and the significance of them finding, that team finding those Iranian missile parts?
Yeah, the search continues. It's a really tragic story, Tom. One of those SEALs was preparing to board that small boat that we saw pictures of there, what the military tends to refer to as a dhow, that was loaded with those missile parts when this U.S. Navy SEAL was swept overboard into the nighttime waters. It was rough seas at the time. Another SEAL jumped in to try to save him, and they both are still missing tonight. It's now been about 5 days. The search and rescue continues both by air and sea by the U.S. military. But their colleagues, the other sailors who were on board that small ship that was boarding the dhow, still went ahead, and they were able to confiscate those missile parts. U.S. officials saying that, in fact, they were from Iran and headed to the Houthi rebels in Yemen. And why that is so important right now is these are the exact same types of weapons that the Houthis have been using to threaten and attack commercial ships in the Red Sea. It's really had a huge impact on shipping throughout that area. And the U.S. and British military struck back late last week, hitting more than 60 targets of Houthi militants inside the Houthi-controlled area of Yemen. But as we can see here today, Tom, Houthis still striking back. They hit a commercial ship just today, striking it. No injuries were inflicted there.
All right, Courtney, thank you very much. Courtney Cuby, who's watching it all for us. Coming up from us, why convicted killer and notorious ex-lawyer Alec Murdaugh is back in court today and how it could lead to a new murder trial. Plus, you know people lie about their age, right? Well, the oldest dog in the world now stripped of his title for lying about his age, or somebody did, why some are questioning his actual age, why it matters in our 5 things. Coming up on the bottom of the news with breaking news, convicted murderer Alex Murdaugh in court today, again, fighting for a new trial after already being convicted of killing his wife and son in South Carolina's so-called trial of the century. Murdaugh's lawyers claim the clerk of court engaged in improper behavior, influencing the jury and affecting the outcome of his 2023 murder trial. The court clerk has denied the allegations under oath. The defense will get its chance to present evidence of the alleged jury tampering at a 3-day hearing set to begin January 29th. The 55-year-old Murdaugh is currently serving life without the possibility of parole. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is joining us now. Danny, what was the goal of the status hearing and what was discussed? And jury tampering is nothing to laugh at.
No, but jury tampering on appeal is a really difficult thing to prove because you usually find out about it through rumor or gossip, but we don't know what goes on in that jury room. That's the way the system is designed. So this is proceeding exactly as you would expect, is that they've heard about these rumors, they make a motion, they make these allegations, and now they're hoping the court will grant discovery, and it will grant discovery. There will be testimony, including by jurors who voted, and they're going to get evidence on the record. Presumably these jurors, I guess it's possible they may deny it. Maybe they'll under oath say, hey, everything that the defendant is saying is true. We did talk about it in the way that the defendant suggests. But at this point, it's just allegations by the defense. And now I expect we're going to hear testimony from those people, including the clerk, and find out whether or not those allegations have any weight to them. Expect them to deny most of them, especially the clerk, who rather injected herself into the limelight by writing a book about it. And in my entire career, I've never heard of a court clerk writing a tell-all book about a high-profile criminal case.
Okay, well, that's what I was going to ask you next, because I was just going to say that there had been other concerns and allegations aimed at the court clerk already, but we don't specifically know what she is alleged to have done with this jury.
Well, yes, we know in a sense. The allegations are that she, for example, while talking to jurors, which is part of her job to interact with jurors, but it's things like, hey, is everybody comfortable today? It's not what's alleged but not proven, which is, hey, this should be a really easy, quick verdict. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's the gist of what the defense's motion is. And the arguments they have some surrounding evidence, which is certainly interesting. Number one, that the court clerk traveled with the jurors to come do the TV show route after the verdict, which is very unusual. And also she wrote a book about it. So that probably at least got them into court for an evidentiary hearing.
All right. Thanks very much, Danny. Interesting story. We'll continue to follow it. Appreciate it. Let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you might want to know about tonight. Number 1, a woman is accusing Madison Square Garden CEO James Dolan of sexual assault in a new lawsuit. She also claims he coordinated a meeting with Harvey Weinstein that led to her being sexually assaulted by Weinstein. Dolan owns the New York Knicks and the New York Rangers. A lawyer for Dolan responded there is absolutely no merit to any of the allegations. Number 2, Uber is shutting down its alcohol delivery app called Drizzly just 3 years after acquiring it for over $1 billion. The company says Drizzly will officially close at the end of March, and Uber will instead focus its core Uber Eats strategy of helping consumers get almost anything, it says. Number 3, U.S. Customs and Border Protection says Apple can use a redesign to get around the import ban on newer Apple watches. Those models, anyway. Remember that the International Trade Commission found that Apple violated patents related to a blood oxygen sensor on some versions of the watch. Apple later convinced an appeals court to pause the ban. No word yet on what the redesign might look like. Number 4, you know when you're driving on the highway and you see those funny messages on the electronic signs? Well, those will soon be banned by the Federal Highway Administration, which says the signs can be misunderstood or distracting to drivers, especially if they don't understand the joke. States have 2 years to make the changes. Number 5, you've heard of lying about your age? Well, the world's oldest dog ever, Bobby, is having his title suspended by the Guinness Book of World Records. He was reportedly 31 years old. That's really old for a dog when he died back in October. But Guinness says it's now reviewing the title after some vets questioned his age. The dog's owner has not responded to requests for comment. He's fudging his age, not really lying. Other breaking news right now from Capitol Hill. Senator Chuck Grassley is in the hospital, we're told. The 90-year-old Iowa Republican is the oldest senator. In a statement, his office says he's being treated for an infection and will return to work as soon as doctors clear him. Ryan Nobles joins me now from Capitol Hill. Ryan, what more do we know about Senator Grassley? Does he have any sort of a history of health issues most recently?
No, he has been very healthy, in fact, Tom, over the course of his long career in the United States Senate. But of course, he is at an advanced age and did surprise many when he decided to run for re-election at the age of 89 last term. And he still has 5 years left on his term in the United States Senate. He was just re-elected in the 2020 midterm elections. And so Grassley, his office not giving too many details about the situation that he's dealing with right now, other than that it is an infection and that he has been given antibiotic infusions in order to help calm this infection down. They do indicate that he will not be at work for the foreseeable future while he works to combat this infection. And they said that he is listening to doctor's orders before he returns back here to the Senate to vote on a couple of key critical pieces of legislation. And Tom, these votes will be important this week. Of course, there is the possibility of a government shutdown on Friday if the House and Senate are unable to pass a short-term spending bill that will keep the government open through early March. So every vote is important as those discussions take place. So it's not clear exactly when Grassley will be back in order to make those votes. And Chuck Grassley is someone who rarely misses a vote. So the fact that he is ill enough where he won't be able to be here in the Senate and cast a vote is notable. So there isn't a whole lot we know about this current situation, Tom, other than that his office says that they do expect him to be back at work in the near future. Tom?
Okay. Ryan, thank you very much. Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. We have some big airline news today. A judge has ruled the merger between JetBlue and Spirit Airlines cannot go through because it would reduce competition. It's a big win for the Biden administration after the DOJ sued to stop the merger this past year, saying it would drive up fares for some of the most price-sensitive customers. Both airlines have responded to the ruling, saying we continue to believe that our combination is the best opportunity to increase much-needed competition and choice by bringing low fares and great service to more customers in more markets while enhancing our ability to compete with the dominant U.S. carriers. JetBlue proposed buying Spirit for $3.8 billion, saying the deal would help both carriers grow and compete with bigger rivals like Delta and United. Spirit stock plunged about 50% after the news broke, while JetBlue stayed above ground, up about 5%. We want to bring in now CNBC's Leslie Josephs. So, Leslie, this was widely expected. Previous mergers, though, have created the big four, right? Delta, United, American, Southwest. This merger would have made the fifth biggest airline. Is this deal now DOA, or is there a path forward?
JetBlue hopes that there is some kind of a path forward, but this was a tough sell, I think, from the beginning. There were issues because JetBlue is more of a full-service airline that I think a lot of us are used to. Seatback screens, choose your seat before you fly, you know, kind of more of the comforts that we're used to on some other airlines that are standard. And Spirit, in the meantime, is a budget airline. This is one that doesn't, it's pretty much bare bones. You get that low fare, and then they charge you for everything else. Seat assignment, cabin baggage, checked baggage, and things like that. So, but it does have a big market, and it is pretty synonymous with budget travel in the United States by offering low fares, and that's what this judge saw. JetBlue, on the other hand, needs or says that they need this airline to grow. You know, planes are in short supply, pilots are in short supply, and when they're trying to compete against those big four, the products of mergers, like you said, over the last 20 years, they're saying that they need another airline to do that, but this does raise a lot of questions about what they could even do going forward.
I'm just curious what you're hearing. I've talked to airline industry insiders who are not so sure that Spirit can survive by continuing to offer some of the cheapest tickets out there. What are you hearing?
Well, Spirit does have a host of other challenges. So we have to kind of back up to the pandemic, you know, and coming out of that, domestic travel was very popular. Now there's a lot more competition from international destinations that have opened up, and Spirit has already said that they are seeing weak demand, even in the peak periods, even for holidays. So that's been a problem. They are losing money, and they do have this added challenge of these Pratt & Whitney engines. JetBlue has a few of them as well that have grounded many of their planes this year, so they are doubly challenged. You know, JetBlue and another rival, a budget airline, Frontier. They were planning on merging before JetBlue kind of swooped in with this hostile bid that ended up getting approved by Spirit shareholders. So it will be interesting to see, you know, is there another bit of M&A on the table, or is Spirit able to kind of right the ship this year? But they have a very, very challenging 2024 ahead of them.
Yeah. CNBC's Leslie Josephs. Thank you, Leslie. When we come back, Israel says the intensive part of its fighting in Gaza will end soon. What the wind down could look like. Plus, wild dash cam video shows the moments a driver was ejected from an RV after a crash. What we now know about the condition of the driver when we come back.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There's more good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news for hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just did too.
We're back. Israel now says the intense part of its invasion in Gaza will end soon. with the defense minister now urging other leaders in the country to agree to a plan for a post-war Gaza. When that could happen and how it'll be received by Israel's government, not at all clear right now. And complicating things even further, new fighting between Israel and Palestinian militants in northern Gaza and a massive barrage of rockets fired at Israel from southern Gaza. Israel's national security minister is criticizing the idea of Israel scaling back its intense military campaign. Let's bring in now NBC's Ralph Sanchez, who is in Tel Aviv. Ralph, what could this de-escalation from Israel actually look like?
So, Tom, the theory here is that Israel has completed its major military operations in the north. Its focus now is on the south. As we have been talking about for weeks, nearly the entire population of the Gaza Strip, some 2 million people, are also in the south. And so what Israel is indicating is that its campaign in the south will be more targeted, more special forces, more targeted drone strikes, less of that very widespread aerial bombardment that we've seen. They're saying one of their major priorities in the south is tracking down Hamas leaders, who they say are hiding in tunnels underneath the city of Han Yunis. But, Tom, we're hearing from our team on the ground in the south of Gaza right now that there is intense Israeli bombing going on in the city of Han Yunis. We are still seeing more than 100 Palestinians killed every day. We are still seeing fighting that is so intense across the Strip that aid organizations, including the UN, are saying they are simply unable to get food and aid to where it needs to go. So I can tell you, for people on the ground in Gaza right now, it doesn't feel like de-escalation. Tom?
Boy, 100 fatalities a day. We're also hearing now about a deal to get medicine to hostages still held by Hamas. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so this will be a major breakthrough, assuming this deal holds. The families of those 100-plus Israeli hostages have been saying since October 7th, there needs to be medicine delivered to their loved ones, something that has not happened so far. Qatar, who has been the mediator throughout this war, is saying it has brokered a deal where Israel will allow more medicine in for Palestinian civilians in some of those hardest-hit areas of Gaza. And in exchange, medicine will be brought for the Israeli hostages. This medicine bought in France, taken to Qatar, flown on Qatari aircraft to Egypt. And, Tom, it is not totally clear what the last mile is here in terms of getting that medicine to the Israeli hostages. It may very well be that there is a role for the Red Cross here. But one of the things Israel is saying is it wants verification that this medicine, once it's delivered to Hamas, actually gets to those hostages and is used to treat them for the various conditions that they're suffering from. Tom?
Okay, Ralph, thank you. Ralph Sanchez in Tel Aviv. NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and because it's very tough to read, to watch, to listen to them all, our teams have done it for you and for me. This is what they say is going down in their regions, and we call this segment The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, the mayor of Elyria, Ohio, has ordered a probe into police officers who raided the wrong address, sending an infant to the hospital. Security camera footage shows the moment officers raided a woman's home, throwing a flashbang grenade. The woman alleges the grenades actually burned her 1-year-old, who has serious health problems. Police maintain the child was not harmed. Out of our Western Bureau, new dash cam footage shows the scary moment a man flew out the window of an RV on a busy highway, a California highway. Witnesses say the driver, a woman, may have fallen asleep at the wheel, crashing into the median, sending her husband out the window. Luckily, some Good Samaritans stopped to help him. He survived the crash. From our Midwest Bureau, we're getting a look at wild video showing a man who stole his employer's Bobcat skid loader in a Home Depot parking lot in Nebraska. Police say the 36-year-old damaged cars and storefronts when officers arrived. The man rammed the Bob cart into a police cruiser. Police eventually did coax him out, and they arrested him on multiple charges. All right, coming up, the suspect in the Gilgo Beach killings now charged in a 4th death, what prosecutors say helped tie him to that case, coming up next.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Back now, an emotional moment on Long Island, New York today with the suspect in the so-called Gilgo Beach serial killings now facing new murder charges. You may remember 60-year-old Rex Heuermann. Today in court, he's now officially been accused of killing 25-year-old Maureen Brainerd Barnes back in 2007. The victim's sister tearing up, saying this is just a small step towards healing a never-ending pain.
It has been 16 years since the last time I saw my sister, 16 years since I heard her voice, because 16 years ago, she was silenced. Losing Maureen has become a wound that never truly heals.
Police arrested Heuermann in July using DNA from a piece of pizza to collect him and connect him with the killings of 3 other women you see here on screen. He is pleading not guilty to all of the charges. Emily Ikeda is outside of the courthouse in Riverhead, New York. Emily, the victim's remains were found within weeks of the other 3 victims. Why did it take until now for prosecutors to charge Heuermann in this most recent case?
Hey there, Tom. Well, prosecutors say it was really just a matter of time. They had been waiting for the results of advanced DNA testing, nuclear DNA testing, because Maureen Brainerd Barnes had been found with a single piece of hair. She had been restrained with several belts. There was a piece of hair on one of them, and they were waiting for the test results, which appears to have tied it to Rex Heuermann's now estranged wife. Investigators had collected her DNA along with her daughter's DNA from discarded cans outside of their home. Also, they have been trailing the daughter and collected her DNA from a discarded can near a train stop. Prosecutors do make the point, though, that neither of them were in town at the time of any of the 4 killings. Here's more from the district attorney today on this breakthrough moment. Take a listen.
Nuclear DNA existed in the hair since they were first recovered in 2010. And now the science has caught up. I would say that's a good break for justice, a good break for the investigation.
Now, Heuermann's defense attorney says he raised questions and concerns around some of this new evidence, says that he's going to be looking into it. He says Heuermann maintains that he is innocent, that he is not guilty. He is due in court next month, Tom.
Emily, this is just so terribly emotional for the family of Maureen Brainerd Barnes. Her daughter was only 7 years old when her mom was killed. There's the daughter right there holding up a picture of her mom. How does she want her mom to be remembered?
Now, she wants her mom to be remembered as a loving mom, friends and family describing her also as an intellectual, someone who loved to write. You bring up a good point. Remember, she disappeared back in 2007. Her body was found in 2010, and now flash forward to 2024, and just finally, someone is being charged with her murder. Her daughter and family members describing this as the next chapter in a years-long journey to justice. Take a listen here.
I owe so much to my mom. And I know that she would want me to speak out for her in this process and let everyone know who she really was. Even though it was difficult for me, I'm doing this because I want her to be remembered as the loving mother that she was.
And it's important to note, in total, 11 bodies have been recovered near Ocean Parkway. And the district attorney today says he is actively investigating some of the other victims as the prosecutor's office continues to comb through mounds of evidence, which includes thousands of documents recovered from Heuermann's multiple storage units. So in many ways, Tom, this is just the beginning.
Emily, thank you very much. Emily Ikeda on Long Island for us. Still to come tonight, some moves that have got the NFL rumor mill swirling by some big-time winning coaches could be getting the axe despite the wins. Coming up next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Okay, so just 8 teams are left in this year's playoffs, but even a trip to the playoffs might not save some of the NFL's top coaches. The rumors are swirling right now that the Philadelphia Eagles, the Dallas Cowboys, might move on from their head coaches after their surprising early exits, despite the fact both have multiple winning championships and seasons under their belts. And Mike Tomlin, who, by the way, hasn't had a single losing season in 17 years leading the Pittsburgh Steelers, he would not comment about sticking around after his team's loss.
Mike, you have a year left on your contract.
Yeah, that's one way not to comment. You walk away. Tomlin choosing not to answer that question. Reportedly, he is planning to stick around. Meanwhile, the legendary Bill Belichick may be on to Atlanta, interviewing with the Falcons just days after parting ways with the team he helped win 6 Super Bowls, the Patriots. NBC's Sam Brock joins me now from Miami. Of course, he had Tom Brady. Sam, you know, usually teams that lose, they don't just lose, they fire their coaches, right? I guess I'm trying to get here that we're seeing some very successful, even Super Bowl winning coaches get axed. Well, what's happening here?
For sure. If they lose, you're going to go. I mean, especially when the expectations are high, Tom. The NFL colloquially is known as not for long. It is really hard to establish longevity in this league, even for guys like Bill Belichick. You mentioned Mike McCarthy. Look at the Dallas Cowboys. Under his tutelage, they've won 12 games at least every single year for the last 4 years. But you know what doesn't matter? When you don't win playoff games. Even Belichick, the winningest coach in terms of Super Bowl rings in the history of the NFL, 6 rings. However, the last several years have been a dumpster fire, and he is out. Now, as far as Belichick and McCarthy are concerned, kind of different ends of the spectrum on that. There are 8 open seats right now, or 8 vacancies in the NFL, as you see the 8 coaches who have been let go, and many of them are on the left side of your screen there, looking for new jobs. Mike Vrabel, certainly considered a big name to hire. Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick as well. On the hot seat, Sirianni and McCarthy. Those 2 teams got crushed. And as far as McCarthy is concerned, his team was down 27-0 at home. They are the Dallas Cowboys, losing to a team that barely made the playoffs in the Packers and Jordan Love. That can't happen. Nick Sirianni and the Eagles can't start the season 10-1 and collapse like a house of cards, which is why you see those 2 coaches' names on that side of your screen.
Yeah, but it's almost like you're forgetting about the first 99% of the season. But listen, guys like Belichick, Pete Carroll, they transcended with their teams. They have big personalities, right? Are their departures a sign that maybe big personalities, that's not really what teams want anymore, what owners want?
Without a doubt, and I think especially as it concerns Belichick. I mean, you see Pete Carroll there. He's been a source of energy for the Seahawks for so long. They won a Super Bowl. You know, he's made the playoffs in the majority of his 14 seasons. As it pertains to Belichick, Tom, he was not just the coach, he was also the general manager for years. When you have Tom Brady and Randy Moss on your roster, that's okay. But when he was tasked with filling out the roster once these legends left, he totally whiffed on dynamic offensive talent, missing guys that were drafted later that ended up being all-pro players. He totally missed on. This is not his specialty. It's really hard to be a GM and a coach simultaneously, and all that concentration of power, it appears in this case, cost Belichick his job.
He's also not the most loved coach in the NFL. Maybe that has something to do with it. Listen, what about trends among the teams that are winning in the playoffs that might explain why there's so much turnover right now?
There's a couple of things you really need. Either an incredibly talented quarterback that can literally take the team on his shoulders. I'm thinking about Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Transcendent talents that can heave the ball all over the field. And as we saw with Josh Allen last night, break off a 50-yard touchdown run, okay? Not a lot of guys can do that. The other option here is to really fill out the rest of your roster, not pay a lot for a quarterback like the San Francisco 49ers and Brock Purdy, and be able to have elite players all over the field, whether it's George Kittle at tight end, Deebo Samuel, the wide receiver. And then you have C.J. Stroud, the quarterback for the Houston Texans. They hit a home run on a quarterback that they're not paying a lot of money right now, and he has been able to essentially single-handedly keep the Texans afloat through a lot of injuries this year. If you have a special player at quarterback, whether it's a first or second-year player or it's a veteran with a ton of talent, that goes a long way towards overcoming a lot of obstacles along the way, Tom.
Yep, that'll help. Happy birthday, Mr. Brock. We wish you a great day with your lovely wife. Okay, happy birthday. That's it for us right now. That's a wrap. Coverage resumes right now on News Now. Here we are, top of the hour, and we're coming on the air with news on the 2024 election. It looks like we won't be getting another Republican debate ahead of the New Hampshire primary. That's because 2 out of the 3 major candidates left, they won't do it. They won't show up. What that means, with 1 week left until the first in the nation primary. Plus, breaking news into us in the last hour, we are learning that Senator Chuck